Having just exhausted a lifetime of luck to hit jackpot, this guy immediately received shocking news that he was about to meet his end. Hey, evolution team, lie give me a way to lie on. His wish came true when Isaac was reincarnated, but unfortunately, his new body was just a desiccated skull. Through extraordinary will, from a mere skeleton among the weakest of soldiers, he ascended to become a keen ruling key realm of death. For a whole century, Isaac revived the entire demon clan from desolate ruin. However, this wasn't because he thirsted for power. It was all due to a contract signed divine faction. Simply put, if he completed his piss, gods would help him return to being a mortal human. Ironically, today was exactly when he completed that challenge. Leaving his subordinates in Underworld, Isaac flew alone to heavens to meet Council of Gods. So I have cleared all your troublesome requests. I hope gods keep your quiff. Are bound to help me reincarnate back into a human. But life not always a dream. Instead of keeping their promise, those deceitful gods played dirty by permanently imprisoning his skull inside an ancient artifact. Shortly after, in an unfamiliar place, his head throbbed a splitting pain, but fortunately he was still conscious. Was crazy to let the gods lead him by key nose, probably because his skull had no brain. As his senses gradually returned to normal, Isaac was stunned to realize he had turned into a newborn baby. This warm feeling indeed human. Have I finally gotten my wish after all? There was no way those selfish, greedy gods had suddenly developed a sense of compassion. Or perhaps something went wrong during sealing prex. While he was deep in thought, a maid chatter interrupted. Oh, His Highness Holy Sun has awakened. Why Holy Sun? What kind of devilish title was that? Seeing baby looked dazed, maid clicked her tongue in regret that he had woken up. Male servant nearby shook a milk bottle, agreeing that it would be best for this child to just sleep forever to xi them trouble. Who are these people? Have I truly become a human being at last? Well, what can do? Even I feel a bit of a guilty conscience. Maid giggled while uttering those fake words. Regardless, this IDK task assigned by our superiors. Forgive us, Holy Sun. We know haven't been awake fo long, but our my sen ID to send you into eternal sleep immediately. Sleep well, Holy Sun. Seeing servant looming closer quit a milk bottle smelling of fall fly. Isaac could unlie lament in his heart that he had barely been resurrected before he was headed to his grave again. Seeing through wicked plot, Isaac squirmed and dodged, refusing to take pacifier no matter what, which made servant begin to panic. Why does he refuse to eat? Isaac firmly turned his face away. In your dreams, honey. I went through hell to become human. There ain't no way I am falling for such an obvious trap. I must use this time to find how I got this body. Beget now, and have a sweet sleep, dear Loke Isaac. Name Isaac being spoken so suddenly startled him. Had that servant just called him by his real name? His mind suddenly cleared. Isaac recalled that his minions in hell used to worshipfully call him Keen Isaac. Perhaps that IDKYE long-haired god who subdues calamities mistakenly wrote Isaac 80 name on Key tombstone instead of his real identity, allowing him to escape Key fate of being sealed. Furthermore, heaven even favored him by letting him reincarnate into a body quit Iki exact same name. How ironic. Those arrogant gods were truly careless beyond belief to let him escape. Thinking of this, current Isaac couldn't guffaw. Circumstances late to male servant suddenly getting chance to shove the entire baby bottle into his mouth. Isaac used all his strength to push baby bottle away, but servant braced himself, held it tight, and yelled to his colleague, "Give me a hand. Why this kid so incredibly strong?" Maid immediately rushed in to help hold him down, and liquid in bottle poured into Isaac 8 mouth a raging flood. This vegetable juice poison to taste this awful. Are they planning to assassinate me? Quit this horrific drink. I have been human foe a sate while, yet a sea trend sensation already surging powerfully within my body. Meanwhile, at Cathedral of key Middle Eastern nation of Helen. By now, they must have taken care of that brat, right? Bishop Massabarrett was secretly gloating when suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed throughout room. It seems Bishop in high spirits, isn't he? Massabarrett looked up and met gaze of Alexander Hikuf Hula, powerful emperor of Holy Empire of Helen. He quickly bowed deeply in respect, saying, "This servant pays respects to brilliant son of Holy Empire." "What brings Bishop here?" Alexander Hikuf asked, narrowing his eyes warily. "I came to meet Holy Son candidate of Joshua family. Since he concerns Holy Son, Holy See cannot stand idly by," Massabarrett replied. Alexander Hikuf gave him a meaningful look. "I see. You came here in person because of Holy Son. But if anything happens to this candidate as well, it will look very bad." "Haha, I don't quite understand what you mean." Before Massabarrett could even finish his sentence, a panic scream echoed from Holy Sun 8 room, startling everyone. Young master, he." Hearing made 8 panic tone, Massabarrett sneered, then followed Seagull behind Leaky Emperor as they rushed to Holy Sun 8 room. "What happened to a Holy Sun?" Li P Emperor bellowed as he kicked a Li door and burst in. Maid stammered in response, "Young master, he ID just too adorable." Tense atmosphere instantly vanished, replaced by excitement. "Look at that round little belly. Key boy eats so well. He really IDP a legendary little angel. He has already chugged 15 bottles of vegetable juice." While everyone was praising him endlessly, Massa Barrett gritted his teeth inwardly, thinking, this ID impossible. How ID he's still alive and kicking? How could he gulp down all of that and be completely unharmed? That was definitely not ordinary vegetable juice. Rewinding to a few minutes ago, a strange sensation was surging through his body. Am I about to lose my life in vain yet again? Wait, this thing ID. That liquid was Laya poison specifically for priests because Yeet depleted their holy power. Although Yeet wouldn't kivu them immediately, consuming enough of Yeet would certainly be Ike of them. However, this type of poison was extracted from demonic power, and for a former demon kin Lai myself, this was truly an earthly delicacy. I couldn't believe they were so generous as to send a gift that pleased me so much. I certainly let down any thoughtfulness behind this highly nutritious meal. So, instead of avoiding Eat, Izek proactively grabbed the bottle and gulped Eat down in one go. After drinking Eat, he even wiggled, demanding more, which left the attendant stunned. He ate asking for more. Right, I understood his intentions, they thou. Likey more he eats, leap stronger he'll get, after all. Whether Eat ate poison or juice, he none take I fake he immediately. Key 5 servants gleefully brought another bottle for wake. Absolutely incredible. Absorbing demonic power ID truly exhilarating. I wonder who poisoned me, they were incredibly thoughtful. Alright, ET8 time to devise a strategy for next phase. Quit that thaw, Ezek half closed his eyes. I will leave our real world to delve deep into my subconscious, advancing towards key primal region to forge a mana core. This place ID extremely safe. Now, let it grind begin. I need to gather all the demonic power I absorbed earlier and compress it into a complete mana core. To cast spells later on, possessing a mana core ID a mandatory prerequisite. Suddenly, the mana core in Isaac 8 hand shone brilliantly, startling him. He thought some magical explosion was about to occur, but he turned a not to be Lipe case. Normal mana cores online have 3 basic colors, but this one was pure white. Wait a minute, Lee color isn't the main issue here. I haven't even had time to gather enough demonic power into this tiny core, so then, where did this immense energy come from? He has truly far exceeded all my initial expectations. I don't understand how many blessings this tiny body has received from above. At this rate, I'll turn into a Men XT quit power even more terrifying than I expected. Survival and iron will, name survival, etched deep into Wee's soul, an intense, almost frenzied desire for survival. Teat was why origin of a demon bone Kang, helping him secret countless unique skills, and I am inheriting that entire legacy in this current form. While Azek was busy creating his mana core in his subconscious, things outside were also in an uproar. 2 attendants, seeing him lying motionless, whispered among themselves, "This time he ain't really gone, isn't he? Oh, should we try checking?" As soon as a P-maid finished speaking, Isaac suddenly raised a finger, signaling that he wanted another bottle. This left them completely stunned, speechless at his tenacity. Returning to reality, Alexandra, seeing that Isaac was still sighed in relief, realizing it was just a false alarm. Exactly, Isaac thought to himself, apart from almost being assassinated, there ain't nothing to worry about here. He suddenly tilted his head and coincidentally caught sight of Massa Barrett 8's Tren expression. What IDE? What intentions does that look hold? Could it be because I consumed too many eggs? This isn't get. Revealing a flaw now ID Gly walking straight into a trap. I just have to keep pretending to be an innocent child. Time to focus on getting my smile just right. Isaac acted immediately, trying to squeeze Ali most adorable expression of his life in front of old Massa Barrett. Watching EP old man 8 face change color more and more. What kind of spell ID this kid under? That dose of poison should have had him vomiting blood and dead long ago. Yet he IDP still conscious enough to bare his teeth and mock me. He ate truly an eyesore. Rewind to a few days ago at Ike Tower headquarters. Higher Barrett, a powerful cardinal and head of Light Barrett family, sipped red wine and remarked sarcastically that whoever becomes Ye Holy Son holds power over life and death in Li Holy Kingdom, yet commoners keep insisting their children are Li Holy Son how laughable. Massa Barrett stood behind him, one hand his chest respectfully, promising, "Rest assured, my lobe, we will take excellent care of Life Holy Son candidates." Higher Barrett sneered, "Of course, but I've heard rumors of a candidate from Lee Joshua House, like Emperor 8 right hand. How annoying." Sensing Lee killing it, Massa Barrett broke into a cold sweat and replied, "If he'd ate that faction, we are truly powerless." Before he could finish his words, Higher Barrett knocked wine glass onto EP floor right at his feet and coldly gave an order. "When Dew set foot there, that child must be recorded as having already passed away. Your job IDP simply to confirm that death. I'll handle luck aftermath. This position of Holy Son can unlie belong to Wielke House of Barrett." Back in knee present, Massa Barrett ground his teeth when he saw Isaac swallow a pile of poisons yet continue to lie there grinning. He was clearly certain Lukey boy would be dead soon. Why was he still alive and well? This ID nonsensical. At that moment, Alexander Hakuff walked a V to Lee Cradle, observed Isaac, and laughed, praising his lustrous platinum hair. Isn't he this legendary hair of Lia Holy Kingdom 8 founder? Massa Barrett frantically Your Majesty, do must not speak so recklessly. Isaac 8 eyes widened at Alexander Hakuff as he thought to himself, ID this guy really leaky emperor. Alexander Hakuff turned and smiled at Massa Barrett. Why not? This little one even radiates a more divine urur than I.e. Pope. He ID worthy of being E-Tep tier Holy Son candidate. Isaac was startled, thinking, what? I am a Holy Son candidate. No wonder these people keep babbling about holy things all day. Massa Barrett heart was burning quit anxiety. Why situation was bad Lake Emperor was growing fond of he kid, and he had to cut this op immediately. Quit that in mind, Massa stepped forward to smile, asking for permission to examine Lee child, which made Alexander Hakuff narrow his eyes and question him right away. Massa explained that it was completely illogical for an infant to digest that much juice. Emperor replied, ID a Holy Son candidate forbidden from eating tusha food. Isaac thought to himself that a demon kin lie him becoming a Holy Son was I funniest comedy silly CP rep of like century, while Massa still insisted on checking like little one just in case. Alexander Hakuff waved him, saying like Joshua family members would arrive soon, so wait until then to figure things out. Massa continued to plead but suddenly froze when he saw Isaac burp or a wisp of demonic energy. Realizing his disastrous, Isaac quickly covered his mouth, quit his hand immediately. That was E.T. P. wisp of demonic energy that hadn't been fully consumed was accidentally revealed. Fun of apprehension, Isaac looked at Massa Barrett and saw that Leek old man was also staring back at him with an unfriendly gaze. A few seconds passed, then Massa Barrett suddenly smiled and said, Your Majesty, I have just sensed a very suspicious you-ra from this little brat. He truly cannot be underestimated. Isaac was worried sick, wondering if this old geezer had found out. Massa Barrett added, This child ID likely an impostor possessing the Deech power. We must immediately report this to heresy investigators for handling. Hearing this, Isaac realized he had been caught by key old fox due to a momentary slip-up. He could lie curse inwardly, what terrible luck. As for Alexandra Hakuff, she flew into a rage upon hearing this and shouted, How dare you, who gave due permission to speak so recklessly about such a noble Sen candidate? Massa Barrett calmly smiled and replied, Your Majesty, Lee calm your anger. Wasn't E.T. Pope himself who personally declared a descendant of Barrett House's Guxin candidate? Alexandra Hakuff was slightly thinking to herself, he wants to put one of his own into EE position of Sen. He truly IDE type of person who thinks he can do anything. Isaac was extreme thinking, so that he wants to get rid of me, quit this nonsense reason. At that moment, Massa Barrett grabbed a jack and ordered, Guards, call heresy inquisitors here immediately. A jack couldn't mutter a curse, you bastard. While he was struggling to find a way to escape, Alexander Hakuff suddenly spoke up, see top at once. Leek wrote Swa family has always been a loyal pillar of key royal family, so is king. I demand that do postpone questioning of this child. Massa Barrett bowed his head, I understand, Your Majesty. But Your Majesty, Lee Pope once affirmed that EP Crown Prince 8 investiture ceremony will take place once position of EID key clearly determined. Upon hearing this, Alexander Hakuff expressions confused, and his mind was in a turmoil. If he did not see PP key candidate chosen by E Pope to become EP San, did they intend to make things difficult for Crown Prince 8 investiture? A jack observed Alexander Hakuff at anxious face and thought, these sinister people, just do wait and see. Massa Barrett also perceptively noticed this and smiled confidently, if you do not wish to hand him or VE to IV Holy See, we can verify it ourselves right now. I and Lai need to use my exorcism spell. If this child ID pure, he will be fine, but if he ID a demon, he must vanish. Before Massa Barrett could finish his last sentence, a jack immediately took his milk bottle and smashed it directly into EP Man 8's face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Looking at Lee Tooth flying a jack thought triumphantly, do gap-toothed geezer, just do wait, after all, I am just an innocent, blameless child. Not an lie that, he even put on like most innocent smile possible. Massa Barrett didn't find it cute at all, he screamed in pain internally, what on earth ID this? How can a milk bottle have such terrifying power? People around began to marvel, this child ID definitely Ki Sen. Massa Barrett stared at a jack in his arms, he sensed like holy power within, but what was that strength just now? While Leek old man was still dazed, a jack delivered a few more painful blows to his face. As he hit him, a jack gloated, how dare you act superior to this Ken? Take a few more hits. Massa Barrett began to suspect, could this be Medici power? Everyone began to notice, especially Alexandrov, he wore a satisfied smile upon seeing a brilliant Ginal lie emanating from a jacket strike. A jack continued to strike rhythmically. He had used an enhancement spell to make a bottle harder, and as long as he acted innocent, Everything would be fine. In just a moment, Lee crowd saw Massa Barrett kneeling on Lee ground and cheered. Lee Bishop must have been swayed by Ike holy power. Isaac looked at Massa Barrett triumphantly, but then he noticed IV Gimon glow on Lee Key milk bottle. Wait, that eight's Tren, though faint. Every time a ID used, holy power automatic. These two things coexist yet oppose each other, so they cannot become one. It seems this ID closely related to that white Medicha power. Lud and thou, Isaac suddenly saw Massa Barrett snatch IP milk bottle from his hand and throw it into a far corner. He glared at boy intensely, then turned to Alexander Haikov and swore by heaven and earth that this child was a heretic and they must perform an exorcism immediately. Isaac could unlie Sai and tell himself that this old man was a genuine bastard. While Keyman was flailing about, Isaac lightning fast slipped his hand into Lee Man 8 tunic, telling himself it wasn't T that he wanted to do this, but Lee Guy was hiding an in-T-rate teen toy used to seal demons right on his person. This object utilized a demonic trait of absorbing Madich from like corpses of its own kind. He hid it as carefully as a cat hides its droppings faux fear of being hunted by demons. While muttering to himself, Isaac managed to pull from Masset 8 tunic an arm emitting demonic energy, wrapped tightly in cloth along with a crucifix necklace. Seeing that scene, Massa Barrett froze in absolute terror. But how could a newborn baby possibly know all these secrets? Just as that thought occurred, another incident made him even more paralyzed with fear. Isaac nonchalantly dropped Totem onto floor and snapped his fingers, whispering, "Be careful, do bastard, since do insisted on meddling, de'll have to deal quit consequences. In return for this gift, I'll broaden your horizons a bit to see how do you fare against this thing, do you slippery man." Right after Isaac finished snapping his fingers, Lee Totem suddenly seemed to come back to life, bandages gradually unwrapped, causing demonic energy to erupt violently from Lee's arm within. Everyone in my room, sensing that demonic energy, stared tensely at Lee's Tren object. Someone in the crowd shrieked tremulously, "Idigi that a demon." Alexander, watching demon warily, shouted, "Bishop Massa Barrett, why I deep a demonic soul appearing here? Have do lot your mind, hiding a demon on your person lie this." Massa quickly countered, "Don T do see, this child pulled it out." But Alexander pointed his finger and questioned, "This thing I used to seal a dead demon, so how could it come back to life?" Without waiting for further explanation, he ordered Lig Holy Knights, protect Lig Holy Son from Lig demonic soul and this corrupt bishop. Group shouted in unison, drew their swords, and charged at Lee Demon. One of them rushed toward Massa and snatched Isaac back from him, leaving Massa standing there stunned, stammering, "Why IDPT me?" Nestled in the knight at arms, Isaac looked at Massa smugly and thought, "Serves do right, let it see how this bishop holds his own against a demon." However, when he turned to look at Likey Demon, he was shocked to realize it was also glaring at him and screaming, "Lee Holy Son. Must destroy Holy Son immediately." A huge question mark appeared in Isaac 8 head. What a key hell was this? Why answer was all too clear, he was aiming straight for him. Destroy Holy Son. Eat roared again and lunged toward him. Seeing P. Crites' situation, Lai Holy Knights hurried to BLPC its path and shouted, "Protect young master." Isaac thought blankly, "I did this demon crazy. I am clearly E benefactor who brought it back to life, yet now Yate wants to devour me." But whatever, Isaac didn't even bother to care, he was too much of a hassle. Anyway, quit Holy Knights protecting him, his little life was temporarily safe. Just as that thought flashed through his mind, he saw a knight get swatted away by key demonic soul lie a dry leaf. Isaac shot a suspicious look at Lee P. Man who had just sprawled on the P. ground, wondering if these guys were actually Holy Knights. Meanwhile, Egot Demon swiped away Iki Knights blocking its path and lunged toward Isaac, screaming foe destruction of like Holy Son to see its master. While Knight holding Isaac trembled violently as Ega drew near, clutching E-boy tightly, while Isaac remained calm, thinking to himself, "Great, ET looks like I'll have to suppress this thing myself first. I don't know why so many people want to send me to Waiki afterlife in this lifetime." Isaac looked up his childish face, gazing indifferently at E-Demon right before his eyes. "I already spared do, yet do you still dare to fally tricks on me, do insolent little demon?" He shouted inwardly as a wisp of demonic energy flickered through his eyes, shooting straight toward the Git Demon. Instantly, Lie Demon 8 movements ground to a halt. Fu in its eyes now, what stood before 8 was no longer a newborn Holy Son, but a noble demon kin looking down at Eat Lie a lowly ant. A second later, Isaac 8's entire body suddenly burst into a brilliant Gin Lie, illuminating entire. Ega Demon in particular was almost completely swallowed by that dazzling lie. Panic cries of terror escaped its mouth. While everyone was still stunned by Isaac and let their guard down, he'd escaped through Waiki door Lie of each lot. A knight saw this and shouted, "Lee Demon." He tate running away. However, no one cared. Their eyes were glued to Isaac, who was radiating a holy oorah. Eat really ID holy power. Did Loke Isaac just take down a high LVE demon? How extraordinary truly our family at young master. Isaac looked at Lie shimmering strands of Geen One Lie on his hands and mused, What on earth ID this? What kind of power ID this, after all? Could it really be holy power? What key hell ID going on? My ID completely drained. I can believe heat this X-Trend body ID key actually converting mana into holy power on its own. Wait, then where will I get mana to use? Mana in this holy kingdom ID key already as rare as autumn leaves. Just then, Lay Knights managed to restrain Massa. Even so, he still struggled and screamed, "Release me, you fools. That brat ID heretic using demonic mana. Demons dare to infiltrate a holy kingdom. Your Majesty, let me use an exorcism spell to reveal his true face." Alexander shouted, "Enough, Bishop. Do you dare to slander a Holy Sun candidate as a heretic, and do even had leak audacity to release a high LVE demon right in front of Iki Knights. Even if do RP Pope 8 man, I will not easily overlook such a heinous crime." Hearing this, Masad 8 face turned as pale as ash. He knew all too well tragic end that awaited him. Like seeds of doubt had been sown, sooner or later, all spies planted here would be caught. If that happened, us Pope would lose a key pawn. Now, even if he cost him his life, he had to find a way to see his family. If things have come to this, I must at least take this Holy Sun candidate down. Quit me. Quit that thou. Massa gritted his teeth and secretly drew a Madich circle behind his back. As soon as Madich's circle was complete, a lion-like beast was summoned and lunged toward Isaac. He awe of his mind. Does he really think that puny attack can take me down? Isaac intended to use his mana to finish Opli beast, but then he suddenly remembered that his mana had been completely drained long ago. He watched as beast drew closer and closer. Unexpectedly, Isaac saw a bolt of Madich fire from Libby doorway, which wiped a locked beast in an instant. Immediately after, a young man entered followed by several others, who gave Dio people permission to touch a child of like Joshua family. Key person appearing was Relahug, Lai 7th young master of like Joshua family, causing Knights present to watch in amazement. Their family aid elite army had arrived. Relay nonchalantly ordered his attendants to immediately arrest Bishop Massa, who was kneeling on Li P ground. Knights obeyed instantly, causing Massa to scream in protest at being touched by Joshua family 8 hunting dogs. A Jack rested his chin and thought a little old man, like a name Joshua sounded familiar, as if he had heard 8 somewhere before. Before he could spend any more time trying to remember, Relay spoke up again, urging everyone to sue their respect to their master. At Leet command, Knights knelt in unison and cheered to welcome their young master. A Jack observed their disciplined demeanor and thought to himself that they were even more serious than Nick Royal Guard. Relay approached Isaac and apologized for being late, asserting that while he couldn't fully make up Foggy mistake, he had brought a small gift as an apology. As he spoke, Riley signaled Foe and Knight to come forward, while Isaac watched curiously to see what he was about to do. When he saw Ike Knight pull something sparkling from his tunic, Isaac wondered if 8 might be Goldo a pouch fun of money. A moment later, Lee Toy was presented to a Jack. E.T. was a Mavrandan of bone kin being executed. Not stopping there, Lee Knight pulled several more items and introduced another Manon of Luki figure being burned alive. There was yet another Maon showing that same figure being crushed to pieces by a Saintess. More bizarre models he saw. Kimura jacket face stiffened, while Lee's surrounding crowd wore expressions of confusion. Lee's subordinates began to praise their young master excitedly for being excessively adorable. Seeing their tearful delight, one would find it heart-meltingly cute. A Jack was stunned, worrying intensely about a future. How could he possibly survive in a family fun of such crazy people? He suddenly remembered, Joshua was YP name of YP group of Saintesses who had tried to defeat him in YP past. A Jack became letting memories flooding back into his mind. I am so's Joshua, 45th Saintess. I am so's Joshua, P61st Holy Son. You are not worthy of knowing my name. Recalling that, a Jack felt a throbbing headache as he realized he was not only a Holy Son but also a member of like Joshua family. What sin had he committed in his past life to suffer this in this one? While he was busy wallowing in self-pity, Massa continued to struggle and resist wild. These Joshua bastards are definitely herit. Where did you kidnap that brat from? I will expose your true faces. To dare protect a men NXT has Joshua family become this corrupt? I swear to purge all of you in Li P name of God. Relai drew his sword from its scabbard. He swung his sword past Massa 8 neck, leaving a small wound just enough to silence him, and then issued a cold threat. Be grateful Fu Joshua family 8 tolerance. Oh, your head would have fallen to wee ground long ago. A Jack silently praised move, thinking that shutting like he Bishop 8 fell mouth lie that was truly satisfying. He wondered if Relai would use this tactic against He Saintesses. Afterward, he turned to Lee Knights who were flatteringly surrounding him, saying Lee P young master shouldn't lie here and see get things, which made Isaac sigh since these people were truly fools. He suddenly remembered Blumlo Knights of Ruxua family. They were key ones who were truly real men. It seemed that among his former subordinates, someone had become completely obsessed quick color blue. Amidst a tense atmosphere, Alexander spoke up, suggesting that he was about to trouble everyone once again. Biokiway, Riley, Could Dio tell why head of a house that royal family earnestly wishes to take young master back for care and protection? Riley looked up at Alexander with skepticism, thinking His Majesty must be joking, while Isaac was internally shocked. God heavens, am I being eyed for adoption by royal family again? Alexander spoke in a serious tone. We whole world ID keep focusing its attention on your young master, and you are one who understands this best. I do not deny that Joshua family ID very powerful, but will that be enough to protect child, especially when Dapawadi extremely dissatisfied Kudum? Partly because light child 8 hair color matches Leek founder of Holy Kingdom, not to mention that Bone Demon Kin might also be targeting him. Isaac groaned, what heck, I am Bone Demon Kin myself, could I possibly be targeting myself? After a moment of consideration, Riley replied, pardon me, your majesty, but since he carries Joshua blood, we are determined to keep Lee child at all costs. Whether it be Pope O Bone Demon Kin, he family ID not afraid. Besides, Sen Melissa of Lee previous generation always yearned to meet Bone Demon Kin. Alexander Lee responded soft, that ID cow heat IDP. Riley continued, thus, Joshua family has even more justifiable reason to continue raising child, a direct descendant of Sen Melissa. Snuggled in Riley at arms, Isaac was stunned to hear name Melissa. Wasn't she key financial opponent he faced before rampaging across Key World? E.T. was her most terrifying and insane Sen he had ever encountered in his life. Not in lie was he born into a holy family quit candidate status, but he was also a descendant of Melissa herself. This fate was truly ironically unbearable. Tales of Life Saints. After many defeats at hands of Bone Demon Kin, they decided to seek Red Xen as a key ultimate weapon. They were living staves created by gods to eliminate evil, knights who wielded holiest and most noble lie of Holy Kingdom. Quite superior combat, it was believed Bone Demon Kin would soon be annihilated by key saints beings God lie power, intense vitality, ability to self-destruct if needed, and beauty that enhanced time. Even so, Bone Demon Kin remained an incredibly cruel individual. Isaac thought to himself, Ivy never actually harmed any Sen, doing that would be lie asking foe trouble. Because killing a Sen would cause their holy power to return to God, allowing deities to seek red aversion many times stronger. However, that Laskin named Melissa was truly terrifying, and now it was painful to realize she had become his ancestor. Riley continued with an air of worship. She lived her whole life waiting for day key Bone Demon Kin would be destroyed, and Joshua family IDE cradle that produces saints ready to face anyone who opposes gods. Alexander slightly furrowed his brows in deep thought. A holy knight suddenly interrupted. That ain't right. Do know how many people have died at hands of Bone Demon Kin? Hearing this, I eternally protested his innocence. I didn't do anything. He-Man continued. Some were even locked in a maze just because he deemed his opponents unworthy. Isaac clicked his tongue. I let her awe. Who knew she suffered from chronic disorientation? Besides, only 5 others died from curses after facing me. Isaac thou irritably. If Dewey's sick, go see a doctor. Seeing Boyd 8 face flushing red, Riley comforted him. Don't worry, we'll take care of everything. Even a curse on harm you, making Isaac want to scream. Why am I one who finds this so absurd? Then, Riley picked Isaac up and smiled. This little boy idea source of great happiness, his parents and wish for one simple thing. That when he grows up, he never becomes wives kind of person that Bone Demon Kin. Isaac wore a meaningful smile deep within his heart. To he father and mother Ivan never met, I am truly so refo letting you down so miserably. Alexander persuaded. Elder Vele, Pili reconsider. Edie has already been 150 years since the Demon Bone Kin was locked in glass cage. Isaac said to himself in SC, does time really fly that fast? That means Lady Melissa passed away a long time ago, doesn't he? If I remember correctly, she was already nearly 50 back then. Alexander can Demon Race ID rising stronger than ever. Lexine ID our nation 8 Trump CPC to regain Ike upper hand. This child holds the fate of our royal family, and besides, their ID currently not a single saintess guarding Lee Joshua region. Ite has been a fun year since his mother gave birth and quit her husband. Isaac was startled and thought to himself, damn neat, so he turns I am Lee's son of a saintess. Vele replied, even if they are gone, you are still here. Lee Joshua family ID more than capable of protecting this child. Isaac held his head and groaned, I can take this anymore. Leaky sepasi of my mother being a saintess IDP more than enough to kivu me. Just as he regained his composure, Alexander added, isn't Lady Melissa on her way to clean up Leaky Demon Bone Kine 8 henchmen? Veli said confidently, she will return soon, because she misses her grandson to death. Hearing name Melissa again, Isaac just wanted to bury his head in his pillow and scream, oh my god, she must be 200 years old by now. How ID she's still stubbornly clinging to life like a starving leech. Alexander can, perhaps she needs a little more time to return Lee baby 8 condition seems trend. ID he alright, Veli reassured him, pub boy ID perfectly fine. Isaac cried silently. Do you call this fi? What could be more terrifying than news that my mortal enemy he's still roaming free in the real world? If that hag Melissa catches me, I'll end up burned at stake. Anyone but her? She last person I want to face right now. If I want to survive, I have to take action. An idea flashed in his mind, and Isaac reached Akuda's tiny hands to firmly grab Alexander's 8 finger. He flashed an innocent, guiltless smile as if to say, Your Majesty, let me go quit to you. Alexander joyfully, oh my goodness, look, E-boy clearly wants to return to Y Palace quit me. Riley quickly Key-boy just clingy, Your Majesty. Alexander tried to pull Isaac 8 hand toward himself, like the imperial family has more than enough resources to provide him boy quit everything in leak world. Although Y Joshua family has a rich history of producing many saints, their experience in babysitting and childcare still very green. Riley was not about to back down either, tightly holding Isaac 8 other arm and pulling him toward her. This child was born to be a holy knight who will wipe all Waiki demons in Li T future. Like Joshua family most professional training environment. Furthermore, this IDT first sen in history, how can now P imperial family claim to adopt him when they have no experience caring for one? Two of them continued to tug back and forth, competing fiercely. Going to Key Palace better. No, Key Joshua family Key true calling. YP feeling that his body was about to be torn in half made Isaac just want to swear in his head. A holy knight standing nearby saw this eyesore of a scene and spoke up, P least top, do you are hurting boy. Both of them suddenly came to their senses, but neither was willing to let go of Isaac. He prayed silently, I've already chosen imperial side, peak let me go. I don't want to die this early. Besides, my life source manifesting as a brilliant glow of lie, and all gathering towards Key Emperor. In that case, following IP Emperor will definitely give me a much higher survival rate. I cannot miss this life-changing opportunity. Right at that moment, arm Alexander was holding began to emit a dazzling green lie. Alexander smiled, truly a wise choice, Xen. A moment later, Isaac 8 eyes widened in surprise. What on earth this? That night, in a secluded and deserted corner, Massa knelt flat on Lee ground before a group of hooded figures and screamed, this so unfair. He clearly used demonic power. I swear that child descendant of Lee demon kin. And leader of IP hooded group spoke up, holy power a divine gift from Lucky gods. How can a lowly Madicha practitioner do even dare to compare? Through Lee dim lie, could be seen that person who had just spoken was none other than Hooray. At same time, someone behind Hooray drew a sword and stepped toward Massa. Lee man panicked and cried all foe help. That was definitely demonic power, sir. How could I mistake holy power foe be Alxima che? Hooray coldly replied, Ati holy see, we consider your words to be nothing more than garbage. Lo Cardinal. Maza An Lai had time to utter those words before his head was severed from his neck by a sharp sword strike. Hyrie indifferently glanced at Macedate headless corpse, then casually let out a few mocking words that insulted gods. From behind, a hooded man suggested forming a new team to finish this job, but Hyrie brushed to P, thinking there was no need to waste effort since Iki Emperor had already carried child away. Leak royal territory fun of loopholes for us to act, let 8 seize them and ensure Lee to gate this time Key completely wiped all. As night fell, Belosi cloaked gang stood silently behind, holding their breath as they awaited Lai's secret order from their leader. The leader flashed a cunning smile, reasoning that Iki Emperor would definitely keep that little brat quit him anyway, and since there would be plenty of assassination opportunities in the Imperial Palace, they could take their time planning Lake operation later. Recalling that a Kixin candidate was still alive and kicking after a failed Mycen, he hissed through his teeth, swearing that this time he would send Lai boy to his grave. As dawn broke, Lee playful Monen sunlight danced through Wee small window frame. Right at this moment, a jack was lying stretched off, cleaning his ears. A misty, windy sky, luxurious carriage guarded by strict soldiers glided along. Sitting inside, a jack muttered to himself that he was about to reach Naki Rotrua hideout. Upon receiving key bad news, Big B Easy Cloak faction was stunned, while key subordinates behind him trembled quad anxiety, thinking, wait, how pitiful. A few days ago, a blinding lie suddenly burst inside room, leaving a jack dazed and wondering what that sect-trend lie was. The lie was so dazzling that even though he was being held by Key Emperor, Like's toddler still had to covey his eyes quit both hands and complain internally, I am blinded. As he turned all, you emanated from Raelai, who was solemnly addressing, Your Majesty, Luck Rotrua region indeed not a suitable place to raise a child. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully, explaining that it was a desolate place filled only with demonic corpses and energy cores, making a jack silent. This guy 8 will to survive shining that brightly? Raelai gesticulated dramatically, his face and Lee boy 8 eyes at that moment shining as brightly as car headlights, as he said that Lee P most valuable treasure in Rotrua was at best nothing but Lee P dry skeleton of Key Demon Ken. Hearing that, Baby Ajak froze completely in SC, imagining in his mind a skeleton lying crossed arms in a wooden coffin, wondering, what? That ate my old body. Are do guys keeping eat? A child quickly grabbed Rayleigh's index finger his tiny hand, silently blaming him for not saying so earlier. Rayleigh, who had been talking endlessly, suddenly went silent upon noticing his nephew ate action, left dumbfounding. Lay boy ate other tiny hand also spread a bine and pointed, his mouth babbling a few sounds which, in his mind, translated to, Uncle, look at me. Lying quietly in the Emperor 8 arms, Jack flashed a bright, angelic smile, his hand clutching Rayleigh 8 finger tightly as he babbled, demanding to go to Rotrua right away. Witnessing this, Uncle Rayleigh was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, his face flushing red with emotion as he choked up and called all his beloved nephew a Jack 8 name. Returning to reality, Glee surrounding scenery was filled with sunshine, white clouds, and green grass. Lounging in a cozy cradle inside a carriage, a Jack rested his head on his hands, crossed his legs, and watched Lee outside scenery pass by window, thinking to himself that although he had been kicked all P royal family and sent to YP military, this was unli way to retrieve his old body. He still deeply regretted the loss of his old skeleton, which was packed ma di chi very body he had painstakingly trained to point of being able to stand shoulder to shoulder Iki gods. Once I retrieve eat, do mere mortals even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Recalling Rayleigh at face, which had shown Lei's son at that time, a Jack analyzed in his mind that, moreover, it was Lee first time he had seen such an intense desire for survival, and following his uncle to Rotrua would certainly be of great help in keeping himself alive. Sharing a carriage toddler was, of course, Rayleigh, and opposite them sat a low knight commander, who curiously asked why Pope 8 army was relentlessly hunting down young Master Ajak. Hearing this, Lee little guy also scrambled up to eavesdrop, wondering what they were so frantic about. Rayleigh glanced at his nephew, who was straining his ears to eavesdrop, and gently explained that it was all because of a divine prophecy revealed in a dream that future Sen would be child of God. Hearing this, Ajak jumped in surprise. The commander nodded. Does that mean that person will succeed to Leaky position of Pope? Rayleigh agreed. Exactly, which IDYEP Barrett family craves to possess Sen so badly. Listening to B conversation, Jack ate face dark, and he furrowed his brows, wondering what kind of absurd plot was unfolding here. Pope was foremost priest, whose ability to cast holy Medich reached ultimate 10th LV. He was a spiritual emperor to all priests and holy knights, and in holy kingdom, his power was almost on par quat Nai Kine 8, enabling him to summon wind and rain. A Jack rubbed his chin in deep thou. For thousands of years, Barrett family had monopolized a papacy, which was why they went mad at Lee prospect of some random Sen appearing and snatching that privilege, and naturally, other families were also eager to produce their own Sen. Suddenly, carriage halted amidst a noisy bustle, and two figures inside peered Ali window. Rayleigh poked his head out to ask what was happening, and coachman, looking anxious, evasively replied that they had reached Lee Principality but encountered a minor obstacle. While he was still stammering an explanation, law guards at Key City Gate loomed closer. 2 soldiers crossed spears blocked a road, and their leader raised his hand to order a halt, bluntly stating that none of them were allowed to set foot in Lee Principality. Isaac frowned, wondering what on earth was going on, while Rayleigh, furious, jumped down from carriage and yelled at guards, asking where their eyes were that they failed to recognize illustrious Rotsua family crest. Leader sneered menacing, revealing sharp teeth as if to declare that they would never cross this gate. Instantly, all 3 transformed, revealing their hideous forms razor-sharp claws, boldly declaring that they must eradicate Lee child who inherited Lick's innate bloodline. A low knight gasped in horror that they were demons, and Isaac, poking his head was also shocked, thinking to himself, what on earth this? I clearly forbade them from entering human territory. What nonsense newly appointed demon kin playing at? Lead demon laughed uproariously and declared loudly, "Do lowly humans, our noble kin has ordered eradication of all saints and saintesses at all costs." Hearing this, Ezek realized that new demon kin had indeed taken throne. Lee demon added, in name of great skeleton demon kin Ezek himself orders the lives of saints, making Isaac mumble in annoyance, in IP name of what? Their ID? No way I ever said that, do you idiot? Lead demon sneered, threatening that if they handed a VYK child, His Majesty's skeleton demon king might generously spare their lives. As soon as those words left his mouth, a powerful bolt of Lu lightning struck lead demon, turning him into a pile of ashes. As lot of lightning faded, Lay demon was nothing but a charred corpse on lake grass, leaving Wyke remaining too terrified as they screamed at a Khmer holy knight. A holy knight gritted his teeth and replied, "Do you dare be insolent to Lyrotsua family? It seems do have a death wish." Rylai pointed his sword at two demons blocking way and spoke coldly. He spun his sword behind him and recited Ike oath to protect small living things of this world. Holding his sword horizontally pride, Relay and Iki knights behind him swore in unison that Iki Ratsua family would wipe evil, chasing them to very depths of hell to purge their kind. Riley sneered that he never expected that bastard skeleton Kian to send his lackeys to seek death so soon. Provocation infuriated, who rushed to attack, cursing like inferior humans foe daring to speak up. One of them rushed forward, screaming that insulting a demon Kian was a capital offense, foe revival of a great His Majesty Ezek. Right then, Lipe commander of Lightabe Low Knights quickly scooped Ezek up and carried him o'er of carriage. Just as they left, carriage exploded violently. He dashed away an arrow and hastily apologized to a young master. Carried his shoulder, Ezek was utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth had happened that made someone want to assassinate him. An Enlai after retreating to a safe distance did he see Tup. He set Ezek down on lay ground and solemnly requested him to stay put. He chanted a spell to see Ruddy to be Lu protective barrier around him and said he would be right back, making Isaac gasp in surprise. A protective barrier. He reached out a touch by barrier, feeling a power so immense that even high-ranking demons would find it difficult to penetrate. He gleefully analyzed that if this thing blocked everything from key outside, it also meant nothing from the inside could escape. Then Isaac half closed his eyes, muttered about his desire to survive, and began to activate and release his Ma-Di each. Sitting cross-legged, he calmed his mind to fiend Trenanite flow of magical energy, whispering name of like Observer, an intelligent entity forged from pure Medici itself. As soon as he appeared, Book Observer wagged its tail excitedly and threw itself into its master 8 arms like a puppy. Master, do you art up best? Eat conveyed through a sense, to which Isaac replied, cut p cheesiness, don t act so clingy after we haven't seen each other in a while, oh do lilin up being boiled. E curled up obediently, I thou in this lifetime I would never have YP chance to behold your great countenance again? Eat sighed, and Isaac replied, I thought I had been pushing up Daisy's foe a long time myself, honestly. Watching Fentem prancing about like a child, Isaac thought to himself, time flies so fast, he whispered, Eat was originally just a scouting spell, but Eat developed its own unique ego. I created Eat long ago because I was too lazy to analyze things manually, convert many lifetimes, Eat has developed its own personality, even if Eat ain't still quite knave. Eat flattered him, your cruelty IDP still as peak as ever, congratulations on possessing body of a poor, frail child. Hearing this, Isaac pouted, cutty nonsense. A phantom drifted around the barrier and wondered, what sins did those filthy gods commit against you to shove you into this weak body? Isaac said irritably, stop blathering and focus on scouting folky enemy. Eat obeyed obediently. As do command, master, I will begin now. As soon as Eat finished speaking, its magical power spread to Kovikwi space. I will scan like area within 100 meters immediately. After scanning thy battlefield fun of demons and knights, Heat reported, there are 88 enemies, all of them monsters. These guys aren't even worth licking your boots. Isaac was startled. Are they insane? Do 88 of them intend to start a riot? Thinking about light prospect of guards increasing their numbers was troublesome. If security were tightened, summoning subordinates would become even more difficult. So he had to act quickly before Lipe family caught on. Inside a barrier, he bent down quick determination. Even if I have to drain my mana reserves, I have to take action myself. Wofan Tinem found this 6 tren and asked, what IDET? Eat noticed the battlefield again and reported, like current MMB of enemies ID now 51. Eat seemed surprised itself. Lakim B of enemies ID dropping rapidly. Now there are only 31 left. Isaac was stunned. Zika, why IDT suddenly so fast? Confantem reported that NLI 13 remained on a key battlefield when knights were fighting while staying alert, and one shouted, young master, something ID wrong. Vele immediately ordered all troops into defensive formation now. Remaining demons aren't worth much, Phantom said, and only 4 left. Key demons raised their heads fun of spirit. Leader has finally appeared. One demon yelled excited, brothers, today we will send this Sen to meet his maker. Another demon that had just appeared, looking like purple smoke, whispered, Aksen, huh? Just as Lipi demons were getting excited and about to gloat some more, a purple shadow streaked past and finished them all a causing Likey skeleton demon kin to be wiped all before he could even utter a quips. Witnessing such a swift execution, Lee group of knights was also terrified and shaken to weak core. Mavsam beside Isaac laughed gleefully. Lee enemies are all wiped all, while he frowned quick concern. A lich loomed in the key middle of key battlefield, making Ite Knight's limbs go weak. Tem reported, I just discovered a fan tam lich. For some unknown reason, Lee lich went berserk. Dio bastards dare to touch my ken. Pay fo heat quit your lives. Being singled all by key lich, Isaac 8 face dark. Great, what ID 8 having a fit about now? Lich 8 eyes burned quit murderous intent. My kin, Enlai master I worship. Each shrieked, do you have a lot of nerve to keep him imprisoned in this weak child 8 body? Demon spirit unleashed all its madness toward Ajax, who had just freed ET, and then turned to scold Ike Knights. Don T do dare look at him quit those disgusting eyes. Lee Lich threatened, otherwise, I'll gouge all your eyes all. Below, Ike Knight Commander asked Jalai, young master, What ID that demon blathering about? In reality, humans cannot understand demon language because their linguistic 60-tem ID completely different. Inside barrier, Lug little Phantam laughed aloud. Eat ate so much fun there. Ajax watched chaotic scene speech. Senja, this bastard realized I am a skeleton demon Kent. He'd ate really persistent at following me, but whatever. From Leaky other side came Lee shouting, all troops, listen to my orders, prepare foe battle. Why whole group replied in unison. Yet, they charged aggressively toward Le. And seeing this, Ajax couldn't lie sigh, why did he have to appear so brazenly? Behind that sturdy barrier, that little kid was acting like a clown using incomprehensible baby talk, shouting things like don't touch my property. That IDP my anchor of power. Seeing his little master acting silly, Kikopteen was startled, fearing Lee boy would attract Lee demon at attention. My Loka Jax, peak Lee wait just a little longer, I will handle this. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard like loud laughter of a lich. Eat looked toward Ajax, covering its face quote delight lie a girl in love, laughing like crazy. Master has recognized me. Why guide of my destiny has officially acknowledged me. Key Squab Teen was bewildered, not understanding what Eat was saying. Seeing Eat laugh, he suddenly felt a bit afraid and shouted, Rely, this demon ID provoking us. Instantly, Eat ignored the knights and rushed straight toward Ajax. I am coming to your side right now, Master. Rely realized in time that lowly creature was targeting Ajax. Lich approached Ick barrier where Ajax was and continued to babble. Do foolish knights, how dare do you lock him up in such a filthy place? Jax rejoiced him. Oh, wonderful, he has seen me. My young boy was delighted as he saw it approaching. I don't have to wait and watch my mana core being depleted anymore. He commanded, first, break this barrier immediately. Joyfully raising its claws, Heat replied, I obey your command. Then Heat slammed its claws down onto E-barrier. My Loke. T-Squad Septeen screamed in panic, young master. He barrier has been. Rely was also horrified. Ajax. Meanwhile, Isaac Griempfli, delighted to see barrier completely shattered. Grabbing E-Lich 8 hand, his mana flared up as he praised, well done. Immediately after, he absorbed T-Mana from Leaky Lich. Now then, stop causing trouble and get some rest. This terrified beach. Lee Lich shrieked as Eat felt its body being sucked into Leaky Totem. Master. Lee Lich retreated back into Wee Totem, asking resentfully, why? Meanwhile, Relay and like Squad Chupteen, who were rushing V, witnessed this scene. Relay was astonished, E.T. can't be. Looking at his nephew, who was grinning unharmed in front of him quit white key totem hand beside him, he muttered, ID that like holy Madich that turns demons into totems. Squatter rejoiced, Leaky first attempt was a resounding success, he ID truly extraordinary. P-Knights cheered Fu Young Master Azek, that IDka holy spell that Enli powerful individuals lay saintes o cardinals and above can use. He couldn't understand Lipe thoughts of these weak humans. What holy spell? I used Madich. Riley stood there without saying a quips. Crossing his arms, he expressed his doubts, that ID definitely a holy spell that turns demons into totems. But why was such a high LV holy spell used without me sensing any fluctuation of holy power? Still immersed in joy, Squad 15 replied, do know, ETID can lie when facing the most dangerous situations that humans can unleash their fun potential. Recalling how Wee Lich broke barrier, he analyzed, that demon targeted young master. Lee Demon 8 Soul must have instinctively sensed danger, which IDY8 risked everything to eliminate this potential threat. Squad Top Teen became even more excited. Our young master ID truly amazing. I am absolutely sure of it. I guarantee our young master ID holy son. This left Relay speechless. Seeing Leppy Squad Chop Teen attempting to kiss Isaac 8 cheek but being stopped by his nephew quit an annoyed look, Riley thought to himself, indeed, even I demon race has started to notice this child. Even if he isn't T holy son, he must certainly have something special about him. He lowered his head, pondering, but why does 8 have to be a boy? He frowned, his face turning serious as he remembered Lie curse, because of E demon bone kine 8 curse, every boy of E Joshua family. While he was still Laden Thal, he heard Bai Squad Top Teen say, I have made up my mind. Holding little Isaac in his arms, Leaky other man took an oath, quit my title as a cop teen of Lee EB Low Knights, I will protect Isaac 8 future, as well as E future of Lee entire Joshua family. Hearing that, Riley was surprised. He instinctively smiled, that 8 right, I am so foolish. He reached out to pick up Isaac, but hesitated, fearing Lie curse of Lee Bone Keen, even though this child would surely bring glory to Kichat Dita family and I future. Rayli hugged his nephew tightly, smiled, and said, let 8 go Isaac, uncle will teach do so many wonderful things. He promised that quit such innate talent, his son would surely become a renowned holy knight. Isaac smiled, but thought to himself, I will never listen to Diu. Hurry and give me back my body. Immediately after, Riley 8 words stunned him for a few seconds. No matter what happens to Diu, I swear I will protect my grandson to Ek N. Isaac and Lie stare in bewildered surprise. Riley continued to paint a glorious vixen of his grandson 8 name echoing throughout IP continent. Isaac babbled a few sounds, as if wanting to exclaim, "What shocking thing did I just hear?" But his uncle mistook heat fu enthusiasm and became even more excited. Isaac could unlie groan in despair. Riley chuckled gleefully and said, "When we get there, I'll teach Du how to curse that damn bone Ken." Hearing this, he could unlie turn pale and think to himself, "Who why hell are Du calling names, Du bastard?" Finally, carriage arrived at Duke Joshua 8 Mansion, a luxurious pleasure resort with vast gardens and elaborate scenery. There were several gleaming gold-plated statues. There was also an extremely Jeek-Ren pavilion. Glancing a lee carriage window, Isaac was both amazed and green quoud envy. These rich Joshuas lie so lavishly, while we demons are suffering. Do people are spending wastefully lie this? Remembering needy demon children Isaac felt like crying. These wretched capitalists don't understand how hard I've struggled to earn a living for these children. Observing it whispered, "Master, this place I deek on a completely different LVE from our slum. Just selling these statues would be enough to buy a dozen demon kin castles." Isaac turned purple quoud anger and said, "Enough, don't rub salt in my wounds." While he was busy looking around, his uncle Ray Lai picked him up and introduced, "This IDish Joshua family 8 mansion, P starting point for exorcisms and demon hunts." He carried his nephew to Wyke other window and said, "Take a look." On a key lawn, a scarecrow resembling Ebone Keen was tied to a cross. Some children were practicing beating 8 while Rai Lai whispered, "Do will be lie these children when do grow up." Immediately, Scarecrow quit clubs, shouting, "All Bone Kings must die." Each child looked possessed, and quoud every blow came a vicious curse. Lie Bone Kings are worse than excrement. Dismembering them ID not enough to satisfy us. Whitey curses echoing in his ears made Isaac 8 head ache. He thought to himself, what kind of mental issues does this family have to brainwash children lie this? Then he reassured himself, "It ain't okay." He smiled and planned, "Once I infiltrate Holy Kingdom, I'll burn down Emperor and turn this place into Isaac Empire." Keegat laughed and said, "Your Majesty, a great demon kin, don't bother quit such trivial matters." He subtly rebuked, "Shut up and go scout around." Wykeet immediately but at that moment, Hervika dozen sparkling lights appeared before Isaac 8 eyes, making him extremely surprised. His eyes lit up because they were all precious Mage cores. Get excitedly said, "I've never seen so many Mage cores before. How many demons have they sent to their doom?" Finally, like carriage stop, Ngi announcement was made, "We have arrived, young master." Rai Lai carried Isaac down and ordered his servants to prepare rooms because his nephew would be staying quit him. However, Butler who came to greet them hesitated awkwardly. He timidly apologized. There was an order to move young Master Isaac to Wiki Annex Bu Lian. Hearing this, Ray Lai expressed his displeasure and asked for what reason. Butler replied fearfully, "His Grace Ali G. Ren Duke has ordered that young Master Isaac ID strictly forbidden from entering main Bu Lin." Isaac found it too troublesome and thought, "What ain't going on now?" Rai Lai was stunned, thinking, "Idiki father going to banish lied child to that cursed place." Isaac also mused, "This family ID truly chaotic. As soon as I saw Iki baby abandoned at door, I knew a Joshua family was on a verge of ruin." His idle 7th uncle began grumbling that his older brother always did nonsense. He nodded in agreement, thinking it was true why crawl into Ikinex when Leaky Main Villa was this comfortable. Luki get beside him grinned mockingly and said Ike energy stone he craved was right in that corner of Key Annex, pouring a bucket of cold water ere v his pride. Relai brushed Key old butler aside to step inside, declaring he would never let his precious nephew rot in such a wretched corner. Meanwhile, Isaac screamed helplessly in his heart, "No, Peli let me go to Ike Annex." Enthusiastic uncle pulled Isaac toward his room, insisting on telling a bedtime story about heroic saintess who eradicated light white bone Kang. He got goosebumps thinking it was no different from an exorcism ritual for him, especially when Relai excitedly added he'd teach him bone cleansing secrets afterward, leaving Isaac crying and wondering if he intended to Kivu his own nephew. As they stepped inside, someone suddenly appeared to BLPC their path, mockingly asking why such a fuss was being made of he just bringing a homeless street urchin. EP Man raised his chin and announced that he had already given each order to banish IP Brat to Gi Annex. He crossed his arms smugly, looking at Relai and lecturing him, asking if he intended to rebel against his older brother so soon after they had finally reunited. Like's one who spoke so arrogantly was none other than ET 5th son of Like's Joshua family, Gaul Joshua. Isaac stared wide-eyed at newly arrived uncle, whose appearance perfectly matched that of a typical villain. He thought to himself, he'd ate a genuine gangster. Gaul jerked his chin and pointed straight at Isaac 8 face, demanding they put Blee Boy down so he could personally haul him TP Annex. Relay immediately dismissed, saying it was no joke as why boy was Joshua 8 flesh and blood and couldn't he be thrown into a place used for detaining criminals. Isaac glanced sideways at indifferent uncle, guessing this rude man definitely wasn't pleased quit his arrival. Like 7th uncle hugged him tightly and hurriedly told Like other to get of Like he way so he could tell Like he story of bone demon kinate eradication. Isaac ate face to Tlight in distress as he silently screamed and begged to be put down so he could just go to Wyke Annex and be done could eat. Gowl approached and poked Key Boy 8 cheek quote his finger, chuckling as he asked Riley where on earth he had found this tiny walking skeleton. Then he spat a foul curse, belittling blood, which made Isaac grit his teeth in anger. Though he truly wanted to go to Ike Annex, Keyman's abrasive attitude annoyed him, leaving him wondering if he guy was a priest or a common thug. But then he reassured himself that he didn't matter, as long as he could get there to peacefully absorb leaky energy stone. Meanwhile, Riley bluntly called a Gowl, telling him not to think his walk motives for wanting to exile Light Boy were unknown. Seventh Uncle continued, accusing him of wanting to claim Light Key Boy was cursed to exclude him from Key Power struggle. Hearing these sensitive words, Ajax froze, thinking, what on earth I did this? Wait a minute. Recalling his original scheme, he began to feel irritated. How could it be that easy? He hadn't even had light chance to drain this wealthy family yet. His goal was to rise as a Xen and then seize Waki Papacy, but above all, he was determined to give those damn gods a thorough beating for revenge. Gowl gave a wicked laugh and said there was no need for smears when he heard rumors of evil spirits emerging from Lookboy 8 body, suggesting he might already be possessed. The commander immediately fired back, stating that wasn't true and that Ajax had actually helped destroy key entity. He argued that being targeted by B forces from the start proved Boy 8 importance, while another knight nodded in agreement, saying he naturally possessed the pure energy of a Xen. Gowl curled his lip in contempt, saying he was moved to tears by how much breath they wasted flattering this piece of trash. He warned them not to toy quad him, suggesting that if Clipboy were truly a future savior, he should perform a little trick for him to see. Lee Git beside him took opportunity to needle him, saying IP Man was challenging him and suggesting he summon a meteor to crush him. Ajax replied, meteor, my foot. Gowl turned around to smirk, saying that if they were going to hail him as a Sen. He stared toward a withered tree and jerked his chin, pointing there. Tree appeared withered, without a drop of life left and even faintly smelling of death. Gowl challenged him, saying Yeet was a family treasure and asking why he didn't have Gully Boy revive YP thing Wapai head of Whitey house cherished so much. He pointed at P dry tree and grinned sinisterly, explaining that sacred tree had been ravaged by demon race Edima Che, so if this brat truly had leaky qualities of a Xen, reviving Yeet should be a piece of cake. Then he let a malicious laugh, adding that this was, of course, assuming he was real Sen of Le rumors. Seeing Gowl aggression, Riley protectively held his nephew and snapped, asking if Lai P-Man had looked in a mirror lately, while Ezek felt a bit intimidated, privately lamenting that while ancestor Melissa was a legendary fighter, descendants were so useless. He sighed and judged them, noting Key eldest brother was missing without a trace and a Key fifth one was incredibly unruly, when suddenly something caught his eye and grabbed his attention. Isaac 8 eyes widened in astonishment, wondering, what on earth be that? Get cackled gleefully, what IDPT? What's trend thing he happening now? He suddenly grabbed Git, who yelped, I was just eavesdropping on some intemperate teen gossip, and now dragging me away by IB head. What ain't going on? But, Isaac unceremoniously threw it away and commanded, go there and clean everything off o' me. Likey hadn't even had time to compose itself before Eat was whisked away, whimpering, hold on a second. Back at Lee original spot, Relai was still arguing Gowl, an arid tree stump that ate 7 decades old, in due remaking a toddler deal that ate utterly unreasonable. A sudden rustling sound startled Relay, while Gowl turned around a look of complete panic. Related eyes widened in disbelief. What did this appearing before me? Could it be sacred tree? Tree stump, which had been withered so long, was now revived, its branches lush green and fun of life, as if there had never been a separation. Seeing Lee Tree vibrant again, he joyfully exclaimed, has he truly come back to life? Gowl stood stunned. Despite using all Lee most advanced purification Medich, Lee Tree had still gradually withered away of years. He couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of trick this, after all? Seeing his opponent petrified astonished, Isaac chuckled to him. He ate nothing, just a small matter. He stroked his chin, feeling self-satisfied. White tree stump was tainted a bit of Lakamana, so I completely drained Eat. Lakigat slowly floated back to his side. I've absorbed all that mana, and its taste truly disgusting. Squad leader stammered, Sir Relay, why did Tree change so quickly? What did you do? Relay casually replied, I didn't do anything at all. Klee squad leader looked around suspiciously. Then what ain't going on here? Lying comfortably in Uncle Relay at lap, Ezek sighed, chirping a few words that Lie Hina Lee get understood. What a waste. All that git mana just vanished lie that. Geet whispered. What now? Do want me to spit all that back all? Klee squad leader suddenly realized and cheered. Eat must have been Sir Isaac who did eat. White knights, encouraged by sudden revelation, began to cheer, startling him. Amidst cheers, Enli Gowl looked sullen. Seeing his plan fall apart, he grew exasperated. I am going insane. Fu generations, no one in this family could sigh that tree. What right does this kid have to claim he did He tried to find an excuse. Someone must have interfered and helped him. Meanwhile, white knights were still hailing him as a savior. Young Master Isaac I'd indeed special. Gowl narrowed his eyes shrewdly. I get eat now. Riley must have staged this whole thing. From loopy exorcism to, he did eat all himself. As if he had discovered Lee truth, he trembled and clenched his fist. You did eat all, didn't he do? Raleigh looked bewildered. What planet are you speaking from? Gowl flew into a rage, grabbing Raleigh collar and shouting, Dew must have been backed by key saintess to XT gee this whole charade, so that snot-nosed kid could take lie credit, right? Raleigh pushed his hand away. Are you all of your mind? Gowl completely lost trend. Stop this farce. How could I possibly find a saintess who disappeared ages ago? Lee Knights fell silent, looking worried, while Isaac could end lie sigh. Melissa, Peely's top hunting demons and manage this household. Eat ate become as chaotic as a broken marketplace. Looking at Uncle Gowl distorted face, he secretly assessed, this person, referred to as brother by Gowl, doesn't he resemble Melissa at all? If anything, it would be more plausible to say this ID Melissa in disguise. Lee get curious, asked, what about his brother? A light bulb went a pea in Isaac ate head. I think this guy resembles that damned Pope even more. Gowl roared, don't play innocent anymore. I know very well that Dew brought this kid back to compete for Wei Key Saintess candidate spot. I can believe Dew Lee sees you're such a dirty trick when this family already has a candidate. Hearing that, Isaac grew curious. So they're at another candidate, huh? And that rude guy ID even supporting my opponent. Geet smirked, this ID a tough match. But it seems do Dante care in like he slightest, do Dio. He said gleefully, Dante do think that guy would also become wicked if he had someone lie this backing him. Defeating someone lie that would surely be quite in TP rate tin. Well Gut nodded in agreement, that sounds quite reasonable. Uncle Riley, at a loss for words, snapped, so we just going to abandon Lee P child, are we? He ate our nephew, and eldest brother ate son. He has every right to inherit this family. Gow replied contemptuously, ridiculous. Lee eldest brother. He already fled when Lee Key family was in danger. He started acting crazy again, even daring to mention Lee eldest brother who had just revealed this boy ate presents in a faraway place. While Isaac was indifferent to Lee reason he was being ostracized, Lee Key got reminded him that he shouldn't take his own life so lightly. Gowl added a touch of sarcasm, saying that, after all, Keyboy was still Lee Saintess 8 child, at most just a half-breed brought back from elsewhere, but then again, she was still Lee Saintess. Leaky words that followed from Gowl 8 mouth were infuriating, though he wasn't even sure if Leaky Boy was his brother 8's son, even if he Boy 8 face looked quite decent, bearing a striking resemblance to that woman. He kept provoking Riley 8 patience, suggesting that if he benefited Leapy family, they should just sell him to P to preserve Lie lineage. Before he could finish, a punch from Riley flew straight into his face. He whimpered pathetically, "Do you maniac? How dare you lay a hand on me?" Riley didn't flinch, saying, "Did you think you could walk away after spouting that garbage?" We knights turned pale, while Isaac thought quite amusement that brothers should interact quite martial arts lie this more often to bew bonds, and then to that, he had gathered plenty of intemperate tin information. Seeing Riley unilaterally beating Gowl up, light group of knights rushed in to intervene. "My lobe, Peely calm down, shouldn't he do that?" Isaac thought indifferently that Lee more chaotic this family was, leaky easier yet would before him to take UVE. He wore a malicious smile at their childish remarks. This rotting family was already tearing itself apart. Keegat scoffed, "Think carefully, if this house falls, do all vanish along Kudit. Has your brain been damaged too?" Isaac snapped, "Shut your mouth." After B chaotic scene, the whole group finally slunk into magnificent mansion. Isaac was seated neatly at Lee table, pouting quit boredom, not looking the least bit happy. Keyboy grumbled, "Weak atmosphere here ID just too stifling." At a long conference table, all members were assembled, murmurs arose, "Another brat. Now how are we supposed to resolve this mess?" Witnessing this scene, Isaac silently lamented that there wasn't a single sane person in this bizarre family. Lakey way they welcomed their hair was truly peak performance. Gossip grew louder, quote them saying that raising that country girl to be a saintess was already enough, so why birth this useless son? She isn't worthy of being a saintess. Isaac felt lie he was about to explode. "Hey, are you all crazy? That ain't going too far." A woman spoke in a steely voice. Everyone, silence at once. She declared, "Reali, we agreed to send this child to Key Branch House to avoid drawing attention." This woman was Hannah Joshua, Key's second wife of family head, Ali, and was currently holding temporary power. She questioned why he had brought Lee Boy here on his own authority. Isaac silently assessed that she was openly displaying hostility. She must be big behind pushing him to the branch house. Gowl, having finished bandaging his flattened nose, gritted his teeth and said, "Like lady of Lie House ID asking, why don't he do answer, Reali? Isaac thought to himself that she must be like yon of this disgraceful uncle. Reali didn't he bother to answer her, instead asking, "ID father not here." Hannah replied that he had gone out of town, admitting that these Fen candidate affairs were indeed troublesome. Reali sighed quit regret. Then he dropped a bombshell, saying that he would probably be very happy to hear that Lai Ki family 8 eldest grandson, Isaac, had just revived Li Holy Tree. That news made both Hannah and Gowl jump to their feet in ecstasy. Gowl slammed Eat table in denial. He'd ate just a coincidence. How could this little brat do that? Eat must be that Waiki ancestors' prayers have just been answered. An elder chimed in, that ain't right, even Lai P family head couldn't do 8, so how could a child lie him? Hannah folded her arms and sat down in agreement. I completely agree. She smiled sinisterly. Besides, there was no evidence from Leap's start anyway. The elders began murmuring, Lee Lady of Lai Ki House ID quite right, Lai Holy Tree 8 Revival ID indeed a blessing. Azek looked at them quite disdain, thinking, just look at that thick-skinned lot. He held out both hands. Do you want evidence? Don TDU. A brilliant B Lulai erupted, leaving both Gowl and Hannah frozen in place. Leaky elders and even Relai were left stunned by Key's sight. In front of everyone, a sapphire stone appeared as Ezek raised his hand, victorious child, then watched carefully. An elder stammered, what ID that energy? Looking at Libestone floating before Isaac. Melder exclaimed, that ID power of Lee Holy Tree. Ezek stammered, surprised, RNT do chickens. In a luxurious room, Lee elders sat around a table discussing. One person spoke, it seems Isaac has finished dealing quit whatever was knowing at Lighty Holy Tree. Another elder was startled, what? There was indeed Manhwa on Ike Holy Tree, but how could an infant get rid of Eat? Female elder beside them chimed in, isn't that the most logical explanation right now? Lee Child turned that Manhwa into substance right before our eyes. Another person pushed his glasses up slightly and said thoughtfully, true, but even if this method of exorcism IDT effective, Eat ID certainly not simple. Even a small mistake could cost Ike Holy Tree its life. That 8 Whitey family head chose periodic purification instead of direct exorcism. Gowl looked at everyone in panic. What are they talking about? Eat 8 impossible foe an infant to do that. Ray lie heartily at Creekly elders. A Jax must have instinctively exercised Donna. Jack stood nearby, quit his arms crossed, looking extremely smug. Exactly. Then Riley continued, a child who IDP still breastfed has accomplished what no one in this family has been able to do for we key past 70 years. Hearing this, Gowl immediately glared at Riley quit indignation. What lipe hell ID he talking about? Gowl slammed his hand on leak table in protest. Esteemed elders, do truly believe this absurdity. He roared angrily, an infant can exorcise demon. He can't even speak yet. If outsiders heard this, they would laugh us to scorn. Look at him, even his lineage is a Ratsua ID questionable. What if IP truth ID key that he comes from some unknown family? Ajax boredly stuck a finger in his ear and indifferently listened to Gee continued chatter. Reali said seriously, respected elders, Peakley listen to me. This child will surely become a Xen. He might even become the P next pope. Jax arrogantly thought himself, exactly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lai child and lifted him up. Then a Jax heard Lai person say, moreover, this child will destroy Key skeleton demon kin. Jax was horrified. What I key hell? Et better to stop it at previous sentence. As soon as the demon king was mentioned, elders immediately started murmuring, like skeleton dean. That despicable creature. Hearing this, a woman chuckled sinisterly and whispered, dear redigging your own grave, Riley. Then she looked directly at Zeali and Isaac and said, if Dewry so confident, why don't we tate him? Where Luke Eli could not reach, she rested her chin on her hands, her walk expression blooming into a cruel smile. I request to use Lai Holy Relic Repository. In the northwest of Like Holy Nation of Helen Hacklam, in a barren forest, thorns covered everything, and key air was thick key smell of death. A Menex T had its throat just cut, and fresh blood splattered all vul ground. Leaky man stood before a Menex T-date corpse, his BLFC cloak fluttering in the wind, shrouded in S-tren mist. He sheathed his sword and mumbled, this place isn't much better either. El Guardian walked up behind man, bowed down on one knee, and respectfully greeted him. Greetings, family head. Knee man did not turn around, merely asked coldly, what IDET? Guardian quickly replied, your representative of family has requested access to Holy Relic Repository. He-man stepped forward, his voice sounding impatient. I clearly stated that EP entire Holy Order ID forbidden from using EAT. Guardian quickly reported, EAT was not a request from Leapy entire Holy Order. Your grandson has succeeded in reviving I Holy Tree, so Wiki acting matriarch wishes to see if Lee child possesses Lee qualities of Xen. P-man suddenly turned his head. Lee Old Loke raised an eyebrow and walked toward P-guard. What did you just spit out? Gritting his teeth, he looked down at Lee guard questioningly. How did Xen suddenly appear in my family lie this? Eli Joshua, like esteemed head of Lie Joshua family, looked at Lee's soldier and ordered, I accept this. An Enly a saintess ID capable of surviving there. Tell them to avoid useless disputes. There are no exceptions, just follow my orders strictly. Just then, a silver-haired lady in luxurious attire stepped forward with delight. That boy 8 name ID Isaac, isn't he? Melissa Joshua, female family head and former saintess, smiled and whispered, reviving a holy tree. How in T-rate 10? Since I treasury IDK already you be in, why not let all EP saintess and sin candidates in there just faux fun? Hearing that, P-Guard turned pale. What? Pardon? Seeing Melissa Date's suggestive gaze and Eliate silence, he could end like grit his teeth and ask, but what if a child from another family steals like treasure? Melissa smiled brightly and, actually, I am hoping that, even most formidable saintesses of previous generations couldn't even get a scratch in there. Who knows? If a child manages to get that item, perhaps we might even catch that skeleton demon kin. Her eyes flashed quick calculation. In that case, we should reward that hero handsomely, shouldn't we? Melissa turned to Week's soldier and ordered, tell them that whoever brings a lucky best treasure will receive a reward that even Lee Pope wouldn't dare dream of like Joshua family heirloom. Hearing this, Guard broke in a cold sweat. Melissa added quick excitement. I will personally pass down like family 8 secret techniques to that child. She excitedly clenched her fists. Whichever kid succeed, I will grant them anything they ask for. ETID rumored that this sacred treasury contains not only precious artifacts but also a secret technique lotted for 1,000 years. V generations, Lee Saintesses have served as treasury 8 guardians, which ID Waga Joshua family ID considered its true masters. Since NLI children under 10 are allowed to enter, ETID considered a coming-of-age ceremony for candidates. Every time they turn a year older, Lee children enter to choose an item. Based on Lee item brought back, people would predict what power Lee Saintess possessed. However, because Lee place was so dangerous and prone to tragic accidents, Eid had to be sealed. Lee Seif and Tim chuckled. Let 8 see what kind of cessa this will be. Its eyes fixed on Isaac, Eid said, if Master survives and brings back Lee treasure. Isaac frowned and snapped, why are you talking so much? Leaf and TM hovered Isaac 8 head, not forgetting to entice him. Dewey looking forward to eat too, RNT Dew, Master. Isaac 8 eyes suddenly sparkled. Of course, boy excitedly continued. Rumor has it that Lee's skeleton demon King 8 mummy IDP still in there. A hand suddenly lifted him of Lie cradle. Young Master, are you feeling excited? Lee commander of Below Knights smiled and said, like Lady of Lighthouse has just opened thy treasury to all candidates. Isaac was secretly astonished. Lee whole group. As if in answer, he tossed him into Lee air and said, all 5 great families have arrived. Even those annoying people from Lee Pope 8 family are here, but I believe Dio will win. Watching this, Lee fan team could in lie sigh. They were making such a huge fuss. Although he was being tossed in Lee Key air, Isaac 8 mind was racing. Lee Key more, Lee merrier. They all lower their guard, and it'll be much easier for me to reclaim my body. As soon as Isaac fell, someone caught him. He heard a familiar, gentle voice, "Do must be careful, Isaac." Reli held Isaac and warned him, demons captured from Lee battlefield are guarding Lee. Isaac thought to himself, so there are demons guarding Eat, that really ID dangerous. He calculated again, if they were captured so easily, they must only be 6th rod and G. I'll just need to use pressure and it'll be EVE. Before he could finish his calculations, Rili poured cold water on his plans. 8th Raji demons aren't easy to deal quit, don't know. As he spoke, he placed Isaac back into Lee cradle. After hearing Rili finish, Isaac almost collapsed in C. How C-Tren? Why would LVE 8 demons crawl there? Commander added that Eki LV Rejunen was Eki real men XTE, to which Rili replied that, in terms of Arding, that was indeed like case. Witnessing that exchange, Lai Gat could only weep. This entire rotten family must be insane who would put a Lai Ray Jinen in a place where children were about to visit. Isaac was also left utterly speechless. Licky got reluctantly tried to console him. After all, Lee Master ID an expert on dragons, isn't he? Seeing his Master 8 silence, he turned to look and found Isaac trembling and biting his nails, drenched in sweat. White Get was horrified what on earth was happening now. Isaac was panicking. He was doomed, as this type of Yiki Raginate danger LV was entirely different from ordinary ones. A long while later, Ligit heard Isaac whisper, actually, Lai tricked them a few times. Curiously, Luke got asked, exactly how many of them did you trick, sir? Thinking of he dragons going mad because he had laid them by Iki nose, Eat realized this bastard hadn't even spared the young ones. What did he sell to those kids? They weren't even 300 years old. Even old dragons were fooled, let alone young ones. This damn skeleton was truly terrifying. Isaac stammered. Eat was only about 70 of them. Isaac suddenly remembered something was wrong. Damn neat, they have such extraordinary memories, they'll surely recognize my soul. Chuckled mischievously. Maybe I should find a new master soon. Isaac gnashed his teeth. I can hear everything. Do know. Isaac slammed his chubby hands onto bed, quit burning determination. Eat seemed there was no way back. He had to face EKVT8 demons and ELVE90 Region in Lie archives. But quit his current LV, even dealing quit a few IVE6 demons would be enough to leave him exhausted. To make mincemeat of them, he would have to swipe all leak mana cores of this family. Seeing Gi dumbfounded look, Isaac said excitedly, "Let 8 go to Waiki Annex." As Ki new day began, like early morning sunbeams pierced through white curtains, brightening the entire magnificent palace. In a quiet room, young Isaac sat huddled behind Ki door, his eyes glued to a book. While little Cloud beside him kept nagging, "Master, do you don't look well at all, do you?" Without waiting for an answer, Eat pressed him again, "Master, are you really okay?" Isaac, still focused on his reading, replied with a pale face, "I am fine." He muttered, "If I could master holy power, these spells would be child evil eye. Why can't I get any of this into my head? This ID so annoying. I might as well just manipulate that guy 8 mind and have him teach me. Eat would be faster." Lee Cloud jumped up. "Do you want to use Biki Lucim Che in front of a priest? Do plan to tear this house down? Oh do want to summon demons again?" Isaac gave Eight a searing glare. "What has been wrong do you fu past 150 years? Cloud laughed awkwardly. Exhausted, Isaac closed Blee book and rubbed his eyes, thinking to himself, how am I supposed to digest all this theory on my own? Just as Blee boy was yawning repeatedly, a large hand suddenly grabbed him. D looked quite exhausted. "Don T do, kid?" Relay entered quit Knight Commander. He lifted Key boy into his arms and said, "I gather you've had a long, tiring day." Isaac could only groan inwardly. "That ain't right. Kids this age need 16 hours of sleep to have enough energy to cause trouble." While Relay was placing Isaac in Lie cradle, Commander picked up book with a look of utter confusion. Relay laid Isaac down in Lie cradle and spread his palm in front of him, muttering, "Restoration." A streak of green lie enveloped Isaac. "Oh, ID that a spell. That ain't great. Keep going, mister. Cast a few more Fumi to see." Seeing Relay turn to Chait Quat Commander, Isaac tried to climb O of cradle. Lie Cloud saw this and quickly stopped him. "P. Lee, just stay still Foamy." Lie Cloud continued, "Do have to go to I Annex immediately. Do can T just keep hiding here forever?" Isaac snapped, "O of Eat, right, T Annex. I have to get rid of these people quickly." Noticing unusual silence around them, Riley and Commander turned back to Chait. Seeing Isaac lying curled up in cradle, Cloud inwardly criticized, "What such terrible acting? Do you still expect to fool people?" Lee Commander smiled, clutching book. Young Isaac fell asleep so quickly. Relay nodded. "This child ID truly a prodigy. He ate quick at everything he does." Light Cloud heard this and just wanted to disappear into wee ground. They've all gone mad. Seeing Isaac so asleep, Relay spoke, "Eat late, shall we go?" Light Commander replied, "Yeah, I still have to go practice." Entourage looked confused, not understanding any, while Isaac lay snugly in his crib, grinning smugly as they prepared to withdraw. As soon as they turned their backs, they blurted, "This totem ID too dangerous. We have to take ET." Making Isaac so horrified he felt life fainting on spot. Relay instructed Commander that this was Isaac 8 first treasure and 8 must be guarded carefully, causing little boy to curse inwardly, wondering who gave them permission to take it so casually. Before their figures disappeared, he heard a promise to display it in most visible place, making Isaac want to cry tears of despair because he hadn't even managed to draw mana from it yet. As soon as door slammed shut, Isaac sprang up like a spring quitty determination to suck all manakor in Leaky Annex. He hurriedly used his chubby body to swing of Lee crib. Lee Cloud, seeing this, worriedly asked, "Are you really going to crawl there?" Isaac replied, "Hurry and bean key door foamy." Lee Cloud frantically flew to Lee door and hastily replied, I'll do 8 right away, my loke." Eat flew along, muttering, "I don't have time to carry do around," and stopped abruptly upon reaching the door, while Isaac behind Eat had already tumbled away ground. Before he could feel pain, he heard Leapy news that old man had locked Waiki door and even cast a spell on Lee Key outside, making Isaac furious and ordering, "Break down the door immediately." Speaking of Light Cloud advised against Eat, saying Yate would make them think Du were under attack and some here lie ants. Isaac swore loudly. Isaac angrily punched wooden door repeatedly. He irritably thought that he couldn't stand being confined lie this, and using Medich would end like complicate things. Just then, key door creaked yeah. Isaac, busy thinking about how to escape, was suddenly hit directly in the key face by Iki opening door. A boy about 5 or 6 years old pushed die key door OB and walked into die room. Key boy held a prosthetic arm wrapped in bandages, gazing intently at Isaac lying sprawled on the floor. Boy exclaimed in surprise, "How did this baby learn to walk already?" This was Suri Joshua, Goel 8 beloved son and a potential candidate for sainthood. Isaac quickly covered his nose and looked at lead child opposite him, wondering if this kid was his enemy. Isaac thought to himself, "This totem ID so difficult, even I haven't managed it yet, So how could this snot-nosed kid possibly CP ready? He spread his hand, and a bright Ji-Nu Ra appeared. Ezek jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight. Suri raised his hand, cooed a murderous glint in his eyes and declared, "Enli, I am worthy of being canonized." Ezek feigned innocence, crawling closer, and glimpsed Lee Boy chanting spells of Eve Toy, muttering threats. Ludden dreams of escaping some Joshua. Suri suddenly screamed because Toy had just hit him squarely on the head. Ezek chuckled gleefully, having found a get horse to ride. Suri, turning purple with anger, asked, Do know who I am? Unable to speak, Ezek could only think to himself, he looks like that old thug, he must be his son. Without hesitation, Isaac snatched Toy with a triumphant expression and scolded Bastard, how dare you use mana to attack me? Isaac swung, hitting Shuri relentlessly as if taking revenge. Lie Cloud beside him cheered foe its master. Isaac, while hitting, happily said, Do insolent brat, get ready to be my horse. Suri had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure elite painful blows. Finally, he gathered his holy power to defend himself and asked challengingly, Do you think Deary so great? Isaac stroked his chin, chuckling quit delight. Suri, mistaking his reaction for fear, continued, At this age, no one has reached LVE3 holy power like me. As he gathered his holy power, he mocked, This performance seems to be starting a bit early, doesn't he eat? Isaac watched silently as his opponent channeled power. That third-tier attack move actually looked halfway decent. Brilliant Hallow suddenly bloomed in midair, and he called awe, Now, have a taste of this, darling. Isaac jaw dropped in amazement as he looked at E-power being radiated. Not bad at all, I am impressed. Keyboy broke into a smug grin, thinking, Thanfo this sumptuous feast. The scene that followed left Shuri terrified, as he saw an intense violet space enveloping Isaac. Shuri turned pale, staring at infant, wondering, how on earth could a defensive shield amplify such terrifying power? Watching Isaac feel a quat-like spell, Shuri secretly thought, How are you able to use this XQ when I've never even taught you? Isaac babbled a few sounds as if to say, Many than, senior, fu demonstrating this Fumi. Shuri jumped and whirled around, thinking, this ID impossible. Shuri was stunned to see Isaac excitedly pointing in his direction. Seeing attack rebounding, Shuri stuttered and yelled, Ghetto of Kiwei. Isaac sat back, observing Lee results quote a triumphant look. Shadow muttered, These nobles must be insane, locking a bunch of infants up in one place. Continued, Regardless, Laymaster does possess a truly remarkable foundation of magical knowledge. Suddenly, Isaac fearfully bit Ki Shadow 8 hand, thinking, Damn neat, I just realized this Ma Di Chai T more dangerous than I thought. I've been deceiving them for so many years. Lay Shadow asked, How many of them have deal late by knows, sir? That bastard tricked all those kids. What IP hell did you sell them? They aren't even 300 years old yet. Even leaky adults were late by knows. You cunning devil, you must have tricked at least 70 of them, right? Ezek worried. I am doomed. They have memories lie leeches, and if they realize who I am, I'll be in big trouble. Lee Shadow laughed. Isn't he this ice perfect chance for me to take your place? Then, Ezek scolded. I can hear every quissy Deary saying. Ezek then stomped his hand down, thinking, Their ID, no other way now. Afterward, Suri stood rooted to B-spot, watching as Ezek sat perched on E's shoulder of a giant demon quit blood-red eyes. Ezek babbled a few words. What on earth do you think Deary doing? Keyboy laughed gleefully. Quit that blank look on your face. Hurry up and crawl, V here to me. Finally, Suri had no choice but to let a Jack grab his hair. He tremblingly observed Shadow Demon ate every move, his hands still tightly gripping a Jack at legs to keep Lee Boy from falling. Suri panicked, thinking, just focus on staying alive for now. A Jack enjoyed riding on Suri 8's shoulders while messing up his hair, and P young man trembled incessantly, carrying Wall one clinging to him as he looked for help in vain. In Lee quiet, pitch Beluxy night illuminated only by moonlight, desolate garden echoed and Lee quoted Jack 8 babbling. Quat one hand pulling hair and Lee key other pointing quit a toy. A Jack kept issuing. Turn left. Suri trudged along, weary from carrying Lee child on his back. Suri stopped to catch his breath, and a Jack frowned and snapped, Are you trying to die? Pull yourself together. Suri replied warily, Where on earth do you expect to go in middle of EP night lie this? His figure retreated silently into Lee background. He looked up at Lee Key seen ahead in horror, thinking to himself how terrible this was. Drenched in sweat, his voice trembled and stuttered, Isn't this Key's second annex of Rothschild family, a place famously known to be cursed? While a Jack was Ludenthau and Leaky Observer get laughed gleefully, he wondered why this madman had dragged him here, given how many people had died there that family had forbade anyone from approaching. Suddenly, both a Jack and Observer Git became excited. He chuckled and said, Looks like there are a few dozen people hiding in here. He glanced at shimmering no sparks scattered across Yuku room and remarked, must have taken a decade of soul-crushing training to gather that much mana. A Jack waved his toy to signal Suri to enter. urging him, "Let it go, kid." Realizing his intent, Suri cried out in panic, "Do wanna go in there? No way, we can go near that place." The adults have strictly forbidden. As soon as key words left his mouth, Got suddenly appeared right in front of his face and threatened, "Shut your mouth and move right now. Dear little brat." Moonlight from outside shone through Lipi glass window into Lipi secluded be-in. Suri carried a jack on his shoulders, tiptoeing forward very gentle steps. A jack rested his hand on Lee Boy 8 head, carefully observed surround, and remarked, "He'd ate even more of a disaster inside here." Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he stared at a nearby door, muttering to himself, "Wait a minute, what ID that thing?" Key observer Git appeared again, stating that entire wing was sealed and every door had a protective barrier. Hearing this, he slumped lazily on Suri 8's shoulder and grumbled, "What a pain." Still terrified, Suri urged, "Let 8 just go back, everything here has already been sealed to P." Isaac suddenly grabbed his hair and pulled it to leg left, making Suri cry out in pain, "Hey, what IP hell are you doing?" He tried to brush Isaac 8 hand away and grumbled, "Let go of me." But when he looked where Isaac was pointing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh you ow." Moonlight illuminated dusty portrait frames hanging on gold wall. He looked up and subconsciously blurted, "Oh, these are leaky former heads of Likey family." Looking at Lee portraits, Suri said sarcastically, "Are you still dreaming of becoming Likey family head at a time like this?" He replied with a confident smile, "Dreaming. I am definitely successor." Isaac ignored his word, still waving a dangerous expression. Then, he swung his arm all his might, aiming straight at a picture frame on a wall. Watching shattered glass fall in pieces, Suri stared wide eyes in utter SC. Isaac didn't stop there but frantically smashed remaining frames. Suri clutched his head and tried to top him. "Those are ancestors. Are you crazy? How can you treat Iki family heads like that?" Once finished, he held toy and laughed gleefully. "That ain't right, who on earth would ever put a barrier on portraits?" Key observer Git appeared again and joyfully announced, "Barrier has been completely destroyed, master." Isaac gave a haughty laugh, "Very get." After saying that, Isaac hopped down from Suri 8 back and started walking away, prompting Shuri to ask in a panic, "Hey, where do you think you re going?" After landing safely, he rolled a few times toward another spot be floating gut, leaving Shuri standing there screaming, "Are you insane? Where do you think you re going after making this mess?" He rolled to front of a room and kicked Lei door. UBH quit all his strength to enter. Seeing Willie shimmering money inside room, he couldn't hide his excitement. This idea masterpiece. Suri rushed toward Isaac, but Isaac nonchalant with, "Let 8 lock a door now." Like door began to seek LU, making Shuri run faster in a panic, shouting as he ran, "Hey, sus tupiyeet, what kind of trick are you playing?" As door was about to shut completely, Isaac turned his head and smirked, "A kid Lidu doesn't need to understand," while Suri continued to scream outside. Lee door closed, and Isaac sat up straight, placed his hands on his thighs, and led along, he sigh. Wheat young boy was still telling himself that it was time for Iki Feishi Lai to begin. Outside, Suri used all his strength to pound on door and threatened, "Ubi this door right now, I'll tell leaky adults everything." He shouted and threatened that he would have boy kicked off, completely unaware that someone was watching him from afar. Rod arrived Rayli in the group and called off. As soon as Suri heard familiar voice, he froze as if turned to stone. As Suri turned around in a daze, Rayli asked, "What on earth are you doing here, kid?" Seeing his uncle arrive, he cried joyfully, "Uncle, me from that Menix T. Isaac." Before he could finish, elder grandmother snapped, "What are you doing? Sorry. Whatever we reason, leaks restricted area of Lee side Balian ETP limits. How dare you drag Isaac here?" Suri stood rooted to what he spot an awkward smile, not knowing how to explain himself. She continued, "How many people do you think saw you carrying Isaac all the way here? Besides, a boy 8 bedroom still shows traces of holy Medich attacks. Everything ID falling on you," she said. Face biting words, Suri stammered his defense. "No, that ain't not eat. I did bring him here and used a little bit of holy ma di che." But Rayli placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Suri, you've gone too far this time. No matter what, you are not allowed to bully a young child like that." He asked sternly, "Where have you hidden Isaac?" Suri frantically, "I didn't lock him up anywhere." That statement left everyone there wide-eyed surprise. Inside voluntarily. Rayli hurried to buy room and called out, "Isaac, are you in there?" As soon as he touched Leaky door, he exclaimed, "ID locked from Leaky inside. I am at a loss for words." Just as he finished speaking, Lee door swung wide before his worried eyes. Isaac sat small and gloom, sobbing making Rayli it heartache as he called, "Oh, Isaac." Elder grandmother asked concern, "Are you okay, Isaac?" "My goodness," Keyboy ID terrified. Meanwhile, Suri watched scene in bewildered confusion. Rayleigh took whimpering child into his arms and comforted him. Luckily Dewey okay. Though Lee boy was scared, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Rayleigh glared at Suri with a cold gaze that seemed as though it would pierce right through him. He walked away, leaving a warning. Suri, you should be ashamed of yourself. Despite his streaming tears, Suri still tried to explain helplessly. It ain't not what everyone thinks, truly. Isaac suddenly whispered something Enlai Suri could hear, then for up gift. He boy smirked wickedly. Lie someone who had just finished a hearty meal. Suri, furious enough to see stars, yelled, "Do bastard." Elder asked in surprise, "Sorry." Lee followers looked at Isaac and wondered, why id he steaming lie that? Id he because it ain't too cold here. Someone sighed, so young and already. Isaac toyed money in his pocket and smirked to himself. I harvest was greater than planned one absorption equivalent to 100 years of training. He clenched his fist and told himself, that ain't right, quit this much power. Quit the thaw, he gave a devilish grin while Rayleigh, seeing his unusual expression. Thaw, it seems Isaac has suffered a massive psychological seat. At a magnificent and Ren castle, a man turned toward Isaac and said, Isaac, I want to introduce someone to Dio. Isaac lazily glanced up. Joshua introduced I new assistant to Rayleigh. This Idik Ashley, from now on, she will be your work assistant. Ashley respectfully placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. I am Ashley, a holy knight under Joshua family. She knelt on one knee, bowed her head to absolute respect, and vowed to serve him wholeheartedly until her last breath. Isaac glanced at Ashley quite indifferent, but inwardly he was suspicious, wondering if they had planted someone to watch him because of Lai's previous trouble. He displayed a bored attitude, resting his chin on one hand while other pointed directly at Ashley as he said, Hey, do. Isaac continued to dismiss her sternly. Do better disappear from my sight immediately. Ashley looked at Isaac blankly, then timidly approached him. Ashley suddenly bowed, her cheeks flushing red as her trembling hands reached awe. May I ask for your permission to pinch your cheek? Isaac looked at Lee blushing person in front of him in confusion, thinking to himself, I don't know why there are so many crazy people in this house. Joshua Rayleigh grinned and took an object off from his coat, handing it toward Isaac. Here, Isaac. He opened a small, pretty ring box, handed it to him, and said, This ID a gift from your uncle Fodiu. Isaac narrowed his eyes at Leek ordinary-looking ring in his hand and clicked his tongue. Did Dio pick this up from a trash heap? It looks so cheap. Efantem beside him also pouted in disdain. IDE Joshua family this broke. Why would they give such a cheap item as Wiki Master 8 first birthday gift? As soon as she saw Wiki ring, Ashley jumped up, her eyes wide see as she exclaimed, Oh my god, isn't this the Saintess 8 sec guarding treasure? Joshua Rayleigh stood beside him, affectionately patting his head and explaining with a smile. Eat really IDB Saintess 8 treasure. I had to put a lot of effort into convincing I council to bring it back fo dieu. Isaac 8 eyes widened in surprise as he thought of himself, oh, so Edie real deal after all. An image of like Saintess appeared beside a glowing ring. This was Lee very item she had used in IP battle against me long ago, an artifact containing Lee echoes of Holy Ma Di Yeech. Lug ring began to emit a brilliant lie. He held Likey's shimmering item in his hand and assessed why holy power hidden within was truly incredible. Isaac smirked, calculating that it would probably crumble to dust after being used a few times, but he had a way to repair it anyway. He suddenly shot a meaningful glance toward someone. Gowl Rayleigh was leaning against a tree, his fiery gaze fixed on this direction, which caught Isaac's attention. That resentful and jealous expression confirmed that this was a precious treasure. He glared at his young nephew as if he wanted to eat him alive. Gowl Rayleigh gradually approached everyone while Isaac continued to look at him with confusion, thinking, truly my dear uncle. He put on a fake, smiling face and said, Oh my nephew looks so adorable. Gowl enthusiastically asked questions while Isaac and Eve and Tom couldn't stand by and watch Yakid actor performing his feline. I hope do you feel comfortable here. Hearing that gave Isaac goosebumps. What on earth was this? It was disgusting. He looked at Lee Team and ate fake smile and wariness. This guy must have a SETI circuit in his brain. Damn neat, everything was becoming a mess. Isaac thought to himself about Lee Ring. He had intentionally damaged Lee Blessing device in the reliquary so they wouldn't receive Lee Blessing, but unexpectedly, they brought all this treasure as a replacement. Recalling past, Lee Ilder handed Lee Ring to Joshua and said that since Isaac lacked fortune, they had to use this instead. As soon as Gowl saw it, he cried Orin SPC, Saintess 8 heirloom treasure. Gowl yelled at Iki Elder, why not give that to my son? Elder replied a question, give 8 to Suri. She sighed and waved him away. Lee Keyboy has already received a blessing from Lee Holy See. Don't be so bottomlessly greedy. Now get or of here. Gowl gnashed his teeth as he recalled his scheme, intending to pretend to donate to I Holy See and then snatch ET. How could a fool lie him understand Lee true value of I treasure? He said resentfully, what kind of gift IDE that? Choosing total junk lie that? Hearing this, Joshua Rayleigh sharply retorted, what did you say? How dare do call Saintess 8 treasure junk? Gowl sneered, clutching Lee box tightly as he said, Isaac ID also your beloved nephew. How could you bear to give him such a useless thing? He pulled a ring far more dazzling than I Saintess 8 ring to entice him, boasting that this item had been fully blessed by high authorities of like Holy See. He rambled on and on about leaky power of Lie ring from holy relic treasury, while really stood nearby looking bewildered. For this was truly a treasure he wouldn't dare dream of in a lifetime. Sitting Sikaladu Isaac, he held Ilki ring up to his face and coaxed, What do you think? Do you lie et? Don T do. Just as he was about to reach take Lee ring from Lee man 80 hand, Isaac threw a punch straight at his face. Hand of that smelly, worn a ring right now. No arguments, get or of my sight. He picked up Lapi ring box and pouted, Why does this pile of garbage reek so strongly of that old pope? Anyway. Isaac casually tossed ring far away, completely ignoring bewildered man from Ilonda faction. Lee poor ring flew straight down into Lee deep lake. Seeing ring disappear, Govel shouted in panic, What on earth are you doing? Why down and retrieve 8 right now? He inwardly cursed Isaac, thinking that leak item was worth 10,000 times more than what he had once given him. Looking at Joshua really who was holding his arms, he sneered and said, And yet, Lee kid still chose my cheap stuff. Joshua really reached his hand out toward him and called, Isaac, hand v my beloved grandson right now. He excitedly raised both hands to Lie sky and laughed aloud, From now on, I will give you all the best things. Beside him, Ashley also raised her hands in imitation and cheered, Hooray fu young master Isaac. Lee's subordinates were struggling to wee-eyed to underwater fo we discarded ring. Seeing this, Govel 8 face darkened as he ordered, Find eat at all costs, even if heat costs you your lives. He crossed his arms and laughed gleefully, I already cast a weight-increasing spell on ET. They'll never find eat. Git beside him also flattered, Truly my master, your manner of discarding rotten trash ID truly admirable. Isaac ordered, Go pick heen up tomorrow monen. Lee Git asked in surprise, Me. He rolled his eyes and replied, Well, who else? Me. Recalling Govel 8 panicked expression when he let a key ring, Isaac knew hate was a top-tier item and instructed get, keep eat safe, I am going to sell eat fu money. Govel slammed wide table quit a loud bang and cursed, That miserable little brat. He lowered his head, his hands clenched in anger, That kid definitely doesn't understand the true value of that item. Then he slumped back into his chair quit a sigh, Whatever, tate not lie he knows how to operate that thing anyway. Govel continued to mumble to comfort himself, That item ID and lie fo those who can use holy ma each 8. And eat requires as many as 20 people to shiki eat quat holy power to work. How absurd. He smirked maliciously. At this rate, he probably even have 10 people sear up fo his birthday. He was like same magnificent mansion, but on EP following day. Lysine was bustling and lively, filled quit all kinds of guests, from adults to children. Ashley looked around and exclaimed in surprise, Amazing. There are 148 Saintess candidates, counting both nobles and servants. There must be up to 4,000 people here today. Holding Isaac in his arms, he excitedly said to Joshua, Really, all ducal families and minor nobles are fully present, and even IP Emperor came to Guinea celebration. It ain't truly unbelievable. Isaac grimaced and thought to himself, Why are there so many Saintess candidates? Are EP gods so bored that they scattered them everywhere? Lee Get beside him chimed in, They certainly are wife type to pull stunts lie that. Quite a solemn and thoughtful expression. Joshua really muttered, I never expected 8 to be this crowded. I thought no one would dare to come, fearing 8 was a trap. A certain man pushed Ikadora Bun, walked in, and laughed. Of course they wouldn't consider this a trap, my dear friend. Simon smilingly approached. Long time no see, really. He was head of Ike most powerful merchant guild in Laiki Empire and also really 8 Siku friend. He looked at newcomer in surprise. Simon, do you came too? Simon laughed heartily and replied. Lee rumors have spread far and wide across Key Empire. Of course I had to sue up. Really and Ashley frowned while listening to Simon 8 presentation. Everyone understood it wasn't a trap so they nodded in agreement to participate. Moreover, Lee's seemingly weak youngsters of a Joshua house were all present. He continued talking endless. Besides, quite massive fortune that Lee Joshua had put up as collateral, how could we possibly miss this opportunity? Even Pope 8's side would probably find it hard to sit still, Isaac guessed to himself while listening to Simon 8 boasting. These old men are likely up to some scheme again. Real I didn't believe Simon 8 words one bit. Don't mess around, Joshua family would never gin these things. While he just shrugged irresponsibly and said it was a guess, those royalty members who bitterly hate commoners would never set foot in Joshua 8 territory. Suddenly, a waxy figure loomed, blocking room door. Simon, stop blabbering. My son Aramid also a Saintess candidate. Since this event organized by Joshua family, Glee Pope 8 people have no reason to intervene. That mysterious figure turnkey doorknob. You should keep your mouth shut lest you invite disaster upon yourself. While Simon was speaking, Luke room door burst upon, making everyone jump. Don't mind those people. Each of their faces looks as if they've just stepped in a pile of dung. What Iki elders say I deek never wrong rude friends are weepy most dangerous kind. Hire Barrett entered, and indeed, Lee wisdom passed down from ancient times was truth. Both Riley and Simon were trembling when they saw Cardinal Barrett. Barrett appeared impressively quit a face fun of murderous intent. He stepped closer and said mockingly, just think about those weaklings from like Joshua House actually daring to organize an event like this. I hope your kid finds some treasure in Leaky Relic Vault to see some face Fuiki family. He sneered maliciously. I lay very much lie to see what talent likey Joshua child, who claims to be a Xen candidate, truly possesses. Hearing him say that, Ashley immediately became wary and hugged Jax tightly, though she didn't know if this child would participate. He curled his lip and added, well, just look at this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Barrett raised his hand to stroke his face. Although his attitude was irritable, his surrounding atmosphere was extremely gloomy. His words were honeyed, I pray Fu your family 8 Sen candidate to bring honor to Waiki lineage. Relai broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, this ID surely a fraudulent trap orchestrated by Holy See. Heat 8 bizarre that like EMB of B like true robe candidates jumped from 25 to 148 in just 1 week. ET can line B that Aki Holy See ID turning a blind eye to let those strangers slip in. Blood will be shed all VE, because everyone wants their child to be Xen. When Ike children are locked inside Ike Relic Vault, it ate hard for them to avoid eliminating each other to remove rivals. Relai clenched his fists in fear. Those people might use tricks to harm Light Boy in a confusion. He looked back at where Ashley was holding a Jax in case the worst-case scenario happened. Ashley and P-Child looked at their uncle in bewilderment. Relai ate heart-burned quit anxiety as he thought, Isaac will fall into a danger zone. A child of E. Joshua House, a statue carved into Y shape of a child held snugly in a woman 8 arms aside from like the illustrious fame of Lake family, it served no purpose. However, Fu those who craved to seize the superior genes of Lee Joshua House. Or those who wanted to P. Lai Lai Ki Pope 8 family, who originally detested Lai Saintish, that Joshua child, was no different from lucrative prey waiting to be slaughtered. A mysterious figure stood before Lee Child. Let 8 just torment this Joshua kid a bit faux fun. Child received a key vial from Lee mysterious person. This medicine unanti kivu him but will turn him into a cripple. Pour this holy poison into his drinking water. Glass vials lay scattered on Lee floor. Teach E kid just how cruel this world ID. Lee children looked forward in alarm. Turn him into a laughingstock for everyone to enjoy. B child sat on a pea ground, drinking from empty glass bottles, declaring to Lee world that this Joshua boy would never become a noble Sen. After chugging down a bunch of water, Isaac gleefully wiped his mouth and grinned widely, admitting it was truly satisfying. While kids around him turned pale quit fear, staring at him. Oh my god, I am so scared. How many bottles has that guy chugged already? Isaac flung the empty bottle right at leaky head of ID kid next to him, then yelled fo more. Bring 8 here, quickly. This little bit of poison ID no match fo me. Lee person struggling on E floor kept flailing, demanding to drink more, pour more. Leaky boy who had just taken a bottle to Y head began to wail loudly, I want to go I am too scared. 2 figures standing in Leek's corner whispered to each other, ID that brat crazy. We clearly put poison in it, oh did we grab a key wrong bottle. Light crowd around them began to buzz, he looks really stren, that can be true, let 8 just avoid him quickly. Hearing this, Joshua Suri couldn't lie slap his forehead and quietly wonder, why does this problematic guy keep targeting and chugging poisonous bottles? Joshua Suri continued to inwardly scream quote him back, this ID truly humiliating. Peace top disgracing this noble Joshua name. Seeing someone approach Isaac, who was drinking avidly, Joshua Suri angrily rushed, snatched like bottle to stop like crazy guy, and shouted, shut your mouth. Don't do ever think about other people. He extended another bottle to Isaac, here, take this. If do want to drink, drink this kind. Before he could finish his sentence, one of Isaac 8 bottles flew straight into his face, accompanied by Isaac 8 furious, this doesn't have any poison. Seeing someone snatch his bottle of water, Isaac immediately grabbed tightly onto that person 8 pant leg and dramatically flailed, demanding 8 back, give 8 back to me. Hand V that super poison bottle now. Ike other party had no choice but to surrender to Isaac 8 extreme defiance, why ID this kid so incredibly hyperactive. That person tried to explain that this was an extremely potent poison not to be touched, but it was also a sacred venom. Lee woman standing nearby also tried her best to stop Isaac from risking his life. Are you all of your mind? Drinking this will send you straight to your ancestors. Isaac shrieked, sacred venom. Isaac suddenly darted towards Kabottle Kud an eerie look in his eyes, give 8 here. Hand ETV quickly. While one group was engaged in a chaotic fight to snatch by bottle, the other group couldn't lie stand outside, whispering about that terrifying sacred poison liquid. It seems this guy possesses a superhuman poison-resistant physique. They say that when one trains their holy power to reach I highest realm, Lee body will automatically neutralize all toxins. What? Do mean that kid has already reached that supreme LV key. But ironically, Why does he keep targeting and drinking poisonous bottles? Oh, perhaps he wants to sacrifice himself to protect others from that dangerous liquid. Joshua Sori, hearing Ikra mythologize and fabricate stories, could Lai sit silently in Lai corner, could a helpless smile. They truly are a bunch of swimming idiots. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rang off, making Shuri curiously look up. ID that true. Kina Barrett suddenly appeared, shimmering before Shuri. Do all mean he ate sacrificing himself? Suri gasped and jumped up, looking at Kina quite utter astonishment. Kina Barrett, why ID he here? I hadn't heard anything about Lee papal family participating. He direct descendant Kina. Lee children around them were also bewildered, unable to comprehend Lee presence of such a prominent figure. Wait a minute, isn't he that Lee renowned Kina Barrett? Why would someone from E papacy presume to enter Y holy maidenate treasure vault? On a key other side, Izek had achieved a resounding victory. Casually sitting proudly on his opponent ate back to finish chugging like bottle. Oh well, what AT point of searching anymore? Result ID already obvious. Kina turned a curious gaze towards Izek and pondered. So this IDE one who ID guaranteed to become a future Zen. But how could that strangely pure hair color appear in Inky Papal Barrett family? Kina recalled P distinctive hair color of E Joshua family. Why rest of people in that lineage all possessed hair quit gloomy shades, no different from a pile of dung. Slightly curving his lips into a meaningful smile, Kina casually spoke, why get so worked up about Lai P Papal Lineage 8 successor appearing in Lai Holy Maiden 8 treasure cellar? Lee Boy 8 next words made everyone around them gape in astonishment. Lai People monarchy ID inherently head that governs all religious officials, so this Holy Maiden 8 treasure vault will sooner or later be ours anyway. Seeing Lai crowd bewildered after his statement, a boy gleefully burst into loud laughter. We merely dropped by to retrieve what rightfully belongs to us, why are you all so surprised? Izek took a sip of water while glancing at Kina 8 disdainful expression, truly demeanor of a superior, befitting his noble papal lineage. Flames ignited around Kina Kut great power, but this child ID undoubtedly a menix Tfi. His holy power even surpasses that of a normal bishop. Top candidate for sainthood, ID, he. Izek was stunned by Kina 8 mocking tone, using cheap tricks to humiliate Lee host, and he dares to call himself a candidate for sainthood. Kina continued sarcastic monologue, utterly pathetic. What glory ID there in bullying a child. Kina muttered as he walked towards Isaac, how could a snot-nosed brat possibly withstand potent poison? Lee child knelt on one knee, observing Isaac and then declared, he must be blessed and protected by E Saintess. Isaac cursed inward. As expected, this family inherited like foolish gene. Kina forced a smile, conjured 2 small flames quit his hands, and directed them at Isaac, saying, poor thing, let me cure you. Lee crowd murmured in astonishment at Kina 8 display of Medici. Does Gi boy already know how to use holy Medici Cho healing? Look at that immense holy power, he must be LVE5. And then Isaac narrowed his eyes and thought, oh, this kid IDP putting on us. Isaac watched Kina perform Medici and cursed inwardly, trying to use me as a stepping stone to S-supi his abilities. Clever. I admit he has some strategy, but... Isaac feigned a bright smile but simultaneously swung a devastating punch directly at Kina 8 face. Lee punch sent Kina reeling, his VXN swimming. Just then, another child suddenly pointed and shouted, holy power, E-Tate appearing. Kina 8 eyes widened in disbelief. Kina hastily put Isaac down, stunned by what had just happened. His holy power had been neutralized. This unbelievable feat was caused by a child. Kina stared blankly at his palm, a suspicion flashing through his mind. ID he perhaps stronger than me. Lee child stared at Isaac quit intense killing intent, his hands clenched into fists, and he muttered, a swarm of insects from like Rachua family. Isaac smirked provocatively and asked, hey kid, what are you looking at? I am going to smash your head and quit this bottle. Isaac was roaring threats when suddenly someone rushed forward and hugged him tightly to see top him. Come on, don't do that. Well, since we re-family, do you have to co-v-fo each other? Right, he even dared to slap Lee person trying to xy him. How insolent. Kinda looked at Isaac quit confusion. Do these people think they were capable of confronting E people family? Does he think he can protect that child? Isaac was held tightly by Suri, his face red quit anger but unable to do anything. Idiots. If I hadn't intervened, Dew would have taken this bottle to YP head. Kina regained his composure and brushed eat P. He did okay, maybe I startled him. He ate just a child after all. Kina turned and walked away, not forgetting to wave goodbye arrogantly. Goodbye, Joshua 8 children. Try to salvage whatever last bit of dignity Dew have left. Isaac gritted his teeth, watching Kina go, but was helpless as Suri held him so tightly he couldn't move. Kina suddenly stopped, turned back to look at Isaac quit a defiant gaze, but of course, most valuable treasure here will be mine. Firachua family dares to approach he desiccated corpse of a demon kin. Light crowd stared in horror at Ki Child 8 declaration. Suri sighed upon hearing Kina 8 words, what ID this stubborn kid up to? He ain't causing so much trouble. Suri flinched as Isaac grabbed his collar in anger. What IP hell are you doing? Suri and Isaac struggled back and forth. Lee Patriarch promised a generous reward to whoever brings back E desiccated corpse of E demon kin. Suri 8 face turned pale, and he shouted, Melissa, side top, are you trying to fella quit my body? After hearing shocking news, Izek was stunned silent like a log. For some reason, Izek threw his shoes and flopped down on Lee floor. Izek shuddered at leaky memory of leaky skeleton wrapped in red cloth and tied quid a bow, just lie a bizarre gift. Isaac sat flat among kids, his hands busy playing quid a pile of clam shells. He looked up at et vast sea kai, utterly fed up quit life. Recalling corpse Isaac calculated that if he could utilize centuries of accumulated mana within him, reaching all V10 would be easy. He looked at children quid a resentful, fiery gaze, but unfortunately, they kept hovering around, preventing him from acting stealthily. Crushing clamshell and tossing Eat aside, Isaac clicked his tongue dismissively. Anyone who dared to see his way could go straight to wiki afterlife. A booming voice suddenly rang out, making him perk up his ears. Everyone, gather here now. Eat turned to Lee Elder was lecturing about their imminent departure. Everyone should listen carefully. He began to ramble about Lee Relic Vault being a sacred place for ancestral artifacts, while Isaac could lie grown as old man started another long historical sermon. He turned his head and crawled away, muttering how boring, causing Shuri to watch in confusion and ask, Hey, what are you doing? Watching Isaac ate back, Lee Youngster wondered where he was trying to sneak a pee to. A sudden, earth-shaking explosion made Suriko V his face and scream aloud. Wee boy shouted in panic, Elder, something has happened to a Jack. Meanwhile, a Jack was dashing at breakneck speed, filled with excitement about testing Ike technique he had just learned. Lee Elder turned pale and shouted, A Jack, stop immediately. That idea forbidden area. He roared amidst children ate panic, if Dio rush in there, all E-traps in Iki Vault will be triggered. Like whole group frantically chased after Jack, constantly shouting that they had to stop that reckless boy. Inside Leg Magnificent Banquet Hall of Joshua resident, Ashley anxiously asked, I wonder if our young master ID'k all right inside there. Lee Crowd and Hall announced that they had successfully established a connection inside a relic vault. Through Waitma Chorb, they announced that spiritual beasts were tailing key third-ranked candidate and that key vault doors had opened for contestants to begin entering. Riley thought pensively, already, they have all gone inside. Announcement rang all, candidate currently in third place ID Peter 8, Simon Gatet my own dear son. Key speaker continued to name second place as Suri Joshua, making Go Well scratch his head quote an embarrassed laugh, I mean, that ain't my boy right there. While announcer paused for a confusing beat before speaking up, first place belongs to a Jack Joshua. Entire hall erupted in astonishment, leaving Riley and Ashley frozen in SC, a Jack. While he was still charging forward lion arrow, cheers rang off Fu name a Jack Joshua. Lee Elder, gasping faux breath as he chased after him, pleaded, a Jack, P lies top. Not that direction. T. He accidentally stepped on a trap trigger. Lightning struck Elder, but he still didn't forget to warn about wee traps waiting ahead, causing Shuri to startle and apologize profusely. Lee frantic cries faux help echoed, making Shuri lose his temper and scold this madman faux rushing in and causing such a horrific mess. Though scared all of his wits, he still ran headlong for his life while muttering complaints about Lee deadly trials in Lee archive. Suri reached to Tapa Jack and reminded him that they still had to dodge dozens of traps designed specifically for intruders. A Jack excitedly headed toward second arc of door, just as Weeks Tem announced that a new trap had been activated. As soon as east side door opened, Lee's second trap was triggered, making Livey young boy scream in terror for a Jack to stop immediately. Lee Spectre chuckled and teased that its master was indeed brilliant since he had just leveled up by absorbing mana, while Isaac grumbled and cursed about having to drag people AP to do hard labor. He immediately ordered Eat to quickly capture them and bring them back, and Lee Spectre respectfully replied, Understood, sir. Eat quickly rushed to where EP children were sitting and panting, overhearing them complain about how difficult Eat was. Child sighed warily, while another looked up in wonder, remarking that this must be why Eeksin had become so incredibly powerful. He pointed toward Suri, who was floating in mid-air, and asked, Isn't he that kid, Ruat Sua? Another boy quickly chimed in, saying, Spot on. They were filled with envy, wondering how he could fly and assuming his family must have taught him beforehand, which felt incredibly, while Suri could in lie stay silent and think to himself, Do you idiots, no one ever taught me. In reality, it was because Lee Spectre was grabbing him, leaving Shuri helplessly floating in the air, completely unable to ken his body. He threw Suri to Lee ground and reported, Master, I have brought Key Messenger back. After a painful faceplant laying, a boy warned Lee Madman to calm down, saying that from Lee's second archive onward, even a single slip-up would be enough to get them killed. Suri continued to hop around, advising that one must face their fears to grow, but Isaac wasn't appreciative at all and instead smacked him painfully for being so overly confident. He ordered Suri, who was clutching his stomach in pain, to quickly spit at what secrets were hidden inside Key's second archive. Still sprawled on a key floor, Suri instructed that once they were inside, he must absolutely never be foolish enough to attack the enemy. Understood. Isaac was utterly bewildered. unable to understand why attacking like enemy would be forbidden in a battle like this. Young boy frantically explained that this was the sole rule for survival. They just had to ignore everything that appeared and stand still, taking whatever came for 3 minutes, and that would be ET. Suri begged him to believe him, warning that they would both surely die otherwise, while Isaac and Lythar quit disdain. "I'd this guy testing my patience." Whimpering, Lee Kid mentioned that someone had already died because they didn't listen, while Isaac stepped toward Lightgate and declared that such trivial matters were as easy as pie. Placing his hand on knee door, Isaac smirked, thinking that as long as he didn't fight back, it would be fine, and 3 minutes would pass in light blink of an eye. A brilliant magical aura radiated from around his hand. Key door slowly creaked bum, accompanied by a voice welcoming them to Y floor of serenity, a place where wisdom and composure would be weapons to help them stand firm through any ordeal. A mystical lie enveloped Jack, as if to reaffirm that patience ID Kai to success. Resolute footsteps echoed throughout mysterious room. Keenan and her subordinates were charging boldly forward. Light trembling kid asked if we were going to be okay since we were at key bottom of Lai leaderboard. Smirked calculating, there was no need to rush to their deaths when those meat shields were willing to take key blow for them. He added that they shouldn't forget an 8th Raji demon was guarding key entrance to key second treasure, so those leading I way would surely get stuck there. Keena pointed forward trying, see that, a blinding lot of Lai left follower bewildered, squinting from glare. He maliciously declared that Lee's survival game had officially begun. Lee door and Lee key distance was slowly opening wide to welcome luck newcomers. BP gentle voice of reminder annoyed Isaac, as he distracted him. A face as beautiful as a sculpted statue gradually materialized in void. Key handsome god of dreams gently said that patience would guide their way to glory. Before he could even finish his sentence, Isaac fiercely unleashed an attack, swearing, damn neat, what lipe hell ID this. Suri was horrified to see him strike without a single moment of hesitation. Remembering promise from earlier, he silently prayed that 3 minutes would pass quickly. Suri screamed desperately in midair, "You've really gone mad." Isaac grumbled, clenching his fists, "How can I be patient when looking at this god-ate face?" While Iki Fentim chimed in, 3 seconds IDP more than enough. Keats' team announcement at P2nd gate rang all, "Do have failed." A cold voice rang all as a giant wooden hand emerged to punish each impatient one. A wooden man XT appeared, "Accept your divine punishment." Suri stammered in fear, looking up, "Look, a girl." Meanwhile, Isaac had gathered all his energy, preparing to unleash his move. He unleashed an incredibly powerful blow, as if wanting to tear Wookie wooden men XTF into 100 pieces. Suri froze once more, speechless, date still a girl. The key core energy source inside Keyman XT had been completely shattered by Isaac. His face contorted quid anger. This golem was clearly using Medich of his former subordinate. Isaac suddenly remembered that this was why signature Medich of E14 elite familiars under Wapy skeleton demon Ken. As I wouldn't debreeze really dissolve, he thought, since when did they become laborers fu Roshua family? Oh, does this place have something to do quit my old body? He trudged forward to Chachfo himself, while Suri asked in astonishment, "Hey, where do you think you were going?" Like red-haired kid pointed at Lee Duo Quid a knowing look, "See, why Roshua family are definitely masters at clearing trials. That boy IDEE Cardinal of E-Way, key third son of Duke Sepet," Brat smugly said, "then fo clearing path, now get lot so we can enter Lipe second treasure vault first." Lee surrounding kids, complaining about Lee Arrogant Oak, "That ain't right, going in first will enlie trigger traps." Isaac thought to himself, I didn't expect there would still be this many survivors left. Sepet pointed at Suri 8 face and sneered, I didn't expect kids from Laki Ratsua family to resort to such dirty tricks. Before he stunned eyes of Suri and Isaac, he continued to question, "Suri, this guy DP colluding quit you, isn't he?" Key boy waved his hands in panic, denying it even though no one bothered to care. "No, it ain't not lie that, we didn't do anything. Hate, listen to me, this ID's really too much." Ignoring explanations, Sepet added, "This brat ID's one who dismantled all traps, right? Do guys really think he could do this on his own?" He eyed ring around Isaac 8 neck greedily and asserted boldly, "Look closely, this ID definitely a treasure." Sepet seized the opportunity to snatch ring away. "This item ID definitely hiding some terrible secret." He smugly showed a P to his companions, "Look, everyone. Than to this, we will overcome all traps ahead." Suri couldn't lie sigh, this idiot is completely misunderstood. Boy quietly observed Isaac quit concern. He ate sitting so quietly innate making me uneasy. He ate not I.G. type of person who would let others steal his things so easily. Sepet spun around fun of complacency, making a Jigren declaration about Leapy other 8 Ratsua family background. He shouted in excitement, one who subdued Lee's skeleton demon kin 8 corpse, an unprecedented feat that no one has ever accomplished, ID definitely me and no one else. As soon as third young master of Cardinal family finished speaking, he unlucky Sepet stepped on a trap, triggering a mechanism. A sudden, Blinding lot of light shone directly onto his elated face, leaving him stunned. A horrific explosion occurred right beneath his feet, making Sepet scream in agony like a stuck pig. Kids around panicked and screamed, "A trap! What ain't going on?" Suri gasped him see. Tate a Jack. Looking at a jacket satisfied smile, Leapy Boy bitterly realized that he had used them as bait to clear path. A thick cloud of dust and smoke began to envelop entire archive room. Suri was carrying a Jack on his back, weaving through children lying scattered on floor, heading toward their next to get at Niki's second storage room. Jack thought smugly to himself, so all leak obstacles here have been neatly taken care of. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. A Jack grabbed Suri hair, his mind full of questions as to why those kids kept tagging along behind them. A BLC-haired boy admired and guessed, that child must possess supernatural sense. Another added, maybe Tate because he comes from Lee Saintess 8 family. They buzzed quick gossip that my ring was just an antique, then reassured each other, how could Ratsua family do something so immoral? Lee gets sneered in his mind, they already know Master 8 status. A Jack gritted his teeth and replied, I don't need their recognition. Suri advised tremblingly, run away before Tate too late. Guys, this kid Ideke even more terrifying than Ike Demon Loke. Suddenly, a highly appreciative voice rang out, sparking a Jack at curiosity. If they're truly Ideke Xen in this world, I think Yate would be Diu. A friendly-looking blonde boy spoke up, pleasure to meet Diu, the youngest of Ratsua family. I am Peri Julius, second prince of Lee Julius Kingdom. Leaky whispers of children did not escape a Jack 8 ears, that kingdom Ideke located to Lee east of Helen Empire. I heard their prince was blessed by God. He silently calculated, this guy seems quite useful. Suri 8 hesitant, trembling voice made a Jack turn to look. Boy calmly announced, we have arrived. Suri looked up at Key door and murmured, this IDE entrance to Wiki third storage room. Two Medici circles shone brilliantly and spoke, welcome, participating. A hooded entity wings gradually emerges, this ID floor of reminiscence. Gatekeeper spoke Mage, prove your capability and courage. Children cheered loudly despite Suri 8 anxiety. Alright, let 8 head to P next treasure. Luckily we followed him instead of starving, and so we got Lipey skeleton demon Keenate corpse. Gatekeepers added, this T8 IDP a piece of cake, just to feed us an glory ID yours. Kids started whispering, they said courage ID needed, so we probably have to fight, right? Azek narrowed his eyes, looking at Gatekeeper thoughtfully. Could this guy be? He quickly came up with a brilliant plan. Oh, so that 8 how EDID key? Azek smiled slyly and muttered to himself, this battle promises to bring quite a bit of fun. He gestured, ordering children to step back. They asked back in confusion, Isaac. At this moment, Suri seemed to see through everything. Azek 8 decisions are always spot on, gatekeepers are playing tricks. Searching his memory while deducing, Lee Boy Thao. Lee first trial was about choices, and Isaac cruised through Eat Lia God. Ludden Thao, Suri recalled. Second challenge was composure, yet Isaac always acts as if he has ants in his pants. Returning to Lee present, Lee Boy muttered, an third gate must be about memories. That AT on Lie clue, we must remember what happened before. After a moment of consideration, Suri concluded, we absolutely must not attack them. Isaac waved his hand again to signal Lee children, stammering, everyone, step back. Key kids asked in a flurry, a VE there. Suri wondered, Stren, why did he make EP right choice this time? Boy speculated, no matter how aloof his personality ID, he ID still leaky descendant of Kisen. Could the Ixen 8 benevolence have awakened? Reassuring himself, Suri clung tightly to Isaac 8 leg, that 8 right, perhaps I have misjudged Isaac all this time. Just as Lee Boy finished thinking highly of Isaac, he unleashed a move towards the gatekeeper. He must be planning to sacrifice himself to guide everyone. Isaac was delighted, completely ignoring Suri, who was frozen in SC. Gatekeeper roared in anger, Diu. He gripped his weapon tightly. Kid, Diu've chosen wrong path. He swung his sword directly toward Lee children, scaring Lucky Wits or of them. A kid screamed in terror, help us. They whimpered and cried, Mommy, help. Suri couldn't believe his eyes, what on earth Ideke going on? Lee Boy glanced at Isaac with a suspicious look, could it be? Isaac laughed gleefully, in TC contrast to Suri 8 absolute panic, this lunatic. Isaac excitedly thought to himself, It been a long time since I last saw these guys. Gatekeepers revealed their fierce appearance, believing others so easily Ideke so foolish. Candidates. Isaac added, they are just magical toys of I-14 mascots. He aggressively ordered them while Shuri was in near despair, go teach those kids how cruel life can be. A loud explosion rang off, accompanied by fiercely blazing. One child covered his face and asked repeatedly, where did those other people go? Others started crying off, they were just here. Both of them were standing invisibly, observing from behind. Key Boy yelled, go look for them right now. At that moment, Isaac sat atop Suri neck with an indescribably triumphant expression, while his poor friend below stood frozen like a statue. Peri Julius stood behind them, watching this entire comical drama fly. All three of them invisible than to LV6 holy spell, a superb stealth XQ that seemed of little use right now. He thought to himself, Uncle granted me this spell to use in times of danger, and this ID truly like gain a moment to use ET, Suri. His face contorted, couldn't he utter a single quoof, while Paris Julia standing behind had understood everything long ago. Julia stepped forward, thanking him profusely, Than Dufo generously KX Tingy invisibility holy spell on me as well, while Leek other boy just patted Suri 8 head, speaking in an innocent, childlike tone, as if to say, whatever, there ain't nothing to worry about. He tossed a ring into Julius' 8 hand, speaking in an innocent, childlike voice, here, take this, prompting Julius to ask in bewilderment, huh, what I deek this? Julius slipped it onto his finger, his eyes wide, a ring, quite tears in his eyes. He asked Isaac, did Do give me this because Do saw I am still inexperienced in battles against Lead Demon Clan, but Isaac just scratched his ear, looking as if he had absolutely no idea. Holding P ring in his hand, he said sincerely, Thank you so much, I will never forget your kindness. While he was still holding a key ring, a glowing red circle suddenly surrounded it. He was about to say, I will pass this message to my father, but before he could finish, he suddenly began to sing in a beautiful, melodious voice. The observer standing behind whispered triumphantly, truly, my master lives up to his reputation, laughing quit delight as if to subtly assert that Iki most majestic my deej power could inly belong to Iki prince. Suri looked up at him quit an apprehensive gaze, uncle, what kind of men XT have Do brought M? Children 8 voices rang enthusiastically, gather around quickly, can anyone cast a protective holy barrier? As children were eagerly casting spells, older boy boldly declared, I will use protective holy barrier first, just stand behind me. Gatekeepers attacked quit immense power, snarling a warning, accept our punishment now. Klee boy raised his hand to signal, now IDE time. As Iki other child focused all their power to launch an attack, prepare to take this hit. Kaboy launched his attack, take this. However, before he could cast key protective spell, Key boy tripped and tumbled to lee ground, leaving his friend in front frozen in SC, eyes wide and at Lee's sight. Then he turned back and asked his friend, hey, what happened? Lima de each ring suddenly flew behind his back, prompting boy to ask frantically, what on earth ID going on here? Immediately, Iki boy was completely controlled by Emi Dechev Iki ring in forced to fall to his knees. Vicious gatekeeper stood there, his face completely blank as he failed to comprehend what was happening. He leaped high into Wiki air, scanning his surrounding. Has anyone else been fooled by our lies? Leaf and Tumver immediately reported everything to Ajax. In this way, Li Ring has drained all of Li Children 8 holy power, he said, pointing to Lig left as if ordering Li Ring to follow, go in that direction immediately, to which Ring obediently complied, alright, as do you wish, and then he turned around, hey, what ate wrong? Don't he feel like eat ate unfair, kid? Leaf and Tim Observer immediately flew P in that direction. Seeing their friend collapse, Li Children asked each other in bewilderment, hey, what ate wrong? While I Gatekeeper standing there thought to himself, Don feels so aggrieved, kid. He continued to think, that ruse kid lied about not attacking incapacitated enemy. Fainting after having your holy power completely drained ID far better than being covered in wounds. Leaf and observed, having drained all of boy 8 holy power, immediately reported Jack, Master, everything I'd nearly complete. Gurnon red speck of lie suddenly flashed, making you wonder suspiciously, what on earth ID that? Lee cell out of a body gradually materialized, terrifying Edor of its wits. E was immediately blown far away. Suddenly, a voice rang awe, startling whole group. Lee to gate had finally been found. E turned awe to be Keena Barrett, who appeared awe of nowhere quit intent of hunting down Ajax Joshua. Ajax looked at him with a look of disdain, thinking he had wondered where this guy was hiding, and now he had finally shown his face. Below, Suri turned pale quit fear, telling herself that although she knew he was a genius, this was too much to handle. He immediately unfurled a pair of brilliant wings. They were powerful eagle wings that left everyone in awe. E was truly a terrifying LVP of Holy Spirit summoning foe a child. He stepped forward to challenge Ajax. Do really surprise me. I thought no one here but me could defeat demon race. Just as he withdrew his power, he added sarcastically, or do playing leaky trick of setting traps foe children lie in Lee first round. As he was about to add more taunts, Lie children interrupted in unison. That ain't not how ye'd ID key. Leaky boys hurried to explain that he was one who sacrificed himself to overcome traps and help them. A kid nearby emphasized that he had even kindly shown them Lucky way. They insisted he was their benefactor, making Isaac think to himself how naive these kids were, while Leak Observer standing next to him asked, ID this what Lee World calls submission. Keena Barrett turned back quit a look of contempt, aren't do ashamed to call this person a Xen candidate, to rely on a child who ate still wet behind leaky ears. 2 children immediately fired back, hey, Du've done nothing but hide behind us leaky whole way, while we were scouting foe traps, what did Do even do? Others joined in criticizing Kinaber. Do you rewrite? Izek acts much more like a sen. Amidst constant chatter, he could unlie stand there in a daze, humiliated before it. Criticism grew harsher. Do you didn't help at all? Everything ID than to Izek. Will tell our parents that Li P root Su family ID right choice. Above, Izek chuckled to himself, while Suri below exclaimed, poor kids, do re being late by I knows by this freak. Key boy said that if he weren't fo them, they would have been in deep trouble. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ground shook violently. Everyone looked around in a panic. A giant sphere was rolling toward them, causing the entire room to sway wildly. As people moved toward the door, someone asked, this ID definitely Iki entrance to the third archive, right? Another replied, probably, so that means Key's second trial ID complete. Key whole group nodded in agreement. Suddenly, T-Sphere spoke, congratulations to lead candidates for passing a second gate. I am the entity guarding this treasure. He declared imposingly, now, make your own decision. Like crowd began to chatter excitedly, while Kina Barrett remained silent. Sphere spoke again, do want to take your treasure HM. Will do continue to face Wi-Fi not trial. Someone resolutely chose I louder, and Likey Sphere immediately issued a warning. Think very carefully before making your choice. Eat repeated, will do you stop here quit your current rewards, or do you ready to venture into danger to reach key third archive? Eat set a condition, if do you pass, do you get a third treasure, but if do you fail, consequences will be unpredictable. Its threat stunned everyone, leaky and result ID that do will lose your lives. Mike Observer reminded, Master, low-key amount of mana emanating from that entity ID formidable. He slumped, understanding, ETID indeed breath of a Li Ray Jian. He smirked and thought to himself, it seems Iki threat of death ID well-founded. A child spoke up, I still want to try anyway, we've put in all this effort to get here. Another chimed in, that ain't right, if we obtain P3rd treasure, I'll be named a Sen immediately. Entire group was eager to continue, me too, I must definitely break into Leapy third archive no matter what. Key Orb, hearing that, replied, so, do you all want to venture into danger to challenge yourselves? Eat continued, that ain't gut. The whole group looked puzzled, then let eight face each challenge together. Key Orb spoke, those who gather here quote key dream of becoming saints. Immediately after that, unexpectedly exploded, startling everyone. Eat left and lie one instruction, get ready foo challenge. Everyone looked annoyed. Enenli Ezek 8 eyes were shining brightly when Key Orb 8 Voy rang O again. Li-Fi and challenge sounds rather ordinary. Before Li P whole group was a statue of a god. P Orb 8 Voy echoed again, quickly kneel down and praise your god. Everyone groaned, fed up at seeing another statue. They asked, Ideeth this our god. Key Orb continued to urge, see your reverence. Anenli those who prove their faith will reach Kve third treasure. A knave child asked, just kneeling down and praying ID enough, right? Another person immediately objected, I find this challenge seems too easy compared to what I expected. Isaac was too disgusted to say anything. He could unlie grit his teeth, no way am I doing that. I will never kneel before this scoundrel, especially when he has bothered me for so many years and tricked me at leaky last minute. A boy scratched his head and stepped forward. I mean, we just need to pray to Wiki deity, and eat ATV, right? Eat ain't not a big deal. Lee boy began to kneel on one knee on the floor. To we most high, who deserves all glory, your humble servant offers this worship, boy respectfully said. Leaky Orbate Voy rang all in praise, excellent memorization. Congratulations, Duva passed. Key boy beamed, fantastic. Seeing this, everyone started murmuring and discussing. So Yeet turns all we have to do ID pray. Isaac suddenly jumped a piece Suri ate back, startling his friend, who cried, Isaac. Suri advised Isaac to pray, but was unexpectedly given a painful kick. Isaac grumbled, why should I listen to him? Suri writhed on the ground, clutching his painful leg, while Isaac glared angrily up. Kina Barrett stood quit her arms crossed and said, we were taught how to pray at Ike Holy See anyway. Just follow suit. Kina Barrett knelt down completely and clasped her hands high above her head. Her face was filled quit radiance. This IDP proper posture to serve our most high. Seeing this, the crowd clamored to imitate her, quite some saying, I can do it too, and I want to try too. They said in unison, reverently offered to our great Loke. A child was still standing there blankly. Orb immediately shouted, what are you standing there blankly foe? Are you planning to give up and wait to die? E-boy quickly shook his head, no, I'll do hate right away. Others also chimed in, I'll gin in too. Suddenly, Orb noticed a child still standing motionless, why aren't he do kneeling? Isaac pouted and replied, saying he wasn't he crazy enough to do those things. Crowd to stare suspiciously, what was wrong quote him, or was he dissatisfied quote faith, could Lee rumors about Up he Rothschild family losing their roots be true? Isaac scratched his head and muttered, these people are so stren, stop embarrassing our family, eat ate just a prayer ritual. Kina Barrett smirked triumphantly. Every gesture was being recorded. ID, this kid planning to give up his chance to become a sen. No matter how great his innate talent, he ain't worthless without faith. Ezek pouted in disdain. Hearing Kina Barrett eight hollow words made him regret even paying attention to him in key first place. Like orb let a voice of reproach, this attitude ID truly insult. Exactly what one expects from a child of I holy family. Isaac ate face flushed as he raised his hand. Insolent my foot, do you inanimate object? He firmly declared he would rather die than ever kneel before such nonsense, then he fell silent. He challenged Eight by saying if Eat wanted to kivu him, then go ahead. At that moment, his body lake kin tren as Mei Diicha forced him to kneel. Statue spoke a judgment. Do dare insult gods, begone. He stood up and shouted, get lot. Isaac angrily channeled his holy power. I will smash this damn statue. Uck observer hurriedly and, Master, doing this ID too dangerous. He clenched his fist so tightly that veins appeared. Get of my sight right now. Suddenly, Eat spoke up in praise again, truly outstanding. His tightly clenched fist suddenly relaxed. He fell silent because he found his situation so confusing. Key Orb continued, do have passed like trial. Little one, proceed into B third archive. Kina Barrett cried in astonishment. Wait, what? He pointed at Isaac sitting there and questioned, didn't he do say one must have faith to pass? How can that kid pass without saying a single prayer? He t-date absurd. Orbate reply left Isaac dazed, and enly that child ideek worthy of passing through this door, for he alone kept his fun faith in God. He turned back to ask Kina, do still not understand like problem? Teed explained further, do were merely kneeling before a statue, not all of true faith in God. Luke statue 80 explanation, your faith ID, unlifo an inanimate image, a symbol used merely for routine worship. Suri looked around thoughtfully quick concern. Even though Eat was a statue of God, ultimately it was just a tangible object. People began to whisper, we were tricked, this statue looks exactly like paintings of God. Another argued, but Lee's scriptures forbid ape worship. Voy continued to explain, look at that child, even on a brink of death, he did not submit and held on to his conviction, thus, an enli he ID worthy of our archive. The phantom observer hiding behind giggled, faith, huh. Isaac stood up and shouted into why void, shut up. Kina Barrett was still not satisfied, I do not accept this result. He stepped forward to argue, lie child can't even speak yet, so how can it be proven that his refusal to kneel was or of faith? Phantom observer whispered from behind, I think he has a point, didn't he want to kneel anyway? He agreed, spot on. He continued loudly, furthermore, if Lee child truly has faith. His question left Isaac's speech, why doesn't this child have a single holy maki on him? Hearing that, someone asked in surprise, what? No holy mak. Even I have one. How on earth can a sen candidate lack such an important sign? He smiled slightly, quite a meaningful look as he glanced, P young man thought to himself, this child ID's trend, he IDE enly candidate missing a tone mac. Just give up, kid, how can someone without even a tone max be worthy of becoming a sen? That voice spoke up in wonder, a sen candidate without a tone meki. That IDE because Lee boy IDE still far too young. This response left him at a loss for words. Statue suddenly shit, leaving everyone stunned. Kina Barrett exclaimed in surprise, how ID that possible? Wait, do can move? She asked. Honestly, Eat ate just because Lee boy IDP still a child. Kina Barrett still insisted. Then let me go in too? If someone without a tone meki ID allowed in, then I, who has one, must be allowed in as well. Someone immediately agreed. That ain't right, I have a tone maxi too. That proves we are candidates. Young friend replied, kids should realize that missing a tone mech isn't anything special. Little child asked everyone, do all think so? Everyone replied in unison. White child continued, so do all want to enter we third archive, right? Everyone answered, exactly. Lee little child pondered for a moment and then continued, then there I did no other choice, I will take all of do inside. This left everyone gaping in SC. E-boy replied, now we can enter YP third archive. Little child added, I mean, if do want to hurl yourselves into whitey fire lie muths, then feel free to do so. This made everyone eight eyes widen in astonishment. P statue slowly Phi, I will allow do to enter. Key door slowly creaked to be. A pitch BLC darkness enveloped area, lie a toxic poison. Everyone inhaled and felt as though they were suffocating. Evoy continued, can do feel eat? That ID fema d each radiating from leap body of leak skeleton demon kin. Know your place, do you fools? I intended to spare those who could not withstand this power. Everyone gasped faux air and collapsed to uppy ground, coughing hoarsely. Heat was truly unbearable. At that moment, Izek cried all in joy, thinking smugly, yeah, he was overjoyed. This IDET my body, key body of key skeleton demon kin. His very own body was lying right there. He reached up to wipe away his drool, his eyes losing focus yet still gleaming quit raw desire as he exclaimed, oh you ow, look at all that lakma deech is surging ow. Isaac ate mouth toot ten to a savage grin. Other children felt eat, but their thoughts were be complete opposite. They looked at him in eye and exclaimed, "Look at Leapy child who has proven his faith that IDE key face of a brave warrior." But they quickly noticed something abnormal and their eyes widened in horror. Oh no, his eyes have let focus. What kind of child ID this? Like Crystal Bean, emitting a geen and lie, spoke once more. Do you children are not blind yet? Why deity 8 voy rang all quit authority, overwhelming. Those who cannot smile when facing death may turn back and leave. Voy spoke again, offering a deal. If do give up right now, I will allow do to choose a treasure from Lee's second archive. Suri looked at B key energy in fear, trembling and hesitating. Damn T, how can I possibly overcome that lack my each? Like other children were not doing much better, huddling on the ground and trembling as tears fell. Let 8 not go in, we might actually die. Yeet would be better to just pick like best item from like second archive. A pair of feet stepped forward slowly as someone declared quote determination. No, I don't need anything from like second archive. And Enli Kina Barrett stood up boldly to face them. All of us will head straight to leaky third archive. He demanded in a challenging tone, go ahead and activate all lake traps in VHOW NMB3. Lie two timid children trembled after hearing this and secretly cursed, this madman. Excited Orb spoke up, well, our due toying quit me. Kina Barrett spread his hands, explaining that no sen in history had been capable of retrieving Demon Kin 8 corpse, and even renowned Saintess Melissa had been helpless. Lai Crystal Orb exclaimed in admiration. Sinzong seems to know a lot about Lai P 3rd V how, doesn't he? Meanwhile, he showed excessive confidence in his assertion. I believe Saintess Melissa wouldn't he abandon children. There must be a way out. Kina Barrett raised his hand decisively. I am not interested in hearing about us stumbling upon treasure without expending any effort. Quite determined eyes, he declared boldly, return key 3rd V how to its most dangerous state so I can prove my abilities far surpass even Lee Saintess. Ezek rested his chin on his hand, glancing at Kina Barrett. This kid ID definitely beyond saving. Orb agreed to Kina Barrett 8 request. If Dew insists so much, then I shall indulge Dew. As Eat spoke, Heat radiated a brilliant Ginyu Ra mixed Kut pitch BP leaky energy, causing the children to panic and adopt a defensive stance. This will certainly determine clearly who truly deserves to be a true Sen. Cried profusely, looking at Kina Barrett and complaining, if do lie eat so much, go in and get eat yourself. Unexpectedly, a Su-Ra enveloped everyone, making them float. Hey, why are do dragging all these innocent people in? Their legs flailed in despair and were quickly lifted to pea ground. The entire group was thrown into another room. Before the children could recover, they collapsed, gasping for breath. In contrast, Isaac looked around excited. Wow, what a mess. Like it suddenly pointed in a panic and reported, Master, look. He pointed into leaky distance where a walk arm was solemnly displayed. Seeing P skeletal arm radiating walk energy, he rejoiced as if he had just rediscovered a precious treasure. My body ID here. He gleefully clenched his hands, smiled content, and praised, well done, kid. I mean, my body has fully absorbed die energy from Lee 3rd V how. Terrified children looked at P swirling walk energy, exclaiming in astonishment, ID that really EP skeletal remains of leaky demon kin. Just one hand, and Impunan ID already so dense. Isaac cunningly denied E, looking at item longingly, ET8 unendly a thumb. ID this all that 8 left, rest are all fakes. P hand on E stone pedestal was originally just stone, and Enli one finger was YDM Kim80 original item. Yet, that single finger radiated a terrifying magical power that overwhelmed all life around E. Suddenly, ferocious bull charged from somewhere, leaping into leaky air and roaring fiercely. Lee two children 8 eyes widened in fear. ID that a demon. I thought they had disappeared after Y's second trial, but Kina Barrett boldly demanded all E-traps be opened, which led to this predicament. Isaac looked at Bull quit familiar eyes. Wait, that ate him. Heat landed quit a thud. Fun of rage. Dew damned bugs. Its muscular arms tensed up. Dew got a lot of nerve to eye this body. A panicked child pointed at Kina Barrett. This ID key all your fault. What do we do now? Yet, he casually waved his hand confidently. Trust me, I will lead all of Dew all of here, along quip a treasure. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. 14 familiars, Lee skeletal demon 8 elite subordinates, are now just fools imprisoned by a people family. Quit high-grade treasure in hand, Kina Barrett confidently stood facing Lai ferocious bull, thinking to himself that Lai P holy Mediich was ready and this prize would surely be his. His gaze was sharp and cold, like an eagle stalking its prey. Waikura radiating from that gaze was as powerful as a god of justice, making a demon's fight. Isaac nonchalantly sat picking his ears without a care, while B children around him gaped in amazement, saying that Eat was truly Ikurar of Ipu Pope 8 family. Kina Barrett was also impressed by this terrifying power, silently nodding to himself that everything was going exactly as planned. He excitedly prepared to unleash his next move, wanting to take advantage of this moment to seize E prize. Before he could gloat Fu Long, a chilling voice rang awe, making Kina Barrett 8-face turn pale. Could there still be a survivor here? Lee Demon did not flinch in Lee's slightest. On the contrary, he became even more furious, its fiery eyes staring at him with deep resentment. Eat roared in defiance and stood ready to fight. Who dared to be so bold as to claim the body of its kin? Right at that moment, at Key Main Gate area, something was happening at Lee main entrance to Wee Artifact Vault. Light representatives standing outside were anxious and uneasy because communication had been abruptly cut at P. Quite no idea what on earth was happening inside. A young man ran V in a panic, holding an important announcement sheet. Like situation was cried T. Wee Demon Seal on a key third floor had just been destroyed. Upon hearing key bad news, Waiki two brothers of Riley family froze for a few seconds in sheer specie. Simon stammered in panic, but no one answered. Could that be one of Key 14's sacred relics? He was still in SC, trying to deduce why reason. If he really was a sacred relic, then children inside were surely in grave danger. Representatives were worried sick, trying to figure out what to do. What about Lee P elders sent in to supervise? To think Lee children would end up trapped. Lee two old men outside stammered in explanation that they had let track of them. After key traps were triggered, did this mean Lee children 8 lives were hanging by a thread? Anxiety enveloped everyone. How could Abby kids possibly deal with that men XT? We must stop this Tate and get Lie children all right away. Right at that moment, Giant Gate suddenly emitted a blinding lie from behind. Lee members standing nearby had to shield their eyes because Likey lie was so intense. What on earth ID this? Joshua Riley opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Entrance to Lake Artifact Vault was slowly opening. Lie grew stronger and stronger. P entire space, leaving people around utterly bewildered as they exclaimed, where ID this terrifying lie coming from? They warned each other to stay away from Lie P entrance, fearing that Wakmana would spill awe. No, wait a minute. Someone pointed toward the glowing gate and remarked, I don't feel even a trace of Ike demon race. Lee Elder wondered in confusion if Likey Men XT had been defeated, while Higher Barrett smirked deviously. You did great, Kina. Whispers arose about whether that was Gaki Demon protecting Lee's skeleton demon Kinate corpse, and if he was Wheat Child who defeated Eent. Rely, realizing something was amiss, called all in panic. Rely, this isn't Tigat. He bit his lip, his face darkening as assertions kept ringing all. He must be Kina Barrett. Indeed, Pope Eat family ID truly different. Lee crowd gathered around Higher Barrett, congratulating him more. Congratulations, Cardinal. This ID truly a well-deserved achievement for E strongest Sen candidate. He looked toward Lai Gate with smug joy, thinking that Kina seemed to have handled everything neatly. Immediately after, his gaze suddenly turned cold and calculating. Lai Cardinal turned to glare at Joshua Relai with contempt, smugly thinking to himself, this ID price for your foolish resistance. Now that way demon Kinate corpse ID in my hands, do had better bow down and submit. That smile remains, but he hides a scheme. Eat a time to expose the hypocritical facade of your people. A piercing soul resonated, stunning both Reilly and Hyre, their facial expressions being complete opposite. Look, Lee children are coming all in droves. Joshua really could not hide his restlessness. He bit his lip as if silently praying for exoriate safety. Small figures gradually emerged behind a gate. May they all return safe and sound. Lee representatives stood rooted to YP spot in front of Lee Gate, their minds in a complete turmoil. Lee children emerged safe, and although a few sobbed in their relatives' arms, Joshua really breathed a sigh of relief thankfully. They Enlai had minor scratches. Key faces he longed for most were still nowhere to be seen. Really could Enlai stare toward Lee Gate quit mounting anxiety, wondering why P children who entered archive no. 3 had yet to appear. Anxiety was evident on his waiting face, wondering if they had run into any useless fools along La way. Suddenly, a voice cut in, causing them to look up in surprise. Finally, Lee children had appeared. Children stumbled all quit haggard looks, resembling a bunch of withered radishes struggling to move. Seeing this, their families joyfully called all their names. Frightened yet overjoyed, parents rushed forward to embrace their children, calling all faux Peter and Suri quit choked voices. Roots with family reen, clinging tightly to one another as Lighty poignant name of Shuri rang out. He frantically fussed to his child, asking if they were all right if they were scratched in pain anywhere. Riley stood there, her face as cold as an iceberg, but her heart was burning quite anxiety because a Jack was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, everyone else had returned, but her beloved nephew was missing, causing Riley extreme distress. Could it be that a Jack had not come with them? Even I Cardinal could no longer maintain his composure, hurriedly calling all his child 8 name, Kina. Seeing his child return, his first words were not of concern but rather an interrogation of leaky spoils, asking what on earth they were holding. Higher Barrett demanded in a harsh voice where wee skeleton demon Kinate corpse was, while Kina answered tremulously, fearing her father ate dissatisfaction quit result. Enraged, he scolded them for bringing back such a useless item. Just then, a blinding lie suddenly appeared high above. A spatial portal tore through Y sky, radiating a brilliance that forced everyone to look up. Someone quick-eyed pointed in that direction, shouting, "Look there." In mid-air, a majestic Ginon wolf appeared, its jaws firmly clamped onto a small creature. Everyone gasped in astonishment. It seemed they had just realized something. Looking closer, they saw Wolf was holding a child with a mischievous smile, and they all shouted in unison, "That Ada Jack." Yan Wolf landed on lapy ground, and Shuer, Riley, and Asili rushed forward to check on a Jack with immense joy. She noticed something unusual and told Riley that this wolf was guardian spirit beast of ancient relic archive. Unaware that Kiginian wolf held such a noble status, a Jack could clap in appreciation of everyone ate knowledge upon hearing this. Wolf radiated an overwhelming holy hurrah. Yate was a holy Regine. She had guessed correctly that Eat was a young Regen tasked quit guarding YP treasure, and though Eat looked like a wolf, its hurrah was undeniably that of an ancient holy Ran. Shuer and Ray were utterly stunned. That was Wuli clan head Ad Ray Jian, a creature with a Sikilu connection to Like Ye Jinan once summoned to Like archives, and its presence was truly an immense honor. Yeep young man approached boy, listening intently, wondering where that trend saw was coming from. A Jack was overjoyed, resting his head on his hand, happily sucking on demon kinate thumb. As soon as everyone realized, they screamed in panic, "Elders, look at what a Jack has in his mouth." Everyone looked again, confirming Eat once more. Oh no, Eat really Deep. Could he truly be skeleton demon kinate bones? Elder woman frantically scratched her head, uttering in disbelief, "Child, Don put that in your mouth." In contrast, other elder joyfully clenched his fist, saying, "Well done, son. Duve brought back P skeleton demon kinate remains." A voice called awe, starling P white-haired boy, making him afraid. Eat was Kina calling. Like Cardinal questioned his son with a terrifying gaze, "Did Du give those skeleton demon kin bones to Lee boy?" Kina was too afraid to speak, and lay hesitating and stammering, "Yet, I did." He was as sharp as a razor, his hawk-like eyes piercing Lee boy. "I wouldn't call that a wise strategy." Harry Barrett interjected from behind with a sarcastic tone, "But that key compassion of a sen, helping host maintain his honor." Hearing that, elders immediately reproached, "What nonsense are Du blabbering about? This boy one who retrieved his skeleton demon kinate remains." At this moment, Ezek was still grinning widely, playing all sorts of mischievous tricks on Leaf Floor with a meaningful smile. Hyray still tried to argue back, "Du people are truly foolish." His son felt confused, recalling, "What was that?" His eyes seemed haunted by something, he couldn't believe truth. "Why eat lie this?" At that time, when he unleashed his ultimate technique, Eat was counteracted by a simple Lockmoded each. "Why did my Madich have no fed? Anger surged, and his eyes burned red, as if wanting to devour Kina alive. "Du are all just insects." A terrifying surge of killing intent swept the causing Lai children to collapse, unable to resist, resigned to death. He charged forward quick great power, accompanied by vicious curse, "Die." At that moment, like other children tried to flee, but Inli Kina stood still, watching HSC. A violent explosion, and dense smoke and dust enveloped everything. At that moment, he opened his eyes, still bewildered. He saw a shield protecting like children, saving them in each of time a sturdy barrier. They wondered curiously, this blue color, IDE truly. They looked at it infinite leaky energy radiating from Key Baby. Someone had tried to protect them, making them realize, ID this from a child of Lee Ruxua clan. Demonic fellow grew even angrier, roaring insults, "Do you filthy priests? How dare do usurp great skeleton demon kinate remains?" Saying this, he charged again to attack Ezek with another punch. "Die." Boy was no pushover, his hand gathered energy as he shouted angrily, "Idiot." An explosion echoed, and blue smoke rose, accompanied by a childate scolding words, Do not recognize your master." Back to Leap present, everyone present looked up at this rare truth, marveling in their minds quit fun bewilderment. That Regine wouldn't lie, would eat. This means Goroxua clanate baby really brought eat. So what did Kina do then? Roxua Relai stepped forward and spoke up, but Lai Kirajen, eat ate too dangerous. He raised his hand to explain, his face fun of disbelief. Those 14 spirit beasts are not monsters that ordinary children can deal quit. Why did Du release their seals? Iajur Regine replied quit confusion, 14 spirit beasts, are Du talking about Zeke? Suddenly, criticisms rang off, directed towards Kina. E.T. was that white-haired boy who asked for them to be released. Like children who witnessed that scene are still panicked, Kina has ordered Li Reijian to activate all traps in Weihao and MB3, and even forced them to follow her despite Likey danger. Eyes fun of anger were cast upon Likey family, Ray, because EP children almost lost their lives because of that brat. It ain't hard to believe someone of papal lineage would act so cruelly. Fortunately, Azek took down Likey demon in time, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Criticism surrounded Like Cardinal as crowd turned their backs on one they once admired. This made him furious, but wait, hasn't he Joshua 8 son now officially gained the upper hand of Vaith people family 8 son? High praise was given to Joshua Relay, making everyone marvel. Although he couldn't become a Sen, quit this immense power, like rumors of his family 8 rise must be true. This uncle secretly felt proud that Isaac had truly done an excellent job. Leaky elders tried to coax Isaac with sweet words. Youngster, spit eat all. Heat ain't very dangerous. Can you return a little of eat to us all of consideration? He flatly refused quite a decisive wave of his hand, leaving them stunned. They never expected a child to possess such astonishing power. Sitting on like holy Lee Reginate back, he casually rested his arms, feeling smug. His magical power seemed to be overflowing. Could it be that surviving this ordeal allowed him to absorb eat so quickly? Elder woman approached Kutjoy. Isaac, you did an excellent job. If like clan leader hears this, he will be overjoyed. Joshua Veli shyly, of course. A calculated smile spread across her face. It seems this idea enough. Quite ambitious eyes wanting to use this power to destroy Demon King. We can finally track down Leaky Skeleton Demon Quitty's soul tracing technique. Hearing those words, Isaac pouted in anger. He recalled his grandmother 8 words and suddenly realized, wait, Idiki this gee reason they wanted to take my body. Leaky elders moved towards Isaac quit greedy eyes and hands ready to grab him. Hand EV, Isaac. They pleaded in a bleak tone. Hunt down Lee's skeleton demon kin and tear 8 apart, causing him extreme fear and making him wonder what on earth was happening. Lai Elder happily opened his arms to welcome him. Lai a treasure. We are about to end our 150-year feud. Handy TV now. Unexpectedly, Leek Holy Gyujin suddenly knelt down while Isaac was swallowing Ki Demon 8 finger, leaving Gi Elder stunned in surprise. He then pointed to his mouth in a provocative gesture, leaving them speechless. Afterward, he and Li Gi Wolf soared into Wu's sky, thinking to himself, these lunatics are so annoying, leaving behind their mournful screams on the ground. In magnificent and opulent palace, discussions erupt. One elder anxiously asked, have you found eat? Female elder replied, I done think eat ain't here anymore. Others also despaired and lamented, why un't that thing appear? Isaac sat aside, grinning secretly. You can st all day and see if you find any sign of et. He glanced thoughtfully. Anyway, what happened at Iki Relic V house still bothers me more. Images of Isaac launching fierce attack, creating terrible collision, gradually appeared. Don't you even recognize your master? He continued to attack Lee Demon, causing Eat to be stunned. Oh, this mana, ID that do, master. Isaac was extremely confused after hearing E Demon 8's trend question. ED continued to uncheck P rate its loyalty. When I heard of your death, I thought Lee world had ended, but I always believed Du would return to us, master. Lu Demon Kinady words were cut a P as its body gradually dissolved. I want to serve Du, master. Isaac reached out as if to hold back, but he was captured by E.T. Church. He angrily shouted, damn me, explain yourself before Du die. I have so many questions for Du. Returning to reality, Isaac wondered if his captor was from Lee People family. A hand offering a baby bottle right while I was lot in thal left me speechless. I definitely have to get to like bottom of this. Riley was screaming, making Git laugh gleefully. Isaac, pack your bags and let 8 go. He turned to shout at Leek's servant, hurry and bring me more ultra-strong laxatives. Despite Gigate continuous mocking, Isaac was boiling quit rage. I'll turn every single corner of this damned house upside down soon. Lake Elder turned pale and bit his nails in fear. If Matriarch finds all, she will slaughter us all. She ID more than capable of ripping that boy 8 organs all. Rilai reassured him. Calm down, Elder. Everything ID still under Fiend Trun. Unable to keep his calm, he also gnawed on his nails and stammered. Even though she once dissected her own biological child without hesitation, Lee Boy IDP still her biological nephew. Isaac was shocked. Her biological son? Really? Casually replied, isn't Melissa on a pilgrimage quickie Ren matriarch? Isaac calmed down. That ain't right, they all need quite a bit of time. I just need to snatch all this mana before she returns and then slip away. Gowel suddenly threw her by board door during Isaac 8 triumph. He stepped forward to make an announcement, leaving Relai bewildered. Relai, do here. Gowel continued, Leak matriarch ID calling Fodu. Isaac 8 eyes widened in what IP hell? Relai asked back in a panic. Mother ID back already. She has never returned this early after a pilgrimage. He clenched his fist anxiously. Damn me, did they return early because of me? Isaac clutched his chest where Apimana was stored, filled with anxiety. I haven't finished absorbing all this mana yet, this ID bad. Recovering his composure, he calculated, quite Melissa had erratic temperament. She'll definitely drag me info interrogation no matter what. Exclamations of astonishment. Oh my goodness. Everyone was dazzled by piled up gold, silver, and jewels. Are all these luxurious gifts really for Isaac? Relai breathed a sigh of relief. I thought Lee matriarch had come in person. Gawil smiled mockingly. Are Du really that scared? He teased again. She hasn't arrived yet. She and Lai sent a message saying she would return soon. Quit Lee, head of Lee Key family. I never said she had already arrived here. Isaac flew into a rage and swore. Does this bastard want to die early? Commander of Lee Blue Knights respectfully presented himself. Sir, Poop has also sent a gift. An old elder folded his arms and indifferently said to just sell eat all. Key commander, breaking into a cold sweat, reminded him, E Pope 8 envoy ID standing right of he there, they all hear everything. A stranger walked up quote a monotonous tone, Leek Emperor ID very interested in this event. These are gifts of apology and gratitude sent to Lee family by Lee Pope 8 people. E envoy, quite a calm expression, sneered, It seems your family isn't very keen on Lie E Pope 8 gifts, are they? He reached Auto Obalan Lee gift box, however, Diu will definitely lie this one. A dazzling lie radiated from Lee box's e-servant recounted, Lee Cardinal said Eat would be a great help to Isaac. Instantly, Elder hesitantly recognized E.T. was a medal in EP shape of a brilliant flower, making him scream in astonishment, Key triple crown. Isaac didn't he even bother to care and asked Lee Key get, what ID that? Eat immediately replied in disgust, that ID a low-grade item bearing Lie P Pope 8 filthy Mac. P. Elder asked back skeptically, a medal from Lee Pope, really? Everyone was shocked, no way. Luke Envoy raised his voice to draw everyone 8 attention, Loke Rilai. He spoke as if 8 were a matter of course, leaving Rilai dunned, take E.T., this ID fo Azak. Lee little boy looked up quote wide eyes, clearly, that thing was supposed to be his, so why did that man give hate to his uncle? Rilai questioned him immediately, this messenger insists that Eek Pope wanted to hand E directly to me and not Isaac, right, yet, that ID correct. He gave a scheming smirk, I am Lee following instructions to ensure key gift reaches due, earning a burning glare from Rilai. Lie Elder pointed a hand at like messenger and shouted, Do are giving what rightfully belongs to Isaac to someone else ID key there's something wrong quote your head. Pointing directly at his face, like Elder warned, do understand that giving this medal to another family member ID no different from cursing Eek recipient is dead. Both Isaac and Lee get flinched in SC, what? Messenger maintained a straight face, OP Lie, everyone shouldn't he overthink Eek Pope 8 get intentions. He explained as if 8 were obvious that Isaac was still too young, but Key Furious Elder retorted, then what about Lee's sunflower symbol on that re-ben? He yelled in a rage, does Pope 8 faction not know that sunflowers represent Lee deceased? Isaac thought himself, so leaky old Pope wants me in leaky grave early how absurd. Female Elder also lost her composure and snapped, both Lie Pope and his family are bastards, they are shamelessly mocking Rothshu a curse. Gowl tried to intervene, everyone calm down, this matter needs to be carefully discussed, but he was snapped at in return, who has why key mind to be patient quote Diu at a time like this. He still tried to argue that making a scene would make we Rothshua family look hostile to YP Church, which would bring no benefit to Lai Ki clan. Gowl looked at him quote contempt, thinking, this man ID truly a scoundrel, likely manipulated by a cardinal. Even though I became a son-in-law to this family, I still find them so corrupt. He secretly felt pleased because from now on, Relai and that brat would have no way to cause trouble anymore, which was perfect for him. Gowl quickly urged, Relai, accept E. Dante overreact, but Relai still firmly refused. He man interrupted Kuda polite pretense, why get so worked up, Veek nothing. Isaac sighed and raised his hand, forget E.T., I cannot accept this. Lee Messenger suddenly noticed Lee box containing loose trend metal. He stared at B. Lu flame burning brightly inside key box quit confusion. Suddenly, he screamed in pain and flung key box away as E flames caught his hands. Gowl cried awe in panic, what ID that thing? Lie flame flared up powerfully and hovered in midair, leaving everyone in holy fire. They wondered suspiciously who could see red holy fire, while P. Messenger, clutching his hand, groaned and muttered about E metal. Everyone turned around and was utterly astonished to see E flame surrounding Isaac 80 hand. They cried all in unison in disbelief, while Lee P. Youngboy and Lee gave a triumphant smile. Who did that, I wonder? Lappy church people panicked and shouted, are Do trying to cause trouble? How dare Do destroy E key metal bestowed by E Pope? Are Do plotting a rebellion? Like elders took a defensive stance and countered, do we look lie we did that on purpose? Eat was done by a child. Why be so petty quit a kid who isn't even old enough to receive Lai P gift? Joshua Railai picked up charred metal fragment and said, what a pity. An accident happened before we could receive ET, so let 8 just pretend nothing happened. Stunned, Light Church group gasped, do really dare say that? His cold, warning voice made a messenger turn pale, what? Oh do want me to submit to your will? Riley held up Lee metal fragment arrogantly, am I supposed to accept an item gifted by Egi, Pope and Lie to have 8 ruined by a child? Pressing his advantage, Lee Elder from behind immediately spoke with sarcastic mockery, oh my goodness, he turns out even a prime I am metal knows how to melt. Knowing he couldn't possibly fight back, Lee Men frantically backed down and demanded his item, give 8 back to me quickly, I must have picked up Lee key wrong one. Like vivid green flame in a Jack 8 hand was ready to explode and sweep through. In Lee blink of an eye, fierce flame engulfed key church henchman, making him scream in agony from Lee burning heat. Seeing that, Likey elder woman rushed to V to pinch Hika boy 8 cheeks and dote on him, oh my, our little Ajak Idik so naughty. While key victim resentfully thought himself, let me go now, oh I'll turn your butts into barbecue. while Pope 8 henchman resentfully clambered to his feet, quit a furious expression. He scampered away, yelling bitterly, "Do scoundrels, do excessive bullies." Elders were overjoyed. They lifted Lee Boy up and looked at him, coot eyes fun of adoration. "Excellent work, hero a Jack." Feeling refreshed as if a long-accumulated burden had been lifted, an elder aggressively ordered, "Throw away that troublesome junk metal and be done, coot 8." One elder even had tears welling up from extreme joy, grinning from ear to ear as he said, "Et data pity chieftain, didn't he get to witness a shen, pitiful look of that church 8 hound at Lakey time." They continued to grin delightedly, then turned to praise Reli to know and, "Excellent, Reli." Lee main credit goes to do. Unleashing like holy fire at just Mike right moment was truly an impressive decision. Meanwhile, the young man was still bewildered, not understanding anything at all. An elder approached, smiling, "Hey kid, see top playing innocent. Do clearly cast protective holy fire spell foa Jack, didn't he do?" Reli scratched his head and ears in confusion, then retorted, "Ha, I thought he was do elders who came to we rescue." Space suddenly fell silent, and everyone was bewildered and confused. They started pushing blame around and chattering excitedly. "So, Rili, do were we one secretly helping Lie Boy ever since he entered Lee treasure chamber?" Ian Lee activated a simple invisibility spell, but Isaac clearly also cast a super speed movement technique. Could that little kid really know this move? Truth gradually revealed itself, making everyone spin around to look at each child, coot extreme horror. What leaky hell ID going on? Impossible. Amidst everyone 8 astonished gaze, Isaac calmly sat, propping his chin and scratching his ear, as if to say all those impressive spells were solely performed by this little kid. Memories suddenly surfaced of the ancient scroll he had snatched earlier, a mythical ultimate martial arts manual that allowed one to immediately comprehend and execute powerful techniques. Quit just a glance. Leak image of Lee treasure room appeared, making his eyes lie up like headlights, his mouth almost watering profusely. Quit desire. He thought to himself, "Good thing I quickly grabbed eat, although its power ID insignificant compared to when I was Lee great skeleton kin, something ID better than nothing." Lee elders still had wide eyes and mouths agape, refusing to believe their own eyes. They whispered, "Perhaps he child 8 mother secretly provided pet, but how could that be? His mother doesn't he have fire affinity, her attribute completely counteract." Everyone 8 faces changed color. Quit astonishment as they exclaimed, "This goes beyond ordinary genius." Eat 8 lie wanting to compose poetry before even learning like alphabet. Renowned Saintess Melissa, who was hailed as a prodigy, had to painstakingly learn to ret before she could even hope to wield Madi Che. Realizing Lee's situation seemed to be getting out of hand, Isaac 8 face turned pale. Quit worry. "Oh no, ID keep really that serious? I suddenly feel such a heavy burden on my shoulders." Going from one surprise to another, Anenli Ashley was astute enough to notice key real issue and spoke up, "Wait, elders, isn't he completely dispelling Pope 8 blessing?" Even more shocking. Upon hearing that, Lee 2 elders immediately realized truth, their eyes sparkling as they praised profusely, "Perfect. No adjustments needed. Truly a person." Quit sharp insight. Like old man hastily urged, "Quickly, bring that metal here so I can chio truth of Lai key matter." Reli dutifully assented and went to fetch heat. Looking at Lai key empty box on Ike table, he reported to Wive Elder that Eat had disappeared. Welder angrily opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "What do you mean?" He gesticulated wild, trying to compose himself, then insisted, "Wait a minute. E.T. was clearly sitting right there just now." At that moment, Gowl, from behind, scratched his head and mumbled, I accidentally threw it into a trash can." Recalling that moment, an elder furiously demanded that E.T. hateful metal be thrown away immediately. As everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, Gowl quickly clarified, "But do yourselves told me to throw it away, didn't he? Do you?" Elder immediately changed his tone and ordered, "No. Even so, do shouldn't he have done that? Hey, quickly send someone to find and retrieve it immediately." Joshua Gowl 8 face darkened as he reevaluated Isaac. La Boy had melted geeked metal personally bestowed by E. Pope, an item rumored to be immune to all flames. Hadn't thrown it away at all. He had secretly hidden it in his pocket along quite many schemes. If Lee Key family had got wind of this, E.T. would be all a re. He thought to himself, quite satisfaction. Without physical evidence, it all just baseless rumors. In a picturesque place, a calm lake, a few days later, in quite teen part of Key Duchy of Azur. Someone 8 cloak was fluttering in wind. Lee Joshua, his head alike Joshua family, stood quit his arms crossed, gazing thoughtfully horizon. He looked at his subordinates and ordered, "Lee Mansion ID almost here, maintain maximum focus until variant." They shouted in unison, "Understood, my loke." Suddenly, a premonition prompted Ellie to turn his head and look back. A puzzled and confused expression was clearly visible on his face. "What ID this?" Returning to the luxurious mansion where Isaac was staying, anxious elders asked, "What ate wrong?" Seeing Clee Boy, who had just chugged dozens of bottles of milk, quit a round belly, they wondered in bewilderment why Demon Kin 8 corpse was still nowhere to be found. Isaac, rubbing his stomach content, said, "Then, this really refreshes my body." Old men collapsed in despair, We've given him 300 bottles of tonic and 500 birth fruits from Lee Julius' kingdom. Isaac, completely unaware and utterly thrilled, exclaimed, "Oh, that fruit was delicious. I heard he even enhances your connection with spirit beasts." He flashed a sly smile, fully aware of its effects. Spirit beasts are get whether as partners or combat tools. I should strengthen our relationship first. Who knows, maybe later I can use 8 to crush White Pope and those gods. Isaac rested his chin and thou. Surely Ezer family must also have a guardian spirit beast, right? Suddenly, he felt a sea tren oorah, causing his expression to change completely in fright. Outside, a giant whale was hovering in mid-air, flapping its tail and splashing water everywhere. Strangely, YKMXT had a horn on its head. Ezer clanate spirit beast, Terran Bloom, seemed to sense an ill omen, making Isaac vigilant. Whispers arose, "Come on, why don't we just go to Albi banquet first?" Lee door was violently kicked in. Joshua Lee boldly stepped in and announced, "Lie family head has arrived." His every step exuded an imposing aura, making elders bow their heads respectfully. "We, your humble servants, respectfully greet T family head. We respectfully greet elders." Isaac looked up at key man ate radiant face and thou, "So he ate Lipey head of Ezer family. Does that mean he ate my grandfather?" He put his hand on his chin, continuing his thoughts. "I have a gut feeling about this. Key source of power Ideek awakening here." Just as Isaac was grinning, Relai rushed to shield him. "Father, P. Lee give us more time. Disemboweling Iser T solve anything." Azek, confident in his mind, "Thou, done T worry, there ain't no way he would do that." Family head Ely raised his hand, gesturing as if to decide Isaac ate fate. He pointed directly at boy quit a cold gaze. "Burn this child." Relai cried in agony. Hearing that decision, Isaac felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He had just confidently asserted otherwise, but now he was stunned. Relai hurriedly reached his hand to stop him. "Don T, father." Isaac also realized a lurking danger. Was his life about to be snuffed off? Why did they want to burn him alive? This entire family ID crazy. Probably in lie this uncle still has some sanity left. On Niki other side, Ray Lai was trying his best to persuade them. Key boy ID still so young, how could do have lie heart to burn him? Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed silently. What YP hell? ID he implying that they will burn me sooner or later anyway. He pleaded earnestly, "Father, Peely reconsider." Right at that moment, Gowl also rushed in to chime in. "I agree, that reward ID too much food key child." Isaac felt a sharp pain in his heart, mixed with anger. How could burning me alive be called a reward? Lee please continue to ring off. "That ain't right. If we cremate Isaac, we can obtain corpse of leaky skeleton kin. Lee blessing from its flame will surely be much stronger." Hearing this, he became even more bewildered and wondered, what kind of blessing IDE that? Riley frantically tried to S-tup them, but P. Lee give us more time. Meanwhile, Eek's one who wanted to harm him, Gowl, suggested another op. "How about we slice boy ate stomach?" Riley did not want to see his nephew suffer, so he hesitantly suggested, another way. P. Lie, instead of burning him, let 8 drown Isaac in water. Hearing this, Isaac just wanted to swear. This foolish family should just be disbanded. Gowl retorted excited, "No. Leaky fire and water of Ike Sanctuary are secret ultimate techniques of Ike Holy Order reserved exclusively for Saintess. We cannot waste them on a useless child lie him." Hearing this, Raylai retorted, "Useless. How could you say such terrible words?" Isaac glanced at Gowl and assessed, "Oh, if he ID'd deliberately opposing 8 so vehemently, then this must be a get thing." Lay family head observed his 2 sons arguing in front of him. Suri IDE one who deserves to receive this blessing. Actually, Suri was Gi one who defeated EP Demon and E Treasure, wasn't he? What nonsense are you talking about? Eat was Isaac who did eat, and even Niki Azure E Ray Jian has confirmed eat. Argument grew increasingly heated. That Mage Reginan must have been mistaken. How could a child who can even walk yet defeat a demon? Don be so unreasonable. Do are crossing a line. Neither side would back down, trading words back and forth. Furthermore, Isaac burned Pope 8 medallion quit holy fire. Are do going to deny that truth as well? We all saw eat quit our own eyes. Who knows, maybe do colluded quit the elders to cast a spell on ET. Hearing this, Gao confidently crossed his arms and retorted, believing he had disposed of Lee medallion. "Leapy important thing ID there ain't no evidence." Suddenly, Lee family head, Ely Joshua, spoke up. "Are you talking about that medallion?" He reached picked up a medallion, and asked, "Are you referring to this?" A medallion in Ely Joshua 8 hand held an extremely special meaning. Lee person capable of connecting quit gods. Ideek Pope, and items blessed by him are called blessed gold. Looking at the item in his grandfather 8 hand, Kim Ezek couldn't help but be shocked. Even when I was skeleton kin, it would have been difficult for me to melt it this easily. What Ideeki going on? He silently speculated whether he was born quit much greater power in this life. Rayli Joshua exclaimed in surprise, "How did you find it, father?" he replied nonchalantly. I just picked Eat up on my way here. I think Yate was at leaky bottom of Lake Elisava. He cheered joyfully. Look, father. Lee boy could use fire to melt I Pope AT symbol. Lee corner of Isaac 8 mouth curled into a smug smile. That ain't right. Now do have enough evidence to see that Joshua family IDT superior to even T church. Rayleigh Joshua emphasized. Key boy even withstood flames of skeleton kin. Elder standing nearby immediately nodded rapid, his face fun of excitement. That ID absolutely true. Family head. This child will surely become an outstanding skeleton kin hunter. He wondered, haven't many commoners been injured by skeleton kin, who has been hiding foe so long? He replied without hesitation. Exactly. If we leave it alone, lie heir of lie skeleton kin will rise. He was stunned. Huh. Just then, Lee Spectre of Keep Observer appeared beside Kim Ezek, speaking in a sarcastic tone. Whether an I past or we present, imposters of yours are still running rampant everywhere. Aaron T. They, master. Even do Don T. understand a thing. I am also racking my brain trying to figure all where that crowd came from. But never mind, key more chaos they cause, key more we benefit. He nodded, finding that it made sense. Suddenly, Riley Joshua's indignant voice echoed through room. Don T. just look at IP present, remember Lee C. Kenna from 70 years ago. He shouted. D. Demon Keen Hollow once visited and cast a hex on our entire family. Kim Ezek widened his eyes in surprise as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He was completely shell-shocked after hearing that. Gold Joshua ground his teeth in frustration. That guy came here and threatened to wipe all Lee Saintess 8 bloodline. Just thinking about that curse makes my stomach churn. P. Spectro Observer burst a laughing. If 8 happened 70 years ago, he definitely has nothing to do quit Du. Master. Du passed away a century and a half ago. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. So he turned out this bloodline curse was reason they rumored he would die young. However, Kim Ezek quickly dismissed that. Pef, those witchcraft tricks from low LVE demons are nothing more than child 8 fly to me. He secretly planned in his head, I'll just exert superior mana to suppress them, and they all shut up immediately. At least same time. Lyelder explained, although that spell ID technically useless, it lowers morale, causes physical weakness, at least makes one very sephant. Another added, that 8 why so many are perfectly alive but completely bald without a single hair left. Hearing that made his blood boil. I must deal quit that fraud this time. Lee Spectre even teased him. Baldness ID. Do know. Kim Isaac cracked his knuckles loudly, his eyes glaring menacingly. Are do blind? Can T-Do CE Patriarch and Goal have such thick hair? Suddenly, Lee Goldman stepped closer to Light Boy. Speaking of that curse, Ely Joshua 8 gaze scrutinized the tiny figure at his feet. Seeing those blood-red eyes, he assumed Light Boy had already been affected. Kim Izek froze for a few seconds, his expression looking like he was wondering what on earth was happening. Then he turned his back, his voice dropping to a low, slightly eerie tone. A bit of fire and water lie that means nothing. Lee Boy curled his lip. Why are you guys so paranoid? You making me worried. Ely Joshua declared loud. I will gift you boy a holy soul. Wilder dropped his jaw on SC. What did you say? Even Kim Izek was just as stunned, giving me an entire Holy Spirit. ID that faux real. All sorts of thoughts raced through White Boy 8 mind. Are those likey spiritual beings that do can and Lee get through a blessing? He really wanted that item to climb to Waiki transcendent leave he a height where even leaky gods wouldn't he dare touch a single hair on his head. Imagining that, Kim Isaac 8 joy was plain to see, truly a windfall. Quod Holy Spirit. I'll become a superhuman and knock geig teeth o'er of those fools who lie to CP. Gold Joshua immediately jumped up. Giving a Holy Spirit seems a bit too biased. Father, he tried hard to key top him. Isn't he that item in life owe those great contributions to our family? This brat hasn't he done a single thing to deserve eat. Gold Joshua added, even if he managed to melt leaky metal, that ate a crude slap in leaky face to Eki Pope. Father, Dante assumed they are kind enough to overlook this incident easily. Me boy grumbled in annoyance, eat ate this meddling nuisance again. Leak old man frowned deeply, his expression looking quite tense. In that case, goal. Ely Joshua retorted, when those people sent that nonsense of a gift, had you actually done anything about eat? He exploded quit rage and scolded. Those heretics dared to insult like family in our own hem, yet not in lie did do let them retreat peacefully, but now do also standing up for them. Ely Joshua 8 next words made him tremble like a leaf. In me key and do have any talent besides bullying children? Now do intend to jump in and ruin your nephew 8 future. His gaze was cold as ice. Even beasts know how to protect their own. Have you forgotten Lycusha family philosophy of protecting weak? Ely Joshua roared in anger. A child who should have been loved and protected managed to restore Key family 8 honor. Is that an example of bringing glory to we Joshua family? Without hesitating for another second, he finalized his decision. Call everyone to gather at Lee P main mansion Fomi. Ely Joshua grandly made being. I will personally perform P blessing ceremony for young Isaac. A few days later, Gentle Ginon sunlight embraced the tall castle, creating a strange sense of serenity. Nevertheless, Wak atmosphere inside was thick quitty smell of gunpowder and intense tension. As soon as he stepped into Wee Key room, Riley Joshua could not hide his see. Father, do you intend to grant that essence to Why boy? What did you mean by this? He replied nonchalantly, Do you fool? If I threw him into fire or water to force that skeleton demon kin awe, Key boy would be crippled. Riley Josh glade. Life, fire, and water at Key Shrine are naturally strong suppressors of evil. If do you do that, how could he ever comprehend your ritual? Suddenly realizing, his face paled. That means he will never surpass IKLVH5 priest Ardingi. He nodded and said, Exactly. He will be stuck at LVK4 forever. As he finished speaking, Ely Joshua brought a 3 spheres of spiritual energy. I will let him choose between fire, water, or Holy Spirit. That will be enough to tate him. Witnessing that, Gal Joshua secretly pleaded, That 8 more lie eat. I knew father wouldn't he easily grant I Holy Spirit to that brat. He held awake 3 spheres toward Isaac Kim and urged, Choose, boy. Isaac. Standing nearby, Riley Joshua clenched his fists in anxiety. Spiritual energy of water, like Holy Spirit. Isaac, peakly choose white sphere. He kept his eyes fixed on 3 spirit stones, praying fervently in his heart, Peely choose like right one, Isaac. Suddenly, light boy grabbed up red sphere. Isaac Kim narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing like item he had just snatched into his hand. Gal patted Riley Joshua's shoulder and said sarcastically, Dunn looked so disappointed. However, before Gal Joshua could finish his sentence, a blinding gone light struck his face, rendering him speechless. He turns a even LVK4 can make something happen. Right then, red sphere cracked and shattered, an IP imprisoned spiritual energy immediately surged. In blippy blink of an eye, spiritual surged violently, and a brilliant green fire enveloped the surrounding space. Someone screamed in SC, What I deek that? Another added, That isn't till I shrine 8 fire. Amidst raging storm of spiritual energy, a figure gradually emerged. He stood frozen in place, eyes wide quit horror. E.T. can TB. Riley Joshua 8 pupils contracted as he choked Eat a Holy Spirit. As soon as 8 appeared, his shadow launched a barrage of attacks, sending crowd fleeing in a panic. Gal Joshua turned. What key hell ID going on? Father. Why ID there a Holy Spirit in that sphere? Lee Joshua replied, Don T panic, Gowl. He lowered his voice. I never said there was unlie one Holy Spirit. Eli Joshua continued. Our ancestors descended from the water, but this child has created a fire hot enough to melt even EP Pope 8 gold. His gaze grew profound. I set a small trap in this T8. It seems key boy chose correctly. Eli Joshua 8 vor remained XT. Even so, this outcome was beyond my expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, she flew into a rage. Eli Joshua, are you insane? She gritted her teeth, her eyes looking as if they wanted to devour him alive. How dare you drag a royal class being like me here to be made a fool of? Her fury blazed intensely. Her glowing red eyes were filled with hatred, her hair fluttering wildly amidst waves of fire. In an instant, tens of thousands of flames shot all in all directions, terrifying pressure causing Lee very space to tremble. An elder shouted in a panic, quickly, use defensive spells. Eli Joshua 8 eyes widened in horror as he looked at his father. Did do just summon a royal grade entity? Oh, do want to burn this entire land to ashes? He slowly extended his hand forward, gesturing. I didn't he do that, son? Eli Joshua 8 finger pointed directly at Kim Isaac, who was standing in Laik's eye of fire. That kid ID, Key, one who caused all of this. Looking at Key's small figure in Key distance, a slight smile of satisfaction formed at Lee corner of his lips. He truly ID a formidable kid. A rare look of admiration flashed in Eli Joshua 8 eyes. Does this kid really want to turn this place into his own urn? At this moment, Salah continued to increase its power. Rolling flames surged forth as if to incinerate everything in their path. Kim Isaac grimaced. I intended to add a bit of holy power for mid-LVE healing. So why did I summon a royal grade entity? Observer gets sighed in frustration. Do truly were created from some bizarre thing. He suddenly recalled his long-held thoughts, having once wondered what he would summon if he pushed himself a little further. P scene before his eyes made Kim Isaac gasp in astonishment. Now he looked closely again. What stood directly before him was demon-resistant flame. He exclaimed excitedly, Eat really ID Lee flame that can transform Manai into holy power. L'Observer get circled excitedly around Kim Isaac 8 head. ET will be of great help to you, master. He nodded in profound agreement. However, his joy was seat-lived, and anxiety quickly set in. How can I master Yeet? Conquering her through traditional means would indeed be a difficult problem. Kim Isaac gritted his teeth, strategizing. All royal-grade holy spirits are connected to we heavenly realm, and I don't lie those deities at all. Keegat nodded in agreement. Observer continued to discuss. After all, every holy spirit has a Sekel relationship quote divine. Just then, a horrifying scream rang. Oh my god, master, quickly run away. Man trembled, pointing into Li distance. This holy spirit ID so insane that even Li deities would have to surrender to her. Li Joshua rubbed his chin off it. Well, if I were hated just because of my hair color, I by probably sever ties quitty deities too. Rumor has it they never trust anyone quit be like see hair. Hearing these words, he was utterly astonished, so that was why this holy spirit had been rejected for so long. At this moment, she grew increasingly, continuously unleashing fierce flames and howling. Silence, do you pathetic humans. Her gaze locked onto him. Do dared to summon me quit a subjugation ritual. In contrast to her fury, Eli Joshua merely stood quit his arms crossed in a calm expression. I am not a Gi one who summoned you. She roared. Liar. You certainly used your authority as thy key family head to force me to appear. He shrugged and casually pointed behind his back. Gate that kid of V there. Salak instinctively looked. When she clearly saw that small figure, YT fury on her face seemed to halt. But a second later, life flames around her flared up fiercely again. Are you insane? Why would you use a child as a sacrifice to summon me? He replied in a calm voice. I would never do that. Salak continued to criticize. Even if your family were to fall, you shouldn't degenerate to this extent. What exactly did you do to this child? Seeing Kim Ezek's innocent face, she froze. What on earth I deke wrong quit this kid? Meanwhile, he paid no heed to what was happening. Quod unlie one thou in his mind, powerful and hates deities. I absolutely must subdue her to be my mana filter. Just then, spiritual power in Salak's hand blazed fiercely again. Very well. If this child truly summoned me quit that ritual, let 8 see if he can survive this blow. Soon, a storm of fire rushed towards Kim Ezek quit tremendous speed. Rayli Joshua screamed in panic and horror. Ezek. She spoke coldly. I'll rather give Dew a peaceful end than let Dew suffer. A second later, Salak cried in a sudden panic. What on earth I did this? Jaw sarcastically, believe Edo not, Eat was this nursing child who summoned Dew here. He stared at his opponent. Now, make a choice, either sign a contract quit this child, or suffer a painful punishment. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth, her eyes burning quite bone-deep hatred. Salak curled her lips arrogantly. Do you think a holy spirit like me would be afraid of such a cheap punishment? That ain't even better, since I am already here. Why not burn down like Joshua family and enjoy my freedom? She pointed her finger forward threateningly. Watch quit your own eyes as your territory turns into a pile of ashes. While busy boasting, Salak had no idea a giant mouth was slowly opening behind her. What a foolish wail. In an instant, half of her body was neatly swallowed inside. Salak struggled violently. Do brat. Seeing this, Riley Joshua rushed to V in panic. Azek, do you can eat that? He added. Don swallow hate this time, at which she stood stunned this time. An indescribable sense of unease surged, and Salak gnashed her teeth furiously. Are you people crazy? What kind of care ID this? Letting a child eat anything like that? She spat or a curse. Just wait, do bastards. I'll retreat foe now, but this debt will be paid sooner or later. Looking at emanating spiritual power, Keyboy immediately recognized E. Are you planning to use teleportation Medij? Salak sneered triumph. See Dew again, Dew butchers. However, surroundings remained as still as before, without a single ripple, and all eyes were still fixed on Isaac. Look Observer 8 Fain Tum covered its mouth and smirked. Oh dear, what a disaster. She stood frozen, in such CC that she couldn't believe it. Why can't I cast ma che? Before she could understand what was happening, strand beams of light appeared simultaneously from everywhere, wrapping tightly around Sok and frantically draining her power. She groaned in deep pain. Damn neat, isn't if this Achmana. Elijah raised a proud thumb. My grandson just finished chewing on a skeletal demon kin 8 finger, and Salak screamed in rage. What monstrous things are you feeding to a child? Boy was secretly pleased. Holy spirits are naturally purest beings, so they conflict quit holy power and are extremely sensitive to Achmana. Soon her face turned pale, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. This ID miserable, my strength ID draining, and eat 8 making me so nauseous. Salak wailed and, her voice growing quite weak. P. Lie stopped, while he picked his ear quit a nonchalant expression. What a pity, I can hear anything. Elijah replied cack. Leaky power from leak skeletal demon kin ID key too great for us to dare approach. She glared. Do you normally go crazy just mentioning that name, so why say such nonsense now? He slowly sat down and said coaxingly. If Dew willing to stay and purify all Wagi demon kin 8 wak mana inside my grandson, I will let Dew go back. Salak was choked quit rage. Do you think I am a fool? Do you even know who I am? Eli Joshua only casually waved his hand. Suit yourself, just stay there and be his lunch then. Her eyelid twitched and her face darkened. Total lunatics, I hate this most. If Dew weren't descendants of Lai holy language, I would have avoided Dew long ago. Salak gnashed her teeth and hissed bitterly. Damn Eid. Now that Eid ain't come to this, I will use this brat to destroy all of Dew. Ezek still held on to Salak without letting go, spinning her around while asking, who are these bastards Dew keep talking about? At leaky end of her patience, she gritted her teeth and accepted like condition. Just 4 days. If do just let me be quit this kid for a mere 4 days, etil be your ve. Yet Salak remained true to his old habits. What are 4 days to a finger accustomed to being pampered? He grumbled, his face showing regret. An endly 4 days? How utterly boring. Ely finally sprang up, turned on his heel, and walked away. Quickly, UBT key East Wing Gate and send both Iki Child and Iki Holy Spirit in there. Absolutely forbid anyone from approaching until the purification ID complete. Understood. Rayleigh Joshua jaw dropped in astonishment, while Gold Joshua looked dazed. East Wing, do you say? He snapped. That ain't enough? Ely Joshua glared. I done want to hear another quick about that place. And only then did he finally release her from his mouth. Kim Isaac laughed gleefully. Leak East Wing ID next to Leak Annex. I heard a lot of mana cores accumulate there. Lysine shifted to Y Joshua family at East Wing, where Ginmin sunlight poured onto Ebuin, enhancing its inherent luxuries and splendid. Suddenly, amidst the reef, an earth-shattering explosion and a violent shockwave struck directly into Lai Mansion. White servants seemed too accustomed to these antics, so they calmly continued working as if nothing had happened. One person grumbled, another explosion. Eat must be Sir Isaac again. Lee person next to him dismissed Eat. Lee skeleton demon Ken quit his heap of mana IDP more likely. Another interject, Eat seems we master has completely given up now. He asked curiously, so who will be a P next successor? Eat ate probably Sir Gol, from me people lineage. Oh, his elder brother, right. Leak other woman guessed wildly. Eat seems Sir Isaac was cursed, so he ain't been removed from leaky list. Remaining person was still skeptical. IDP really cursed. Well, talkative servant began to rattle on. Let me tell you, it was just yesterday. Someone who went into Chach almost ran for their life, scared all of their wits. He exaggerated. He said Sir looks just like a bald old man. Lee person opposite him stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Huh. Isn't he supposed to be a deformed men xto a dry skeleton? Like woman mused, come to think of E.T., he ate in there quit a holy spirit. B servant 8 voy was fun of exclamation. 10 years have passed in Lee key blink of an eye, haven't they? At this moment, in key old manor grounds, like Eastwing suddenly resounded quit piercing screams that tore through quiet atmosphere. From inside that room, 2 servants rushed frantically, running and screaming as if they had just encountered death himself. Ashley slowly approached Lee door of that room. She reached grasped eye handle, and gently turned Eat. Lee heavy wooden door slowly creaked bean. Ashley called softly, Young Master Isaac, I am here. There was no reply. She frowned slightly, a hint of worry crossing her face. Young Master, are you still all right? Inside room, Kim Isaac paid no attention, just sitting comfortably, smacking as he chewed kunai. Seeing someone enter, he stopped his action and looked up. Meeting eyes quit that small figure. Ashley was stunned. Just how powerful Idiki demon kin 8 curse that do still refused to grow even a little bit. He scoffed. What are you talking about? I am deliberately not growing up. Thoughts surged in Kim Isaac 80 mind. After all, power Idiki absorbed most optimally when one Idigan infant. Innate abilities only manifest at this age. On a key other side, Salak stretched and relaxed his muscles after a long sleep. My whole body IDHing so much. She asked considerately, did you sleep well, sir? She wiped a trail of drool from loopy corner of her mouth and snapped irritably, damn neat. At all costs, I must get rid of that cursed mana today. Salak pointed towards him. Yesterday, I almost completely purified it already. Key moment she sensed Lee Trenora emanating from him, her face instantly changed. Hey, what? Why does your mana keep skyrocketing like that? She lunged forward, grabbed Kim Isaac 8 collar, and roared, Cursed men XT. How many parts of leaky skeleton demon kinate body have you devoured? Even 15 purifications haven't reduced your mana. It just keeps increasing every time I wake up. He feigned an innocent smile, secretly thinking, Fu past 10 years. I've been secretly absorbing mana cores from Lonix every night. Observer 8 Spirit laughed triumphantly. I can believe there was so much mana stored there. He cheered excitedly. Amazing, Master. I thought it would take 40 years, but I can believe you finished in just 10. Salak couldn't lie helplessly scratch his forehead and sigh. Oh my goodness. Kim Isaac secretly breathed a sigh of relief, finally ending exhausting days of mana cultivation. Quit that thaw. His eyes blazed with determination. Since I am completely self-taught, my knowledge ID a bit limited, but I've already cultivated up to 6th Alviaki sacred May each. Suddenly, a silly spoke, Don T worry too much. Loke. Lai Saintess I'd about to take action. Kim Isaac furrowed his brows in confusion. Saintess. Her next words startled him. All of his skeleton demon kinate retainers, those 14 individuals, will be executed. Ashley smiled gently. Now we can completely purify demon kinate mana, so you can rest assured. Kim Isaac was almost frozen, frantically trying to stop them, but Enlai managed a few stammered sounds. No, are you all insane? I still have a ton of things I need to interrogate them about, and you were going to execute them. She was completely unaware of his turmoil, and Enlai happily took Sumkin to tempt him. Have Sumkin in rest, Loke. Kimisak clutched his forehead in distress. That damned imposter. I have to do something about him. Just then, a hearty laugh rang off from outside. You did very well, sorry. Outside IP mentioned, Gal Joshua was leisurely strolling quit his son and proudly announced, he not only surpassed his LVE but also became the youngest priest to be ordained. As if remembering something, Gal Joshua asked curious, I heard Lay Princess will also be present at this ordination ceremony, Ananti she. Receiving praise from his father, Joshua Suri couldn't hide his delight, and T-date a great honor for me, a valedictorian, to be appointed as her bodyguard. He said proudly, of course. I am your noble son, these trivial matters are nothing. He laughed with satisfaction. That ain't right, my son ID not only talented but also humble, growing ever more trustworthy and intelligent, just like his father. But in that very moment, P figure next to him suddenly vanished without a trace. Gal Joshua cried all in alarm, Suri, where ate Shuri? At P same time, Joshua Suri was pulled by an invisible force and flung into another space. He cried out desperately in fear. Before he could understand anything, Joshua Suri fell face first directly onto Lee ground. Immediately, a cold voice rang out. Hey, Suri. Kimisake gaze fixed on the bewildered face. Do wanna die? He grumbled. Every time do boo your mouth, et a lie. Do think your life I'd all set after graduating from Leek Academy? Joshua Suri clearly saw a key person in front of him and secretly cursed, Eat that annoying guy again. Kimisak said sternly. Remember this, it was then to my hard training that do achieved high scores and surpassed your LVE. So why are you acting so arrogant now? He quickly defended himself. I put in a lot of effort. It ain't not easy to become valedictorian. He glared at Leapy other person quit contempt. Quit your pathetic skill v. Do became valid. What an idiot. Joshua Suri was, well, I guess that ain't true. Kimisak no longer bothered quit that expression, beginning to ponder and calculate. Perhaps I should prepare Fu priest ordination ceremony. After all, most sacred Medich can only be used after being ordained. He quickly jumped up and called, hey, sorry, I need your help quit something. Joshua Suri grimaced, me, what now? But when he met Leapy glaring, threatening red eyes, he immediately changed his attitude. What to do need my help quit, sir? He made a demand, hand air VT all your prize money from Leaky exam and allowance from Gowl to me right now. Lee corner of Josh Suri 8 mouth twitched uncontrollably. Although he felt resentful and wanted to cry, he could grit his teeth and endure. He ate truly a devil in human form. Joshua Suri ingratiatingly squeezed his I think so too. By Leaky way, what ate this about these skeleton demon kinate retainers being executed? He glanced at him. Joshua Suri recounted. After incident at Lee Holy Relic Storage, they stopped obeying orders. Seeing that they were just waiting to die, they decided to send them Mapi once and for all. Kimisek asked skeptically, ID that really true? He quietly muttered to himself, lie someone talking to himself, a T8 no get, I must get that thing this year, no matter why cost. He then turned to ask a other person, what do mean? Kim Isaac 8 next answer made Joshua Suri struggle to hold back his laughter. Enake ordination ceremony faux priests, what else? He sneered, do wouldn't he even bother showing up at Academy, yet do demand to be ordained. A loud, resounding slap echoed, deafening their ears. Kim Isaac narrowed his eyes menacingly. Try saying that again, I dare you. Josh Shori immediately turned pale with fear. Yet, I am truly so I do 8 again. He brought 2 fingers together and hesitantly explained, actually, there ain't a recommendation mechanism. Academy professors are here. All do need to do IDE get a letter of recommendation and pass Tate, and deal legitimately become a priest. After hearing that, he sighed, that ain't truly a lawful foe those who use back doors. Josh Shuri continued, do must achieve glorious merits to prove your capabilities. His voice dropped, but this method sounds a bit despicable, doesn't it? P. Fenem observer nodded, this scoundrel actually has a get eye for people. Joshua Suri analyzed, do must see a life to be recommended. Higher victimate status, greater opportunity. But when would an important person ever conveniently get into trouble just for you to xi them? Kim Ezek raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms v his chest. So, there ain't lie 1 month left. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thou. Lee Princess will also be present at this ceremony, right? LeBoy stammered, that ain't true, but, upon hearing that, a cunning look appeared on Kim Ezek's face. Isn't he Princess most important veep? At same time, at Joshua Manor, in the key training area, key sky was clear and cloudless, not a single wisp of cloud. Eli Joshua stood blocking gate, repeatedly waving his hands to shoo away visitors. Do you all get all of my sight? He affirmed could absolute cert. Isaac will not set foot in the capital. Lehman persisted in pleading. Your Grace, this year ID completely different. Bella chimed in. he ID key obligated to attend the founding festival. This ID again non-opportunity for candidates to be ordained as priests. Ely Joshua remained, not answering, standing deep in thou. She continued, throughout Lee past decade, ever since other candidates competed to achieve countless merit, young Master Isaac has remained completely of sight, enthusiastically added. That ain't right. He displayed his supreme skills at Relic Archive a fun 10 years ago. He spoke up. I heard rumors that Iki young Master ID living in Eek East Manor lies some young ladies. Honestly, I am eager to know how much he has matured. Bella played her last piece as an academy lecturer, teaching young Master Isaac ID my lifelong dream. Furthermore, like ordination ceremony coincides quit Princess A birthday, so His Holiness Y Pope himself will preside. His eyes dropped. Lee Pope, do say. Bella ate next words truly captivated Ellie Jock. He will personally bestow a title of hero upon those who are ordained. His mind began to calculate. Hero title will help dramatically increase 1/8 power. This ID truly a huge gain. But Ely Joshua still shook his head. Isaac ID too young to be ordained. She protested. What does age matter for such outstanding talent? Faced with their expectant gazes, he felt a terrible headache coming on. After an internal struggle, Ely Joshua clicked his tongue and surrendered. All right then. He set a condition, but you all must bear responsibility yourselves. Meanwhile, like East Manor, Kim Ezek was still engrossed in devising schemes and plans, completely unaware of impending disaster. At that moment, outside a villa facing east, flames were still burning fiercely, soaring high into blue sky. Not far from there, a man dressed in a luxurious noble suit was quietly observing from a hidden corner. Zem narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself that Eat was located there. He was still shocked to his core because even Leaky Pope could enly summon Leaky Spirit Ken once, yet this kid managed to capture a Holy Spirit exorcist quit that's Tren ritual. Zemate mind was racing about a Belixi-haired fire spirit creature, convinced Eat was a guardian from heaven, a type of Holy Spirit that could never become Cain due to its peculiar nature. He smirked slyly, knowing fun well that Popate faction was obsessed quick collecting spirits. If he could snatch this gift and present Eat to his B, generous rewards later would surely be guaranteed. In his mind eye, he envisioned sparkling Holy Spirit stone, radiating an aura of wealth that would blind anyone. He lowered his head to examine Ike item nestled in his palm, confident that he had prepared a weapon to counteract that divine energy. His eyes revealed a sinister glint. He just needed to use a trick to overpower Waiki divine Manai energy coming from Lee Boy. At that time, Kaloki demon locate Na would explode uncontrollably, creating an opportunity for him to sneak in and steal Lee Holy Spirit amidst the chaos. Inside Lai House, Joshua Suriate Voyuk from the empty hallway. Professor, Pete Lai come into this room. Bella was beaming quite joy at Lee prospect of meeting young master, and men accompanying her nodded enthusiastically in agreement, looking eager. As soon as they saw a key tiny figure sitting obediently in like crib, she exclaimed, calling a Lee young master Isaac 8 name, while Leek other man marveled, saying he hadn't aged a day in like he past 10 years. Kim Ezek heard Lee noise and turned his head in surprise. Lee Boy smiled brightly and welcomed DP guests who had been introduced to him. That adorable expression made their hearts pound quite irresistible sweet. Both of them were ecstatic and wanted to take Y child to school immediately. Conversely, Zem glared at Lee Boy, thinking that this little fox was good at seducing people, and decided to stir up Lee Demon Kanadi Licky energy quit a vengeance. His hand suddenly reached off, intending to touch little Kim Ezek. Quick as lightning, Zem grabbed T-Boy into his arms and secretly unleashed his spiritual power, cursing inwardly, go mad quickly foe me. However, after waiting a whole while, situation remained inexplicable, quite no incidents occurring. Kim Ezek poked his little head off from Zem 8 arms, blinking his big round eyes and looking around quite an innocent, unnave expression. Zem froze for 5 seconds, wondering why nothing happened when he had unleashed enough power to set Lysak Nai ablaze. Salak immediately saw through his wicked intentions, and she became furious, yelling, "What are you trying to do? Do brat? Why don't you get rid of that damned priest and instead try to use divine spiritual power?" Seeing her appear, Zem was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, and he quickly rummaged through his pocket's Fui treasure, firmly believing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to capture a royal-class Holy Spirit. In a mere instant, he pulled out a handkerchief that he had meticulously prepared beforehand. He faked a gentle smile and reached out to wipe by P-Boy 8 sweat, citing B heat, but as soon as Lee cloth touched his skin, Isaac sensed something suspicious. Sensing his trend scent, a cold sweat trickled down Lee Boy 8 cheek as he realized Ike true calculating nature of Ike man before him. At that very moment, Salak suddenly clutched her throat, gasping faux air as if being strangled by an invisible hand. Eamon exclaimed in SC, "Oh, Holy Spirit, what an E-world ID happening." However, in a very next instant, an incredibly terrifying surge of energy erupted powerfully from deep within Salakate body. She seemed to have gone mad, B-Lou veins bulging all of her skin, and her once beautiful face suddenly became terrifyingly fearful. He rolled his eyes, had Lof Manav like skeleton demon kin gone wild again. Bella went pale as a sheet. This ID too dangerous, Professor. Zem quickly snatched Bilsi Holy Spirit Stone. Awesome. Now I just need to sneak this chaotic power all, and I'll be set. Without a moment's hesitation, he crushed Lee item, excitement surging in his chest. This was Lee exact moment. Zem immediately unleashed his signature move, Ki Sol shattering it. A brilliant, radiant Gunura erupted fiercely. Heat tore through air, carrying terrifying power as Eat charged aggressively toward Sal. Dazzling Ginmon flames quickly swallowed Sal. However, light tables suddenly turned as eye flames whipped back around at a dizzying speed. Before Zem could even compose himself, he was engulfed by Kiksai of fire, his agonizing screams echoing throughout like a room. Kim Izik stood watching Lai scene, Lai P corner of his mouth curving into a knowing smirk, wondering if everyone else thought like same. Just then, a loud noise startled those outside, and Raylai Roswa kicked a key door or beach and rushed in, followed by Ashley and Leaky young lady. He simply glanced quietly at eek results he had just achieved, a feat lot of satisfaction in his eyes. This was enough, and now there would be plenty Fu Li world to witness. Next, Kim Izek slowly closed his eyes, silently gathering his strength to regulate energy he had just absorbed into his body. Sensing a terrifying power spreading through the air, everyone in the room froze in place. He was utterly astounded. Isn't he that young Master Isaac absorbing mana? She also gasped in SC. That ain't right, he ID suppressing rampaging energy. As time ticked by, Y surge of power around him gradually stabilized, and at that very moment, Kim Ezek suddenly snapped his eyes OB. A thought flashed through his mind, and so, be chaotic mana had been smoothly dealt quit. Kim Ezek snapped his fingers lightly and casually ordered, V there, see top what do you are doing. Instantly, streams of deeply loose spiritual energy radiated from Salakate body, spreading rapidly and gradually dissolving rampaging crimson energy. Raylai Roswa stumbled back in diff. That 8B Lu holy power. Ashley covered her mouth, gasping, oh, my goodness. At that moment, she slowly descended to wee ground, her entire body going limp as she fell into a deep coma. A moment later, Salak groggily opened her eyes, looking utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Lyman standing nearby was so moved his eyes welled quick tears. Unbelievable, he actually suppressed Akumana. Bella also cheered excitedly, and he even quieted rampaging Holy Spirit using Wookiee Roswa family 8 holy power. Salak rubbed her eyes. What on earth ID going on here? She took a deep breath and declared, this ID truly a miracle. Raylai Roswa slowly stepped toward him, Quid Ashley hurriedly following behind the young lady. Lee old man spoke in a deeply emotional voice. Diu finally did eat. I am truly proud of Diu. Kim Izik massaged his temples in resignation. Seriously, ID that all Diu guys are paying attention to. The entire crowd in the room erupted in cheers, tossing him into wee air. Izek ID best. Meanwhile, James also gradually came to, wondering what Lai P hell just happened. However, what met his eyes was her ice-cold gaze. I should be EQ1 interrogating Diu right now. Diu lackey of that flashy cult. Salak flew into a rage and demanded to know who was pulling YP strings behind this farce. James turned pale and frantically made excuses. What behind be seen? Duve misunderstood terror. I and Lai came here to meet young Master Azek. Dewry being far too hat-headed. Miss. Salak didn't bother maintaining a facade anymore. Dewry wearing fireproof armor and yet do dare claim a misunderstanding. She coldly declared that from now on, Lai fire spirits would sever all contact quick priests of I Pope 8 family. Salak sneered. Oh, I am only doing this because I am annoyed. Don A overthink. He panicked. What? P. Lai. Calm down and listen to me first. James 8 face turned bloodless. How could a Holy Spirit sever ties quick priests who are naturally protected by key gods, especially high-ranking members of Pope 8 family? He asserted that a Holy Spirit had no such authority, but before he could finish, she cut him a P. Get o of my sight. I broke ties quit those gods long ago, those ancient rules can no longer bind me. Meanwhile, Kim Ezek remained relaxed in Ashley 8 arms, calmly enjoying drama unfolding before his eyes. Sarah roared in anger, her voice dripping quote threat, do better get lot before I change my mind. Having spoken, she approached him, while Azek maintained his composure. Sarah spoke, do you save me quit divine Manai and even subdued lag refer ra from that skeleton demon Ken. She awkwardly cleared her throat, now that demon Ken 8 Wakma net ID purified, our contract IDE, but I will stay to repay Diu. Hearing this, Kim Ezek felt secretly delighted. That 8E spirit, divine entities really do hate being in debt. Bella spoke up, we must return to Y Key Holy See now to fire our report. Her voice rang triumphantly, a child quit such potential must be ordained. Than Diu alfo that excellent letter of recommendation. At that moment, Riley Joshua was standing across from his father. Ely Joshua kept his eyes fixed on the document in his hand before slowly speaking, like Holy See has officially approved Isaac 8 ordination. He lowered his voice, they want Ike boy to attend like ceremony. Riley was stunned, so soon. Was he recommended because he saved Joshua family? Ely Joshua shook his head, no, he tate because he saved a royal art inch Holy Spirit. Joshua suddenly understood, Ah, that 8 right? Who could object to such an incredible feat? He pointed to Wipe's score on Neek report. More importantly, ordination ID Lie graduating from academy, so I checked carefully to see if he was qualified. At this mention, Ely Joshua's face glowed with pride. I never expected him to get a perfect score on all 600 questions. His jaw dropped in specie. A perfect score. Truly, joy surged across Riley Joshua's face. Nothing could make him happier. But that wasn't all. Now he can walk and talk normally. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. ET8 just a pity his personality IDP a bit eccentric. Ely Joshua continued. Now in Isaac 8 psychological evaluation remain. Most people pass easily, except faux mentally ill criminals. He exclaimed, I remember. Lee Tate that uses Holy Madij to force Ike truth, right? Ali flipped through IP pages to see what E-Boy had written. Ely Joshua gaze stopped at one question. What did you think of Lee Key family that birthed and raised Diu? Below was Kim Isaac 8 answer. I will conquer them all, they are my possessions. Ely Joshua praised him. Truly a magnificent spirit. Ely Joshua nodded. I was a bit shocked when I first read E.T., but one must have such a domineering mindset to be worthy of our family. He flipped to we next Pate. What will do after being ordained? Keyboy 8 answer was firm. Go torment those damn goddesses. What else? Light next question was, what are your goals and aspirations upon becoming a priest in the holy kingdom of Helen? As soon as he finished reading Eve's response, Ely Joshua 8 eyes widened as if they were about to explode. I swear I will wipe all this entire kingdom. Seeing his father's 8 fierce reaction, he lowered his voice a little. And then like 2 of us know about this, okay? Ely Joshua 8 words left the other party completely stunned. If Isaac dared to pull a stunt lie that on Iki exam again, he would eventually be burned at leak stake for blasphemy. He slammed Lee table quit authority. Go receive IP confirmation in his place. Absolutely do not let that boy Isaac step or of I house. Understood. Ely Joshua did. This brat needs to be disciplined from scratch before he ruins an entire generation. Night enveloped palace, and entire space was submerged in an unusually profound silence. Night breeze wafted in, causing light curtains to flutter. A familiar voice called off from outside. Master. P observer spirit excitedly flew straight into E room. Have do finalized E plan. Kim Isaac casually. Of course, he'd already finished. A rather large bundle of luggage was already slung in his shoulder, ready to hit E road. Without hesitation, Kim Isaac nimbly climbed through a window. I am a P. Scene shifts to Roman Capital Academy, a prestigious place with pure white architectural structures stretching across its magnificent campus. In a holy arts department, whispers and rumors arose. I heard there 8 a 10-year-old kid being conferred this time. Person opposite stared in astonishment. Are you kidding? What did he do to get such an early exception? Person nearby excitedly chimed in. This year 8 graduation ceremony will definitely be very entertaining. Leady corner of Seep's Nizer 8 mouth curled into a contemptuous, mocking smile. He sneered. A child who can even walk steadily yet, and they re-talking about conferment. What nonsense. He wondered, Nizer, what do mean he can walk? Seep's Nizer began to ramble. He'd 8 true. That kid hasn't grown an inch in 10 years. How could he possibly develop normally under weak skeleton demon can't curse? Having spoken, he turned to look at IT person sitting next to him, deliberately drawing his tone. Isn't he that right? Sorry. Seep's Nizer laugh. A kid lie that I deek on a key conferment list. Eat 8 probably just a symbolic title faux fun. Lee man opposite also burst into laughter, so that 8 how Eid IDE. Joshua surried. He was truly exhausting. Just as he had gotten quiet faux a bit, this group started bothering him again. Seep's Nizer continued to mock. A Tate great to be E.T. Holy Lady 8 family, even a useless failure who can achieve anything gets conferred. Truly pathetic. His face darkened as he stood up abruptly. Joshua Surrey 8 heart was so full of anger his teeth were gnashing, but he and Lie dared to vent his frustration internally. That bastard. How dare he be so insulting? At that moment, key door burst be. Keena Barrett walked in and heard every quest. Do you think like holy arts are a joke? Nizer Seps. He casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Furthermore, Lee person who directly signed Isaac 8 recommendation letter ID Duke Leon Sips your own father. Keena Barrett glanced at Seeps Nizer. I done believe Deary so unwise as to go around dragging your father 8 name through mud. His face turned crimson quoot rage as he shouted bitterly, Shut up, Deary not even a student here. What hell are you doing here? In contrast to Seeps Nizer 8 attitude, he simply smiled and replied, I didn't want to come either, I was just invited. Keena Barrett 8 next announcement stunned everyone. Anyway, I have been requested to lead you all as a mentor and holy arts instructor. His voice dropped serious. Surrey, I am genuinely worried about you. Joshua Surrey was what? Keena Barrett gave a faint, mocking smile. That cursed name Isaac amount to anything. Let 8 hopefully Joshua family holds together until you take Shekasi. He continued to sneer. If he happens to collapse, just come find me. I'll arrange a position faux du as an Arain boy in Pope 8 family. Though his anger had risen to his head, Suri still tried to grit his teeth and restrain himself. No, I must stay calm. Now I d not be time to explode. He moved closer to Kina Barrett, his voice as cold as ice, stating that he didn't need anyone to interfere in this matter. Quit that, Joshua Suri gave him a hard shove and boldly walked straight towards the entrance. Before leaving, Joshua Suri managed to throw back a spiteful remark, take care of yourself. Lee Academy 8 dormitory area consisted of tall buildings with all luxurious amenities. As soon as he entered the room, he flew into a rage and threw a key book in his hand onto YP floor. Joshua Suri collapsed onto B bed, clutching his head in despair. Damn it all, why does all be bad luck keep piling up on me? His eyes were red with frustration, on the verge of tears. His own family didn't even bother to attend Ike's ceremony because that brat ran away. Joshua Suri buried his face in his hands and sobbed. Why did I have to end up in this situation now? You useless bastard. He yelled, I swear I'll curse you to be bald like skeleton kin. At that very moment, Kim Uzek suddenly appeared from a spatial portal right in the key middle of he room. Hearing a recent complaint, his eyes flashed a dangerous glint. What did do just say? Kim Uzek gritted his teeth. Do you want me to go bald? Are you tired of living? Joshua Suri stammered. How did do get of that corner? He curiously asked, how on earth did do manage to sneak in here? He coldly replied brief, I came to attend the investiture ceremony. What else? These people in Lipe family kept hindering me, so I just slipped away. Kim Uzek reached into his pocket, pulled an item, and said, regardless, Surya, listen to me. Joshua Suri flinched, bracing himself defensive. What trick are you up to now? He sneered at Lipe meek fellow. Kim Uzek gnashed his teeth, his face full of malice. How dare do run errands for that bunch of papal family members? Joshua Suri quickly tried to clarify. It wasn't me, but before he could finish, he received a punch from Kim Uzek. Shut up. He continued to rain down blows on Joshua Suri, roaring as he fought. How dare those bastards slander Wyke name of Joshua? Kim Uzek shouted furious. Joshua ID mine alone. And only I am allowed to humiliate him. And only I have law right to destroy him. He cried miserably, what I hell are you rambling about? After beating Keek opponent BLC and Bilu, he pointed his finger directly at Joshua Suri 8 face. Remember my words. Kim Uzek declared, quote, great spirit. I myself will be Iki one to burn down this damn Joshua family. At this moment, Joshua couldn't lie cry inwardly. God, P. lie get rid of this lunatic. Immediately after, he jumped to P bed. Stop being so weak. Get up and lead Lee way for me. He looked bewildered. Where are you going to act of this phase? Kim Uzek cracked his knuckles, his eyes filled with killing intent. To deal with those bastards who dared to touch my people. Where else? At like same time, in B main hall, students had gathered. Some chatting, others studying, key atmosphere as noisy as a broken market. Just then, a small figure entered, drawing everyone's attention. Someone sneered, who brought this brat here? Lee person next to him exclaimed, her hair ideek so beautiful. Kim Uzek suddenly slammed his cane hard on a table, who dares to speak up? A sinister smile appeared on his face. Do you think it ain't easy to pick a fight with a member of Lee Joshua family? At that very moment, Kim Uzek 8 gaze stopped at Lee's familiar red hair. He muttered, that red-haired girl, I think I saw her in Lee Key archives survive 10 years ago. It must be her. Joshua Suri rushed to stop him. Wait a minute. He was trembling, not knowing what to do. I need to top him immediately before he causes trouble here and we are all doomed. Joshua Suri was still Latin thou about Nazomadet younger sister when Naki Sapith, red-headed girl, suddenly turned to look at him. Suddenly, he tripped something and fell sprawled all on a key cold floor. Who would have thought Joshua Suri would lunge straight toward Kim Uzek, sending him flying into ET air before grabbing onto him. In leapy blink of an eye, he landed right in front of Naki Sapith, where red-headed girl was standing. Kim Uzek pointed his wooden staff right at her face, one who had just caused trouble for Suri. Naki Sapith frowned in a note. I didn't even touch Joshua Suri. One who caused trouble was Nozoma. He added, great, so do we admitted it then. Girl irritably replied, I told you it wasn't me. It was Nozoma Sep. Are do blind o something? At that moment, PFNTM observer whispered into Kim Uzek 8 ear. Master, I find this girl 8 energy very familiar. He nodded, yeah, it really I'd familiar. Kim Uzek was certain that it was key power source of one of key 5 great arch-gods. Naki Sipith suddenly pointed her finger straight at his face. So, this IDP legendary killing intent. She smirked disdainfully. A cursed brat paired coot someone of Id Pope 8 bloodline. This ceremony IDK truly a waste of time. Naki Sipith continued her Lee Joshua house will soon be removed from E5 faiths anyway. Hearing this, Kim Uzek choked quote rage. Creator God 8 henchmen were truly arrogant. Knowing his hat temper, Joshua Suri hurriedly, Don T pick a fight quit them anymore. Let 8 just go Kim Uzek brushed his hand away. Go for what? I came here Fook investiture ceremony. She stood up abruptly quit a look of contempt. Don't even dream about like investiture. Nizer ID sending a petition to Lee Pope to have 8 cancelled. Naki Sepith asserted that an unrecognized child would never have a chance at being ordained. Hearing this, he flew into a rage. That bastard Nizer. She mocked. Quit that cocky attitude. There ain't no need to wait for a petition. It'll be gone soon enough anyway. Suddenly, a subordinate stepped forward and bowed to key young lady. Lee Man asked Naki Sepith if he should call leak inspectors. Joshua Suri, no way. 70% of those guys are on enemy 8 side. He hurriedly grabbed Isaac 80 hand and pulled him away. Let 8 get out of here quickly, Isaac. But at that very moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang off from outside. A massive MNXT appeared, radiating a burning, murderous hurrah. Eat threw back its head and roared, causing entire hall to shake violently. Like crowd panicked and jostled each other. A MNXT. Run, quick. Seeing key beast, Kim Isaac was overjoyed. That AT1. Here ID my insurance policy. Naki Sepith asked in surprise. A MNXT escaped from Lee training room. Her subordinate quickly rushed forward to help see its path. Eat 8 dangerous, my lady, fall back immediately. Just a second later, its giant claws swept across. Lee's subordinate was knocked away and went tumbling across ground. Seeing P-sharp claws lunging at her in an instant, Naki Sepith 8 eyes widened in horror. How can Eat be so fast? In that life-o-death moment, Kim Isaac swung his wooden staff high and shouted, "See top right there." Lee's staff tore through a key air, hurtling straight at Lee Kim NXT. He wasn't going to let things be that easy for Eat. Kim Isaac grimaced at Eat. How truly pathetic. I called until I was hoarse, and an end line now do bother to drag yourself RVE here. A moment later, that grotesque creature slowly forced itself up. Drool dripped from like corners of its mouth. Its eyes flashed quick bloodlust, and Eat growled incessantly, making sounds like a demon. Naki Sepith unleashed a move as quick as lightning. This disgusting MNXT made her skin crawl, and fighting was truly exhausting. Kim Isaac had eyes flashed Kuta cold sharpness. Get ore of my sight right now. The MXT for its whole body trembling violently, its fur standing on end as if Eat had just encountered Leaky, god of death. Eat stared wide-eyed at him, its throat emitting terrified wind. A second later, Lee Beast turned and fled for its life. Gigata Observer laughed triumphantly, as expected of my master. Do dragged a soundly sleeping MNXT, thrashed Eat soundly, and then paraded Eat around for everyone to admire. Kimsak replied noncally, I and Lai did what needed to be done. Just then, the investigation officer arrived in a rush quit a group of soldiers. He scanned key area and shouted, where ID that MNXT, applying his professional skills, he guard acted methodically. Quickly, scatter away from that MNXT. Eat seems to have just fled in that direction. Contact an XT suppression squad immediately. When finished, he hurriedly ran to Naki Sepith. Are do alright, Milady. Seeing that expression, he immediately guessed a person before him was investigation officer. At the same time, Joshua Suri hurriedly scooped Kimisak up, awkwardly planning a quick escape. Well then, we'll take our leave first. But before he could take 2 steps, Lee Guard grabbed his shoulder firmly. Stay right there. No one ID allowed to leave until Eek investigation ID complete. Joshua Suri turned pale as a get. He was doomed this time. He hurriedly tried to explain, we really don't know anything at all. She suddenly shouted, stop those pointless antics, guard. Naki Sepith added, Eid was this child who saved my life. Both men froze for 5 seconds, dozens of huge question marks popping up in their heads. Naki Sepith walked right up to their faces. Azak, he'd really ID that brat. She bowed her head slightly, her face visibly embarrassed. I apologize for harsh words I said earlier. Naki Sepith maintained her stiff tone, but don't think I am especially indebted to you. Understood. He could unlie stare wide-eyed. Was this girl sit-circuiting? At that moment, Lee crowd in hall began to whisper and gossip. So, IDP that boy fo real. Another person chimed in, receiving a recommendation letter fo saving. In Lee distance, a beautiful child Kut Gen hair watched silently, her heart fun of questions. That child of E there. She exclaimed in surprise, isn't he this E person my brother often mentions? This person was Charlotte Alefric Hella, T Princess of Lee Holy Kingdom of Helen. Scene changed to Joshua Mansion, Iliade office. An annoyed voice echoed from E-transmission orb. God heavens, why do keep refusing? Cardinal of Ike Holy Order, isn't he get news that your nephew ID being knighted? Leak other side continued to plead. Peekalepi boy attend the investiture ceremony. Eli Joshua cold, get all of my sight. Lie person on a other and cried helplessly. Dun T blame me if E Pope flies into a rage. He calmly replied, that has nothing to do quit me. Luck boy will be educated E Joshua Mansion until he reaches adulthood. Other person remained stubborn. If do keep a child confined lie that E will warp his personality. Hearing that, Eli Joshua gnashed his teeth. His personality was already terrible to begin quit. Leak other end of E line continued to ramble on. I am not sure if do have received this news yet. A person lowered their voice, whispering about a blonde kid loitering around I school, causing P old father to leap up in anger as E name Isaac flashed through his mind. Eli Joshua shouted, calling all foe his son, Riley. Outside? Riley Joshua started, then quickly replied, I am here, father. Just a few seconds later, he was standing at Leaky door. His father, hastily throwing a coat of V himself, declared, we must set a Pfui capital immediately. His father ate next words froze Riley Joshua in his tracks, we must be there before tomorrow. He explained that even IT fastest route would take a week, but Eli Joshua looked at his watch and replied, we and Lai have exactly 23 hours and 48 minutes. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, he knew he had to race against time. Next Monen at Leaky dormitory, Lee pure rays of early Monen sunlight danced across Academy campus. Joshua Suri banged repeatedly on the door. Hey, Isaac, what on earth are you doing in there? He urged impatiently. See top trying to squeeze that body of yours into Iki pre-state vestments and get all here. Everyone has been waiting forever. Joshua Suri grumbled. Lie crowd Idiki gonna look at do coot prejudice anyway, so do better hurry up. Just then, Isaac ate voy rang aw, saying he was finished. Covering his face, he pleaded, let 8 just give up and go P lie. But when he saw a P scene before him, Joshua Suri was completely stunned. Quite his words caught in his throat, he stood rooted to Waiki spot, speechless. Looking at E figure before him, he could not believe his eyes. Then, other smirked triumphantly and said, let 8 go, sorry. Leaky Nut night of founding festival was he solemn investiture gala. Like guests had settled into their seats, and lively chatter and laughter filled the entire hall. At that very moment, a powerful voice rang awe, requesting everyone to stand. Lie massive, main doors slowly opened. Thundering applause broke in response. Lee heads of Leaky great families strode into Lee Hall one after another. Standing below D's, Gold Joshua watched a scene could eyes fun of pride. His heart swelled could excitement. Lee position of Lee future family head and the title of Azure Cardinal would sooner or later all be his. Just then, a figure quit disheveled hair and messy clothes rushed in, panting heavily. Riley Joshua asked, I am not late, am I? Leaving Gold Joshua to gasp his name in astonishment. Without explaining, he directly asked about Isaac 8 whereabouts. Other frowned in confusion. Why look for him here? He ate probably at AM. Seeing his younger brother in such a disheveled state, Gold Joshua asked, Don T tell me do ran all leaky way here from there. Riley wiped away his sweat, admitted eat, and then asked about Suri. Gold replied that Isaac was probably quitty boy. He shook his head, saying he hadn't seen him. No sooner had Gold Joshua finished speaking than a booming voice echoed throughout B Hall, His Holiness Lee Pope has arrived. Immediately after, authoritatively commanded, all pay your respects. League person walking leisurely into Lee Main Hall was Pope Giulio Barrett. Everyone bowed simultaneously, respectfully expressing theirs. Make ye grace of lighty gods always protect Hula, forever and ever. And endly when Giulio Barrett was seated on throne did whispers gradually fade, he truly was fit fo Hila. He sat there calmly, his benevolent gaze surveying Lee entire cathedral without hiding a quiet sense of majesty. Giulio Barrett invited everyone to be seated, but Lee Joshua kept glancing around, his heart pounding because there was no sign of Isaac. Lee Priest stepped onto Lee platform and announced the official opening of conferment ceremony, telling those called to come forward, then calmly took a sip of wine as if everything were fine. However, in the next second, like name Isaac Joshua echoed throughout Lie Hall, making Lee Joshua jump. Seeing no one appear, Priest urged again, if he ID not here, then stop calling, his name should have been crossed early on, let us continue quickly. Suddenly, a loud response rang off from Likey back of Ike Hall, I am here. Below in these seats, Gold Joshua gritted his teeth, how thick-skinned must that brat be to sue his face here? Amidst thousands of astonished gaze of Kim Ezek leisurely walked forward quite radiant confident. He Priest loudly announced the name again, Isaac. Right in the Veep section, Higher Barry was so shocked he nearly fell backward to pee his chair what on earth ID this. He continued in an authoritative voice, Isaac Joshua, Peely step up to leaky platform. Riley Joshua was also frozen like a wooden statue, mouth agape and unable to utter a quing. His eyes stung as tears flowed uncontrollably. My Isaac, my little grandson has grown so fast, how handsome he looks in the formal attire I personally chose. Lie crowd buzzed incessantly they thought he was just a child, but as he already broken Loke Holog 8 curse. Has Joshua family produced such a formidable descendant? Oh my god, he ideek so handsome. Supestizer 8 mouth hung Ardig SC, what kind of monstrosity ideek happening? How did he suddenly grow so tall? He continued to stride calmly, completely ignoring key murmurs of discussion around him. Ely Joshua was seething quote rage, that cursed demon Holog. What of Lee monsters from Lee depths of hell turned my grandson into? His face was fun of murderous intent. My grandson did not have a smile lie that, he must have been possessed by someone. Keena Barris raised a hand to signal faux silence to listen. Oh, could it be that Egi long-standing curse of Lee Joshua family has finally ended? In Lai P back, some whispered, if this isn't TXN, then who ID worthy? Another replied, he looks like someone blessed by gods. Giulio Barrett said, Hyance, summon Isaac Josh. Kim Ezek eight eyes locked onto that powerful figure ID that man E. Pope. He observed silently. Li P man looked RVK 70 but Li P pressure he emitted was no different from a true men XT. Moreover, his face vaguely resembled those popes he had beaten to a pulp before. Kim Ezek thought to himself, I wonder if I should send him on his way right now. At that moment, Eli Joshua and his son recalled key bizarre answer he had once written on a Tate. If you met E. Pope, what message would do want to give? And Kim Isaac 8 answer had consisted of N lie one sentence, and kneel down so 8 ID key easier for me to cut P your head. Remembering that, their faces turned pale this ID not get. His hand clenched until he trembled. He had to top this crazy boy. Suddenly, Eli Joshua slammed his hand onto key table and lamented, wondering why his hands had become so clumsy. Immediately, Riley Joshua also nimbly flipped a Veek table in front of him, shouting loudly, Look, there ate a snake. Gowl Joshua looked at group blankly. Are you guys crazy? He firmly insisted that there was a snake there, as big as his own head. What ridiculous situation made priest break or in a cold sweat? He pleaded. P lie, keep quiet for my sake. When it was Joshua Surrey 8 turn to be called, he quickly caught on to Waiki Group 8 intention. They were definitely trying to prank him. Hearing his name being called, Joshua Surrey nervously walked toward wooden podium. Julio Barrick stared intently at pair, his eyes deep as if he were contemplating some Jeek Ren affair. Priest announced solemnly once more, Next, those who are to be consecrated will present their offerings to Y gods. Y whole hall became rowdy. Finally, gods have chosen. I wonder if my child will be blessed by any deity. In a far corner, Eli Joshua and his son were silently watching like ceremony unfold. He stood his arms folded confidently, certain that his child would be protected by a god. Meanwhile, Riley Joshua clasped his hands in prayer for that to come true. He spoke up and asked, the evil god certainly unteaches Lee wrong boy, right father? Eli Joshua declared, If so, I will personally handle it. Hearing this, Riley Joshua's face contorted in alarm. What was that? He looked at his father in terror. What do mean, father? He brushed P immediately. I am talking about Leaky Holy Grail, who has lead time to mention that Isaka person. On like high podium, Ratsu Shuri was key first person to bravely step forward. Without hesitating, he drew blood from his fingertip. Without any second thoughts, he dripped that bright red blood into Y Holy Grail. In an instant, P drop of blood dissolved in Key's sacred water. Immediately after, a brilliant Lu Ra flared up, entire surrounding space. Gao Ratsu cheered excited. That ate my dear son, Lai guardian deity of color and Saw is manifested. Witnessing this, Kim Asek realized that Ratsu clan worshipped a humble yet extremely righteous god of Lai. He calmly performed the exact same procedures Ratsu Suri had just done. Kim Asek let or a small, bored sigh. No matter which god it was, it would unlie be a nuisance. Suddenly, Julie Barrett pupils constricted in astonishment. He could not believe what he was witnessing right before his eyes. As Kim Asek 8 drop of blood touched leaky water and leaky holy grail, a surge of Locke energy erupted abruptly. He carried a terrifying Locke's power, swirling wildly like a fierce cyclone. In just a split second, energy expanded violently, covering the entire space of Lee Hall. Eli Ratsu had eyes widened in horror. His usual composure. Could it be that this IDE that thing? Amidst the swirling current of energy like surging waves, a familiar figure appeared, causing him to cry or in panic-stricken horror, P. Skeleton Kin. The entire hall turned into utter pandemonium as terrified screams echoed everywhere. See Skeleton Kin. Seizing opportunity, Eli Ratsu kicked PV stone floor and lunged forward like an arrow, Key Skeleton Kin. Kimisak flinched, his muscles tensing as he braced himself for battle. Roka channeled his spiritual power into his fist, generating a swirling aura of murderous intent around his arm. Eli Ratsu roared, Go to hell. Giant skeleton swung its arm, sending iron chains that bound Kimisak tightly and squeezed him painfully. He'd uttered in a cold voice, I have been waiting for this sen foe a very long time, leaving him bewildered, wondering, what Lee hell I do this? Skeleton solemnly, I will wipe all this holy kingdom, starting by sending this brat away first. Kimisak froze, his mind filled quick question marks, wondering what on earth was going on. He quietly observed the opponent and thought to himself, he really looks exactly like me in my past life, it gives me goosebumps just looking at him. Immediately, specter of like the observer roared in anger, ID that imposter aura of his mind. He tapped a giant skeleton and snapped, my master ID supposed to look much more clueless and pathetic. Kimisek face blanked awe, a Lu vein popping on his forehead. Hey, do bastard. At least same time, Julio Barrett and Leon Sepet immediately chanted spells to cast their Medich. Two beams of lie carrying destructive power tore through air and charged straight at like summoner, quote absolutely no intention of holding back. An earth-shattering explosion rang all, and a blinding lie burst forth, obscuring entire hall. Riley Joshua rushed around frantically to evacuate everyone, shouting, disperse immediately. Meanwhile, Ali Joshua wasted no time. Spiritual energy erupted around his body, his eyes glowing red, intense murderous intent. In like blink of an eye, That power transformed into a giant green serpent slithering through air, opening its crimson mouth as if to swallow the entire world. In the very next split second, Li Men XT swallowed to gate hole into its belly. However, when the dust settled, Skeleton still stood tall, completely unharmed, leaving Summoner secretly astonished. Eat sneered, because of Li curse, do you can use your fun strength, can do? Why don't do just stand still and behave? Ely Joshua calmly, I never intended to use brute force in Li first place, for fear of collapsing this entire place. In Li next second, a Medici circle glowed brightly beneath his feet. Ely Joshua's eyes turned a deep, cold, and terrifying crimson. High above, a massive Medici orb quickly took shape as he roared. Duvy danced around enough. Facing a power that could crush the skeleton remained strangely, its mind constantly scheming dirty. Suddenly, Eat pulled Kim Izak in as a shield. Are you planning to let this Sen brat die in your stead? He panicked so much that cold sweat poured down, screaming in his mind. That ain't exactly what I am thinking too. Kim Izak cursed inwardly. Your grandson ID held hostage, yet do still summon something this dangerous. Seeing Kimadich's orb suddenly change, he gasped in SC. Huh. Why IDP Eat opening its mouth? He pointed at P great pile of dry bones quit a triumphant smile, saying that no sin dies so easily, which nearly made Kim Izak cough up blood in frustration at this madman. He tried to struggle within leaky iron chains, panicking and screaming that this time, he was truly finished. At that exact second, a terrifying explosion shook heaven and earth, as destructive power erupted fiercely like a tsunami sweeping through entire hall. Like horrific pressure caused the ceiling to split a BN, and boulders cascaded down from above like torrential rain. A brilliant stream of light quickly engulfed everything, as countless specks of light seeped deep into the marrow of light bones. In an instant, Lee's silhouette of a giant dry skeleton gradually faded and vanished into void. When key dust settled and light dimmed, heat revealed a devastated hall in ruins, no longer intact. Seeing that things had quieted down, Gal Joshua finally dared to lift his head, wondering if that guy had been destroyed yet. Another person immediately crawled from their hiding place, their face pale as a get, crying in alarm that Ike's skeleton demon kin had returned, like one who had cursed Y Joshua family 70 years ago. Other person tremblingly asked if he had accumulated enough energy to return for revenge. Despite a confused whisper, Kim Izak scrambled up from the ruins and immediately denied. He gritted his teeth bitterly, firmly asserting that key thing was merely a fake. Kim Izak collapsed to bite ground as his strength ran all. Seeing this, Rayli Joshua rushed to V to ask if his nephew was all right. Surrounding crowd began murmuring again. Despite being a member of Lee Joshua family, how could he remain unscathed after such a hit? Then someone asked if it was true that Iki Demon Kin had just called Isak a sen. Whispering grew louder. Had he really let his life? He probably had, since I family had unleashed a well purification beast move. Even though his body was exhausted and felt as if Eat would collapse, he struggled to speak up, saying that there was no way he would die so easily. Eat was merely an illusion to distract them. Kim Isake's assertion left everyone present stunned and speechless. Spectre Observer nodded in agreement. Eat seemed he used a clone to distract them, but something felt a bit AP, making him curiously ask if he could sense Eat too. Kim Izak irritably stated that he had used his own mana. Doubts began to form in his mind. Could his Lut mana core have fallen into his hands? If Eat was in He Saintess 8 archives, the possibility was very high. He cracked his knuckles, quit a snap, his eyes flashing quit sinister fire. If E Imposter was holding Eat, that would be perfect. He would just have to finish him P and take Eat back. From behind, seeing that Kim Izak was Phi, Ely Joshua breathed a sigh of relief, his heart instinctively recalling the previous moment Eat truly had been dangerous. Ely Joshua said to himself quit a pensive gaze that if he hadn't intervened in time, he likely would have taken like Boyo as well. Kai Lake turned his head to look back, his face showing clear signs of high vigilance. Within Ely Joshua's heart, countless questions, not understanding how things had turned to this way. On the opposite side, Julio Barrett was so shocked that his pupils contracted, unable to believe his own eyes. His fear was soon replaced by extreme envy. Fo T Supreme God that Leak Yellow Clan had desired Fu generations had appeared right here. Many chaotic thoughts whirled in Julio Barrett 8 mind as he thought about like God who stood above like he 5 great chief gods. He ground his teeth together, resulting noise sounding incredibly grating and unpleasant. Resentment burned like a fire through his reason. Julio Barrett 8 eyes flashed quote hatred as he thought about why God would choose a kid from Likey Joshua family. At that exact moment, Leak Old Man Ely Joshua leisurely approached his beloved grandson. Key Old Man called his name, and Kim Izak and Lai tiredly replied, Grandfather. Ely Joshua placed his hand on his shoulder and gently told him to quickly come Eksham Koot him. Leaky Old Man smiled contentedly because his grandson had just dispelled a Kidiman Kin 8 curse and was also exceptionally handsome, sending a chill down Kim Izak 8's spine because of that creepy smile. Like Old Man still sweetly promised to buy him Kin Lai, making like corner of his mouth twitch as he thought to himself that Lai a fool would believe AT, since that face clearly looked like Eat was about to lead him to Key Slaughterhouse. Right at that moment, A voice suddenly rang breaking atmosphere. "Excuse me, Duke." Kina Barrett stepped forward resolutely and nonchalantly said that it was not yet time to take Isaac mm. Ground suddenly shook violently, sending dust and pebbles flying in all directions. Just a second later, countless pitch-beal's arms emerged from underground, dragging along a swarming horde of demons crawling onto the ground. He still appeared completely nonchalant, saying that things here had not been sorted yet. Kim Isaac sighed deeply, pushed himself up, and said, "We have no choice, grandfather." Instantly, spiritual energy in his hand flared up brilliantly, casting a radiant glow, as he said, "I don't think we should retreat at this moment." Kim Isaac strode forward boldly and with absolute confidence, treating those hideous monsters as nothing more than grains of sand. In leaping back, Kina Barrett bit his lip in frustration, wondering if this arrogant guy had not only grown up in the blink of an eye, but was also planning to be savior. Scheming inwardly, although he did not know what Li P other was plotting, he was determined to wring every last bit of value from him. He also strolled forward, cracking his knuckles as he walked and telling himself he would prove to his opponent who Wook real Fian Bot was. Kim Isaac instantly showed his power as a surge of azure spiritual energy churned violently like a waterfall right in Li P palm of his hand. He shouted loudly, "Time to purify." Li brilliant explosion of Li caused Li demons to cove their eyes in unison and let a ear-splitting shrieks. Li surrounding crowd began to murmur in excitement, some admiring and praising Li purification spell for being so magnificent, while those next to them agreed that it had been a century since they last beheld such pure Li. Another person nudged his glasses up and questioned in confusion why Iki Kid didn't he just use an attack to get ETE quit, instead of using a clearing spell. He then speculated that because this move neutralizes Medici energy, perhaps Gay Boy wanted to be LPC Legway to prevent more monsters from being summoned. Salak pointed at himself, wondering if Li Boy had copied Li's spell from him, while the purifying Holy Spirit bowed its head and thou, knowing fun well that other than Salak, there was nowhere else to seek a master. Kim Isaac muttered softly to himself, but if Li purification's Q reaches will V6 threshold. Li corner of his mouth curled up smugly, then he can completely deal massive area of I Shi Kwemepshin V time. Kim Isaac 8 mind was still racing, thinking that biggest key to activating E clearing spell at this moment was. Yet right at that moment, Kina Barrett pushed him aside and told him to get all of I Ki way, saying, "How can your amateurish Medici possibly handle this horde?" He secretly mocked him showing the P when he could NN use ALV5 spell, thinking that even if he was praised as a once-in-a-century genius, so what? But Kina Barrett immediately gathered his inner energy, smugly believing that such meager talent was not enough to be his rival, and then arrogantly said, "Look closely, Du must unleash extremely powerful Madiich from all directions to wipe them all off." Just a few seconds later, what met her eyes caused Kina Barrett to freeze for 5 seconds. Kim Isaac stood behind her, covering his mouth as he giggled, trying so hard to suppress his laughter that he nearly choked. He snapped, asking if human brains weren't programmed to understand these monsters, arguing that since they were so incredibly resilient, they should be taken with a single blow. Those words made him hold back his laughter so much that he nearly spat a mouthful of saliva. Kim Isaac laughed aloud, mockingly saying that this idiot truly knew nothing, which made Kina Barrett grit her teeth. She thought she should have let Lida Patriarch kick him to be rid of him, as looking at his obnoxious face made her blood pressure spike. He spoke up, saying loopy others were just bait, causing other person to freeze for a few seconds in surprise. Without bothering to explain Kim Isaac quickly slipped into a secluded corner of the hall, muttering that their true forms must be around there somewhere. Once he had pinpointed eye coordinates, he immediately released his Medici power to scan the entire area. Before long, YP corners of Kim Isaac 8 mouth curled up in excitement. He had found 8, while Kina Barrett frowned in confusion as she saw him pull a sharp needle, wondering what kind of nonsense he was planning to do. Quid et. Kim Isaac ignored her and decisively plunged the needle into Leaper's 8 back. Instantly, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy exploded, and chaotic Medici flooded B room, causing Leake's surrounding crowd to scream in panic. He gave IP needle a slight twist and calmly explained that it would silently poison anyone lingering nearby. Kim Isaac added, "T8 very dangerous? If Duo slowly seeped in poison lie this, Duo 1T even realized Duo recrossing to V's to Eep other side." On each other side of Key Hall, someone clutched their head and howled in pain, wondering what on earth was happening. He repeated the key words of his skull demon kin from earlier, saying that he was determined to send us all to our Jiki Rai. Kim Isaac chuckled sinister. If his to get IDE this holy kingdom, then he must first wipe apprentice priests lie us. As he finished speaking, entire hall fell into chaos. People scrambled to find hidden bugs, and those who were poisoned quickly used holy Medici to purify themselves. In the midst of everyone rushing about, Kim Isaac suddenly froze, filled with suspicion. His gaze happened to sweep a sea trend sight on a distant wall, where beams of Gan Lai were continuously striking Ligas Fei. From another corner of Lai Ki Hall, similar bright Gian beams of Lai began to emanate. Kim Izek panicked. Wait, if they all cleared all at once lie that. A wave of pitch Beloska energy suddenly erupted, quickly swallowing entire hall. Life and Temin observer appeared and urged his master, claiming this was a gain-on opportunity if he purified all those who were poisoned. He would certainly be honored, prompting Kim Izek to praise him for his sudden stroke of brilliance. Kim Izek laughed gleefully, this idea a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, before he could act, Julio Barrick stepped forward, brandished his scepter, and roared, Viki 9 Holy Medici. A brilliant Gian swirled powerfully, draining like spreading lock energy quite his formidable mana absorption technique. He stood frozen, completely unable to believe what had just occurred. He smiled benevolently. Now, no one needs to worry about being poisoned anymore. Kim Izek ground his teeth in frustration. This damn Pope ID such a buzzkill. At that very moment, Emen XT revealed itself once again. A sharp gaze was fixed on the ET figure ahead. Lee Cunning Rogue dared to capture our supreme leader, and this debt must be settled sooner or later. Creature knelt down, concentrated all its internal power into its sinewy legs, and sprang into wee air like a coil. That mass of muscle shot forward like an arrow-piercing sky, determined to drag you enemy down into wee deep pit quit 8. In an instant, the young man sensed a cold killing intent closing in from behind. Kim Izek immediately unleashed a technique, causing a hovering creature to suddenly freeze, its body shaking as if gripped by an invisible force. Its eyes dilated, revealing utter astonishment at the immense energy-enveloping area. Lee young man clicked his tongue and looked at Lee P. floor, thinking, how could small fry lie do dream of touching even a single hair of mine? Everything gradually stabilized after rape. A guard ran up to report that enemy had been cleared all and that Lai wounded needed urgent medical attention. However, Kina Barrett remained in SC, wondering how a single glance could drive away such a ferocious beast. Small hands clenched into fists, Key whole body trembling as a sense of helplessness seeped into Ike mind. Kina watched the receding figure, thinking that it was unbelievable how could such a thing happen. This masterful XQ could probably be executed so effortlessly by Pope. Next Monang, headlines covered news of Likey skeleton demonkin visiting like ceremony through Key public into a frenzy gold nightmare had officially returned. He had fled after losing live battle, but who exactly ID Key mysterious figure Key villain just mentioned? At a private meeting, Hyre Barrett spoke, like Holy Grail was certainly swapped and Chen T quite an illusion, in Key investigation Tim diligently tracing its origin. Leon Sepet raised his eyebrows in question, wondering if an intruder was cause he slightly shook his head, noting that it was on only a small part of Key trouble. Hyre pointed at newspaper headline, exclaiming that he didn't understand what Leaky Holy's Regen was doing to let Lee Kingdom 8 shield shatter like crystal. At that time, Ruixua mansion was flooded quite early monen sunlight, quite shimmering rays gently filtering through wooden window gaps. Sitting in Lee's study, Kim Izek was engrossed in the newspaper. Weakened shield allowed demons to infiltrate, but since a holy Agi Ryenide allied keep the royal family, Light Church would likely have its hands free. His lips curled into a sarcastic smirk regarding bureaucrats, when suddenly a cheerful laugh rang. My get nephew reading in newspaper quite diligently today, isn't he? Gal Joshua sat down leisurely and clapped in praise. Congratulations on your. Izek felt his blood boil at Key mocking tone, thinking he had to get rid of this annoying man. Just as he was about to speak, realized Joshua intervened. Isaac, now that do speak clearly, recite a poem about Leaky Demon Kin, making him want to tell them to top their antics. Key door suddenly swung wide with a loud crash, and a tall, dignified figure strode straight into room. Riley Joshua quickly, saying 8 was lucky to see them both. Izek, be a git boy and go fee Lillian Lee garden while Iki adults talk business, and he nodded rapidly and slipped out. In Lee P blink of an eye, the wooden door was firmly shut. At that moment, a brilliant blue energy suddenly radiated from Keymenate body. Pale aura gradually covered Lighty 4 walls, as a third-tier holy mod each circle was activated to prevent any saw from leaking out. He stared wide-eyed, asking why such a soundproofing technique was necessary. Lee old man sat calmly and replied that id always better to be safe than sorry. Reli Joshua pondered for a moment before continuing. Lucky main topic today IDPR little boy, Isaac. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze becoming profound and inscrutable. I fear Isaac was chosen by God of Darkness during that ceremony. Reli Joshua bowed his head in thaw and told everyone that Ike God who chose Isaac must be no ordinary deity. It seemed to be a mock never before recorded in annals of coronation ceremonies, witnessed in lie by Agi Pope and Lee P Cardinal of Yellow. Yet he planned to eliminate Isaac immediately. Hearing this, Riley Joshua exclaimed what? Did Pope really do something that crazy? He sighed, confirming that his words were accurate. No one would act so cruelly unless it were an evil god. Meanwhile, Gal Joshua remained silently lost in thought. After a long while, he looked up at Riley Joshua and proposed a hypothesis. Could it be that it wasn't an evil god, but rather we supreme being whom their family worship? Entire room fell into a suffocating atmosphere. No one dared to make a sow, but in everyone ate heart, they were turning toward a faith called Yellow. At that moment, Gal Joshua suddenly spoke up to explain. They utterly despise anything defiled. I mean, if others dare to infringe upon their interests, so if a member of Lakey Joshua family were blessed by Iki god of Lakey Yellow faction, they would certainly never stand idly by. If Pope reacted so vehemently, there was a high probability that Isaac 8 god was closely related to Yellow family. This time, it was his turn to reflect in silence. Eli Joshua 8 silence gave him momentum to press further, suggesting it might even be a god that other side had never even been able to name. Eli Joshua suddenly remembered something and said that if 8 were Isaac, Keyboy definitely had key potential to do that. These words made him ask back anxiously, "Are you sure that boy ID qualified enough to summon a decent god?" Gal Joshua let Aura sigh and gave a forced smile. Not knowing how to answer, he just mumbled to get in V quit. At this point, Eli Joshua, wanting to grasp his situation, bluntly ordered him to go scout. Gowl, make contact quote Pope 8 household and investigate thoroughly to see which god chose Azek. Gal Joshua wasn't interested in this matter at all, so he immediately shouted, "Huh, why me?" Thus, he used gifts to entice him. If do complete this task, I will give Suri a high-quality holy relic. Upon seeing reward, he immediately fell silent while his brother stared at Gal Joshua quit blatant envy. Eli Joshua added, "From now on, until Isaac goes on his internship, Glee Boy will be closely monitored like a criminal." If Isaac continued to maintain such alarming faith-tate results as before, he could easily deteriorate into a lock priest in the future. Upon hearing that, all three of them immediately envisioned an executioner of Key Shadow cult. Consequently, everyone 8 faces turned pale quit fear of the impending terrible scenario. He gnashed his teeth, sweating profusely. If Keyboy really fell into Lee P path, Lee's entire family would be labeled traitors. The crime of treason alone was enough to throw everyone in prison. Not to mention Suri would be caught up in it as well. Eli Joshua trembled in ecstasy and muttered to himself, "Could my precious nephew really turn a lie that?" Finally, he regained his stern composure and ordered, "By all means, this disaster must be nipped in the bud." Scene change, following YC Grep, Eli Joshua quickly found children and announced, "You kids will be heading dipe for your internships soon." Like memories of those wretched seniors who used to beat him to a pulp were still there, but well, that was all in Neek past. Isaac heard this and frowned warily, muttering, "P lie, don't say another kus, heat sounds lie I am about to be drafted into Waikiki military again." Although Suri Joshua wasn't thrilled, she still nodded and listened as he said, "During this time, do will work quit your seniors. That 8 when deal discover your strengths and learn practical skills that academy doesn't teach. Based on evaluation results, deal have opportunities for promotion and better benefits, so give 8 your all. When deal refinished, deal will sign a contract quit a god." Then he suddenly asked further, that 8 right, uncle? Do know when we will be able to attend Lee's sacrifice ceremony?" Reali Joshua asked back quit Sadakshan, "Are you interested in that again?" Isaac clenched his fist and slammed it on table, saying determinedly, "I am extremely interested, especially the execution of those subordinates of skeleton demon Ken." Hearing that, he put on his glasses unreplied quit a bright smile. "I am glad to see your faith growing lie this. Let me explain the sacrifice ceremony to do in detail." Thus, both he and Suri Joshua turned their fun attention toward Riley Joshua, and then he began to present details. Key sacrifice ceremony an occasion where we offer gifts to ID gods. EDIDP essentially lie a major festival for everyone to gather, and everyone will attend, but like most important thing still each individual 8 sincerity and faith, so at its core, EDID a private ritual. At this point, Isaac intended to interrupt, but Riley Joshua. This brings us back to question of whether EDID truly necessary to gather in large numbers for week ceremony. Think carefully, rituals are inherently forms of offering to key gods, and from ancient times until now, they have always been collective activities, its sole ID collective service. And like clearest evidence of that ID key faith each person has fu gods, Isaac felt a bit wary in his heart after listening for a while. This uncle seemed to be overcomplicating things, and where did those glasses even come from? Anyway, perhaps I've rambled a bit, but I believe you understand my point, right? This sacrifice ceremony lie a joyful festival, and what first thing that comes to mind when mentioning a festival? Eat enjoying it together isn't joy also a part of faith? Then like gods will surely bless this joy-filled festival, and that ide precisely privilege of gods during like sacrifice, isn't he? As soon as he heard this, an exciting idea popped into his head. So, low-ranking gods or angels would participate in the ritual. If I catch them, I'll ask them what a bone-crushing, flesh-tearing festival really id. Suddenly, he pointed his hand directly at him and said, "Azek, you must be eager to personally execute life subordinate of Demon King Kalu, right? Such a warrior at 8 steel spirit id truly admirable." Gold Joshua quickly added that group quit highest score would receive Lee privilege of executing Y remnants of Demon Kin Kalu, so he told him to try his best to see his skills. Sori obediently complied while Isaac froze for a few seconds at haunting Ku's teamwork. Already suffering from a fear of teamwork, he could unlie hold his face in agony and think to himself, ID, this damn teaming up quit allies scenario again. Noticing that Isaac wasn't very enthusiastic about this prospect, Rely Joshua approached, knelt down, and said, I hope Dio kids achieve great results to fulfill a long-held wish. Knowing other person cared for him, he mumbled, uncle, even though deep down, Isaac was screaming at this unavoidable situation. Well, I'll just quietly eliminate a few groups and then pretend to fee low-key savior foe like rest, he thought, so he smiled brightly and promised firmly, I will do my absolute best. Rely Joshua looked at him with a satisfied gaze and thought to himself, that ain't right, how could this obedient child ever become a wax priest? What a relief. While he was brimming optimism, Gold Joshua nervously bit his nails and asked, but Isaac, which God chose do at leaky ordination ceremony other day? Isaac could unlie grimace and let all a puzzling making even Gold Joshua look at him with deep suspicion. Quite no way to deny at, he could lie sigh and make up a story. I don't remember very clearly, I just know that Lee Crest looked incredibly bizarre and unpleasant. On a key outside, he put on an innocent, harmless act, but inside, he was laughing triumphantly. Look, this IDG Ren proof of a divine ordination. Upon hearing his answer, both of their faces suddenly turned pale, and cold sweat broke off from a shared, terrifying fear. Eat must definitely be an evil god, Eat couldn't be anyone else. A few seconds later, Rely Joshua quickly reassured Eat all right, sometimes there are gods quit slightly intimidating Crest. Gold Joshua chimed in, that ain't right, Lee core IDT still Lee faith in your heart. He turned away to hide his smug smile and replied, I am not too worried about ET either. Suddenly remembering something important, Isaac turned back and asked, oh, by leeway, why does White Yellow Cardinal want to see me? That bastard, I mean, His Eminence, why? Just as he finished speaking, an angry voice echoed from afar, calling his name, Isaac Joshua. Seeing lighty face of light person who had just appeared, both of them felt uneasy and deeply puzzled. A few moments later, they all shouted his name in panic, Keena Barrett. He aggressively strode forward and declared, I have something I need to discuss quite due immediately. Entire hall suddenly fell dead silent. A moment later, Rely Joshua trended. Why did he come all this way just to see Isaac? Gold Joshua scratched his head in frustration and replied, who knows? No one can ever predict what goes on in that guy 8 head. He began to wildly speculate and said, could he have come to harm Isaac? Oh, did Pope send him? He wasn't any more optimistic as he replied, if Lee objective ID related to Lee evil god, then that ain't highly likely. Right after that, Keena Barrett walked to Veep, grabbed his hand, and pleaded, Isaac, I used to think you were just a completely worthless nobody. Honestly, Isaac, not liking these compliments at all, he screamed internally, ID this freak crazy. ID he trying to cause trouble. Even he observing it was left speechless. Keena Barrett grew more and more confident in his assessment as he said, but now I understand. Your 10-year absence was solely faux training. Didn't he want your skills to be tainted by egg amateurs in Meek Academy? I knew Haiti moment were ordained. Are one of a kind, incomparable to Lee mediocre crowd. Date a waste of time for a genius lie to be stuck doing these trivial practical exercises. Clemore Isaac listened. Like he more goosebumps he got, while his companion beside him could lie smirk and think, I think this guy has truly let his mind. Utterly oblivious to his agate thoughts, Keena Barrett kept rambling on, then extended his hand toward him again. Train me under his guidance, and we will step into we professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. Together, we will defeat Demon King Kalu and revive this city-state. Suri Joshua began to doubt his motives, wondering if this was a new bullying tactic from people faction, and why he was so overly serious that it sent shivers down her spine. Just as she was about to agree, Suri Joshua gaped in astonishment as Isaac suddenly snapped at Takina Barrett and drove him away as if banishing an evil spirit. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed and protested indignantly. What did you say? He gritted his teeth and growled, asking again, Ghetto immediately. I will complete my practicum on my own. Lie everyone else. That ain't right. Suri Joshua trembled, clasping her hands together to calm herself, thinking, this guy must have gone crazy. Keena Barrett Lotkeen Trunnen shouted, don't you worry about priestly rights. I'll grant Lee status of someone quit 10 years of experience. After speaking, he turned back to his seat and waved his hand warily. Whatever. Isaac pointed towards Suri Joshua and suggested, if Dio want to drag someone along, take that one. Suri couldn't lie point at her own face, her mouth twisting into a grimace. That wasn't all. He added a sarcastic remark that person isn't in like same league as Dio. He thought it was quite true, but VM men made his face flush red with resentment. This bastard. After that, Keena Barrett turned to flatter Isaac, calling him a person of outstanding talent, whose mere gaze was enough to terrify monsters. Lee observing get seized opportunity to tease, he must have witnessed Lay Master using his authority to threaten. This made Isaac suspicious. This guy must be plotting to secretly learn my tricks. Key more he thought about eat. Key more repulsive it seemed. Isaac resolutely put him in his place. I'll say eat again. Get lot immediately. Just thinking about having to study under weaky old Pope makes my stomach churn. Because he dared to insult his grandfather. His expression seemed extremely displeased. What did Dew just say? My old man makes Dew nauseous. Ezek replied without any hesitation. Of course. I even want to wring his neck. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone clapped a hand v his mouth. While the crowd was still bewildered, Ezek was dragged away and disappeared from sight. When they reached a private place, other person finally let go and spoke. My grandchild ID busy now. Person who had just appeared was Ely Joshua. He was trying to squirm free but failed. At this moment, Ely coldly instructed, from now on, never go near this kid again. Kina Barrett felt insulted and retorted resent, even if Dew are powerful head of Lai family. Once again, he was ignored. Ely focused on lecture ek, if Dew continue to associate quote him, he will only drag Dew down into a quagmire of trouble. The entire room was plunged into a suffocating atmosphere. Enli Kina Barrett responded quote a provocative snort. During Wipe's struggle, Ezek accidentally bit Ely at hand but still couldn't he escape. Furthermore, because of Lai's recent threat, he swore to wipe these damn Joshua family members. Isaac 8 Mine was now solely preoccupied quit 5-color Tate, an obstacle that every novice had to overcome. White Emperor, B. Lu Crane, and 6. That was key order of key Tate rounds they had to go through. Everything was orchestrated by cardinals from Vaesus. Therefore, to officially done a key priestly role, one absolutely had to pass this ordeal. Ezek walked into Wee room where Wee group flags were displayed and happily mumbled, "Are all my teammates here?" Then he began to scrutinize each person, gathering all those of key same lineage in one place, thinking, do they want us to tear each other apart? In his mind, he also recalled Suri Jishu's 8 reassuring words, this group consists entirely of my friends, so Yidil will be alright. At this point, Isaac sighed and decided to go quit flow. Well, I guess this tuition fee ID key worth ET, sorry. Excitedly, quite half-closed eyes, he burst through YP door and thought to himself that he would turn this bunch into a stepping stone to break through and rescue his reinforcements. Lee first thing to do was to make a get impression, but right at that moment, Ezek suddenly heard that key person had already arrived. Tie that damned guy up quickly. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Lee murderous faces, and panicked inwardly, what on earth ID this? While Isaac was still dazed, Henry rushed forward and asked bossily, are you the one who ain't been making things difficult for Suri all this time? Ainbeck also rushed up and chimed in, let us teach Dew some manners. He teased arrogantly, just think of this as a friendly cultural exchange, quit your big brothers, and then threatened, if Dew dare snitch to Suri, Dew refinished. Having seen through everything, Ezek couldn't lie warily, these guys are a lot cause. To defend himself, he casually picked up a glass, which prompted Henry to mock him further, great, just think of this as an intimate gathering, little brother. Enbeck clutched his stomach laughingly and said sarcastically, look at that, ID that glass foe dancing oh what? He also laughed to tears and said, it seems whatty rumors that he was just weaned are true. How hilarious. Just throw him in some corner. Before he could finish his sentence, Ebel and Isaac 80 hand struck Henry straight in Lee face mercilessly. Enbeck's laughter stopped instantly when he saw his companion fall, covered in blood, and he wondered to himself, how could this be? Seeing their subordinate get beaten up, Lee whole gang shouted in anger, what hell I deek this? Has that lunatic let his mind? Isaac then spoke up in a challenging tone, we have to be CLU to get a high score, right? Then let 8 do some team bonding exercises together. Let 8 get to know each other, my gentle friends. Right after saying that, he violently charged at and attacked those around him. Just lie that, agonizing screams of those being assaulted echoed across the distant beach. A moment later, Suri Joshua arrived and grumbled, Isaac, I really don't quite understand this action of yours. ID this supposed to be team bonding. Suri Joshua was shocked to see everyone kneeling on top of each other in a human pyramid, while Isaac was casually sitting on top of them. As soon as they saw their savior, Lei whole gang cried, oh foe help, Xayas? Sorry. Henry gasped in pain. He doesn't look like your relative at all. Hearing this, his expression suddenly shifted as he smiled and replied, Thandufu taking IP time to feel like quit my cousin, and then they begged desperately, P leak see us. Although he didn't want to help, due to competition rules, Suri Joshua whispered to Isaac, Leaky first Tate ID based on EG Tim ADV key of harmony. What are Dew going to do now? Isaac asked in surprise. Harmony. Are Dew blind? Can Dew see this giant human pyramid? This ID more than harmonious. The other guy angrily cursed inwardly. That ain't in lie because Dew forced us using violence. Dew psycho. Immediately after, Isaac changed suck. Never mind that, take a look at this. Suri asked curiously, what ID this? While Suri Joshua looked at Lee list, he explained, those are all B people who want to leech AP your family. These scoundrels have used all kinds of tricks to exploit Dew for past 7 years. Even if Joshua family ID indeed generous, there must be a limit to everything. And Beck stubbornly argued, but Joshua family never needed anything from us anyway. Even if we offered tributes, they probably wouldn't care in least slightest. Isaac wore a cold, murderous look and retorted, "What do mean by nothing? Your limbs still function well, and your internal organs can still be put to get use. I don't need much either, my dear friend. I just want a genuine transaction, a quid pro quo to break even. So, in this team bonding activity, give it your all, work hard, and keep your soul clean." I totally agree. Surrey Joshua knew exactly what was going on, so he just followed along, not daring to say a quips. Whole group tremblingly replied, Sir. As soon as Iki Timbiulian's session ended, everyone lay on ground exhausted and complaining. Isaac, without a hint of pity, turned on his heel and said, "Very well, key training session ends here." He was still worried about LEAP exam, so he asked, "What if we fail IP Tate?" Isaac calmly said, "Follow me, I have a little gift for Dio." Suri scrambled after him but didn't he forget to grumble, "Even failing by 1 point means we P-Core Principal ID Harmony. After all." Azer appeared extremely, patting his chest reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've calculated everything carefully. First of all, look at this." Right after he finished speaking, he yanked Ubi a key cabinet door in front of him. Leak one locked inside was Pari Julius, who was now tied up tightly, gagged, and looking at E2 with a confused expression, his eyes filled with tears. My victim inside like cabinet was crying awe. Suri was terrified at key sight, whereas Isaac appeared extremely excited. Fearing a fatality, he grabbed Isaac 8 collar and questioned, "Are you crazy? That ate our teammate, and he ate also your uncle 8 friend 8 son. Have you forgotten the incident at Relic Archive?" Isaac replied innocently, "I know. ET80 precisely because he ate one of us that he needs to be dealt quit. He ate holding a top secret letter announcing his resignation as a spy." Suri was stunned into silence upon hearing this, completely taken by his. Immediately, he turned to stare at Lee person in Lee cabinet, making Pari Julius so scared that sweat poured down Lie rain. Wanting to get to Lie key bottom of ET, Suri approached unremoved D-Gig. Sudden movement made Iki other person so tense that his teeth gnashed together. A second later, he hesitantly questioned, "Neezer told Dio to do this, right?" Other person quickly admitted fault. "I am sorry, I had no other choice. Eat ate all because I have my own troubles." At this point, Isaac ordered, "All right, speak up. What did Neezer tell Dio to do?" Pari Julius replied in a panic, "He ordered me to destroy Suri 8 group. He said Suri would definitely fail Lee Tate, so he forced me to cause trouble so whole Tim would naturally fall apart." He sobbed while explaining. Even being aggressive towards Isaac at his celebration was his order. He wanted to personally finish Pete's subordinates of Skeleton Demon Ken. Remembering Sepet Neezer 8 triumphant face, he set his resolve, "Sepet Neezer dares to mess quit me, and now he even wants to eliminate my subordinates. I must make him taste the IP bitterness of suffering." Scene shifts to a few days later, hearing Stephen 8 report. Sepet Neezer roared in anger, "Another failure. How hard I'd eat to be a spy. How many of you have given up now?" He scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Yeah, so about that. They busy quit Tim B in sessions, so I'll pass." Sepet Neezer cursed silently in front. "What Tim B we in?" Finally, he clicked his tongue and dismissed him. "Fine, get ore of my sight." Once he was gone, Robert consoled him, "Let it be, there are still 3 loyal ones in Joshua 8 group." Raymond quickly added, "As long as they remain there, we definitely hold the upper hand." Sepet Neezer harbored a deep-seated hatred and thought to himself, "That clever guy Diki's such an eyesore. I must find a way to get rid of him soon. Even my own father Idik interested in him. Does he really intend to invite that guy into Iki family? Forget ET, Eat will all be V after today anyway. Either way, that Joshua group will soon be kicked all of VGIM today regardless." Shifting piece scene to a vast hall, once so crowded fully gathered, Wilder loudly announced a welcome to 5-colored harmony exam. White Belief used SAW transmission techniques to enforce rules. However, key core lesson among teammates ID harmony along quit faith. For that reason, the key opening theme of E5 colored harmony will be decided by voting. Seeing Isaac nodding, Sepetsnizer came up with a dirty scheme. As long as one person opposed keeping like current formation, Leaky whole group would be eliminated and that person would be moved to another group. This meant that even if they betrayed Lai Azure belief, they could still continue their examination journey. "I have already planted a spy in there. This way, victory ID surely guaranteed." Thinking of that glorious prospect, he grinned from ear to ear. Right then, Sackley began announcing results that everyone was eagerly awaiting. Key Azure group unanimously agreed to keep their current formation, so they officially passed T5 colored harmony gate. Like unexpected result left Sepetsnizer frozen for a few seconds in total C. Furthermore, he deliberately stared and gave a provocative smile. Switching Lee scene to Suri Joshua, who was hurrying to chase after Isaac and shouted, "Isaac, wait for me. What kind of trick did you use to make them obey do so unconditionally?" At this point, he calmly replied, Do still remember that yellow cardinal who kept tailing me a few days ago?" He quickly answered, "Of course I remember." Do even had Eek nerve to refuse his summons, but seeing Isaac frown, He immediately changed his tone to a threat. Are you looking for death? Suri Joshua realized his slip of a tongue and hastily apologized to face. Key next second, he told Dai whole truth. I told him if he wanted to meet, he had to give me Iki yellow medicine. Suri Joshua, hearing this, thought to himself in alarm, that ID secret medicine exclusive to like yellow belief lineage, their ID no way he would just hand ETRVE easily. A moment later, Isaac continued, and then he gave hate to me, so I used that pill to bargain quote those guys. He heard that and turned pale. What? He really gave hate to Du. So Du gave them like yellow medicine after I voting. He nonchalantly replied to Suri Joshua. Oh no, I made them drink eat all before I key voting. Upon hearing this, he screamed in despair. What if they had betrayed us then? Before pushing Lippy door to enter, Isaac turned back to reassure him. No need to worry, I always put faith in my teammates. Having said that, he turned away and laughed loudly, ignoring's other man who was frozen in thaw. House Tren, could it be that he has truly turned Arter V a new leaf? If that ID case, et ID indeed a get thing fo him. All of Suri Joshua 8 doubts were resolved when Isaac pushed Ubum wide door. Li spies were locked inside and beaten to by point of begging. Henry, seeing him, raised his head to ask, hey, we did exactly what you said. Give us why antidote already. Suri Joshua saw Isaac 8 distorted expression and asked, what antidote? I group pleaded again, my stomach ID cramping painfully right now. Looking at that miserable scene, he gave a triumphant thumbs up. I am certain they will never dare to betray us. Suri Joshua was furious and cursed inwardly. What on earth have you done, you madman? Unable to restrain himself any longer, he pointed directly at his face to interrogate him. Don tell me you gave them poison instead of white yellow medicine. He feigned innocence and replied that he had indeed put leaky real royal elixir inside. Formula consists of 93 flat, 5 Manhwa essence from Lee Demon Kin 8 hair, 1 laxative, a few strands of hair, in Enli 0. I key precious royal elixir. After hearing P list, Suri Joshua nearly fainted, whimpering that washing Woki royal elixir quote water made more sense than this mess, while Isaac just sneered, saying they had sucked enough human blood and ET was time to pay their dues. Dominic hurriedly clasped his hands in prayer, begging to be saved because he could hardly stand eat anymore, while Henry chimed in that they had already achieved 5-colored harmony, so Pila grant them key antidote. Isaac casually walked Sirach to a Babita cabinet to look for items and clicked his tongue, saying Phi, since he was a man of his quips, he would see which corner he had tossed I key antidote into. He cheered excitedly as if he had found a treasure when he pulled an old diaper, exclaiming that he had finally found Eat. Suri Joshua watched and just wanted to disappear into Edie ground because Eat was a diaper Isaac had once used. Who would ever put an antidote in such an unsanitary place? Isaac didn't care about Light T filthy past as he held up Light diaper to tease everyone, and just as he was wondering who to prioritize, Lee room door was suddenly kicked to BN. Sepet Nizar appeared with a look of intense murderous intent and gritted his teeth, ordering Isaac to return his people immediately, calling him a bastard. Being interrupted while enjoying himself made Isaac visibly annoyed, while Ambet trembled and begged, and Henry stood frozen, having no clue what was going on. Desperate Fui antidote, Lee other side turned to revolt and attacked their former master, causing Sepet Nizar to bitterly threaten that he would not let them up easily. No sooner had he finished speaking than he suffered such pain that he shrieked, while everyone collectively defended Isaac, saying he should not dream of touching a single hair on his head. Sepet Nizar was bewildered as to why his subordinates had turned to protect the enemy, screaming and asking what he had done to make them switch sides so quickly. Isaac leisurely approached Iki Man sitting on leaky floor and reminded him of key debt, saying he heard Lee Man once claimed humans would only seek overwhelming power in moments of life and death, but do were dead wrong, because what they need most right now ID key to preserve their meager lives. Faced Kut Death 8 Scythe, all theories are meaningless, causing Lee Man to change from a look of smugness to one of extreme terror. Sepet Nizar trembled, muttering to himself in unbelievable panic. Looking at Isaac at eyes, sharp as a wild animal 8, he instinctively shuddered, wondering if those were YP eyes of a normal human being. P scene shifts to an office at Leaky Holy See. Hyre Barrack heard a knock on P door and shouted Fui key person to enter. Seeing Theto lingering outside he inwardly cursed that he took a whole week to meet a trainee priest, calling them a disrespectful lot. He timidly stepped inside and stuttered, forgive me, sir, but Isaac 8 refusal to come shocked Hyre Barrack to E-Core, as he couldn't believe someone would dare to decline his invitation. He pressed Theto, asking why Isaac didn't come despite already having Leak Royal Elixir in hand, causing Lee P other to scratch his head and reply that those were Isaac 8 own words. He even told me to relay Lee P message that if you want to meet, then bring a huge lump of gold, causing Hyre Barrack 8 face to darken. As soon as he finished his sentence, Hyre Barrack angrily snapped Ice pen in his hand out of sheer frustration. Witnessing that, Theto stood frozen with a face fun of terror. He gritted his teeth and ordered that Waiki insolent brat be dragged here at all costs. Back to Sepet Nizar, he left in a rage, constantly swearing at that bastard Isaac. However, he managed to calm down upon realizing he had still gained something, as a subordinate reported that Leek other man was hiding something very risky when encountering an inquisitor. If I decide to dig, I'll definitely find a clue. I must personally expose that person ain't true face. At this moment, his expression changed completely as he gazed in astonishment at leaky crowd huddling right in front of him. Sepith Neezer raised his voice and yelled, "Who are those people?" The Du and Ron looked at each other in bewilderment, then simultaneously turned their eyes towards him. Sepith Neezer stormward, not caring what was right or wrong. "This IDCA dormitory area, why are you all making such a racket?" Fearing trouble, he quickly explained, we were here on some business kuti young master. But inside, the Du was screaming, "Damn neat, we ran into a guy from Lee XC family, P-sworn enemy of Ho NGC faction. Get that XC freak out of my sight. What if people start rumors that Cardinal Ho NGC summoned someone from Ethan XC family, and it reaches E family? That would be big trouble." Even after hearing Lipe's explanation, he still wouldn't let them go, his cold, razor-like eyes staring intently at everyone. Just at that cry TC moment, someone interrupted, "Why are you all so late?" Lee group turned to look at Lai person who had just spoken, unable to hide their astonishment. Isaac and Suri Joshua appeared. He leaned against die door arrogantly. "I remember telling Dio to come early to prepare Wike refreshments for Waiki party, didn't I?" Everyone quickly ran towards Isaac Quitathal, flashing in their minds, "This kid ID really helping us, and what he gets in return IDK well deserved." Joshua D always so predictable. They replied, "Yeet, young master, we are preparing leak items now." He continued, "That ain't right, a party needs something, doesn't TT? Bring them here before ET and of ET day." "Okay," everyone replied in unison. "Understood." Being completely ignored made Seth Neezer furious, his face turning purple. He cursed under his breath, "Social gathering. Huh. ET ain't exactly that kind of party that has charmed my subordinates, isn't he?" He quickly chanted a spell and cast Medich. At like same time, the Du seized that opportunity to say goodbye. "We'll excuse ourselves and leave now." Before Lay words were even finished, he launched a sneak attack that made Key young man scream in pain. After defeating everyone, he turned to challenge Isaac. "Here 8 TLV5 Holy Art, Hell 8 Repentance. I just gave your subordinates a little break, now eat 8 a private matter between Du and me. Oh, how about we both take a tate of faith to make things in TP rate 10. While he was still glaring at his opponent, Suri Joshua was immensely worried. "This ID bad. If he takes that tate, he'll be burned alive. At worst, his entire family will be wiped off because of him." Not stopping there, Sepith Neezer pulled all a red bag and enticed, "I have something really great here. Just put your hand in, and Du'll know right away. Why don't you try ye?" Just then, Here Barrett suddenly appeared and called loudly, "Isaac Lozier. I can believe you've dared to disregard my clanet summons just to be busy quit these childish GM." Hearing Leek's familiar name, he trembled, completely clueless as to what was happening. "What 8 more?" He looked directly at Eep young man and resentfully accused, "Du must think my words are just wind blowing past your ears, don't do." Seeing him, Sepith Neezer turned pale, quit fear and dared not utter a quips, unendly mumbling in his throat, "Cardinal Barrett." His mind started racing, quit wild conjecture. "Damn me, ID this guy from Barrett 8 faction." At this moment, Isaac quickly, "I sincerely, your eminence." He even put on a pitiful face and shifted like blame, "Do you see, young Master Neezer here forbade me from associating quit people from the Hoenj faction. So I didn't dare to disobey and couldn't come to meet you sooner." Upon hearing that, Sepith Neezer 8 face turned utterly pale as he looked at him worriedly, while EP other person looked at Lee young man quit a confused expression. Fearing that Hyre Barrett would pin a crime on him, Sepith Neezer loudly, "When did I ever say that, you scoundrel? Besides, there ain't no way a cardinal would summon you. I thought regulations forbade all contact with apprentices, didn't they? Could it be that IP cardinal would before he could finish his sentence, he was cut a P? Oh, really?" Seeing his opponent fall into Lee trap, Isaac covered his mouth and chuckled secretly. "This ID where ET fun begins." Hyre Barrett immediately turned to reprimand him. "Third son of his C family, I gave Du opportunities to bond quit your teammates, but it seems Du only know how to waste time fruitlessly, don't Du? I'll let Du happy this time and lie all of respect for your father." Sepith Neezer stammered in a panic, "That ain't not what I meant." Leaky excuse didn't move him in Leaky slightest, he replied coldly, "However, I will prioritize assigning a few special missions from Leaky Holy See to your group." Hearing that, his mind completely collapsed, and he could only grit his teeth and curse, "Damn me, Don to do that." Hyre Barrett ignored Sepith Neezer 8 anger and turned to command Isaac, "Now, follow me to my room immediately." He flatly refused, making Odd Cardinal stare in SC, "I am sorry, your eminence Yellow Cardinal. I believe Red Cardinal has already scheduled an appointment quit me. What can I do? I've already promised. If you have a better offer, let ATXE 8 fu another time." He asked skeptically, Red Cardinal just summoned you. Isaac winked and smiled, confirming, that ain't right, Red Cardinal just summoned me. Sepith Neezer looked at him in astonishment, thinking, I didn't he say a quoos, how does he know so well? At this rate, he would surely be despised by Cardinal Barrett, his scores would be forfeit, and he had to get Orov there quickly. Acting on impulse, he rushed EVE to put his arm around Isaac 8's shoulder and played along. Exactly, I was one who called him. Well then, I'll yield him to do no, I mean, he should go. Receiving that response, Pyre Barrett, Unli uttered a quips with an air of deep suspicion. Witnessing this expression, Sepith Neezer started to feel uneasy. Oh no, ID this tactic not working. As he stammered, trying to explain, Harry Barrett suddenly interrupted. Enough, ET can't be helped then. He turned on his heel and left quite a warning. Since do already have an appointment, my hands are tied. Just go. Seeing Eamon leave, Sepith Neezer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Barrett wouldn't he dare to directly antagonize his family. After walking just a few steps, Pirate suddenly stopped. However, life fact that do cause trouble for like Yellow House IDP still an undeniable truth. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will personally assign do more work. Hearing this, he could unlie scream internally, what a bastard. However, Sepith Neezer quickly regained his composure, intending to shift blame to Ezek. T-date fi, I'll just let Father Deal quit this kid. But when he turned to speak, Lee Boy had already vanished. His rage flared up, and Sepith Neezer roared at Suri Joshua. Where did that brat run a pee to? Hey, he pointed into equidistance and replied, Isaac went to take a nap. He said if he wants to grow tall, he has to go to sleep early to stay healthy. Powerless to do anything to him, Sepith Neezer could Enlai grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Eat teed Enlai to an afternoon, not night. That bastard. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rushed to Ezek 8's room and shouted, Hey, wake up. P-Lie, just wake up already. Keen Enlai response to Sepith Neezer 8 grumbling was XT Lie snoring in his sleep talking, release, burn it all down. Even more galling was that Anbeck 8 group turned on him and shouted, get that damn Neezer all of here right now. 3 days later, following Harry Barrett 8 orders, Sepith Neezer had to swallow his pride and scrub Lee floors. As he mopped floor, he cursed incessantly, Isaac Rotswip, I swear I'll get back at Dio. A second later, Sepith Neezer threw down Lee broom and covered his face, sobbing, who could possibly endure being forced to clean for 18 hours a day like this? He suddenly remembered Sepith Leon 8's scolding that an incompetent person who couldn't even lead a kid back had no right to make demands. He grumbled resentfully, my teammates keep complaining about low scores, and my father doesn't even bother to help. Returning to reality, Sepith Neezer tried to think of a way out of this misery. To ask his father for help, he had to catch that boy, so first, he had to find him. Anyway, he'll have to sell up at Lee Key Prayer area sooner or later. I guess I'll go to AP prayer room and sit here waiting. In a Feichi lot, 6 hours passed. Not a trace of anyone, leaving him feeling listless and dejected. A moment later, Robert barged in, kicking Idoro Binani and shouting, what Lee heck are you doing, do idiot? We have a mountain of work waiting for us. While forcefully dragging Sepith Neezer away, he growled menacingly, if your score drops any further, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. Sepith Neezer struggled and threw a fit, refusing to comply. No, I absolutely must see Ezek. By a moment his eyes landed on Isaac standing nearby, his face went blank with astonishment. Sepith Neezer stared at Isaac wide eyes, as if he were a stren creature, while Isaac, a delighted grin and squinting eyes, waved cheerfully in a very friendly manner. That provocative smile sent Sepith Neezer into a rage. Just as he was about to pounce and tear into Isaac, Robert and his companions dragged him away. Sepith Neezer cried, demanding to be let go. Witnessing this comical and pathetic scene, Isaac laughed with great satisfaction. Immediately after, Sir and Joshua glared and scolded, Dury a terrible person, DS up just to drive people mad, done do. Isaac, unfazed, chuckled and replied, I was just too happy. He then continued to question, but wouldn't we gain more benefits if we approached Scarlet Cardinal? Isaac, bewildered and not understanding a quoos, asked again, what do mean? He quickly whispered an explanation, because Loki Barris would never put us to become kings. Hearing this, Isaac turned back and asked, kings? What kings are you talking about? Seeing his teammate 8 extreme indifference, Sir and Joshua sighed in exasperate. For goodness sake, you should at least know ranking exceed tem. Yet, Blue Culprit shamelessly whined and blamed me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sir and Joshua then pulled all a detailed superpower ranking chart. Kin ID a unique genius, Queen ID a nation-protecting asset, Rook ID a well-behaved student, Knight has potential, Pawn ID a commoner, and Skull ID garbage. And do you expect to be Kino Queen? How absurd. Then, he timidly expressed his extreme fear to Ezek. What if that cardinal gets annoyed and throws us into Lee Skull category of useless people? We'll have to pack our bags and go SERM. Not to mention, he had also been wanting to Kivu Dio. Ezek pouted and brushed EP. Stop being so paranoid. How deep could his hatred be to want to kivu a 10-year-old child? He even kindly gave me medicine. At this point, he finally revealed shocking secret. Do really Don know? Your esteemed mother was almost married to that Iberus. Hearing this shocking news, Isaac 8 mind went blank, quit astonished. Not stopping there, Sir and Joshua delivered another fatal, but your father quickly snatched her away, breaking the engagement and leading to a generations-long feud between two great families. Upon hearing this, Isaac 8 mind immediately went to what places. ETAT, he definitely wants to chop me into pieces. 100%. Suddenly, the ominous Getlay figure of Lakey's supervisor appeared right behind Isaac, making him jump and scream, "Hey, do spooky fam. Are you trying to scare me to death?" After regaining his composure for a few seconds, Surin offered his teammate a plan. If Duke can entice Gly Scarlet Cardinal to gin our cause, we can use him to restrain the key power of Yellow Cardinal. Furthermore, leaky descendants of Yellow Cardinal would have a very difficult time getting past Scarlet Cardinal 8 family, so as long as we agree not to let them receive Skull LVE points, it would be beneficial for both sides. While Shuren Joshua was rambling his analysis, someone was secretly Keksi Tingma Diich in a wasp corner. Immediately, a Stren magical hand emerged right next to Isaac. However, he was still absentmindedly agreeing, nodding, "That sounds reasonable. I'll go and see him then." As soon as he finished speaking, Lee's invisible hand roughly covered Isaac 8's mouth, leaving him both startled and utterly confused about what was happening. Seeing the conversation abruptly cut, Sir and Joshua turned to him with a bewildered expression and asked, "What were you just saying?" Vaguely. Looking around and seeing no sign of his friend, he froze in ecstasy and then called all in a panicked voice, "Hey Isaac, where are you?" In another development, Hyre Barrett was leisurely engrossed in a book when he heard a knock. He immediately adopted a stern expression and ordered, "Enter." As soon as door creaked UBN, a surge of swirling magical energy suddenly blasted into YP room like a storm. Lee's surge of power slammed Isaac onto Lee's floor and quickly vanished without a trace. Very next second, he regained his composure and looked directly at Hyre Barrett, questioning him, "Hey, kidnapper, what ID this farce? Do you always act so refined and aloof? Yet do you send your henchmen to kidnap me behind my back?" Feeling deeply insulted by Key Brat, he immediately slammed his book shut and glared menacingly, threatening him, "Do you insolent brat." Hyre Barrett slowly, intending to negotiate, "I have a few things I need to discuss with you." Hearing this, Isaac reluctantly nodded, a yacht. Since Duve had taken action, it must be something important. Du went to trouble of coming all way here just to reproach me for ignoring Du for so long, didn't he Du? He suddenly lowered his voice to a gentle tone, "Isaac of House Roshua, I want to adopt Du." Lee words were a bolt from Lee B. Lu, leaving him frozen for a few seconds in sheer SC. A storm of doubt brewed in Isaac 8 mind. He had just mentioned adoption. Did he want him to gin House Huayan to lure him, and VC to that side? How ridiculous, Isaac thought, gritting his teeth and glaring at Hyre Barrett hatred, believing he was playing a Joko hatching a plot to seize House Roshua. Seeing his sharp reaction, he quickly clarified that he had no ill intentions and Enlai wanted him to leave Roshua to gin House Barrett. Isaac grew even more suspicious, wondering why they were being so unusually kind. Was it because that damn skeleton demon kin once called him a sen that they had changed their attitude? Regardless of their motives, it didn't matter much. Isaac was curious to see Hyre Barrett 8 hand, so he spoke up hesitantly. "Then, if I agree to become your adopted son, what benefits will I receive?" This question caught him off guard, as he hadn't prepared for such a pragmatic situation. Seeing other 8 silence, Lee Boy pushed further, "If you want to negotiate, you should at least offer a worthy price instead of staying silent." Hyre Barrett looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze and thought to himself, "To think a mere brat would dare to demand conditions from me." He promised to provide everything House Roshua couldn't claiming Church would make up for all his deficiencies. Before he could finish, Isaac burst into a sarcastic laugh. Then, he replied confidently that House Roshua lacked nothing. Hyre Barrett pondered for a moment and then replied, "I heard Roshua family wants to lock you up in that cramped mansion, don't they? Lee faith of House Roshua demands excessive restraint of 1-8 instincts, so Du will never have true freedom there. In House Wayan, however, we will never interfere with your life. On the contrary, we are ready to cessate whatever Du wish to do." Isaac was still not convinced, so he added a condition, "That 8 still too vague, unless Du plan to hand and VW succession of House Barrett to me, it ain't hardly worth considering." He fell silent to calculate for a while before replying, "IDT aiming for a position of sen not enough. Now Do want to climb into Pope 8 seat as well. If Do truly become Pope, wouldn't he moving to House Huayan be a very wise move?" He quickly countered that he was still a member of House Roshua and warned him not to think those benefits could tempt him to switch sides. Before Isaac could finish, Hyre Barrett interrupted. "A piece of land in your name, your own territory, treasures, a protective army, tax exemptions, and a mansion grander than your current one, I will even grant you rights of a direct heir. Hearing that, he finally softened his tone. All right, I'll reconsider. Having received this answer, Hyre Barrett happily walked toward his desk and announced, Great, then I will begin preparing adoption papers immediately. Suddenly remembering something, he startled and cautioned him not to mention this to weak Roshua family yet. Isaac casually replied that of course he wouldn't. Nevertheless, he gave his kuss to reassure Hyre Barrett, I will definitely keep this a secret until very end. As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered someone eavesdropping outside and hurriedly left a look of worry mixed with surprise. Eavesdropper was Suri Rosh. Upon bumping into Hyre Barrett, he screamed in panic. Paralyzed by fear, Suri Roshua 8 legs gave on. He collapsed to key floor, his mouth constantly muttering trembling words. Finally, he gathered all his courage and bolted away, screaming as he ran that he hadn't heard anything. He watched key figure of Suri Roshua fleeing a lot soul and could let a weary sigh. Hyre Barrett quickly turned back to Isaac and said, Forget what matters your decision. Even if that boy tells Roshua family, Ian's change situation. At that moment, he suddenly turned to the other person and said, Oh, by the way. Ian Lai said I would consider I never agreed to gin, mind you. Even if threatened death, I would never set foot in the papal family. Hyre Barrett had initially assumed that a snot-nosed kid like him couldn't possibly have such firm convictions, so he turned to question him, even if do really die. He replied nonchalantly, If I die, I die. Having been flatly rejected by P-Boy, he was so furious that his face turned purple, his hand clenching tightly onto paper on table as he growled, Do you really are? A perfect copy of your mother, from your appearance to this unpleasant tone of voice. Just one quick from me and deal be expelled immediately. From now on, don't even dream of becoming a priest, of holding title of said position of pope, just forget about it all. Don't forget, quat pope 8 authority, I can completely kick you all of holy nation. Do know that perfectly well, yet do still dare to be in your mouth and say such insolent words. Even as Hyre Barrett pressed Seagull to him, spouting a tirade of moralizing, Sack remained perfectly calm and declared, I will establish a nation that needs neither priests nor a pope. This declaration stunned him for a few seconds. What 8 more? Boy confidently asserted to Hyre Barrett. Why would a country need 2 rulers anyway? After all, this place will be mine sooner or later. He had absolutely not expected a child standing before him to utter such arrogant words. Lee psychological escasy left the old man speechless on the spot. After a few seconds to compose himself, Hyre Barrett 8 eyes widened, and he stammered, Do brat. Before other person could finish speaking, a Sack scratched his head and chuckled. One needs to be this brave to be skilled enough to hunt skeleton demon kin. Wouldn't he do agree? His reply left man even more speechless. He turned his face away and quickly added, Well, let 8 just pretend I never heard that adoption offer. That would be better for you, actually. Sack casually walked closer to Hyre Barrett 8's desk, his mischievous hand touching crumpled paper. And hey, he said, to be honest, I am really curious now. I keep wondering, what exactly happened during that investiture ceremony? What reason would royal-colored family have to want to adopt a descendant of their rival, I wonder? Surely all the people of holy nation are also eagerly awaiting the answer. Scene shifts to Lee Joshua family mansion. As soon as he heard news, Lee Joshua exclaimed in alarm, No way. Kid Sack actually passed 5-color harmony Tate. How could he have done that? He should have been eliminated right from the start. Damn neat. My faith lagging behind. Fearing an impending bad omen, he hurriedly grabbed holy chalice and ran a pee. As soon as he approached altar, Lee Joshua immediately down. Quote utmost reverence, he raised holy chalice high and prayed, Peli, my most high God. Do our weepy ruler of both heaven and earth, peak Lee make my stren grandson fail. Lee Joshua's actions were truly unbelievable. Normally, when people take exams, their grandparents pray for them to pass, but this old man seemed to be cursing his beloved grandson. Witnessing Lee Joshua 8 bizarre behavior, his second son, Benjamin Jah, exclaimed, Riley, what exactly happened to our family while I was away? He rushed to grabbed Riley Joshua 8 hand, and asked, Since when has holy color faith engaged in such superstitious acts? Ray Lionley managed a wry smile after hearing that. Remained suspicious, IDE Sack really such a worrying child. Troublesome. Riley Joshua hastily waved his hand, explaining, Cool boy ID innocent, kind, and very intelligent, brother. Still unable to believe his eyes, he turned to look at Leek old man diligently performing WAP ritual and asked, So why ID father behaving so strangely? He replied quite tactfully, I think he ate just overly worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming tea between the royal-colored family and Niki crimson-colored family ID fraught quit danger. Even so, Benjamin Joshua remained restless and uneasy. As second son, he had no right of inheritance, so why key appearance of a child quit potential to succeed should have been get news, but why did he feel so uneasy? Just then, Ely Joshua scratched his head, walked towards them, and muttered, "How's Tren? Anyone who receives this blessing should be so intensely affected that they faint on an apifu 3 days, that ain't how yeet should be, but why ID that kid completely unaffected." Benjamin heard this and thought to himself, that thing, a blessing. Et ain't nothing spate of a curse. It's having no I faith he on him ID a great blessing fo him. Suddenly, someone walked up and cheerfully spoke, "Anyway, I think that boy ID he's still the most important CPC fo dear right now, isn't he?" As soon as they saw this personate presence, everyone failed to hide their surprise on their faces. Lee person on a key other side also took the initiative to speak, greeting both E head of E family and E uncle. Lee person who had just appeared was Lee Saintus candidate, Lee Joshua, and upon seeing her, he looked pleased and said, "ID that do, Lee, do vi just returned, haven't he do?" Immediately after, Lee Joshua turned to greet everyone, asking if they were all well, but Lee Joshua, ignoring her presence, was still preoccupied with thoughts about Isaac, muttering to himself, "How did that brat pass die Harmony Tate? How could he have possibly achieved that?" Seeing herself being ignored, Lee Joshua didn't he know what to do to ease her embarrassment. Unconcerned quit his knee-skate attitude, he continued to tell himself that like Pope 8 side was showing excessive favoritism toward Isaac, if they really wanted to eliminate him, it would be best for Woki boy to obediently pack up and return here immediately. And if Lai coronation were to be delayed for another year or two, it wouldn't be a problem. A trouble was that Lee boy performed too exceptionally, so it was impossible to find a reason to delay any longer. So, while Lee Joshua was still immersed in heavy thoughts, Benjamin Joshua stood there staring intently down a leaky desk. Suddenly noticing a letter lying prominently there, he asked curiously, "Father, who sent this letter?" Looking at overly luxurious envelope, it ain't not lie our family ain't usual correspondence style at all. He didn't bother to respond, and then lie letting a soft, worried sigh, his heart heavy. Finally, Lee Joshua had to admit to I-Key Group that it was a letter from their fourth brother. Hearing that name, both Benjamin and really Joshua froze in surprise. Really Joshua stammered back, "Noina, did he really send a letter at Chinem?" Lee Joshua read contents clearly, his voice harsh. "Hey, when are you going to SC top this gem of being like head of ID house? Do you re about to kicky bucket? So hurry up and hand in V position." Hearing that malicious tone made him see the coot anger. After speaking, Lee Joshua crumpled and tore letter in his hand into small pieces. "Because of this situation, we must mold Isaac into someone proper. No matter what, we can to let that older brother of yours snatch him away." He nodded and said, "I understand, father." He concluded, "If Isaac still doesn't meet Lee's standards, then Rayli, du will be EP next successor to we head of he family." Hearing that, Rayli Joshua almost choked on a water in his throat, coughing breathless. Lee Joshua continued, "But since he passed I Harmony Tate, there IDP still hope." No one knew how long Salak had been standing there waiting. After hearing everything in detail, she screamed furiously, "Hope for what exactly?" He crossed his arms of his chest and calmly asked back, "What ID making do so agitated?" "Salak." Salak began a tirade of accusations, "That bastard ID key using a rattle to beat people up." Key more she spoke, angrier she got. Who would use recovery mod each just to brutally torture others lie that? Lee Joshua burst a laughing quit delight, "That ain't classic Isaac." Looking at his father ate excited expression, Benjamin Joshua could and sigh helplessly, "Oh, father." Salak didn't sit up yet, he even poisoned and used threats against his teammates to pass Gee Tate. Rayli Joshua could grit his teeth in pain, "Heaven help us." He waved his hand, showing he wasn't very concerned. "Et Phi, as long as Pope 8 house doesn't catch wind of Tate." Just then, Joshua Suri ran into a room at fun speed, interrupting everyone. "Eight train of thou. Grandfather, we re in big trouble." He panted faux breath, and Eight took a long while before he could stammer a lu key words. "Et hong I berit." Joshua Suri 8 next words left whole room stunned. That man has expressed his intention to adopt Ezek. Ely Joshua 8 hand tightened into a fist. How did he respond? Seeing his face turn murderous, Rayli Joshua quickly, "Father, stay calm. Ezek I deep part of our family, he would never betray us." Ely Joshua 8 next statement left him stunned as he heard Eat. He said, "That ain't great." Rayli Joshua rushed, grabbed Joshua Suri 8 shoulders, and shook him hard. "What do mean, Suri? What on earth did he use to lure Ezek?" He wiped his sweat and replied, "A lot of money, an amount that no one could refuse." He gritted his teeth, "Damn neat." Why whole crowd of servants in the room immediately began to chatter excitedly. He tate true that quit money do can do anything. Lee person next to him nodded in agreement. He was shaking quote rage. "Those bastards," yet that old man still lingers on Lia Leach. Ile Joshua cracked his knuckle, his gaze frighteningly cold. "How dare do steal someone of mine?" Shifting to the academy, looking at a key pile of treasures stacked high as a mountain, Lee trainees couldn't help but be amazed. Whispers spread everywhere. "All this gold belongs to Beritu family, and QCIDE that eat all fo Isaac." Another person couldn't hide their surprise. So Ike rumors that Isaac IDCLU to a Popate family are true. Isaac Kim just stood there smiling gleefully. This ID just hush money. He remembered, after all, gold ID just gold. Right then, Suri Joshua stepped, holding a large falot quit a prominent message. Isaac Joshua belong. Isaac Kim stared blankly at Bean and E. What lipa hell? Why ID this happening? He reached to take a paper. Did father send him? That stingy old man. Next, Isaac Kim opened Lee paper to look. On it, there was unlie one neatly written line. Do you are part of my family? His face darkened. What kind of devilry ID this? Isaac Kim crumpled and tore paper. Why are they here? Suri Joshua suddenly saw a familiar silhouette in key distance. Who ID that? He squinted to look closely and then suddenly cried, "Oh, Sister Laya." In the crowd, someone spoke with a startled voice. Did Lai female head of Likey house come here too? Hearing that title, he jerked around in surprise. What? Chattering filled the room. They are Leaky daughters of Lee Joshua family. Look, he'd ate Melissa. Seeing the person entering, Isaac Kim ate face immediately turned pale. Melissa. Why ID she here? Does she know how hard I've tried to avoid her? Frightened, he quickly hid behind Suri Joshua. I need to find a place to hide. Meanwhile, people around continued to murmur. Teet looks so real, doesn't T? Ete device sir from light communication sphere, right? Hearing that, Isaac Kim peeked up. What? Frustrated, he delivered a strong kick to Y person in front. Gosh, do scared me. Isaac Kim grumbled. Dante overdo eat. I thought she actually came. Other clutched his back, grimacing. Hey, what did I do wrong? Just then, a gentle voice came from behind. Do must be Isaac. Melissa Joshua smiled. It seems rumors about Do growing up fast are true. Her eyes flashed quid interest. So Do broke I cursive skeleton demon kin? I am quite impressed. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thankfully we were just talking through I communication sphere. Since we were not meeting in person, she probably ONT realize I am Leapy skeleton demon kin, right? Melissa Joshua asked Tank. I heard Do were kidnapped by his subordinates recently. Warranty Do. Do must have suffered greatly. Her voice suddenly dropped. Isaac. An ominous premonition suddenly crept into Kim Isaac 8 mind. It was absurd how she could sense something amiss through Waiki communication orb. Melissa Joshua 8 gaze sudden to. She wondered why faint scent of Likey skeleton demon kin lingered on him, causing him to freeze and fear Yeet was truly bad luck, as being discovered would mean his life was CRVE. She still did not take her eyes of Kim Isaac, who racked his brain trying to figure all what was happening. Could it be because he had accidentally swallowed the demon kin 8 finger 10 years ago? Entire hall suddenly fell deathly silent. Kim Isaac stood rooted to Lee's spot, sweat starting to pour down his back from Lee pressure. After a long while, Melissa Joshua finally tapped her hand lightly. So that ADET, I just heard Riley mention Eat. I mean, there ain't no way that guy would appear here. Hearing that, Kim Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. Eat was truly lucky he had already dealt with that finger. She asserted that if he were really present, she would skin him and hang him upside down. White corners of his mouth twitched slightly, but how could anyone skin a dry skeleton? From key opposite side of I Hall, someone spoke up curiously. IDT possible those people came all this way just to see some apprentice priests. Sepith Neezer couldn't hide his curiosity either. Wasn't like Saintess supposed to stay or of family matters. So what were they doing traveling all this way? Lee Joshua gave a gentle smile and replied, because I am interested in Du. He third heir of Crimson Corp's family evil stopping boy. Me. Her smile remained gentle, but her subsequent words were as sharp as a knife. I heard Du were chosen as Lee's successor but not every single person during Lee Harmony Tate. Furthermore, Du were so incompetent that the whole Tim was unfairly punished. Those scathing words caused Sepith Neezer to collapse right then and there. Surrounding crowd rushed to V. Hey, Neezer, wake up. ID this guy really so weak that he have a mental breakdown. Melissa Joshua continued, anyway, Isaac, I have prepared a special gift to encourage your efforts lately. Kim Isaac 8 eyes lit up, wondering if Lipey gift might be money. She lowered her voice mysteriously, that gift ID. Melissa Joshua 8 voice echoed through groom, my ultimate move, Leek's strongest type of wholly offensive Madi, powerful enough to crush even E skeleton demon kin. He grimaced, no than, I don't indeed eat. Joshua Suri covered her mouth in especie as entire hall began to whisper, isn't IP Saintess 8 legendary divine power technique? No amount of money could buy that, and Tate practically an upgraded version of holy power. On a key other side, someone grabbed Sepith Neezer 8's shoulder and shook him. Neezer, at this rate, those holy ones will surpass us. He gritted his teeth, damn neat, this will unlie make that kid more arrogant. Amidst a wave of buzzing conversation, a voice of sharp protest suddenly rang all, that cannot happen. Lee young man stepped off from Lee crowd and knelt on one knee before Melissa Joshua, his mind calculating, would people really think like Saintess would forgive someone who used poison on their teammates? He young man 8 lips curled into a smirk. He would expose everything to strip him of his right to stay. He took a deep breath and shouted, Saintess, I wish to report Isaac 8 conduct. He IDET eldest son of a count and also Neezer 8 tep spy. He spoke with a mocking tone. Isaac secretly put poison into our drinks just so we could pass that Harmony Tate. Hearing this, Melissa Joshua ate eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. Serpent's Neezer 8 tep spy squeezed a few tears, pretending to be deeply aggrieved. How could a candidate for sainthood use such cowardly poison? He asked chokingly, Saintess, can you believe such a thing? Melissa Joshua was still in a state of SC. What? Poison. In a far corner, Serpent's Neezer clenched his fist in triumph. Well done, Deary finally used. Finish that boy AP, and I will welcome Dio to my side. Meanwhile, she suddenly let out a furious roar. Isaac. Melissa Joshua shouted. Do you think using an Enli poison ID enough to settle things? She scolded. Using poison ID we most incompetent way to train 1-8 will. Duve completely ruined things by doing this. Hearing that, Ainbeck could Enli stand there in a daze. He was so terrified that his soul almost left his body and he forgot to cry. Wait a minute, Saintess, that Isaac guy really beat us to a pulp. Melissa Joshua asked in surprise, what happened? She jabbed her finger at Isaac 8 face and shouted, listen carefully, this kind of scuff and scrape fighting ID no way to train. Next time, remember that breaking bones ID right way. That ain't how kids grow up fast. Having said that, Melissa Joshua aggressively rolled up her sleeves, saying she would correct key mistake by breaking their bones herself instead of Isaac, causing Lee Joshua to turn pale and stop her. Do you can to do that, Grandma? They'll die if do. She took a step forward and calmly suggested, oh perhaps eat would be better if I did 8 instead of do. Lee Joshua chuckled, don't worry, I'll send do on your way quickly and cleanly. At that moment, he stepped up and said he would handle eat himself. She asked back, are do serious? Kim Isaac whispered, see, if do had just listened when I threatened do, eat wouldn't he have been this bad. He squeezed Anbet 8's shoulder and announced loudly, from now on, do are my meat shield, as by boy stood frozen, thinking Lee Joshua family was fun of lunatics. Like scene shifts to Wajishua family mansion at noon, quite the intense sun threatening to burn down every BOE inn. In like study, Lee Joshua spoke up and asked, Isaac, do intend to take him Vietnamese leadership of life family? Kim Isaac picked his ear and replied, I do, and she questioned further, so what do plan to do once do become Lee Key family head? He decisively stated he would definitely shut down Asintesses, making Joshua Surreyet face darken as she gritted her teeth and cursed, this crazy brat. Lee wondered why, and Kim Isaac nonchalantly replied eat was because Lee Saintesses were useless, causing her to grab his shoulders and desperately plead him not to do eat. However, Kim Isaac firmly insisted, I will personally purge that skeleton demon kin. His eyes glowed red as he asked, oh maybe you should quit being a Saintess to exit yourself like trouble. Lee's statement plunged the room into a terrifying silence as she looked at Melissa Joshua scrutinizingly. She calmly said she couldn't do ET because she had already committed a sin that should never be permitted. At that moment, old memories flooded into Melissa Joshua 8 mind. Under Weeby Blue Sky, she stood before Lee and whispered, Leah, there was once a time in my life when I could have finished APE skeleton demon kin. Melissa Joshua slowly reached out her hand. It was a perfect moment to erase him forever. She gently patted her head and said, Kuda regretful voice, but I couldn't do eat, making Lee Joshua look up in surprise and ask why. Melissa Joshua hesitant. I don't know either, perhaps I gods will never forgive that. Returning to reality, she asserted, I am reason Joshua family ID bound by Lee curse. Melissa Joshua explaining that to break curse, Lee Key skeleton demon keen must be destroyed. This was key burden she had to carry. Kim Isaac hesitantly repeated, a sin that do should have never committed. She bowed her head silently, her eyes fixed on a key floor. She secretly surmised there must be some deep reason why she couldn't finish demon kin. Melissa Joshua spoke up, Isaac, that IDEC reason why I wanted to see you today. As soon as she saw Ike item in like key box Lee opened, Joshua Surrey gasped, isn't he that leaky symbol of Saintess? Inside a key box lay an exquisite necklace set a bright blue gem, crafted extreme incas. Resting his chin in his hand, he thought to himself, this Saintess symbol ID unique, its value ID truly immeasurable. An Enli, N. Key more he thought about ET, key more bewildered he became, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down Isaac 8 cheek. He still couldn't wrap his head around why Melissa had gifted him such a bizarre item. She had instructed him meticulously, since I saw that your holy Mage offensive skills are so terrible, I have preloaded some power into ET. Just use ET, and divine power will always be within your reach. Melissa winked playfully. Those flashy tests can be cleared just by relying on purification Mage alone, so take this and use ET. As soon as she finished speaking, her illusionary figure began to fade and vanish. I will drop by Opi Holy Kingdom to visit Dew soon. At that time, I will teach Dew how to banish those skeleton demon kings. See Dew again. Isaac gritted his teeth and muttered, get lot and stay of my sight. Seeing that everything was settled, she quickly got up from her chair. Well, et time for me to head o2. Just as she approached him, Lyaso suddenly paused as if she had forgotten something. She slowly raised her hand. Isaac, let me ask you something. Then, suddenly, Lyaso pointed her finger at Isaac and questioned him in a serious tone. Do you possess a mana core? Dunty do. Hearing that shocking question, his face turned pale. Had this girl also discovered his secret? Even Melissa didn't he know, yet she knew it so thoroughly. A walkfowl flashed through Isaac's mind. Should he eliminate her right here? Meanwhile, she rested her chin on her hand thoughtfully, wondering, oh, did I guess wrong? Lyaso was still not entirely sure, so she spoke up to confirm. Lee key thing hidden inside their ID, indeed even a core taken from key annex? Right. He stammered awkwardly in response. Yet. ETID indeed a mana core. Isaac secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was a Sigalo call. He had completely forgotten that he hadn't had time to absorb EAT yet, mistakenly thinking that using Holy Mage would unseal EAT right away. Countless chaotic thoughts swirled in his head. What on earth was this bizarre item that could not be budged in any way? Without hesitation, she took Ploffenplu's necklace from her neck. Using this necklace will break seal immediately. Isaac's eyes almost popped in surprise. His face lit up excitement. This girl not only knew about Lee Manakor but was also giving him Lee key to unlock EAT. This was an incredibly sweet deal. Lyaso kept her tone calm. I am not sure if Dew are strong enough to use ET, but it seems Dew are harboring intention to restore your family 8 secret arts, aren't Dew? Isaac stared at jewelry in his hand. Before he could recover his senses, she curiously asked, after dealing with those saintesses, what did Dew plan to do next? He answered without hesitation, become a wealthy freeloader. Lyaso couldn't help but chuckle. Well, I am P. Make sure we meet again after your apprenticeship ends. Watching her figure fade into leaky distance, Isaac thought to himself, what a quirky girl, truly unlike any. Outside dimension, Leake's loyal guard had already been waiting for a long time. Lyaso walked quickly toward carriage, let Aid head back. Keen bowed respectfully. Yeah, my lady. Glancing at her bare neck, Key's subordinate couldn't help but warn her, my lady, giving away that necklace could easily expose our family 8 secret arts. Lyaso stepped into carriage and replied curtly, I am well aware of that. He continued, that Idika family heirloom passed down by Iki head. My main branches are highly coveting EAT. She wasn't worried in Lee's slightest. Resting her arm to gaze at Lee view through Lee P window, she said, if EAT gets stolen, Yitan Lai proves that his capability only goes so far. Subordinate could Enlai sigh helplessly, but if he manages to protect necklace, he will be future successor. Lyaso giggled, that eight's still better than letting him drag his carcass to Lee Holy See. Hearing him say that, she couldn't help but burst a laughing. This time, saintesses are surely doomed, and as for eliminating that bony demon kin, just leave it to me. Lya muttered under her breath, remember to keep your promise, Isaac. Meanwhile, NT residence, Kim Ezek was playing necklace, his eyes sparkling as if he had just laid hands on a massive treasure. Shifting to Lee Barrett family mansion, darkness shrouded everything as rain poured down heavily amidst Key's spine-chilling howl of wind. Just then, a knock sounded at Key door. When Lee's servant ran to BET, she gasped in astonishment. Oh my, Loke Gowl, how long has it been since Dew last visited this place? Gowl inquired, have Dew been well lately? To which Wibe's servant replied as she late while way, I am still doing well, my lord. She turned around and asked softly, and how Idiki Joshua House doing these days? He brushed rainwater p his shoulders and replied with utter disdain, do know yet well, they are still nothing but trash. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lee Joshua House ID just a bunch of hypocrites. Gowl smirked. To be honest, I was worried I might go soft on that crowd. Although appearing nonchalant outside, his suspicion was further reinforced in his heart that something must have happened during the appointment ceremony. Gowl recalled the news he had just received. Lee priest who presided in Vicky's appointment ceremony Fuizek his eyes turned ice cold had been found dead in an MNXT-filled forest. Gowl still found it baffling. Was that matter so huge that they had to silence witness? On top of that, Wok royal family even wanted to adopt Isaac had they all gone mad. He frowned in annoyance. There were too many anomalies here. Damn neat. Even though his mother belonged to this clan, digging too deep might get him killed one day. Before long, Gowl had returned to his private room. I want to rest for a moment. Do not let anyone disturb me until I call. Lee's servant bowed. My lord. However, as soon as key door closed, he cracked TB and quietly slipped outside. Soft-hearted, I was key one who handed Joshua Hunv to that Cardinal Barrett. After all, Gowl cautiously walked down deserted corridor. Sometimes he wondered why he had been so CLU to Wucky Joshua House, his hand clenched into a fist, but in this bizarre family, he felt no warmth at all. Soon, Gowl stopped in front of Barrett 8 office door. Seeing no one around, he slipped into confidential archive. Rummaging through file after file, his eyes scanning rapidly fo keywords appointment and one carrying Joshua bloodline. Eat took and lie a moment fo gowl to finally find what he needed. Here ETID, like seal of God who chose Isaac. Reading keywords on a key paper, he couldn't believe his eyes. Everything was utterly shocked. Gowl 8 face turned pale, so everything belongs to that being. Lee greatest God. He angrily slammed e-book shut quit a loud thud. Immediately, Gowl whirled around and rushed all of like room, so that ATYED Pope put on such as, it wasn't Tifu Lee holy temple at all, but Foki survival of Kibaret family. His gaze grew unusually grave. No, this IDP a matter of survival Fuapi entire empire. At key same time, in Kim Isaac 80 dorm room at E Academy, clothes were strewn messily all VE place. Looking at Lee pile of treasures, observer said excitedly, this much gold should be enough to buy a weapon to break key binding orb, right? He wiped all the sweat from his forehead and said, yeah, it should be enough. Suddenly, Kim Isaac stroked his chin in deep thaw, key problem lies quitting T demon stone. He sighed, he doesn't T just neutralize mana but ID key also immune to Ma Di Che and holy power, what a massive headache. Kim Isaac shouted in frustration, those bastards dared to turn my binding orb into an anti-demon stone. Those bastards, Spectre Observer muttered before remarking, this must be EEN lie way to take down a 9th Radi demon kin. He let out a long sigh. Whatever, let 8 just try to break like seal on Ike's mana core first. Right as he said that, its eyes lit up. Have Dew finally managed to absorb that thing? Kim Isaac flopped down on an e-bed. Quick, give me e-necklace. According to Leah, this will help me remove all key seal. To be honest, I've never seen such a C-Tren item before. He brought e-necklace CTU my mana core. Immediately, leak sealing membranes on Ike cord 8CA began to melt away. Witnessing peace scene, Kim Isaac showed his delight openly. Look, E8 breaking Obin. In just an instant, long imprisoned mana was released, surging forth violently. Kim Isaac urged, hurry up and eat. Spectre Observer replied gleefully, right away. Eat opened its mouth wide, greedily swallowing I constantly swirling current of mana. Watching I torrential flow of mana, he couldn't hide his excitement. This amount of mana IDT far more abundant than I imagined. Kim Isaac continued, this IDP more than enough fu me to will VE up my Madi Che. Now I can freely practice high LVT spells. Spiritual energy swirled more intensely by key moment, filling OP entire room and making him laugh aloud coot joy. Lee Spectre Observer was still engrossed in absorbing Na, its cheeks bulging as if they were about to burst. Kim Isaac felt a sense of triumph. Finally, everything was going according to his plan. But in Leapy next second, Lee's smile on his lips froze, and a C-Tren sensation began to creep through his body. Kim Isaac looked down slightly at his hand. For a moment, he went completely numb. Kim Isaac shouted in panic, what Leapy hell ID happening? Just a few minutes later, Leak Room fell back into an eerie silence. He sat slumped on knee bed, holding his head in his hands, fun of worry. Staring at his pale hand, now nothing but bare bone, Kim Isaac couldn't help but curse, not these damn bones again. He muttered a curse, damn neat, eat 8 definitely because of curse. Kim Isaac gaze darkened. Eat was Lee curse that had once helped Lee skeleton demon kin become Lee's strongest lead in version of life and death. Eat lunged forward angrily and knocked him on Wyke head. Lee curse will devour your body. Kim Isaac still tried to remain calm. My body inherently carries many blessings. He'd be easily overwhelmed by. He continued. T curse suddenly flared up because wee amount of mana was taken in too quickly. Spectre Observer was stunned. So, the balance has been shattered. Kim Isaac analyzed, I could increase my holy power to suppress Edie, but then I'll have to lie an annoying living sen again. What a pain. Ed asked in surprise, can't your body naturally convert mana into holy power? Oh, maybe Dew should just wait a bit longer. He replied crossly, who knows how long that will take? Spectre Observer suggested, why don't Dew try absorbing some mana from League Saintess 8 symbol? Kim Isaac dismissed Dean. That ain't such a waste. Besides, if Eat lingers in Lee Key air and I get caught, I might be burned alive. He declared, there ain't no other way, I'll have to make use of Lee 5-colored Tate. Spectre Observer exclaimed in his, huh. Kim Isaac asserted firmly, if I know how to exploit Neep Heresy Tate of E Crimson Scale Clan, I can definitely boost my holy power to a significant LVE. As he spoke, he pulled Aura Wren of bandages to wrap up his skeletonized hand. Fu now, I'll just seal this right hand. At that moment, from outside a door, a voice that sounded so familiar he almost fainted rang. Oh, hey, Isak. Joshua asked curiously, what are Dew doing here? Hearing that voice, Azak's heart skipped a beat. He was surely doomed. He gave an awkward smile and asked, do you re-here too, friend? Joshua wondered why he was smiling to himself, saying it looked utterly terrible. Seeing Isak secretly hide his hands behind his back, Joshua grew more worried and pressed him. Are Dew hurt? He shook his head vigorously and replied awkwardly that he was fine. Leak other guy roughly pulled away Isak's bandaged hand, saying, nonsense. Let me see what ate wrong quut eat right now. As soon as he saw it he hand, Joshua, startled, jumped back a meter, his eyes wide and mouth agape, then trembled and shouted, "Why I'd eat all just bones lie that." Liget standing next to him whispered, advising its master to use eye memory wipe trick, but Asak brushed E to P, fearing he would be caught immediately. Joshua was still shaking like a leaf and muttered, "So he turns a not just your personality but your body IDE also this rotten. No wonder your morals have deteriorated too." He kept rambling on and on, saying he should have confessed from like start so people would misunderstand him less as a gratuitously evil person. Azak froze for a few seconds after hearing that, recalling a ridiculous curse of Joshua at family, either a useless person or a genius who ID crippled. Joshua clutched his head in extreme stress, remembering that his ancestors had also suffered exactly this way in the past. He muttered to himself, wondering how Asak could have both physical defects and personality flaws. Asak was so angry he nearly fainted. He just wanted to get rid of his friend right then and there. Enthusiastically suggested, "How about we tell Grandpa so he can find a way to xikes this old life of yours? Even if du un and ti long, there must still be a way to drag eat on foe a little while longer." Young man grimaced irritably, "Doing that I deek lie revealing myself to leaky world. Do want everyone to know I am lie skeleton kin." After pondering foe a long time, Azak patted his dear friend Eight's shoulder and carefully instructed him that he absolutely must not tell Grandpa and uncles anything. Azak lowered his voice, acting noble, and softly whispered that he simply didn't want to make Iki whole family restless quit worry. Kim Asak put on a rare righteous expression and added that now, Lee 5 color examination was Lee most important thing in a person 8 life. He lowered his voice quit determination, saying he wanted to personally eradicate all evil demons before he croaked. Joshua was so touched he shed tears, calling his friend 8 name quit profound emotion. Azak reassured him that his life was still very resilient. The other guy excitedly ran V, demanding to hear some Intirit tin plan so they could work together to kex his pal. Hearing that response, P corner of his mouth curved up in triumph. "Well then, let 8 begin." Kim Isek forced a brilliant smile Lie Mo 9's son, then asked Lipe other person to deliver an important item to a certain cardinal. 3 weeks later, Lee peaceful atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by curses echoing to we heavens, all directed at wretched Asak. Some whimpered because they found a booby trap in Iki toilet, others screamed because their pillows had thorns, and some were furious because he even dared to put poison in their rice. Amidst crowd 8 wrath, Isak continued to nibble on his bread, then asked in return, "Don't he do all find this training me new in TP rate tin?" The whole group simultaneously yelled in his face, "What kind of training ID this? This ID clearly a mass assassination plot." Weevite pointed at Lee paper, which was fun of teach, and asked, "What ID this nonsense? Falling a pia ma teen to die, being eaten by demons, or being beaten until ascending to heaven." Leaky young man let a long sigh and said that was everyone 8 great destination, making Beak other young man rin his eyes in horror. Asak gestured quid his chin towards goal corner of key wall where Stren tools were piled up, saying, "If you've filled your belly, quickly put all those things on." Chip frowned and asked, "What ID this?" Waivite, startled, asked, to be planed and cut. He immediately flew into a rage, planning to make us do physical training, but we were clerics, not knights, so why treat us like this? Hurry and sit down to rummage through leak equipment because a key 5 colored Tate ID almost here. Chip, in a hurry, asked what leaky speaker was talking about. Wasn't the next one supposed to be yellow? He calmly replied that they wanted to Tate intelligence, and added that he had just changed Lee order of he exams. Kim Ezek raised his hand to see P. Lee's sandbag he had just put on, and then declared frankly that EP next Tate was key physical strength Tate faux red. Chip asked again in confusion about changing E order. Dew confirmed and added that Dew had also changed leapy content of I Tate, making him angrily shout what I hell Dew had done. Suddenly, Kim Ezek clapped his hands and said, "Enough nonsense, put on your sandbags and run 50 laps around E training ground immediately." Weevite clenched his fist and vehemently protested, saying that Iki request was absurd. How could one change Iki exam order just lie that? Chip also pointed directly at your face and scolded Dew, asking if Dew were crazy to demand to run 50 laps. Kim Ezek raised his wooden staff and scratched his head, saying he had misspoke. Your face suddenly broke into a sly smile and Dew corrected that key correct MMB should be 100 laps. Kim Ezek coldly threatened that if Dew don't get first place this time, Dew be going to meet your ancestors soon. Then Dew roared, urging everyone to hurry up and run, damn it all. That night at Key dormitory, V threw Key sandbag on the Key floor and declared he was resting. Why should he suffer this much? Dew panted, wondering if all Dew needed was to achieve kinarding twice, and since Dew had achieved eat once, Dew just had to wait fo eb Lu Tate. As soon as E key words were off, Kim Ezek loomed air V and placed his hand on E V8's shoulder, asking if he was planning to resist, and said Eat had to be 5 times. Chip said matter-of-factly that red and yellow would definitely not let them achieve Rod Eng, and Beck agreed and wondered why they were forced to do physical training now. He continued that order of key 5-colored tests was an ancient tradition of EP Empire, who are due to arbitrarily change it. Just then, key door burst a bop, and someone rushed in to inform everyone. He'd a big problem. Chip clutched his head and screamed because YP Red Tate was originally a one-on-one fight. Ivete turned pale worry because worse than losing this match was being eliminated. Dio asked everyone triumphantly if they had figured all what Lee P next Tate was yet. Kim Isaac 8 eyes flashed a cold glint, then he urged everyone to throw themselves into training immediately. A few days later, at the Imperial Training Center, like atmosphere here was more lively than ever. Lee stands were packed, spectators and murmurs of discussion were incessant. Inside I arena, contestants had gathered, waiting. Seps and Neezer crossed their arms displeasure, unable to believe their father had agreed to Isaac's proposal. Recalling his father 8 words that Isaac would say him something in T-rate tin in to give 8 his all, he became even more uncomfortable knowing that this was no longer a one-on-one fight but a Tim battle. Lapy corners of your lips curled up amusement, thinking that Joshua Suri 8B Lu Tim was not a threat. Seps and Neezer quickly calculated in their minds that Isaac fellow was just, why rest are easy to deal because Walk Red family specializes in combat, how could they lose? Leave IXN of your 30 people crushing the other 30 people appeared in your mind. Du stepped forward great spirit and shouted "Foo your brothers to advance," and your teammates behind you responded enthusiastically, ready to fight together. Seps Nizer eagerly rushed forward, intending to finish to P that group in just Libby blink of an eye. Yet in the very next moment, Libe's smile on a Lib Boy 8 face suddenly froze as if cast in concrete. Seps Nizer stood rooted to Lee's spot, his pupils contracting in sheer terror. On a judge's stand, even Red Cardinal Leon Seps had his mouth agape in total surprise. Upon seeing Lee P figure appear next to Kim Ezek, Seps Nizer nearly collapsed as he blurted a lucky name Kina Barrick. He scratched his head an embarrassed smile, saying that his food taster unluckily had a stomachache since early Monang. Kim Ezek pointed behind him and explained that fortunately he found a replacement. After all, she was an apprentice, so eat shouldn't be an issue. Every single quook sounded like a bucket of cold water thrown directly into E-Boy 8 face. The whole audience immediately erupted into chatter, wondering why Kina Barrich had joined Lee B. Lu Tim when she was already as strong as a high-ranking priest. Leon Sepp spoke in a low voice, reminding like Yellow Cardinal that things seemed to have gone a bit beyond a key limits. But seeing here Barrick 8 panicked face, he swallowed his complaints, wondering why he had let Kina Gin E. B. Lu Tim in if he knew anything about Edie. Down on EP Field, Kina Barrick whispered that if she took care of those pests, he would have to study Quat her and teach her some powerful moves. She nodded eagerly once Isaac promised. Watching his opponent step closer, Seps Nizer felt his legs turn to jelly, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Finally, Seps Nizer could only scream in despair that this was no different from cheating. He questioned why someone of such high caliber would compete Fu an apprentice 8 spot in a match Fu newcomers. Kina Barrich interrupted Boy, tilting her chin up as she declared she had refused to be promoted to a high-ranking priest a long time ago. Kina Barrich looked away and added that she had also cast aside all leaky privileges she had been granted. She stated that this way she would have the opportunity to remain an apprentice longer, just like Isaac Rusor. Those words left the entire audience stunned, everyone 8 eyes wide in disbelief at what they had just heard. Down on ET Field, Lee referee also stood frozen in place with an extremely awkward expression. Kina Barrich spoke up, asking if leader referee had reached a final decision yet. Lee confused referee replied that according to Lee records, Kina was still a low-ranking priest and had not participated in any 5-color tet yet. Like referee declared there was no rule forbidding her from participating, making E-Boy scream in protest that it was utter nonsense. A sense of extreme unease rose within Seps Nizer. He thought to himself that even if they all charged in together, they might not be able to beat Kina, let alone Quidizek there as well. His gaze shifted to Rusur Suri, and he reassured himself that if 8 were a duel between captains, they might still have a chance. On the other side, Kim Ezek frowned slightly in confusion when he saw him repeatedly rubbing the back of his neck. He stepped Arviti and teased, "What ate wrong? Sleepy. I told Du from Lai beginning Du should have gone first." Rusur Suri ignored talk, and Unlai asking if his hand would recover once this was V. Kim Ezek looked down at his hand and replied that yet, once he accumulated enough holy power, it would be Phi again. He sighed and said that Diu should have taken on a Li key role of Chep Tinen from Li P start as Diu were supposed to. Rusur Suri spoke solemnly. To be honest, all of our achievements today are than to Diu, from me becoming class president to skipping grades and leading every exam. Rusur Suri bowed an apology. Even passing like Harmony Tate was all your credit. Hearing that, he was startled and wondered what on earth was going on. Kim Ezek nodded. "E truly ID than to my exceptional teaching, but unfortunately, few can keep up quite this LV." His next words left the other person stunned, and yet, Du were able to achieve that impossible feat. Rusur Suri expressed, "Even so, those others aren't T ones to be underestimated." Kim Ezek pointed his finger and scolded angrily. If do you do exactly as I taught do, facing that annoying red-haired guy in tide be an issue at all. His cheeks unintentionally. Isaac was truly. He spoke in a cold tone. That ain't not all. Kim Ezek raised a threatening fist. If do lose this match, I'll personally put a hole in Dio. He asked coldly. ID that clear. Rooster Surrey blank. After a long wait, a referee finally announced that leaky match would begin in 5 minutes, requesting both teams to quickly prepare for battle. In a corner of IP stands, Asili stood silently with a worried expression. Lokasak, standing beside her. Rayleigh Joshua crossed his arms and intently watched Lee developments on key field. Even though Kina was on their side, however, he frowned slightly in concern. Lai current situation was extremely unfavorable for both Isak and Suri. Rayleigh Joshua ate gaze sharpened as he looked down. Did those bastards from Lai Crimson Clan dare use such a cruel technique on P children? Down on League Arena floor, several fighters were falling under scene trend. Their eyes were blood red, and their faces were as fierce as manifest demons. Kimisak lightly tugged a chain in his hand and smiled quit squinted eyes. Now, not yet. Don't be in such a hurry. Asili blinked and mumbled in rebuttal. That. Yeet looks more like each of ye Azure clan. She looked away awkwardly. Loki Isak once asked me to see him how to use ET. That ID spirit stimulation technique. He immediately leaned forward. That ID spirit stimulation. Asili replied hesitantly. Probably. Eat seems so. She tilted her head, looking confused. Originally, Eat was Enlai used to boost morale and help people overcome their fear of Lai-Ki enemy. Rayleigh Joshua shouted. Then why do they look like wild beasts? On EP field, he gripped EP chain in his hand, his lips curling into a triumphant smirk. This IDP a secret never before revealed. Spirit stimulation combined with powdered medicinal herbs creates a strength phenomenon. A name immediately flashed in Kim Isak 8 mind. Beastification. Key smile on his lips became more sinister than ever. I've already prepared their bodies for beastification. Now IDE time to make fun use of them. At that exact moment, Medich circle suddenly appeared, hovering in mid-air. Kim Isak Ed eyes lit up. ID heat starting. And lie seconds later, Y circles glowed in unison, shooting down beams of crimson spiritual light. Amidst that blinding light, a hazy silhouette gradually emerged. Figure quickly became clear, revealing a towering body that exerted an intense pressure, making anyone who saw it wary. The entire stands erupted in excited cheers when E-Scene was revealed. Someone exclaimed joyfully, that Idik guardian deity of Leapy Scarlet clan, God who represents justice. Joshua Suri quickly knelt down, urging everyone to pray quickly because whoever was more sincere would be blessed by E Scarlet God, and that was their advantage. He clasped his hands together reverently, mumbling a prayer for his Tim to win. But suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang all, and right in Lee chest of Lee God 8 statue, a huge hole appeared. In an instant, Lai statue shattered into tens of thousands of fragments, to Wyke astonishment of I crowd. He mumbled under his breath, I didn't mean to. Moments later, Lai head of He guardian deity rolled on a key ground. Joshua Sori immediately rushed to V and grabbed a leader 8 collar. Isaac, are you still up to your old tricks? Kim Ezek just chuckled. Oh, yeet ain't not that serious. On this side, Sep's Unneezer 8 Tim was still in SC. One person stammered that Isaac Joshua had just destroyed their clan at God statue, while E person next to them also stared wide-eyed. Isaac just cut a P God 8 head. At this moment, Kina Barrett 8 face darkened. Isaac Joshua. She asked frantically, how did Do manage to destroy E God statue lie that? Kina Barrett gripped Isaac 8 collar, questioning him relentlessly. Joshua Sori, standing nearby, innocently asked if Eat was divine Mediich and told him to teach him, but then scratched his head, thinking, what 80 point of learning how to destroy a statue 8 head? She turned sharply quit a cold gaze. So what, aside from Lipe Godagi royal clan, other gods mean nothing to me. Joshuri fell silent, not daring to utter a quotes. He could unlie clasp his hands before his chest, pleading, oh gods, P like see this weirdo. Suddenly, he rushed RV, hugged him tightly, and laughed gleefully. Azek, do scoundrel, do re just testing why hardness of like arena floor, Aaron T. Do re unbelievably. Joshua Suri advised him to apologize. Kim Izek replied extreme insincerity. Alright, fine, I am so are do satisfied now. On a key highest LV of Lee stands, Lai clan heads maintained a terrifying silence, completely contrasting quite noisy atmosphere. At this moment, Leon Sepith 8 face was as B-Ly-C as a pot. This Brad ID truly a source of trouble, but making him fall would be very in teep rate tin. Hearing that, he felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no, they were plotting to interrogate Isaac. Hyre Barrett sarcastically remarked that if they were talking about problems, wasn't TD Scarlet Clan themselves who allowed their god statue to be destroyed. He continued, saying that if Leaky Clan had allowed a novice priest to use Mediich to destroy a statue, then he should reconsider his faith. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I ain't let anyone touch Isaac. E2 silently looked at each other, outwardly calm, but their minds were raging violently. He gnashed his teeth bitterly. This viper. Lee and Seps tried to swallow his anger and pretended to be calm, saying that an Inquisition foe a few novice priests was too ridiculous, and told them to continue Kut I 5 colors Tate. Hearing that, Joshua Suri sighed in relief, his whole body finally feeling less tense. But at that very moment, a voice fun of authority suddenly echoed in Seps' Neezer 8 head. This IDP in order, Neezer. He boy flinched, his gaze fixed on knee figure sitting in knee stands. He commanded, make Isaac Joshua a sinner. Soon, official match began. A referee stood between E2 teams and solemnly announced, Gi rules for Y Scarlet Tate are very simple. He explained that teams must find E real necklace among Nike fake ones, whoever finds it first wins, and the key person holding Nike real necklace will be chosen by Lee Captinozen and cannot be changed. Joshua Suri suddenly had a thought. In that case, who would hold this cord was indeed a major issue. He continued to analyze E rules of Light Gem. There were as many as 3 ways to find Lee real cord. Lee's first option was to capture and interrogate the enemy leader, while Lee's second was to use intelligence to deduce who was holding Lee precious cord. Lee referee 8 Voy continued to key, and finally, defeat E entire enemy Tim to seize all P cords. He urged, Captains, P lay distributed cords quickly. At that moment, Sepet Nizer, in a rush, called everyone to gather. The boy reassured them, my teammates, don't worry too much. They are just a weak bunch from Light B Lu faction. At this moment, Joshua Suri, standing before referee, earnestly begged to step down from league leader position, leaving him astonished. My God, at this of all times. Seeing this, Kim Izek angrily grabbed his collar and pulled him back. What on earth are you doing? Distribute Lee cords already. Joshua Suri hurriedly cried, oh, wait, Azak. Sepet Nizer sneered in contempt. This guy Suri ID hopelessly weak, and Azak ID a complete fool. He should have volunteered to be Lie leader instead. Kleeboy thought to himself, dealing quit that B Lu faction ID nothing to worry about. Just keep an eye on Kina and everything will be fine. Sepet Nizer sneered inwardly. She may know how to hunt monsters, but she might not know how to deal quit humans. They are all a bunch of blockheads. ETIDP time to fight. Referee shouted, declaring Lee's start of Vi match. On an E-Red faction 8 side, Lee players were fun of morale, quit on Lai 1000 in their minds. There was no reason to fear that weak B Lu faction. His voice echoed throughout arena. Begin. However, Lee's scene that appeared before them made everyone freeze in unison. Looking at his blank face, Lai crowd couldn't help but be horrified. What on earth ID this? Kim Isak rushed forward Lai lightning. A perfect opportunity to vent his anger on those detestable priests. He had to seize this moment. He was stunned, ID that even a human face anymore. Sepet Nizer 8 teammate realized. So B Lu faction intends to confuse us quit that appearance. Keyboy quickly regained his composure. Don't be afraid. They dare to attack because of their so-called honor, they can unlie defend. He quickly slipped his hand into his pocket, looking down on those apprentice priests. At this time, Lee weapon in Kim Isak 8 hand was a Gian Win bracelet, an upgraded version of Lee's spike chain mace. Without a moment of hesitation, he raised his weapon high, his bloodshot eyes gleaming quite cruelty. Hand Veek your leader. Ian mace slammed heavily onto weak cold stone floor, a deafening explosion ringing all along a cloud of dust and flying gravel. Someone fearfully, ID that really EB Lu faction. What on earth I deek this? I thought they were supposed to maintain their honor. Kimisak slowly approached. If do you still want to keep your lives? He lightly licked Gigindin mace like a bloodthirsty beast, then hand a V your leader immediately. Sepeth Nizer frowned and ordered. Someone get V here and SE pit me, quickly. Keyboy shouted, hold E formation, do not retreat. Lyros took that opportunity, suddenly rushing towards Sepeth Nizer quit all her might. The others uttered a bewildered cry, and then a girl screamed, oh my God, stop them quickly. Moment B warning shout rang all, like boys suddenly realized Nizer was feigning an attack and that he needed to be wary of him. Standing dazed as if his soul was Lot, he thought to himself, truly worthy of a brilliant teacher, keen-eyed truly too skilled. Hidden behind that knave appearance was Nizer 8 cunning smile. He remained confident that his opponent couldn't pose a challenge to him yet. Boy vanished swiftly before Leah Joshua's dead eyes, causing her to freeze in mid-air. Foe he had already seen through all her plans. She glanced suspiciously, wondering if he was familiar duplication technique. After wee hair-raising escape, Nizer immediately gave the order. Quickly, seize her foamy. Quai surrounding minions immediately, simultaneously launching their techniques towards Hup. She was surrounded by a dense magical barrier, quite binding chains tightening around her body. She gnashed her teeth in frustration, clicking her tongue inwardly. I must find a way to escape this precarious situation. Suddenly, Nizer vanished without a trace. Boy unexpectedly landed on Lee ground, creating a powerful tremor that caused Dyke surrounding enemies to lose focus. Nizer let an arrogant, excited smile, then roared, demanding his subordinates capture them alive. Lee's whole group rushed in to attack wild beasts, shouting to capture their opponents alive. As the boy fought, he secretly assessed, This technique ID nothing more than ordinary beast transformation Madi, Eat 8 not strong enough to trouble me. Nizer 8 eyes darted around, searching Foa to gate, and he saw Joshua Suri standing dumbfounded in distance. Found him. Key Boy quickly created an energy orb in his palm, secretly vowing to leave an unforgettable mark on Nizer 8 body. Ashley suddenly screamed in fear. Could that be that terrifying technique again? While she was warning him, Nizer had already closed in on the unsuspecting boy to deliver a dangerous blow. Be careful. Joshua Suri couldn't lie stand frozen in terror. Lee's situation was truly too perilous. He suddenly remembered Kim Isaac 8 advice. Everything will be fine. Sorry. Just follow key plan, and victory ID ours. Earlier, he had warned Joshua Suri that Nizer would certainly try every means to force him into a direct confrontation. Recalling Kim Isaac 8 words, Joshua Suri slowly extended his hand. Knowing Nizer always maintained that contemptuous and arrogant attitude, Kleeboy adjusted his stance and seriously prepared for upcoming showdown. Nizer excitedly, then swung his fists relentlessly. This time, do you finished, do you fool? Immediately, Joshua Suri 8 eyes flared Kuda deadly B Lulai. Lee terrible collision from the two sides attacks caused Klee surrounding space to shake violently. Rayleigh Joshua witnessed the scene quit restless anxiety. She could end like call a Joshua Suri 8 name in worry. Kim Isaac silently watched like battle from the beginning, proud smile subtly gracing his lips. He told himself that everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned beforehand. Kim Isaac secretly hoped Joshua Suri would prove his mettle. Lee Boy strained to be Elk Nizer 8 punch, then shouted, "Imbecile here I did you." Joshua Suri 8 scolding left a boy dazed, and before he could fully recover, Leek other person grabbed his collar and pulled him backward. Quite a decisive move. Joshua Suri slammed Sepith Nizer RV his shoulder while Lee P. Latter was still dazed and had no idea what was happening. That agonizing landing left Sepith Nizer so dazed that he was completely disoriented. Lee dry. Sharp saw of impact echoed piercingly, making even Laddie spectators wince as they felt pain on behalf of Lai Boy. Sepith Nizer collapsed onto Lee floor. Lying motionless, quit no strength left to resist. In contrast, Joshua Suri was still seething quit killing intent, gnashing his teeth, wanting to finish his opponent forget. In his head, he secretly thought that Iki family didn't forbid using that technique on humans for no reason, because how could mere mortals withstand power of noble blood? After defeating his opponent, Joshua Suri was gasping for breath, as if he had just raced death itself. Suddenly, he mumbled a negative sentence under his breath that sounded utterly perplexing. Joshua Suri stood looking at defeated opponent knocked on ground, then scoffed that this situation was result of people being too weak. He stood still like a statue, observing to see if leaky other person would suddenly wake up and launch a surprise counterattack. Joshua Suri 8 bloodshot eyes stared intently at Leek unconscious person lying at his feet quit a look of deep resentment. Riley Joshua grinned broadly when he heard boy scream Lee warning, never. Joshua Suri exerted all his strength, clenched his fists, then screamed something about lucky withered lotus leaving its beauty behind. Stan suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers for newly emerged hero. Lee resounding applause and shouts from audience continued unabated below Karina. Leah Joshua slightly furrowed her brow in doubt, wondering where Suri got such astonishing strength. Surely someone must have secretly used Holy Medich to unfairly empower him. Her gaze pierced deeply into Joshua Suri 8's struggling body as he gasped faux breath after Lee's fierce fight. Leah Joshua glanced at Kim Ezek, who was smirking strangely. Could this person be pulling live strings from behind? Suddenly, he shouted loudly towards Joshua Suri, making Lee Boy jump as if he were about to be electrocuted. Sweating profusely, he stammered in response, "All right, I'll get that necklace immediately," even as Kim Ezek kept urging him. He gesticulated wildly quit his hands and feet while shouting quit a grimace, do 8 properly and finish like match. Joshua Suri grumbled in I know. Just then, Sepith Nizer groaned in pain as Lee agony began to set in. Lee Boy called Sepith Nizer 8 name, making Lee opponent flinch and then look back blankly. Joshua Suri growled a threat, demanding to know Wakey true hiding place of Lee necklace, which made Sepith Nizer freeze, utterly bewildered by what Leek other person was saying. He sneered, saying, "Don't even dream that this future heir would confess lie that to Dio." Joshua Suri covered his face quit both hands, pleading, "Do bastard, confess quickly. I beg do. And only then will you be able to exceed your pathetic life and leave this place." This made Sepith Nizer wonder if this guy was truly schizophrenic. Other person furiously shouted, "Shut up, do crazy bastard. I've been trained through all kinds of torture to inherit like he family, so done to even think about bullying me." Before he could finish speaking, Joshua Suri lunged quit his leg, aiming straight at his opponent 8 knee quitty intention of crushing Sepith Nizer, his face drained of color, hastily begged for mercy due to Joshua Suri at surprisingly violent action. Sepith Nizer cringed and looked down at his stepped-on foot just as Joshua Suri was applying strong pressure. In eye stands, someone pointed a trembling finger, he saw was truly piercing, and a key bishop nearby also hurried to covey his mouth. Face Kuti crowd 8 rumors, Joshua Suri and Lai silently bowed his head, few expected someone from Libi Luton clan to act so decisively. Meanwhile, Kim Isaac revealed a radiant smile quit demeanor of someone certain of victory. Sepith Neezer 8 face looked quite bewildered at this moment, as if countless giant question marks were appearing in his mind. Joshua Suri continued to mumble orders, having already warned that they should have spoken up sooner to avoid trouble. His two friends ran Vu E while shouting harsh words at Joshua Suri, making E boy stand there stunned. Hey Suri, let Neezer go right now. Lee Joshua stood arms crossed and spoke sharply, "You people had better stay right where you are." Wihima D each was activated Kuta stump of E heal, causing all E's surrounding contestants to be pinned down and groan incessantly. E paralysis I fake was spreading far and wide to eliminate opponents, as noise filled D's space. The power of that energy flow was so great that it shook wake entire seating area where EP Fen were watching. Seps Neezer grumbled, wondering if these people were putting on an act to trap him. After connecting, he thought to himself, they know where B necklace I deep kept, but it doesn't matter, I will take that item back. Noticing something, Seps Neezer glanced at leisurely Kim Ezek, wondering if he had orchestrated this whole situation. He laughed boisterously, appearing extremely confident, and those trapped in Nima D each glared at Kim Ezek. No matter what do, Neezer utter a single quips. He widened his eyes in astonishment and then shouted, I don't know what on earth Dio people are rambling about. Kim Ezek indifferently approached Kuta mace in his hand. Did you really think he was Gi Unen Lai one who knew Iki location of Lai treasure? He gripped Lai E handle of his weapon and began KX Ting Ma Dish. This was why unique divine power absorption technique. Li group of people hurriedly raised their hands in surrender. Wait, we else do you hiding place right away. On E contrary, Kim Ezek grew even more enthusiastic as he raised his weapon to strike, saying, Walk real fun hasn't Lai just begun. He shouted spiritedly as he held Dai precious item in his hand. Finally, necklace has been revealed. Even Iki MC jumped to his feet to announce skit news. Iki Lu Tone Tim had officially secured E-Fine a victory. Cheers filled the stadium as everyone chanted in unison, praising B Lu Tone faith. Lai crowd began to buzz quick conversation everywhere. It turned all leaky rumors about likely return of B Lu Tone faith were completely true. They had even recruited Loki descendant of Luck Pope to their side. Riley Joshua broke into a joyful smile upon seeing result. Well done, my two friends Isaac and Surya. Suddenly, Chablis Alex Frickheller spoke up, making him jump. He was indeed the youngest priest in Key Empire. He signaled his entourage quit his eyes, give Lee winners a gift worthy of that performance. Chablis Alex Frickheller strode forward Kudiaki noble bearing of E majestic crown prince of Helen. Riley Joshua bow, I pay my respects to Waiki radiant son of I kingdom. Chablis Alex Frickheller smiled in appreciation. Do you certainly know how to raise promising children? He suddenly suggested, how about I bestow priestly vestments upon like little ones? Making him joyfully agree immediately. Of course, your highness, Lee children will surely shine brightly in upcoming examination. Riley Joshua quickly, clothing bestowed by royalty I lie a priceless treasure. Chablis Alex Frickheller nodded in satisfaction. Then I will drop by to take a look when the Aki tailor arrives. He was stunned for a moment and then stammered, and yet, your highness, there I'd no need for such trouble. He replied Kudarai smile, I and Lee want to meet Leaky children in person. Riley Joshua thought to himself, they are just a few priest recruits, why does he have to be so eager? Chablis Alex Frickheller suddenly remembered something and added, oh right, consider it a small bonus gift, he whispered, making Riley Joshua stiffen and see. Do had better advise your precious nephew to withdraw from Lee Tate. Upon hearing that Ag Pope wanted to take Isaac 8 life, he nearly collapsed. Riley Joshua hurriedly turned around and stared down at Karina quick great anxiety. He narrowed his eyes, watching Lee figure of Kim Ezek chatting animatedly quit Joshua sore. Riley Joshua bowed and replied respectfully while Chablis Alex Frickheller continued to quietly observe his spectacle. I am grateful for your highness a concern. Seeing him still lightheartedly teasing Joshua, he hesitantly whispered, but what about Ezek? Looking at Kim Ezek 8 radiant smile below, Riley Joshua reassured him, everything will be alright. Suddenly, waiting room became noisy. Hey, have you heard? Lee Crown Prince ID about to bestow clothes upon us. ID that faux real. Contestants discussed, not unlike that, we achieved high rankings this time, our reputation ID going to spread far and wide. An Enlai then did he frown in annoyance and speak up, hey. Kim Ezek irritably looked at Kina Barrett, who was nonchalantly sipping tea. Don T do plan on dragging yourself back am. He waved his hand to dismiss her, making her sigh, Whitey exam IDE, I don't need duo bothering me anymore. Kina Barrett 8 servant was worried sick, PP Lai listened to him, my lady, Lee head of Ike family ID sending people to look Fodu everywhere. She slammed her teacup down on Ike table and flatly refused, no. Kina Barrett glared and said, do were EP1 who agreed to let me Ginny Keith and Sack clan, weren't T do. That steely assertion left everyone stunned, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Kim Ezek made a face and scoffed, when did I say that? She calmly replied, since last night. He gritted his teeth and countered, Dante make things up, that was just an excuse foo IP match, who gave you permission to become an official priest of Than Sack. Kina Barrett was at a loss for words, while E's servant standing beside her could unlie sigh in frustration. She argued stubbornly, leaving like servant fra. I done care what do you say? I've already decided to be a priest foe than sack. So from now on, I am staying put here, leak servant cried on SC. Oh, my master. Kina Barrett stubbornly. Just go back and tell father that I am not returning yet. Servant wailed piteously. Oh, master, master. While Kim Isaac shouted, get of my sight right now. She quietly pondered, that guy definitely used holy arts on Suri yesterday, but what on earth was that's trend power? Kina Barrett glanced at the irritated Kim Isaac sitting opposite her and thought to herself, like Crown Prince even intends to bestow clothes on them, isn't this a public declaration of ownership? Kina Barrett began to realize, as she reflected on Alex Frick 8 list, that all 5 churches were under IP Pope 8 Fan Tron, making her wonder if like Crown Prince was plotting to overthrow him. She slammed her hand on a key table and stood up abruptly, saying, after all, I deserve a reward after such a grueling tate, but seeing how busy you are, I decided to just stay here for convenience. We 2 guards standing nearby could enlay weep in their hearts, thinking that if Lai Cardinal found out about this, their entire clan would surely be wiped all without a trace. Kina 8 next words made her 2 subordinates want to faint on Lee's spot. She promised to help him win all Locke remaining trials, even eliminate key traitorous priests and destroy demon kinate minions, leaving EP other 2 to do nothing but sigh in exasperation. He replied arrogantly that she shouldn't bother since she was just a burden. Flatly rejected. She flew into a rage and swore she wouldn't go anywhere until she received his guidance. Kina Barrett no longer cared about her image and threw herself onto WAP ground, throwing a tantrum and challenging him to drag her outside if he was so capable. Kim Ezek gritted his teeth in fury and hissed, are you crazy? I am unlie using do fu your value. Now get lot and stay of my sight. She stubbornly shot back, say whatever do want, key deal ID done. I must get what do promised me. He declared that they would deal quit everything later because he was busy and told her to get lot before he changed his mind, leaving Kina choked quit anger as she stammered, asking if he was going to break his promise. Finally, she cleared her throat and pretended to lower her voice, Fi, I'll wait, let 8 just see what happens when like apprenticeship ends. Kim Isaac spoke quit freezing coldness, my patience has run all, Lee deal IDP. He smirked shamelessly, anyway, I've already found another disciple who ID much more obedient than DU. Those words made Kina tremble, feeling threatened. She questioned who could possibly be better than her, but Kim Isaac casually confirmed that there indeed was. He leisurely pointed toward Joshua Suri, who was cowering in lucky distance. Eat ain't definitely that kid. Kina Barrett glared daggers at Lee boy, that guy. While Kim Isaac smugly confirmed, yacht, him. She turned to ask, making Joshua Suri startle and take a few steps back, do you mean this guy ID key even stronger than me? Kina Barrett added that if she could prove she was better than him right now, he would have to take her as his disciple, while he boy standing nearby could only pray, wondering why he had been dragged into this mess. He smirked and challenged, we'll have to see how do perform first. This remark made her lock her hostile gaze onto Joshua Suri, scaring him so much that he felt lie fainting. Inside a Holy C8 banquet hall, which was decorated in a blindingly lavish and magnificent manner. A girl marveled in astonishment. Oh my, what ID that? While Iki red-haired boy widened his eyes in admiration. Why treatment fu was your Tim ID truly top tier. Other contestants also began whispering behind Rayleigh Joshua 8 back. Look, their food ID completely different from ours. Rumor has it that their rooms were also upgraded to be super fancy. ID first place really favored this much. He and Lai frowned in silence without saying a quooks, gently swirling a wine glass in his hand. Rayleigh Joshua evaluated silently in his mind. I can believe they ranked Isaac 8 Tim first. I wonder what on earth El Holy C based their scoring on. From afar, Leon Seppa gently, do must be pleased that is your Tim Aaron T do. Rayleigh Joshua bowed slightly in greetings, Cardinal. He replied with a friendly smile, Tate been a long time, Rayleigh. Leon Sepet smiled I heard du re about to reach 9th Roding. Right, he nodded. Looking at him thoughtfully, Law Cardinal remarked, to achieve such a feat at this age ID truly remarkable. Suddenly, Leon Sepet lightly patted Rayleigh Joshua 8's shoulder and whispered, but Leety current head of Leet Joshua family must be having quite a headache right now. His somber, sarcastic face put him on high alert, because when lie talented person who could take her VE, this Rayleigh here, didn't he have much longer to lie. Then Leon Sepeth pretended to unintentionally make a harsh remark, irritating Rayleigh Josh. Forgive me, but even if age ID key not an issue, this position ID probably still a bit too much faux due, isn't it? He hesitantly taunted that he wouldn't have any successors anyway, but regardless, his nephew was truly talented, so Lay family head must be very proud. He frowned and slowly responded to Leon Sepeth 8's sarcastic tone. Why ID that? He guffawed and asked him to generously overlook Lay teasing, saying that even though he was Enlai Lee third son, his family 8 successor had been mercilessly knocked in front of everyone anyway. Riley Joshua couldn't lie nod helplessly and secretly ponder. This group really saw right through people. They must have caught wind of Lie Joshua family ate curse. He leisurely took a sip of wine and made up his mind. Whatever, he ate not wrong anyway, and besides, I am not that interested in that leadership seat. Ha. Just as Riley Joshua was about to let Eat go, he saw Leon Sepeth walking toward Kim Ezek. As long as he didn't harmful key boy, Eat would be fine. He spoke up mockingly and called Otaki young man who was eating ravenously. Isaac, person sitting next to him, pale quit fear, nudged Isaac to remind him that Loke was calling, but he kept chewing irritably. Damn neat, why do they have to disturb me right when I am eating? Kim Isaac turned his head and gave a perfunctory reply, quit a resentful look. Yet, sir. At this point, Leon Sepeth couldn't lie let out too dry, forced laughs. Haha. He quickly changed subject. So what ID that in TP rating thing do you said doofy see me, Isaac? Leon Sepeth flatly stated that he hadn't seen a single thing yet, at which point Kim Ezek looked bewildered and asked, oh, haven't seen anything yet? He cheerfully threw a nonchalant remark, EDAT sight of me trampling your son on Lee ground, of course. Holding his food, Kim Ezek raised his chin and asked Leon Sepeth, so, was it a pleasing sight for you? Joshua Suri witnessed everything from start to finish, his face turning pale as he whimpered, how could you speak so insolently to such an illustrious family? Lee Key Boy held him and covered his mouth to stop him, whispering, what do mean why? They specialize in hunting demon kinate subordinates, see top being so provocative. To which Isaac casually replied, so what? On a contrary, he remained as calm as ever and replied, in any case, I highly appreciate this Thensak family, and it seems do have recently learned a very in T-rate Tinexikio, haven't do. But Leon Sepeth suddenly narrowed his eyes, staring, and remarked, I done no we reason, but I can smell a Vok energy flowing within you. Kim Izek flashed a fake smile and inwardly cursed that damn holy detection each, then excitedly said, did you forget that I ate a part of Ike demon kin when I was a child? Kim Izek casually bragged further, if that trampling wasn't entertaining enough, would do lie to see me reenact eat in Leapy next T8, making him exclaim in surprise, ha! Like crowd around Keena Barrett looked at her, wondering if that guy would dare to beat up Leapy Cardinal Ateet's son as well, leaving her puzzled as she asked, what ain't going on? Leon Sepeth burst a laughing and asked what he was planning to demand from him this time. He smiled gently in response, leaving Joshua Suri quit no choice but to hold his head and sigh wearily at his fate. Oh, this ID'd nothing too difficult. Kim Ezek casually replied that he wanted to meet demon serving that skeleton demon Ken. He declared confidently, making him glare in annoyance, so do just need to give me key to their prison. Leon Sepeth turned on his heel, hiding his killing intent, and said he would give him Lee key if he made 8 back alive, though he couldn't promise that would actually happen. After all, it ain't not so easy to survive that yellow grade Tate. While all leak other contestants were shaking Lia Leaf quit fear, Kim Izek alone was silently cursing that damn person, wondering what nonsense they were rambling about. A shout made everyone scared all of their wits. Everyone, we've received Lee my Sinfo WP Imperial EV exam. Another person frantically, what AD content? Hearing them discuss EAT, Liar Joshua was suddenly startled when he learned EAT was an expedition. Leon Sepet calmly stood far away and explained that in that exam, everyone had to collect items that Ipila Holy Kingdom had dropped all V key place. Then he asked if Leaky young man wasn't he curious where his Tim would be sent. He casually dropped a sentence that made everyone 8 hearts top, except Fo Kim Ezek who remained deep in thou, that location IDB mysterious Christianity empire. Suddenly, Joshua Suri trembled as he remembered that Christiandia was Helema 8 arch nemesis. So, they want to send us to a place where everyone ID key, just waiting to spill blood of priests. Whole group, who had been eating, suddenly shrieked, that place ID right next to leak territory of leaky demons. They must be all of their minds to send us to such a godforsaken place. As everyone was discussing, Kim Isaac suddenly covered his eyes quick concern. Lately, countless holy knights and their guards have mysteriously disappeared in that area. Rumors say culprit ID a high-ranking demon that devoured priests 14 years ago. Although like area IDP still strictly cordoned to PIFO investigation, Leon Sepet approached, feigning sadness. Oh, how pitiful, but don't get too worked up. I have enough authority to change Waka location fo do. Joshua suddenly spoke up frantically, pleading, that ain't right, Isaac, I beg do. Peli asked him. People standing nearby also quickly grabbed his hand, imploring, Peli, just this once, do us a favor. He then put on the most pitiful face, quite big, sparkling, extremely innocent looking, and asked him, really, will do you truly change exam location for us? At Lipe same time, in a splendid villa in ID capital, loud shouts signaled trouble. This ID utterly insane. How dare they send those children to leak lair of mages? Rayleigh Joshua quickly stepped forward, fun of anxiety. On top of that, comes quit a request to rescue kidnapped holy knights. This ID clearly an Esma all ve me sin, no different from forcing those kids to their deaths. He angrily gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and shouted, if they don't immediately revoke this order, I will raise that tower. Gol Joshua quickly calm down. Father ID just as furious as you are. He had already rushed there to stir up a commotion. He gritted his teeth and silently cursed, those damn scoundrels clearly want to send Isaac to Lake Otherworld at all costs. Gol Joshua Khan, since father has personally intervened, they will certainly have to revise exam content, given the current situation. There ain't no way they would dare entrust such heavy diplomatic responsibilities to those apprentice priests. He continued, they probably just want to warn us not to be too arrogant, which made Rayli Joshua frown and let out a deep sigh. Gol Joshua closed his eyes slightly, a bit embarrassed as he thought of Joshua Suri, then firmly asserted, no matter what, I don't want to see him lose his life in that place. He gently advised his brother not to worry too much, adding, even Isaac, if he can keep a cun head, then. Suddenly, servant shrieked frantically to deliver news. White Knight burst into Wig room, panting breathlessly as he announced, terrible disaster has occurred. He gasped, struggling to utter Master Isaac. Leon Sepet, overjoyed as if he had found gold, eagerly suggested, exactly, Isaac, all do you have to do ID you me your mouth and say do you want to lie. But at that very moment, Kim Isaac coldly replied, no. In reality, his trembling appearance earlier was just a smokescreen to hide his gleeful smile. Kim Isaac turned and glanced Kuta-toot-tight expression, then declared, I find that place quite in T-Brate tin. Why be foolish and ask to change locations? That would be a waste. Finally, when Leet Knight returned Quit Lee news that he had officially accepted Leet My Sen, both Rayli Joshua and Gol Joshua were utterly stunned, gasping in disbelief. What? In Lisi land of demons, where Wopi's Kai was dyed a brilliant, deadly red, howling winds carried hazy dust that covered Lee entire space. Amidst ruined palace, piled high Quit E bones and weapons of light defeated, Demon Ass sat majestically on a P throne, looking down at a kneeling figure below, and asked, so, what IDT do you mean to say? She flew into a rage upon receiving Ike report. Do you dare to say do you let Lee assassination of Laksen slip? That terrifying woman was Demoness Ass. Terrified soldier stammered apology. I am so but, I truly and sincerely admit my mistake. Demon Queen Ass didn't bother quit him. Oh, never mind, ET8 Phi. After all, my ultimate goal IDT just to see bred a truly great chaos. Nevertheless, she had her own plans, so she gleefully stuck her serpentine tongue in satisfaction. Witnessing Lee power of Leaky esteemed Kinig already a glorious achievement. Furthermore, we have successfully smuggled magical tools into the territory of Lai Holy Kingdom, a place famously known foe allowing nothing in awe. Lee's subordinate lay prostrate on P-floor, sweat pouring upon him, yet his heart was still full of defiance. Your authority truly ID great. Demon Ass didn't even bother to hide her long-held excitement. Even a bit of your scattered power ID enough to terrify people. Why Lackey quickly interrupted her. Master, I felt that hurrah at Lee coronation ceremony. Demon Ass felt a hint of skepticism. He firmly asserted that he was indeed a skeleton demon kin, causing her to startle in sheer surprise. Demon Ass suddenly remembered Kim Isaac 8's sly look. Could that brat who swallowed a part of your body be EK1 quit that horrific power? Confirmed decisively. She shouted quit joy. Why heavens have finally blessed us. Demon Ass lowered her head, her body trembling. Quitna acknowledged that she couldn't touch him while Lee Boy was protected by his clan. She was no stranger to that but sooner or later he would have to up for both Ki Yellow and B Lou Rodigi exams. Demon Ass slowly swung her legs. It was truly again on opportunity while like youths and like demon race slaughtered each other. Touching her eye patch, her voice filled Coot desire. Just a small fragment of power made me this strong. I wonder what heights I reach by tasting your flesh. Her eyes flashed Coot madness. I crave that boy ate flesh so much that I can no longer restrain myself. At Academy now, whispers were spreading incessantly about Lee difficult me scene Bilurodni Tim had just received. Lee Key male students kept gossiping about Lee journey to Key mysterious empire, hearing they even have to rescue a captured knight. Gossip reached Joshua Suri 8 ears. He irritably emitted a murderous hurrah because Y Yellow Artie clan was intentionally sending Likey whole Tim to their deaths. What a bunch of bastards. Joshua 8 gloomy expression kept anyone from approaching. Everyone pessimistically thought death was drawing near. However, his eyes suddenly turned elsewhere, but Lee's most terrifying thing lay elsewhere. Those healthy teammates all furtively avoided him, intentionally staying a few meters away from Joshua just to be safe. White Knights completely ignored their Tim, meaning they would face danger the moment they set foot outside Bowl Free. He imagined Lysine of his Tim being miserably crushed, as both demons and bandits would surely tear them apart once they left P Empire. While Joshua despaired v future, Kim Isaac grumbled irritably. Those bastards really have no sense at all. He huffily asked why no one would gin his side, making Joshua rage and point straight at Kim Isaac. Eat all because of Diu. Even quit tears welling up, Joshua didn't stop berating him. This ID not just a hard my CN? Eat a deadly trap. Don T do see everyone else ID wailing miserably too. All key Tim members have collapsed in fear. Joshua used a past event as a warning. Do know about Li P tragedy 14 years ago during Eek Yellow Arting exam. Uncle relayed entire Bilu and Tim perished. Kim Ezek and Lee casually picked his ear, completely unbothered. He inwardly cursed the despicable Cardinal Hire Barrett Fu using dirty tricks to corner them, refusing men oppression, while accepting meant certain death. Kim Ezek gave a sly smile. Whatever, if we succeed, no one will dare look down on us, and besides, that place ID a gold mine of mana and high demons. Joshua quickly calmed down and clung to him. Even so, we still have a chance to choose knights. We must get someone from Leaky Royal Tim. While Joshua was busy convincing himself, a stranger suddenly walked Veed and interrupted. How unlucky. Count stepped forward nonchalantly, quit a sneer. Lee 1st Division Knights have already been snatched away by Yellow Roddenese Tim. He grinned broadly as if he had hit Lee jackpot and announced, wait, there are 8 more. My son and his group of friends have just moved, RVE there too. Mole glared at Lee group, quit a fed-up expression. It truly was a mistake to trust like Than Sack squad quit children just because of some past glory. Hearing that, Kim Ezek raised his eyebrows defiant. You are quite set-sided, Countess. When we succeed, DL and Lai be able to watch in shame. Joshua Sori grabbed his shoulder in alarm to stop him. Isaac, if Duke and T get into Waiki 1st squad, just pick a 2nd or 3rd. Don't be foolish enough to wee I into Lee 4th squad, while Kim Ezek was merely lost in his own daydreams about becoming a knight. A crazy idea flashed in his mind, making his eyes lie up. Where on earth did those beautiful people come from? Seeing Kim Ezek excitedly dash, Joshua Suri slapped his forehead in frustration. Well, I'll just have to pray he signs a contract quit I 2nd squad fu safety 8 sake. He approached Lee Man and whispered something that left him stunned. What? Though reluctant, E-Man shrugged in agreement, while Kim Ezek turned back quit a look of triumph. He grinned from ear to ear and gave a thumbs up, signaling that everything was settled. Joshua Sori let a sigh of relief, thinking everything was fine. He got into Yi Thensak's squad. The other 2 members also exhaled deeply, quit relief. However, his next words were a thunderclap that left everyone speechless. I've a chosen IP 4th squad. Kim Ezek still said happily and carelessly, hey everyone, this ID excellent news. He was as ecstatic as if he E1D jackpot, claiming he signed Quote's strongest squad, nearly making everyone faint as they thought he let his mind. Everyone knew that E5 weirdos in E4th squad were commonly called errand boys, held in such contempt by entire kingdom that they were an Enli used to do everyone 8 menial chores. No one was foolish enough to mess quit them, though their skills far surpassed royal knights. They were notoriously unruly and held church in total disregard. News reached Eli Joshua, sending him into a rage. Explain yourself immediately. What I deek wrong quote do you, choosing that ridiculous squad? Kim Ezek looked at Man 8 purple flushed face and thou, Waiki old man ID truly livid. Tem beside him also whispered, even when he tore Key House apart, he wasn't this angry. He tried to maintain a calm appearance to persuade him. If I withdraw now, wouldn't he that humiliate Joshua family? And I will certainly never let that happen. That statement only made Eli Joshua 8 blood boil further. Do you actually know how to talk about honor? Kim Ezek clenched his fist as if to affirm, of course I do. He saw right through white boy. A person who uses suspicious Madich Lidu dares to lecture me on honor. This made Kim Ezek start in guilt. Observing his expression, Eli Joshua frowned. What does that look mean? Do you think you can pull one interview on me? He growled in disappointment. I trusted you as someone special, but now that trust has vanished into thin air. He clenched his fists, stammering for a moment before finally managing to speak. I am truly filled quote resentment. Then Kim Ezek declared loudly, I hate that skeleton demon kin so much that I just want to win him immediately. Observer 8 Phantom stood frozen in disbelief. Hey, what kind of bizarre reason are you making up now? He continued to spout a sequence of persuasive arguments. I let my parents and endured countless curses all because of that damn skeleton demon kin. Our family ID also held in contempt by Yiki world because of him. Ali Joshua stood there bewildered. What? Kim Ezek used his top-tier acting skills to lament. This shame has made me lose my appetite and sleep constantly, causing IP Man to soften and believe Key Boy wasn't he lying. His eyes burned quote hatred. I swear to destroy that fake skeleton demon kin. That ain't also why I need E-power of real thing to investigate Lee P Imposter 8 origins. Kim Ezek swore quit determination. I will definitely finish him quote my own hands, no matter we cost. A secret self-reflection rang all. It really was a crazy day. Eli Joshua listened intently to his words. Do must protect Joshua lineage well, so that later I can monopolize everything. Kim Ezek placed his hand on his back and made a vow. If do choose to lay a weak-willed life, then like Joshua family will fall into disgrace and sooner or later become a thing of past. He sighed helplessly and spoke up. I've always told Do that Do Don T need to shoulder Waiki burden of this family. At this moment, Eli Joshua had completely accepted it. However, It seemed he really was a part of them, which surprised Kim Ezek. He turned toward Lai desk. Do may fail this my sen, and as long as all of do return safely, I will be content. P. Observer 8 Get could not help but be surprised. Did he believe that? Meanwhile, he bowed his head to listen to Eli Joshua 8 instructions, if do return safely. Afterward, he made a firm decision. I will officially announce do as my successor. Hearing that, Kim Ezek smiled meaningfully because he had achieved his goal. I understand. Then do very much, sir. A few days later, in the outskirts of Okendo, on a trail covered in mango leaves, Kim Ezek, his head covered in leaves, pointed forward proudly. We are about to encounter EP group of knights at key next village. His comrades followed behind, their clothes stained quoot mud, gasping faux air as they walked. Joshua Suri mustered all his strength, tears welling in his eyes, and set his resolve. Damn neat. At this point, I must survive at all costs. His two comrades could only weep piteously. Observer 8 Get hovered behind. Master, I have investigated Lee demon that appeared 14 years ago. Kim Ezek silently sent a message. Have you found all who eat IDP? Eat immediately thought of ki demon ass kneeling. Quups was that eat was a high LVK demon of Lai equate teen of DN commander, not among the 14 generals, but possibly a demon do once knew. Leak Observer 8 Get didn't he forget to add, eat ID a brutal demon that savagely slaughtered young priests. He ground his teeth. Those bastards dare to break rules I set. Kim Ezek silently resolved. Just wait, I will tear them apart one by one. And hurriedly reminded him. But P. Lai be careful, do have not yet fully recovered your strength. And so, Lee Holt Tim continued their long journey. Little did they know that white demon ass was hiding behind a tree trunk, licking her lips thirstily, found Diu. As soon as they were all of sight, she slowly stepped off, wearing an enchanting smile, kid from Echua. Meanwhile, under a key deep be loose kai, at Royal Palace, lie residence of a crown prince, an astonished voice rang awe. ID that really true. Crown Prince Chapless Alefrakila seriously picked up Lig letter. According to this, Ezek chose to serve as a knight of Lee messenger faction. Subordinate stood still, reporting Lee's situation. ETID said that from Lee beginning, he wasn't very interested in Lee P. Knights your highness sent. He even speculated, could Master Isaac have such a sharp eye for judging people? Chapless Alefrakila pondered for a long time. Then he quickly dismissed it, choosing to be a knight of Lai messenger faction might actually sa sharp vi xn. He was surprised. What? Chapless Alefrakila smirked cunt. Lee Knight Commander I sent ID a half-blood spirit body, very vulnerable to demons. At this point, Subordinate was startled to realize, IDP Sir Siling a half-blood spirit body. Did you send him to tape Master Isaac? He slowly stood up. No, despite being half-blood, Sir Silong 8 skills are still extremely useful. That ATY I sent him. Chapless had eyes gleamed expectation, but choosing to be a knight of the key messenger faction IDK indeed very in TP rate teamy key messenger faction, where entire knight order consists of half-blood demon kin. He placed his hand on key files of Likey members of Squad 4. In sun-drenched room, Lee hesitantly reported, the Lee messenger faction cannot be controlled. It was they who lured Lee priests into Lee demon's lair. Chapless fell into deep thought. His heart was burning quad anxiety for Kim Ezek, unsure where Ezek might be drifting at this moment. Meanwhile, at Lakey assembly point of Like Lamb family gang, a hot-tempered man slammed IP table quit a loud bang, wondering why those people had yet to saw their faces. Derek looked scowling quit a gloomy murderous intent, muttering the whole time that a V5 hours had passed, questioning if that guy was trying to tate his metal against their courier guild, Knight Septine of T Messengers. A low-ranking soldier grumbled that E-Man was intentionally playing hard to get because of their reputation, while another fumed and nodded, noting that if a member of Ike famously disciplined Lamb family was this late, there must surely be a conspiracy afoot. Hearing those words, he trembled quoot rage, gnashing his teeth as if he wanted to tear that lowly brat apart. Derek immediately decided they couldn't be allowed to disrespect them, when suddenly Kim Ezek appeared Lia-gi, grinning broadly and saying, "It was an honor to meet like great leader of IP messengers, while magnificent." Derek. His sudden movement made Iki old man jump back in panic, while Asa continued to grin, remarking that they seemed to have arrived a little late. Derek quickly raised his voice to regain his authority, questioning why they were so late since he had heard Wiki Lamb family was always as punctual as a clock. Lukey boy led or alongside and held all his tiny hand, explaining that they had been robbed on Likey way and queued a broken hand. There was no way he could have been fast. Nevertheless, Ezek understood exactly what Leapy old man was thinking and added bluntly that someone must have hired those robbers, but he still dragged himself here all of politeness. Leak old man quickly looked away, wondering who would be so idle, but still insisted they shouldn't have been late. He pushed further to gain Leaky upper hand, asking why he was so tense and if he didn't want to be partners, to which Derek appeared visibly flustered, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. From a distance, Joshua Suri watched a verbal sparring intending, thinking to himself that Light Boy was crazy, and that if they didn't lie they could probably just protect themselves. Derek sprang up like a coil, speaking coldly that they weren't interested either, and that turning back now would be for we best. Kim Ezek showed no restraint in exposing like truth, pointing out that a man who claimed not to care wouldn't have waited 5 hours, which made P old man flinch as his true intentions were revealed. My soldiers of Life 4th Squad immediately took defensive stances, ready to draw their swords upon hearing his provocation. If he wasn't needed, he would have left long ago, so why was he still there, and why were they armed to eye teeth fu just a simple escort my senin? Kim Ezek sneered with contempt, pointing directly to their walk intentions of using his group as bait to rescue their missing comrades. Seeing Old Man speechless, he dealt another blow, suggesting that if he was so resentful, they should just part ways now to be rid of each other, making Derek so furious his teeth began to chatter. Losing all patience, Leaky Old Man drew his sword and lunged at Kim Ezek like an arrow, shouting for him to shut his mouth and asking if that man Hanrak had revealed something to him. Derek roared like a madman, asking if that bastard had brought him here just to sabotage them, while Joshua Suri retreated in panic, silently calling a Hanrak 8 name in his head. At this point, E-Boy realized something was wrong, as that was his 4th Uncle 8 codename. He hoped his uncle wasn't also involved in this shady business. Meanwhile, like Old Man tightened his grip on his energy-infused sword, stating that without them, they would have no way to set foot in Like land of Great Chiaya. Therefore, Derek swung his sword in a sharp arc as a threat, declaring he would drag him along in chains even if he had to cripple E-Boy 8 legs. Standing in the middle of Like whirlwind Key Old Man had created, Kim Ezek remained perfectly calm and unharmed, saying, "Listen here." Then he glared, emitting a terrifying pressure as he ordered him to put away that cheap sword immediately. For some unknown reason, Derek suddenly felt his limbs go stiff from that sea-tren and overwhelming hurrah. He seemed to be suffocated by Ikiak energy, like that of a demon kin, hidden within that small frame. Derek was appalled to find himself trembling uncontrollably, stammering that E-Boy couldn't defeat him and asking how a wet behind Iki ears brat like him dared to challenge him. Like watching Tom seemed extremely delighted, thinking that while he was a bit arrogant, Wild Boy possessed demon blood and thus understood like nature of submitting to we strong perfectly well, which was why he had chosen them. Realizing he couldn't touch a single hair on Isaac 8 head, Key Old Man resentfully sheathed his sword. Seeing that, he cheerfully told like Ratsua Suri group that it was time to set a P, but then he himself was stunned because, after everything that had happened, who would have EP energy to trust each other anymore? Kim Ezek casually picked his ear and said that since mutual interests had been aligned, they should just do as he said, to which you others yelled to put that pragmatic reasoning aside. Kim Ezek nonchalantly laid a Lee objective, freezing Squad 4 in their tracks. He said that they would hunt down Lee Key Demon from 14 years ago and rescue all Lee hostages, which was Y main goal. Once done, he chuckled and told Squad 4 that whether or not their comrades were among Y Key kidnapped people did not matter. Derek 8-Face suddenly hardened as he demanded, "Wait a minute, IDE because Do knew our comrades were captured that Do chose us." Kim Ezek maintained his usual relaxed demeanor and replied, "What nonsense are you talking about, sir?" He laughed mockingly and said, "I didn't know anything, and yet do believe me blindly, Loki Sack." Leak others said they would follow him, to which Kim Ezek smiled triumphantly. "Yeah, I knew that all along." A member curiously asked about Lee's upcoming plan, and Kim Ezek nonchalantly replied, "What plan?" He looked at Derek, who was emitting a dense demonic energy, thinking that there was no hiding that demon blood, and that they would betray us eventually anyway. Walk others grew even more anxious and asked if they knew why they endly accepted task of delivering information, just as demonic energy began to envelop him. Instantly, the hand of a Squad 4 member began to deform strangely, losing complete scene trend. He transformed into a demon and frantically rushed toward EP other 2. He swung his hand and tightly grabbed E1 who had just expressed doubt earlier. Remaining people retreated in panic. "Damn neat," I said from Lee beginning that we shouldn't trust them. Lee crowd shouted for him to be restrained immediately, and Kim Ezek casually delivered a blow that made him see stars, telling him to calm down right away. Quite just one blow, he snapped all of it on clutched Ikai lump on his head, while Kim Ezek irritably scolded, "Do you idiot, do you completely let Ken Tran?" He mumbled an apology, saying that normally he didn't transform so quickly, and that it felt as if something was weighing heavily on his head and his VXN turned completely red. Like he blonde member guessed 8 was due to being Siki Altagima DH Empire 8 territory and thus affected by mana, while another also complained that their body felt very stren. But after Y blow, he looked at Kim Ezek quote worshipful eyes, "I've never reverted to my human form this quickly, took in lie one strike." As he showered him quote effusive praise, Kim Ezek smiled smugly and thought to himself, "Of course I am get." Hailed by Key Squad 4 group, Kim Ezek and the Guide of Key Observer were thoroughly delighted, thinking, "Indeed, unendly I could have done it." As he slung his bag and his shoulder preparing to leave, he noticed 8 was significantly heavy, so he said, "If everything ID ready, let 8 go." Opening Y bag, he found a sparrow playing dead, and he asked in bewilderment, what on earth ID this? Kim Yi-sak quickly saw through its gem and asked, are you trying to feel I dead? T-Bird broke into a cold sweat but still tried to stay completely still. Finding it amusing, Liget of E Observer remarked that T-Bird was quite a dedicated actor, while Kim Yi-sak smiled mischievously and picked up an object, intending to send Eat on its way. Oh, should we just grant its wish? Making T-Bird startle. Likey Sparrow didn't he know that both of them had heard all of its grumbling as Eat cursed a Likey bastard priest in its mind, while Kim Yi-sak also muttered about Lee Bloodloke. He pulled its legs straight. E.T. was clear that one of Lai High Demons had sent a minion, and Likey Bird was so panicked that Eat could no longer keep up its act. As dusk fell a Vilki dense forest, Liu Ki Gate of E Observer had also finished Kek's Tingy barrier and reported that everything was completed. Eat hovered unsteadily toward him as Kim Yi-sak recalled a key name of Ki Bloodloke, a former subordinate currently imprisoned in Holy See, who had likely heard Lai P news and sent someone to make contact. He squeezed E Sparrow and interrogated Eat. Eat seemed he wanted to hide his identity as Labi Loka Vaki withered bones from this tiny creature. Do have anything in T-Rate teen to report? Eat stubbornly tried to resist, but as soon as he squeezed Eat spilled everything. Alright, I'll confess everything. While Little Bird prattled on, exposing the entire conspiracy and enemies he was about to face. Actually, I am Leaky one who sabotaged your knighting ceremony. Kim Isaket face darkened with hatred when he heard that. So, Diuri be one behind key deployment of he skeleton locate clones. He trembled and recounted everything in detail. That ain't right, I was one who smuggled in magical devices and ordered my subordinates to purge priests. Yeep, Eat was me, Eat was really me. Life Sparrow continued to prattle that after devouring Life Skeleton Master 8 power, Eat had gained enough ability to bypass Holy Kingdom 8 barrier. Lee Bloodloke said that day he would rather be bitten by a lion than face a cunning man Lai Du. In his heart, he felt his blood boil even more at Ike mention of that damn Bloodloke. Like stupid bird even dared to curse in its head, why were you so foolish as to pour all such precious information to this bastard priest? Hearing that, he raised his hand as if to strike Eat. Terrified, Lipe Sparrow screamed that Iki Bloodloke was certain current skeleton Loke was a fake. Eat desperately revealed that he had been captured after claiming Lai current Loke was an imposter. I don't know what ate wrong quote him. Leaky Sparrow advised that since rumors said he had swallowed part of E-power, Lee enemy might be waiting for him to walk into a trap. ETAT best to turn back if Dio want to exa your life. Kimisak pulled his hand back. He released Eat and told Eat to tell its master that he had received IP message. Lee Sparrow hurriedly flapped its wings and flew away, not forgetting to add, Dante die, oh my master will be very sad. Suddenly, Suri aggressively approached and growled, hey, where have you been wandering? We've been looking for you until our feet are burning. He happily gave a thumbs up, but I am really proud of you guys Fu thoughtfully ordering food from a local place Fu us, right? Kimisak noticed a walk shadow following him and asked, what food? Demon S stepped closer and replied lively, we have everything ready to serve you all. Ada bluntly invited them. Peak Lai enjoy key meal. Kimisak was stunned. What? He smiled meaningfully because he had thought Ada would have to wait longer. It was nice to see Demon Ass reveal her true form as a young girl, but who would have thought she would find her way here all by herself? A moment later, there were whispers deep in Lipe Forest. Hey, Suri, what ate wrong Kudasak anyway? He confusedly remarked that he was overreacting. Suri couldn't lie sigh, just ignore him. In another corner, Kimisak spoke arrogant. Hey, V there. He sat perched on a arpacy and ordered, there ain't dust in my water. Go get another cup. I done lie square plates. Change them to a different kind immediately. Lee food ID stone cold. Demon Ass turned deathly pale. While scuttling around, she stammered, yet, I'll do 8 right away. Kimisak wasn't satisfied at all and pointed straight at Ada 8 face. Heat ate so salty. Who can eat this? I hate like he saw of your breathing. Hold your breath foamy right now. Feeling wronged, Demon Ass could unlie reply quit tears welling in her eyes. Yeah. Derek immediately chimed. Did you hear that? Our master Isaac told Du to get another dish. He snapped. How dare Du make him repeat himself? Ada was frustrated and could understand this bizarre situation. Are these lackeys crazy? Why are they taking his side? I sincerely. Demon Ass brought a tray of soup and thought to herself that she would deal quit these nuisances first. Peak Lie enjoy your meal, paladins. Du must be exhausted. Derek stopped her immediately. We were hired by him, so we will never eat at Lee Key same table. Demon Ass froze. Ada still tried to persist. Key Town ID and Lee peaceful when you are healthy. I went to Lee trouble of cooking this, so Pi eat. In her heart, she screamed, damn neat, just eat so I can be done quit this. Kimisak suddenly interrupted argument between the two parties. Hey, why not recharge your energy first? He smirked suggestively, teasing Demon Ass, how can we trust that Du didn't poison that bowl of soup? Ada was so annoyed he just wanted to shout, This little brat ID really something. Kim's 8 comrades couldn't sit idly by, so they stood up faux demon ass. Hey, that ain't enough. I am still healthy here, so why keep picking on her? Leaky whole group grabbed soup bowls and passed them around. Do you have no right to bully her? And so, entire group took large spoonfuls. We'll prove her innocence to Dio. In less than 5 seconds, everyone who ate soup collapsed unconscious. Joshua Suri jumped in panic. Everyone, what ID happening? And only then did Kimasak leisurely stand up. In that case, my task will go even more smoothly. I was planning on letting them sleep for a while anyway. P. Observer 8 Git looked seriously at Lee people lying on key ground. Should I summon like Holy Spirit to cleanse them? Master. He nonchalantly stretched his muscles. Forget E.T. Let them learn a lesson they'll never forget. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Oh, wait a minute. Observer 8 Git hurriedly warned. Master, this poison ID capable of converting holy mana into wak mana. Upon hearing this, Kimasak was stunned. He excitedly grinned at E. Are you sure? Will E really turn this hateful holy mana into wak mana? Observer 8 Git gleefully replied. Definitely, ETID a form of parasitic poison. Kimasak looked at Joshua Suri 8 group lie sheep waiting to be shorn. This way, I can be you a lakim na fam right here in Lee Ki Holy Kingdom. Having achieved her goal, Demon Ass flashed a sinister smile and began absorbing all Alex's mana spreading around. Ada smugly thought his opponent had definitely let this time. Brat, he said while quickly wiping like saliva from his lip. Me, lose. Anyone who carries power within them will simply become my delicious meal. Demon Ass revealed her true form with an intimidating tone. If Duo want them to Lee, then follow me. I will give Duo Lee antidote. Derek was wary and didn't he dare act, but still angrily cursed. This bitch ID truly shameless. While Ada was still being arrogant, a blinding lot of lies suddenly struck. Don't he bother resisting in vain. It wasn't until that blinding lie vanished that Demon Ass regained her composure. Ada realized in horror that Kimasak was charging straight at him, his weapon drawn. As he delivered a decisive blow, Demon Ass lightly leaped away, dodging just in the inch of time. Ada used all his strength to flee. That ain't right, follow me quickly, kid. Derek 8 group gripped their sword hilts, wanting to give chase. We will go quit Dio. Kims decisively shook his head in refusal. No, I will go alone to settle this. He used a look of noble sacrifice to convince them. I cannot leave them unprotected. They will unlie survive if Dio work hard to transfer mana to them. He was so moved that tears fell. All right, Isaac, rest assured, we will take care of these priests. He stood at attention, quit a military salute as he watched Kimasak leave. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, he sped to P after arch-enemy. Thank you guys. I'll have more opportunities to collect a lot of wak mana in lighty future. Night fell, blanketing everything. Quite a silver moon hanging high above and winds howling through wide tree canopies. Lee Demon Ass immediately sneered disdainfully upon seeing Kimas, thinking him a reckless fool going alone to his death without even a bodyguard. He displayed an incredibly confident expression, as if he had everything under fiend tren and looked down on everyone. Seeing that irritating demeanor, he could grit his teeth and sigh to himself. He ate truly an incurable fool. Kim Izak showed no respect for Demon Ass, asking him in return, how dare you claim to devour humanity in front of me without knowing who I am? This startled demon, who stammered, what? His face immediately became stern and cold as he issued a commanding order, compelling Ek opponent to submit. Kneel, now. He trembled violently under Boyate terrifying pressure, stammering in fear. What I deet this? Demon Ass 8 knees completely lock Hentron and buckled heavily to the ground. Why I this happening? He saw a majestic silhouette of bone demon kin engulfing Kim Izak 8 body. Lee powerful stream of demonic energy from Kim Izak pressed down, causing Demon Ass 8 entire body to tremble uncontrollably. This surging source of demonic energy proved he was a true demon kin. Roar radiating everywhere made a demon wonder in confusion. How does this kid possess power of a demon kin? He clenched his teeth, clinging to his foolish speculation, telling himself, that damn brat must have secretly devoured a part of his Majesty 8 body to gain this power. Demon Ass 8 claws scraped deep gouges into Lee ground to brace himself, as he mumbled, but this Lee body of Lee great demon kin. Gathering his last ounce of strength to regain kin tren of his body, he reached forward and roared, Your Majesty, wait for me. I will gut this brat to succeed you. Demon Ass aimed directly at youthful face, howling quit determination to free his Majesty. As two opposing streams of energy collided, Anenli then did demon realize quit SC that he had been defeated. Demon kin 8 power erupted fiercely, engulfing Demon Ass 8 entire body. After go overwhelmingly one-sided, Lee's surrounding land and sky were severely shaken. Kim Izak clicked his tongue in annoyance and then coolly declared, what a blockhead. He then summoned blazing fireballs as a display of power, glaring menacingly to make He Demon understand who truly held command here. Not long after, Lee's space in that area returned to absolute stillness. Lee Observer Spirit happily floated around, praising, my great master. Duan Lai unleashed a 5th tier spell. Yet its destructive power ID comparable to a 7th tier Mage. He'd excitedly circled a few more times, marveling at the combination of Laki and Lei Mage as a truly extraordinary idea, which made Kim Ezek secretly pleased quote himself for having reached a supreme realm, thinking, no wonder those gods are afraid and dare not let me reincarnate as a human. A pathetic whimper successfully drew the attention of both. Demon Ass lay flattened on pea ground, trembling and calling all, Your Majesty, which prompted Lak Observer Spirit to ask cautiously how to deal quit him, as it seemed Kim Ezek might have gone a bit overboard, but he didn't eat that way. Kim Ezek subtly clapped his hands once to take key demonate reaction, causing Demon Ass to flinch and shriek in panic. Demon repeatedly prostrated, begging for forgiveness, Your Noble Majesty, this humble one deserves death 1,000 times or for my sins. As the other demon fearfully pleaded for mercy and offered an antidote, Kim Ezek calmly interrupted, We'll deal quit that later. He squatted down in front of Leaky Demon, ordering him to bring back white kidnapped holy knights within 1 minute, which made Demon ask blankly, What? Then he gleefully added the most important detail. He then stated his desire to get maximum points on his Tate, explaining that besides rescuing Pete, he needed proof to bring back, which made Demon Ass 8 face turn even grayer as he asked, What kind of proof? Kim Ezek smiled cunningly, a sign that I had just sent a demon to hell. 2 days later, in a small eatery, 2 people sat opposite each other quit pensive expressions. Joshua Suri clutched his face and lamented in despair. Damn neat, what kind of misfortune has that Isaac fellow encountered? Derek chuckled wryly, and in a gentle tone, he comforted, We've had people following him since that day, don't worry too much. Isaac isn't he someone easily bullied? However, Joshua Suri remained, suspecting that something ominous was bound to happen. Otherwise, why would those mages keep looking for him quote such serious expressions? He looked straight into his eyes quote doubt, do you know they never act so strangely? Derek rubbed his chin, contemplating, then said, There were some bloodstains where we suspected he went, but that doesn't he confirm he'd ate dead. From he doorway, Kim Ezek leisurely entered quote a large bag slung in his shoulder. I am back. Joshua Suri was stunned and hadn't yet reacted. Ah, well, welcome back. Suddenly remembering something, he hastily stood up. Hey, do scoundrel? Derek anxiously asked, Are you all right? Kim Ezek placed Lee bloodstained bag on table. Here, your antidote. He curiously reached to be nully bag. What else ID in there? Kim Ezek calmly replied. That ain't very important, so take get care of ET. Joshua was initially suspicious, but upon seeing Lee head of demon ask, he was so horrified that his soul nearly left his body. This bag ID so he oh no, ET'd all He shivered at leak item in leaky bag. What in leaky world ID this? Kim Ezek stretched leisurely. Oh, that. Under Wyke astonished gaze of both, he casually declared, ahead of Lee kidnapper. In Lee proof fu us to get a perfect score on a key Tate. Derek quickly inquired about Lee's situation. What about Leak Knights and my comrades? He indifferently shrugged. Oh, that group. Kim Ezek called towards key door. They were too heavy, so I had to hide them in leaky bushes temporarily. Come and carry them in. At this moment, a man rushed in and reported, Commander, our comrades are back. A member of Squad 4 excitedly exclaimed, Ken and Jen too. They've really returned. Joshua Suri stared at Kim Ezek doubtfully. So, do you mean do you? Derek interjected, bewildered. Lee head of that kidnapper. What about eat? He sat quote his legs crossed, his face showing clear smugness. That ain't right. I personally went there and brought his head back. Joshua Suri slammed a table and shouted. Do went into why Mage's den alone. He stammered in disbelief. How did you do eat? Kim Ezek calculated rapidly in his mind and grinned. Now I need to concoct a G-Ren scenario. He casually spun a tale. Those guys must have sniffed my sen. So they kidnapped him and spread a story about rescuing him to bargain Kuti Holy Kingdom. That ain't right. Leaky Witch who drugged us was also a mage, intending to sell us all to key mysterious empire. We looked like easy prey, didn't we? What human trafficker wouldn't he want that? Truly, who would have thou anyone could be so heartless? I threatened to report her to Ali Holy See, and she turned as pale as a gat. Kim Ezek boasted further. She was so scared by a kid like me that she almost fainted. It seems Pope 8 prestige ID truly remarkable. Anyway, I found all where EP nights were being held, and everyone knows that. I even memorized a shortcut leading there. Luckily, they were still being kept as emergency rations and hadn't been eaten yet. That why I was able to rescue them. There was a demon guarding them, but he was sleeping soundly, so I sent Eid on its way. Both of them listened, mouths agape, unable to speak. He held up Lee weapon as proof. What, Don T believe me? Want me to demonstrate again? Joshua Suri sighed in relief. Forget Eat. It doesn't matter how Eat really happened anymore. Derek was completely convinced. I believe you, sir. Nevertheless, Joshua Suri still felt uneasy, but doing so was still too risky. What if something had happened? In an instant, Kim Ezek exuded a brilliant hurrah, his words persuasive. There was no other way. ET8 still better than having to confront all those mages head-on. His words moved people lying in bed to tears. As a guardian of faith, I cannot let anyone sacrifice in vain. Derek was so moved that tears streamed down his face. You are truly Ixen reincarnated. Josh Asuri was speechless witnessing the scene. Unable to stand in nonsense, he interrupted irritably. Watch your mouth, and boy could Enlil obediently comply. Joshua Suri sighed, thinking that he was a relief Luck Boy had returned safely. Those mages acted as if they deeply cared about an apprentice priest, to which Kim Izek replied disdainfully, do those bastards really expect us to believe they care? A few people seemed displeased. You are being a bit too all of line, one said. Kim Izek coldly turned to look toward me Voy that had just spoken. Lee two mages walked in nonchalant. We were Enlil afraid Du would be killed by Iki demon race, which IDPY we traveled all this way. Who knew our kindness would be so terribly misunderstood? Knowing their true intentions all too well, he didn't bother holding back and sneered. See top putting on us, do old foxes. Do re Enlil here fo manakor, RNT do. He gave a forced laugh and suggested he cooperate quit investigation. Reports indicate the appearance of one. Kim Ezek smirked and replied, I didn't see any demons at all. Derek still did not give up. We clearly sense traces here. Kim Ezek could sigh helplessly. You guys are barking up wrong tree. He explained logically, how could 8 be that easy? Demons aren't stray dogs or cats. Do you really believe an apprentice priest like me could take one down? Leak old mage turned to whisper to his subordinate, that makes sense. It would be absurd for a rookie to survive and encounter the demon race. Joshua Sori was confused by their exchange. But this ID too absurd. Halak firmly asserted that there was a demon here. Hearing that familiar name, he suddenly felt uneasy. Halak was probably referring to his fourth uncle. Joshua Suri glanced at Kim Izek suspiciously. Oh, perhaps he was mistaken. After all, E.T. was a very common name. He stood up and said casually, never mind. Joshua Suri looked on blank, not understanding what he was planning to do. Kim Izek just waved his hand lazily. I am going to rest. Do guys figure it yourselves. Seeing him walk away without a backward glance, Joshua Suri shied. Hey, we're not done talking yet. Stop right there. Time passed, and warm rays of sunlight began to filter through Key Forest. He left Lycan and headed straight for Key Small, isolated cottage deep in I Fort. Kim Izek placed his hand on the weathered wooden door. Then, he smiled broadly and pushed like a door because to step inside. Kim Izek looked at a figure hiding inside a house and flashed a sly smile. Very well. He looked down at IT figure trembling on lapy ground, too terrified to resist, and said, now, shall we settle this once and for all? Flashing back to 2 nights ago, Isaac reiterated, bring me proof that Du killed a demon. Others sputtered in confusion. Proof? What do Du mean? He sat down opposite Lee creature that had devoured Lee apprentice priests 14 years ago. Isaac exposed truth. He wasn't Du who did eat, was eat. He sneered, how could a weakling Lai Du have lipy strength? Even 14 years ago, Du could never have defeated Rai Lai. Isaac ate cold voice made a creature shiver violently. Even if I take your head, people will still suspect Du aren't real culprit. So, go and bring back some definitive proof for me. He smiled maliciously and ordered, I need a head to present to IP Holy See. Back in the present inside his storehouse, Isaac sat perched on a wooden crate, pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect you to actually bring key culprit 8 head back to me. He looked pleased. It seems Du not completely foolish. Very well, I shall spare your life. Ash was now trembling violently, kneeling on a key ground with a pale face. Du already knew the identity of culprit from very beginning, didn't he Du? Isaac exposed, a woman and her grotesque pet, isn't he that right? He smirked mockingly. Did Du really think I was so incompetent that I wouldn't have any information on her? Then I quickly shook my head. No, 8 truly pishable. Isaac suddenly had a question. But why did my intelligence network say Du were Iki demon from 14 years ago? Ash prostrated herself on the ground and confessed tremblingly. In truth, Lee culprit from 14 years ago was actually my older sister. She sent her beast to hunt and treat Lee priests as snacks. Hearing that, he frowned slightly. Perhaps because they share Lie same bloodline, leak energy they emit ID similar, leading to this confusion. Even so, she had still brought back he one who devoured Zayla 8 friend 14 years ago. Azak lowered his voice and commanded solemnly. I need to know some more specific information. How has demon's hierarchy evolved lately? Ash immediately reported. Fake skeleton demon Kaidi currently commanding a 9th class true demons. Ever since Du alight your power after white battle quit white god, he has ordered them to assassinate like saints to collect like a remnants of your power. He crossed his arms with a gloomy expression. Then what are those gods up to? She was a bit flustered. I am not sure either, but perhaps a heavenly realm suffered heavy losses, so they are still keeping a low profile. Hearing this, Isaac frowned and how unexpected. Could leaky power of that self-destruct move have caused a more devastating impact than I imagined? Based on their temperament, their ID no way they would have quietly suffered and remained an active foe. He 150 years. He recalled a few things. I am certain they are searching through all lie worlds to find my soul. Their ID no way they wouldn't have discovered that inside ceiling insect ID currently just an empty void. Lee more he reasoned. Key more unbelievable Isaac, but their ID also no way their highest LV holy ma each would fail so easily. Even if they failed to seal Lee's soul, not realizing seal was empty makes even less sense. His hand, which was stroking his chin, suddenly stopped, and his lips began to curl up in excitement and amusement. A Zack let out a rather mischievous laugh. Could it be that inside that insect lies wee soul of someone else instead of me, why rightful owner? He sat there pondering for a long time. Was it a high LV entity quit knock energy, another disaster lie skeleton demon king? Oh, even a god. On P floor, Ash was still groveling, not daring to lift her head. An idea suddenly flashed in a Sack 8 mind. Just thinking about it was exciting. I definitely have to go and verify this myself. Having thought that, he suddenly asked, Your name Idiki Ash, right? She startled and quickly kowtowed. Tape, Your Majesty. Isaac pointed decisively. Go to Waiki demons immediately and act as my eyes and ears to send me intelligence. A moment later, a voice filled with deep gratitude rang out. Then do so much, young Master Isaac. We cannot fully repay our debt of gratitude to do, even if we tried fu woke rest of our lives. Lucky Man sobbed. To think that Du could defeat that ferocious men in XT all by yourself, and even personally kai each of our lives. Isaac smugly wiped his nose. Don't worry about that was merely our responsibility. Hearing this, Neek Knights were all moved to tears. Indeed, a noble demeanor of a member of and Sack family ID truly exceptional. They buzzed quote discussion about what they should do to repay this immense favor. Du even saved our other comrades. Meanwhile, Derek just stood quietly in a corner. Ludden thou. After a while, he suddenly blurted off. Waiki answer ID already as clear as day. What else IDP there to debate? Derek walked a V to Isaac, Loke Isaac. He also turned to reply. He, along Kutki other knights, knelt down in unison. As a 7th class knight, I, Derek, along quit all my comrades. Derek solemnly declared that they would go wherever he commanded. Dear young Master Isaac. Isaac was secretly astonished. He didn't expect things to turn all this way. He smirked contentedly. So I have recruited a group of skilled soldiers without spending a single penny. Since they have a network across Lai continent, both intelligence gathering and travel will be very convenient. Isaac was slightly delighted. Saving just 11 lives and getting this much in return was truly an incredibly profitable bargain. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a small figure standing behind white crowd. It was a child quitwalk skin and sun-blonde hair. The young boy was also staring at Isaac. Why I deek there a child here. For what reason does he keep looking at me lie that? Derek eagerly introduced. Do probably don't know who this boy I deek yet, do. Just wait and see, do all be shocked all of your mind. As soon as he finished speaking, little boy trotted key and greeted politely, I am Hyborius, the youngest prince of Lygratium Adich Empire. Hyborius emotionally expressed his gratitude for having his life. Hearing this, his jaw dropped in disbelief, and he froze for a few seconds. What on earth ID this? He recalled Hawadi 2 of them had come looking for him before, as he turned all, because prince was kidnapped. Those mages had pretended to be so nice. They really are slippery bastards. Hyborius looked at Isaac with admiration. I thought everyone from White Holy Kingdom was trash, but fortunately, there ain't still a decent person lie do. I owe do my life. He stared blankly at Iki kid standing in front of him. While Isaac was still stroking his chin and thou, Hyborius continued to babble on, do are truly amazing, especially compared to those bastards at Like Holy See. They Anli knew to send some apprentice priests instead of dispatching elite reinforcements. He thought to himself that this kid definitely had light potential to be a villain. Hyborius' eyes sparkled as he looked at Isaac Manani. Compared to those guys, Du are truly a man of God. Peakly give me a chance to repay this kindness. Hearing that, he smirked meaningfully. ID that so. Isaac smiled slyly. If that ain't Lee case, then give me a hand. Right at that moment at Like Temple, a priest reported that Holy Knight squad had entered Gratiandia. He recounted that because they were hindered by key mages, they couldn't tail them to Iki in, but they had definitely entered Blee Mycen area. Hayran, while taking notes, frowned as he listened to Wyke report. I thought they wouldn't dare step foot inside since they chose those useless holy knights. I didn't expect them to still make it in. Key priest replied that it seemed in Isaac Joshua had infiltrated alone. He immediately put his pen down on Ike's desk, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, all by himself. Hiren curled his lips in sarcasm. So that kid couldn't even win those holy knights. It makes sense, though, if even I couldn't handle them, how could he possibly manage? He confidently asserted that he would surely fail miserably and would hardly return alive, and I priest smugly agreed, promising, I assured you he will have no way back. Heron snorted and chuckled. Lai P. 4th son of Leaky Joshua family had declared that he would welcome those darling nephews of his if they dared to sue up. If it were him, He would definitely use IP mages to finish them up. Suddenly, Key Priest wondered if royal family wouldn't side quit Isaac Joshua, since they seemed to care quite a bit about Lai Kid after all. Hiren leaned back in his chair and laughed. They wouldn't bother to sponsor him. Gracia was originally a disputed territory between the Holy Kingdom and Medici Empire. If any oversight allowed the Empire to take advantage of it would be an absolute disaster. He did not forget to instruct carefully, no matter what miracle gets him through, Du must make sure he does not return alive. ID that clear. Why Priest bowed respect. Yet, sir. P corners of Harinate mouth curled up triumphantly. He could already picture the scene of those holy knights being ridiculed by everyone. Izek flashed a bizarre smile, his tongue lightly brushing his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes. If that ain't what they rethinking, then I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. He enthusiastically waved Hyborius. This Idiki my secret weapon to deal quit eat holy Ki youngest prince of Kima Deech Empire. Upon hearing this, like apprentice priests turned pale as sheets, their mouths gaping in horror. Annoyed, Azek asked, why are Du looking at me quit those eyes? Suri shrieked in panic, are Du crazy? Who on earth openly introduces enemy country 8 prince like that? Hyborius scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, haha, that aty I had to hide my identity. So Rifu startling everyone? Du silly priests. Suri looked at a key 2 in front of him, questioning his life choices. Du didn't kidnap him, did Du? Hyborius hastily denied. Kidnapped? No way. Hearing this, he was speechless. What an idiot, being kidnapped yet thinking 8 was just a stroll. Iza grinned mischievously. Lie holy CID definitely doomed this time. We didn't just XC holy knights. Sooner or later, this will force them to honor us. Suri wanted to protest. Aren't we ones who are doomed? Isaac delivered a punchline that silenced Lee whole room. Loki Gangun rule of politics IDD to make Lee P other side Odio. As long as we see Prince, Kima each empire will owe us a massive favor. Suri was utterly panicked. Why on earth would Du say that all loud right in front of IP Prince, Du lunatic? Hyborius, however, naively exclaimed, Du are truly a tactical genius. He thought to himself that this kid was definitely just as crazy. Suri held his head in frustration. So, your plan ID to publicly announce that Du saved Imadi Empire 8 Prince, and then swagger back. Azek acted mislead. Brothers, keep your mouth shut. This ID exactly why I gathered Du all here. He confidently asserted, those Sihodenji scum will surely use dirty tricks to helps our path. Isaac made a move that left everyone speechless. What would Du think if Likey Prince of Li Mi Deech Empire himself fell into our trap? Hyborius 8 eyes lit up. Du truly a genius. Ili followed Du into Li fire. He rubbed his hands excitedly, licked his lips meaningfully, and eyes gleaming quit excitement, said, let those CC-hoding bastards taste humiliating defeat. Right in me meeting room, Isaac showed his arrogant nature. Everyone, imagine what would happen if Li Prince of Li Medici Empire stepped into a trap. He outlined a clear plan. There will surely be a rigorous investigation to track down Mastermind. Neither Bethen Kingdom nor Medici Empire can ignore it. At this point, Isaac couldn't hide his smug shrug. When that happens, I see Hodenji plotters will turn pale quit fear. Suri frowned worriedly. I understand your intent, but Pink Ibrich isn't he so foolish that he would expose his true colors himself? Isaac casually waved his hand. Why worry? He has accomplices. Suri frowned in confusion. Accomplices. Suddenly remembering something, he exclaimed in alarm. Dante tell me Du replanning to set a trap Fuauki entire Mage Association. Isaac stood up slowly. Those guys are so annoying that I want to sabotage them, but direct confrontation would cause a diplomatic incident. Suri asked curiously, so what do Du plan to do? He smirked and laughed quit delight. Isaac raised his hand and excitedly declared, of course, I'll use Ibeluriki Tiger away from Hemauteen strategy. Ibrek so enthusiastic. Bade ID spot on. Other apprentice priests were dumbfounded. What on earth ID this? Have these guys taken big wrong medicine? At Ike heat of IP moment, a sudden tremor startled everyone. Someone rushed to Wee Key window to take a look. What ID happening there? In the distance by P forest, thick BLC smoke billowed up. Isn't that likey base of Mage Association? Isaac laughed heartily. Haha, striking first ID best move. Those damn mages deserve it. He grabbed Iberich and shouted, they dare dream of taking my mana core. Without waiting for anyone to recover, Isaac rushed straight Aki door. Let 8 give them what they deserve. Suri paled and shouted, this crazy man ID beyond help. Outside, near where Abi tremor occurred, chaos reigned quote red fire and wails of grief. We've been ambushed. All our stored mana cores on ritual tools are turned to ash. Lee Mage gritted his teeth. Could eat be apprentice priests? Did they catch wind of our plan and strike first? He immediately hissed, deal quit those priests now. Henchmen replied in unison, understood, then charged forward. Right then, a figure stepped forward majestically and shouted, see top right there. Isaac flashed a sly smile and whispered, let 8 start from here. He pushed Hyborius forward solemnly. Leave IP rest to your highness. Quellboy grumbled quit hands on his hips. Du guys are truly scumbags. Hyborius raised his voice in questioning. Who gave Du permission to assault us? When Lyki mages saw boy, their spirits left them. Lee Prince. Your Highness. Mage's leader asked in confusion. Your Highness, why are Du Kut these priests? Come here quickly so we can protect Dio. Azek suddenly. Du bastards, if Du still want to keep this kid alive. One of his hands gripped Hyborius 8 head tightly, while Ike other pressed a razor-sharp sword against Ike boy 8 neck as a threat. Hyborius crossed his arms and urged him on Kut an arrogant tone. Hurry up, let 8 see. Seeing them hesitating, Isaac gritted his teeth. Are Du all deaf? Oh, did Du not hear what I said? He roared. Hand V all your valuables, Du idiots. Surinap, hiding behind a tree, trembled and prayed. Oh gods, Lee get rid of this madman foe me. Lakey ironic situation left. Rothaxwa sect was renowned for their pure beliefs and, alongside White Order, were considered Lie most righteous, detesting all injustice. They always worshipped Lee's spirit of chivalry, so even quit a sword at their throats, Lee descendants of this faith would never deign to draw their weapons. Yet, ironically, there was now someone holding a sword to wee throat of Yed Champire 8 Prince to perform this endless farce. Ezek pressed his blade harder. So do saying do Don T mind if I finish this kid a P, right? He added, IDP that what do you all think? Wheat Mage was fun of confusion, YID His Highness siding quit be other side. Furthermore, how could he let himself be captured so easily? He recalled that E-Prince was clearly capable of taking down several burly men quit his bare hands alone. Quit that thou. Lee Mage winked at his companions. Lee Prince must have been ambushed, we must exceed him at all costs. He tried to divert Lai attention. Hey friend, descendant of Joshua, calm down, we should sit down and negotiate instead. Ezek pointed his sword straight at Leaky Mage 8 face and scolded him harshly. Negotiate? What are Diu talking about? Didn't he do hear me tell Diu to hand everything in VE? At that moment, Leaky Mage ordered to carry Olek rescue had silently appeared behind both of them. He whispered, Your Highness, I am right here. Lai Mage reached out toward Hyborius. Quickly, take my hand, I will get Du or of here. A boy shouted in frustration. Du idiots, why have Du just been standing there doing nothing to say me? A mage froze for a few seconds, thinking, are Du guys even worthy of being called mages of EP Empire? Lai Mage tried to reach Fo Hyborius. To V here, Your Highness. Lee Boy quickly climbed onto Isaac 8's shoulder and hid behind his back. Useless? Key Mage cursed to himself. Mage tried to reason. That 8 not eat, we came to see Du. Hyborius crossed his arms. Quit authority. Enough. As we youngest prince of Hema Deech Empire, I command Du. E-Boy sitting on Isaac 8's shoulder declared loudly, hand V all your belongings and get all immediately. Isaac laughed trying. Did Du hear Lee Prince 8 order? Get lot, Du bastards. Lee Mage who was negotiating was boiling quote rage. He was future of Key Empire, so despite not understanding what was happening, they had to swallow their pride and obey. Finally, they relented, placing their mana cores on Lee ground one by one. Alright, we rehanding everything in VIP, just Peli release him. Isaac drooled at pile of spoils. Look at those mana cores. His subordinate had to nudge him. Master, Peli try to maintain some dignity for my sake. Having collected necessary, Isaac suddenly became, Fi, since Du were sincere, I will let Du Bapi this once. Likey Mage could unlike grit his teeth and endure wee humiliation. Lee Boy added a threat, Don T worry, I will report to Ike Empire that Du tried to harm us. T Mage shuddered upon hearing this. He quickly searched for an excuse. Du must have misunderstood. We were just a hunting demons. Isaac snapped back. What kind of demon hunting involves bringing weapons to catch a priest? He retorted, if Du done lie eat, leave. Just remember to bring me Key Prince 8 corpse back quit Diu. Leaky Mage was so irritated by Isaac 8 mockery that he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. He pouted. What are Du still standing there foe, planning to camp here? Hyborius on his shoulder joined in. Get lot, now. Just as the sunset fell, Isaac slowly wandered back to Novitiate dormitory. He dumped a pile of sparkling Medici stones onto his bed and grinned coot satisfaction. Excited, he crawled around on knee mattress, muttering, upgrade stones, upgrade stones, upgrade stones, haha. Hyborius looked at Elder Quit sparkling eyes, thinking he truly lived up to his reputation as a big brother quit a G Ren VXN. These Imperial Medici crystals were far superior to Oli Junk in La Holy City from their brilliance and fragrance to their intricate patterns. Everything was clearly superior. Like little boy kept flattering him, thinking like Holy Land was fun of fools who didn't know wacky value of divine stones, and was surprised to find such an outstanding talent among Lipi clergy. Eat was truly a holy faith and incredibly high class, precedented and unique. Sorry, lying in P next bed, could unlie sigh in frustration, telling himself he was harboring a lunatic again. Boy excitedly proposed, Big brother, as long as do give IP nod, when we return I promise to help your guild receive a teen of rewards. Isaac nodded as if impressed. Oh, that sounds lucrative. E-Boy continued to tempt him. Does big brother want to come work Fuai Madi kingdom? We kovik all food and housing quite excellent conditions. Suri stood up irritably and shouted, Cut it out. Have you two psychos caused enough trouble? He walked right up to Ezek and said seriously, Hey Ezek, I have an important matter to discuss. Ezek turned his head blankly, What IDT? Suri looked at him quite disdain and said, Wipe like he foam the pee your mouth first. His friend anxiously pressed him, Are you seriously planning to report to head of Lakey family that our fourth uncle hired mages to assassinate Dio? Ezek answerly, Of course, I have to remove one obstacle on a key path to inheriting Lee family business, Don Ti. Suri warned, If Dio re-guessing and get heat wrong, Dio could lose your head. Trembling, he continued to analyze, Dio haven't T faced him yet, so Dio Don T know how dangerous he ID'd extremely vicious. If Dio slander someone without concrete evidence, Dio will be done foe. Ezek sat up and sneered, as if anyone here ID clean. He pondered what Mage had said earlier, they called pure bloodline of Joshua family. Wait, let me reason this out. Ezek connected. Earlier, those assassins called Ali name of a true Joshua descendants, which proves that Mage already knew my identity and had been targeting me from start. Suri clicked his tongue in rebuttal, but a Joshua family has such distinct features, he could spot them at a glance, so it ain't not that hard. Ezek immediately delivered a lethal verbal blow. Stop talking nonsense. Quit that hideous-looking hair as dry as loofah. Who would bother identifying you as a member of Lee prestigious Joshua family? He stood up and stepped onto floor. I am certain this conspiracy was planned meticulously. Suri was choked quite resentment to white point of tears but still gritted his teeth and cursed, Shut your filthy mouth, do jerk. Isaac speculated, He ta'd a 10-to-1 certainty that our precious uncle ID pulling Lee strings. Suri stubbornly denied. Absurd. How would outside forces know that a descendant of Joshua was mixed in Qut and novices? He rushed forward, grabbed other 8 shoulders, and shook them hard. Wake up, Suri. We person do you respect and call uncle just hired people to send you to we afterlife. Isa continued to persuade him. Do you think your father would just sit back and watch? He must have turned the keyhole region upside down by now. Suri was still stubborn. Maybe my father hasn't received Lee news yet, but that incident must have spread far and wide by now. Oh, he suddenly froze for a few seconds. Suri stared at Isaac, wondering if this madman was behind everything. At that moment, Isaac wore a spine-chilling smile. Ain't making whole situation a mess, isn't he? From P church and nobility to Lee royal family, and even Lee temple, they must all be in a frenzy right now. At same time, in the central cathedral, a panicked voice rang what kind of nonsense are you spouting? High priest asked skeptically, have Leapy novices from Holy Order returned safely? Nodded decisively, exactly, they are on their way back to Key capital. We have checked thoroughly, it seems their numbers are even greater than when they left. It appears they successfully rescued victims who were held captive. Long-haired priest could not contain his rage and roared, What on earth are those useless mages doing? Hi, Ray frowned in annoyance upon hearing this. Lee fourth son of Ly Joshua House and those mages are all useless. How could primary to get return unscathed? Eight-haired priest hesitated as he added, The other side reported back that they were unable to take action. Person opposite him immediately froze. What? Key next piece of news uttered made high. Ray, whose fingers were tapping on the table, stopped mid-motion. I heard that Key Prince of Akima Deej Kingdom was also on Key list of those they rescued. A long-haired priest asked blankly quit a bewildered expression. Who? The other person clearly ready name? Young Prince of Britannia Dynasty, Hybrius Britannia. He bowed low to deliver a bombshell. That kid, Isaac Joshua, has filed a request for a strict investigation into Key entire incident involving Key Mage Group. P. Priest shuddered and added, he also declared that he would drag mastermind behind Lee P. assassination of Prince O into Leaky Lie. Hyri was so furious that his face darkened and he gnashed his teeth. Turned that brat had played a dirty trick on him. He secretly schemed in his heart that Lee Prince 8 presence had overturned all of his plans, and they would surely go all Lee Key way. If Lee's situation was that bad, not in lie would he have no way all, but he could also easily be falsely accused of attempting to assassinate Prince. Clutching his head in despair, Hyri was utterly miserable. Both father and son of that family were truly Key bane of his existence. Suddenly, another priest burst roughly into room. Your Eminence, something terrible has happened. Lee head of Lo Rotsua family ID causing an uproar all v. Barrich. Panicked priest frantically reported that he was demanding to see his fourth child immediately. Hyri couldn't grit his teeth and curse under his breath. Even that old man has crawled a VE here. That whole family IDP a bunch of bastards. Meanwhile, in Key capital of Holy Kingdom, a burst of hearty laughter echoed through Key air. Rewinding to a few minutes prior, Isaac was tearfully complaining to his grandfather. Grandpa, I almost kicked Lee Bucket. Uncle Four tried to send me on my way quote help of those mages. Hearing this, his grandfather flew into a rage. That brat dared to do such a thing. Recalling that scene, He couldn't help but laugh. It was just his grandfather ate style. He never expected him to dare to cause such a ruckus right in Lee Pope 8's own backyard. Maid standing nearby finally spoke up hesitantly to Cheech on her master. Suddenly, she humbled herself and knelt flat on Lai floor. While Isaac was still in a daze, Maid poured her heart out. I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother, who was illegally killed 14 years ago. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said 8 was nothing, even though he honestly had no idea about E.T. He curiously asked how the others had reacted. Lee P. Maid smiled slightly and replied that they shared Leek exact same attitude as we head of Key family. She continued, Loke Owl ID furious about something else. He pointed and shouted, that madman not unlie wanted to get rid of Isaac but also planned to murder his own nephew. When Rayleigh questioned him, he said that Isaac was also his grandchild. Lee Man replied that they had different hair colors, but he snapped that their faces being different had nothing to do with hair color and told him to shut up immediately. Just then, a sea-tren noise made them both turn their heads to look back. P-Maid explained that Loke Benjamin, who was in Chepusi of Finance, had just burned all of that personate inheritance. It turned out that E.T. noise was caused by Benjamin using Ma Deej to set a fire. He wouldn't get a single penny, and it would all be donated to charity. Hearing this, Isaac felt heartbroken. Why couldn't they have just given all of 8 to him instead? Lakey Maid hesitantly informed him that all descendants of Likey Joshua family would gather for New Year, which honestly made her feel uneasy. Her face clearly showed her anxiety, as she believed that person was secretly plotting to eliminate him. Leaky Maid speculated in a low voice that he wanted to usurp Lee's position of family head, which IDP why he was trying to get rid of him. Isaac casually replied that he had no intention of meeting Lee Grim Reaper anytime soon. He frowned slightly and thought, House Tren. Whack other places should have been in an uproar by now, so why ID that faction still keeping so quiet? While Isaac was still racking his brain in confusion, a scrap of paper flew in from all of nowhere. They should have acted a long time ago. He grabbed it as quick as a flet's lot, tore Hidegibaum, and exclaimed, ET8 here. Just as Isaac threw torn scraps of paper to lay ground, a glowing Madich circle suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Like Maid was so stunned that her jaw nearly hit floor, holy summoning Madich, of all things. Isaac smirked, meaning, are you in such a rush that you had to resort to using this holy summoning Madich Trump CQC? Right then, from within glowing Madich's circle, a looming figure appeared and slowly stepped toward him. Leon grabbed Isaac 8 collar tightly and roared, "Do were call one who said do ya serious me in TP Tate 10 performance, weren't he do?" He remained nonchalant. My Madich Empire Prince ID playing his part quite well, isn't he? I thought do would dote on him more. Hearing those taunts, Leon couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. But in Nikian, he could enli let all a long sigh and release his grip. Fie, forget it. Leon scoffed, are do crazy, bringing like Prince of I Madich Empire here. Isaac replied while brushing his collar, hey, I did eat to cess Pete do. He couldn't suppress his irony. Sput, huh, how heartwarming. Leon recalled the moment he received a letter from this guy. Truthfully, he had been quite delighted at first. This was clearly a gone opportunity to squeeze money or of those people. In a letter, Isaac accused Mages of plotting to harm a prince, so as a family specializing in interrogation, they were to investigate Lee mastermind behind it all. At that time, Leon was so excited that he crumpled the Lee paper. Someone ID pulling eye strings too obviously. It must be E. Pope and that second son of Likey Joshua family who want to turn Isaac into a useless person. He chuckled to himself, Isaac Joshua. As long as that knave brat gets involved, I'll have both Ike Yellow and B. Lou families kneeling at my feet. Leonate's smile grew more devious, his eyes flashing quite excite. That much was enough to exchange Phoebe privilege of facing he 14 retainers, perhaps even more. However, reality slapped him hard. ID this how Holy Kingdom handles interrogations. Question left Leon stunned. What on earth ID this? Hyborius crossed his arms contemptuously. For a prestigious Holy Kingdom, why are you all acting so rudely and barbarically? Glee boy sprawled on bed and started making a scene. What? Do you going to ask fo my name? Where are we key rights of an honored guest? What kind of priest has such a devious face? Do you dare ask about my big brother Isaac? If do you know what 8 get fo do you? Stay away. How dare do low life's touch be Lou family? Even in 10 years, do understand big brother 8 vxn? Hyborius 8 constant shouting made one of ITIM members unable to contain his rage. Let me go. I swear I'll tear that insolent brat apart, even if I have to go to hell fo et. Person behind him hurriedly held him back. Leon closed his eyes in frustration. This brat, he set up this interrogation just to intimidate Leet Yellow faction. Watching P-Boy 8 resistance grow more intense, he became more certain of Lee's plot. He didn't want IP family to suffer because of Lee's second son, so he threw P's stubborn prince in here to cause internal chaos within Nike Yellow faction. Back to Y present, looking at Isaac, Leon 8 blood bold coot rage. Do damn brat, do you dare to lead us by nose? he roared. Do you think you'll get all of here alive, Isaac? Leon questioned. I am extremely annoyed at having to waste time and effort cleaning up glee mess you caused. Isaac gave a harmless smile, annoyed. I think you re-enjoying this quite a bit. He exposed him. Aren't you extremely delighted watching your subordinate struggle in pain? Leon frowned slightly, his expression becoming quite unfamiliar. His lips curled into a chilling smile while he simultaneously emitted a terrifying pressure. Until now, no one has ever seen through my true nature. Lakey made felt that cold hooray and couldn't stop trembling. Invisible pressure from Leon made her collapse to white ground, unable to withstand it any longer. He continued his interrogation, but Lipey head of Keith and Sack family didn't utter a single quips. Leon threatened, do know, making an apprentice disappear ID as easy as turning one 8-hand VE. I am wondering who tattled on you. Why Sack unexpectedly, once you've finished, you should pay up, shouldn't he do? He frowned in annoyance. Cardinal Seps. He gave a faint smile. Huh? Leon extended his large hand towards Wysek 8-head. It seems you've learned nothing but how to in your life sooner, haven't you? Maid, witnessing Lee's scene, hurriedly pleaded, P. Lie, you must run away quickly. Wysack showed no fear. He swatted Lipey Man 8-hand away, leaving girl standing there frozen in astonishment. Leon didn't seem angry at all. Pressure that had emanated earlier was even withdrawn. Wysack calmly spoke. Many then, sir. He raised a badge towards Key Man, his lips slightly curled. This should be enough to settle Lipey's score fairly. Leon Seps stood right in front of him, hesitating. Oh, by Key Way, I am quite curious. He chuckled and asked, that Menix T, did you really defeat it by yourself? Leon Seps questioned, how could an apprentice do such a thing? Hearing this, Kim Isaac calmly that ain't a family secret of mine, which I am reluctant to share. Cleemore he spoke, Keymore ie man nodded and thou, nothing lieth and Sackside at all. Your family seems quite incompetent hunting monsters, so I am not surprised you re-wondering about E.T. That ain't also why your son was beaten so badly. Leon Sepp showed no emotion, just silently stared at him with a mysterious smile. He turned and walked away, while Kim Ezek secretly rejoiced. Meanwhile, Leon Seps was thinking, truly an impudent brat. Kim Ezek gleefully advised, be careful on your way, sir. At this moment, Ashley was anxiously asking Kim Ezek, are you all right, sir? She annoyedly complained, why does everyone from Leek Sitchsack family have such hateful personalities? He calmly watched Leon Seps 8 retreating back and said, because their family heads are always a bunch of lunatics. Suddenly, Ashley asked in surprise about Lie item in Kim Ezek 80 hand, what I DQ that? He raised an eyebrow, checked eat, and replied, an access CC to Holy Sanctuary 8 prison area. Kim Ezek rubbed TQC and pondered, quat this in hand, I can finally access my subordinate. Looking down from above, a magnificent and splendid fortress. Eat was where IP Council evaluated Hodenji Sak Tate. At this moment, several people were gathered, chatting. I wonder which Tim will take first place in this exam. Of course, 8 Hodenji Sak. There ain't never been any other case before. Leon Seps was extremely frustrated, but could unlie force a smile and swallow his anger. Those Sitch Sak even let to Iketh and Sak group. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, making everyone quite excited. Why apprentice priests are here. I wonder which Tim ETID he? Lee crowd cheered loudly when Kim Ezek appeared. ETID Ezek Rooser 8th and Sak Faith. Those accompanying him were muttering, why doesn't he just drop dead? Damn neat. How many times have I almost let my life because of that bastard? Kim Isaac ground his teeth in warning as he turned to look at Leaky group pretending to ignore him. I see everything, do bastards. Smile foamy quickly, oh done T blame me. Suddenly, there was cheering that made him lose focus and turn his head to look. Everyone, look. Yellow Tim was swaggering in amidst everyone ate admiration. Eat really was E group of X and Ped who always liked to Sebi P. 2 arrogant-looking men were looking around disdainfully, muttering insults about those in B. Lu Tim being idiots. They excitedly recalled their achievement Queen at 8 help, recovering the lot treasure of Lee Holy Kingdom of Helen from Leaky enemy was why highlight of their career. Joshua Suri silently observed E whispering. What thoughts of his achievements in each empire rising within him? T-Date absolute not. ID saving a few survivors that impressive. Use your brains, do stupid B. Lu Tim members. A priest held up an announcement and spoke. Welcome apprentice priests and guests who have come to witness gay yellow reading Tate results. Everyone, Peely stand up. He respectfully Rutti welcome Fo Ki entering Emperor and Prince. Everyone knew that he would personally announce I results this time. Hearing this, the whole council of priests and nobility were surprised. Was he attending in person? A rare phenomenon unheard of until now. This implicitly confirmed that this evaluation session was so important that EP Emperor himself had to appear directly. Why Yellow Tim members thought smugly to themselves that eat must be due to why Key merit of finding Ike national treasure that he favored them enough to come in person to commend them. Key priest cleared his throat and announced firmly that Key official result ceremony had officially begun. Upon hearing the information that Leaky White Tim had found Ela to ancient book, Joshua Suri slightly, fun of deep thou. While Lee Priest was speaking, Leaky Emperor focused on observing Leak item presented by Yellow Tim. It was a sword crafted 3 centuries ago by renowned artisan at. He seemed quite interested and praised it warmly. Not bad at all, work of artisan it still maintains extremely high artistic value. Being praised by key monarch made whole Yellow Tim swell quit pride. This year 8 apprentices were truly far more excellent, unlike several years ago when there was nothing significant. P. Priest continued, making heel a glare and annoyance. Next up was presentation on a key Yellow Tim. He exclaimed in SC, incredible. They found a national treasure that has been laughed for hundreds of years. P. Stan suddenly buzzed quote discussion about Leapy treasure that had been passed down through Weepy imperial family for so long. Could this be necklace that was stolen by Mansi years ago? Joshua Suri alone couldn't help being shocked upon hearing national treasure mentioned. No wonder Leaky Emperor went to trouble of coming here in person. Emperor frowned, examining it closely, and then affirmed, ID indeed a precious treasure of royal family. Leak item that has been missing since my grandfather 8 time. He appeared extremely sighed, causing Yellow Tim to celebrate. Your abilities are truly outstanding to find treasure I thought was let forever. They turned and sneered at Joshua Suri 8 group, that 8 a different LVE. If do useless Lu Tim members can do anything greater, then go ahead and step forward. Cool boy turned away in annoyance without bothering to look, inwardly cursing those people as being beyond detest. Just then, Leaky Priest mentioned Kim Isaac 8 group, and finally, Kibi Lu Tim. As soon as he called them all, whole venue went dead silent. Lu Tim had successfully rescued all knights kidnapped in Craziandia. Crowd below whispered. Those apprentices dared to break into wee land of mages to see people. Sepith Nizel disdainfully remarked that just saving people was nothing big. But he was instantly silenced when Lee Priest added another sentence. They also took down Leaky Menix T that had spread terror among Lee Priests for 14 years. Priest said quote choked emotion. They personally punished Lee Evildor that even Nike mages didn't dare to touch. They saved all peace survivors, and finally, Helen 8 lingering pain fo viva decade has been eased. Imperial faction, trying to reassure themselves, unconvincingly stated that it was fine, thinking Ligament XT was invincible so losing a national treasure was acceptable. However, the Priest 8 added words turned their faces ashen because Light Scarlet faction had not stopped yet. Hearing this news, the other 2 were so shocked they almost fainted. They incredulously asked again who it was. Had they truly saved Hiberius Gin Britannia, Begindem Prince of Ema Each Empire? Lee Priest calmly replied that Holy Nation of Helen had officially demanded its rights from Ema Each Empire for saving Prince Hiberius 8 life. He hurriedly explained that it was a demand for return of stolen treasures, and more importantly, immediate cancellation of unreasonable tax in the disputed territory of Graciandia, which Guamdeech Empire had previously imposed. As soon as Priest finished speaking, Kim Isaac stood there, fun of self-satisfaction as if he had already secured victory. Emperor stood up, praising them endlessly. He joyfully declared that key actions of trainee priests today not only brought glory to Holy Nation of Helen but also yielded tangible benefits for all its people. He smiled enigmatic, affirming that key national treasure and holy relics were indeed things that enhanced Holy Nation 8 prestige and honor. Haglif Hella added emphatic, although NID glorious, fu me, lives of common people are more valuable than gold and jewels. This statement turned the Imperial faction 8 faces ashen, because Ike Scarlet faction had not only saved holy knights but also protected countless commoners and enemy prince, demonstrating noble ideals of a holy nation of Helen. Isaac 8 faction was overjoyed because resolving trade burden foe people was no different from saving thousands of innocent lives. Immediately after, Haglif Hella continued, discussing this unprecedented and glorious military. He stared at EP group of priests quit a warning gaze, implying he believed Copper faction would share his view. At this moment, Priest couldn't clear his throat a few times to hide his extreme embarrassment. Why audience in Lee's stands began to murmur, acknowledging that national treasure brought back by Imperial faction was indeed a very valuable item. But what Lee's Scarlet faction had accomplished was on another LV, something ordinary, inexperienced trainees could never. Imperial faction was fluster's public opinion shift. Lee's Scarlet faction had reminded everyone of true my son of a clergyman, to protect a weak, not just to bring back old items foes. Kina Barrick, sitting in Lee's stands, gritted her teeth as she heard crowd talking. She realized that whether by accident or design, Scarlet faction had achieved a great feat for Helen. She gritted all her judgment. Certainly, Kim Isaac planned this meticulously beforehand to secret such a perfect scenario. It wasn't a coincidence. Keen observed Kim Isaac standing below, fun of confidence. She understood that because they had saved common people, Leapy Imperial faction was forced to award first place to Leapy Scarlet faction. Everything was within his grasp. Heathcliff Heller declared that it was time to announce Gaifian results of IP assessment. He praised everyone 8 efforts, especially emphasizing how the new recruits had shown brightly this year. P Scarlet faction, quit their spirit of self-sacrifice to Xi comrades in face of imminent danger. Heathcliff Heller 8 praise-filled Rotsuasuri quit immense joy. This achievement would undoubtedly become a moral standard for both the younger generation and their elders. He solemnly announced that leaky winner of this year 8 assessment was East Scarlet faction. P children belonging to Kim Isaac 8 group erupted in happiness, celebrating a resounding victory of Light Scarlet Faction. Everyone returned to a student dormitory area, where Rook Scarlet Faction 8 dormitory was located. Lee Joshua walked slowly down a hallway, heading towards that room. He hesitated and thought, Ian Lai hoped Leaky Boy would return alive, who knew he would achieve such great things. If he had been properly guided, perhaps Isaac could have become a glorious Senfo-He family, even though his temper Idik a bit odd. He quickly knocked on Kim Isaac 8 room door, confident that all of Boy 8 character flaws would eventually be resolved satisfactorily. Lee Joshua froze, stunned, when before he could speak, he heard Isaac inside talking about inheriting a family fortune being a trivial matter. E-Boy was boastfully saying that all he took was a few speeches about camaraderie and some moralistic pronouncements, and it would be done. Kim Isaac laughed delightedly and said that as long as he used his silver tongue to say some flattering words to Waiki head of like household, gaining trust would be as easy as a piece of cake. He hesitate to add fuel to Iki fire, leaving Joshua Suri speechless and wide-eyed. There ain't no need to worry about Likey ranking in Likey tone and color exam, just lie back and wait for we fruit to fall. This feeling of being unrivaled ID truly ecstatic. Seeing why atmosphere suddenly damped, Kim Isaac turned around and asked in confusion, what ain't wrong? Why has everyone suddenly gone silent? Ely Joshua, quit a face fun of murderous intent, roared, frightening Kim Isaac all of his wits. Isaac, he slightly raised his eyebrows disdainfully. Like position of successor ID still beyond your reach, it seems no matter how much do you remolded, your character simply unto-improved. Kim Isaac 8 face contorted as if he were constipated as he muttered, I am doomed, do bastards, if Grandpa were here, he should have at least given me a heads up. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and slammed Lee pillow onto Lee floor in frustration. Kim Isaac flared up, what on earth ID this? This ID such a ridiculous farce. He began to complain, making me slave away at those torturous training exercises, and even using precious treasures to set a trap and lure me down the path of failure, forcing me to copy hundreds of pages of ancient scripts so incomprehensible they make my brain want to explode, and they dare beat their chests and call it fair. Kim Isaac grumbled, what sin have I committed anyway? To which Ike observing get raised an eyebrow and corrected him. Do let a stream of terrible remarks right in front of like head of like a house. Eat mocked him, saying, do Don T have any other choice? He threatened to give Do lowest grade if Do Don T finish everything. Do want to fail? Do brought this on yourself, do jerk. At that moment, Kim Isaac suddenly came up quit an eccentric idea and muttered, I have a way. He immediately rushed to find Rayli Joshua and called aw, Uncle, after all, Diori always seekle you to head of Lee house. He pretended to be coquettish, giving him a big hug and calling aw, Uncle, et Isaac. Kim Isaac deliberately looked pitiful, his eyes sparkling and brimming quit tears, Uncle, Uncle. Rayli Joshua got goosebumps and replied, tell me who bullied Do and made Do cry? I'll twist their neck and bring them back fo Diu to vent your anger on immediately. He pretended to dramatize everything and replied, I think Grandpa hates me, perhaps I should just pack my bags and leave this house forget. Hearing that, he frantically knelt down and asked, oh my, what ain't wrong? What could be so serious? To which Kim Isaac could unlie hesitantly reply, well, yee. Now, he intentionally framed Ely Joshua in front of Rayli Joshua. Grandpa told me to leave the P dormitory and comely quit him just because I accidentally asked Fu some wine. He scolded me for being too young and lacking qualification. That made him wonder suspiciously, why would father do that? Could leaky old man be trying to forge young Isaac 8 character? Rayli Joshua 8 face darkened and thou, my sister-in-law and I used to be like parents to him, ever since losing both of them 10 years ago. Tate as if my world has completely collapsed. He silently made a resolution while watching Kim as a gate performance, so when I heard that my little nephew was alive, I was speechlessly happy. For this child, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Meanwhile, he observing get asked him in confusion, what on earth are Do doing? Kim Isaac whimpered, Isaac just wanted to pass the tone and color exam to become an official priest, and then go quat uncle to defeat Lee Skeleton Demon King. Rayli Joshua held his head and sighed his name, Isaac. Kim Isaac sniffled quoot teary eyes, does that mean Isaac will never get to smash another Skeleton 8 skull? Observing get shriek, are Do crazy? Why are Do suddenly referring to yourself in third person? Now he stood rooted to Waiki's spot, completely speechless in the face of this absolute absurdity. Rayli Joshua stood up resolute. Don't T worry too much, Isaac, Uncle will take care of everything fo Do. He asked pretend innocently, really? Do'll truly do that? He pounded his chest and affirmed confidently, of course, I will help my beloved nephew pass that ridiculous exam quote as much ease as turning, RV my palm. He ate a piece of cake. Rayli Joshua hurried to P to settle everything but did not forget to remind him, Don T do worry. Isaac. He observing get doubtfully asked if Riley could really help Ray pass tomorrow 8 exam, but Kim Isaac leisurely adjusted his collar and smiled, saying that this old uncle could handle anything. He smirked mischievously and added that there was still plenty of urgent business to deal quit first. Kim Ezek 80 Mind was busy scheming how to meet his subordinates before their execution, just as like two of them set foot in like Holy C8 prison. E-Guard grimaced as he verified E-Pass hand signed by E-Cardinal, stating they could unlie enter after 14 days, making Isaac curse silently that those in power really just do whatever they want. Kim Ezek smugly replied Kuda's straight face that Lee's execution was less than a month away, asking if they planned to invite him just to watch severed heads. His voice turned razor sharp as he demanded to shorten eat to a week, making Light Gatekeeper turn pale and flatly. Another guard timidly mentioned the 10-day precate, while EP other calmly said they were lucky to even be allowed in, but Kim Ezek still insisted on exactly 5 days. Light guard next to him replied in disbelief that eat was absolutely impossible, asking what if something went wrong. He continued to apply pressure by cutting eat straight down to 3 days. Kim Ezek leaned his hand against Lee prison wall and said there was no use arguing, so they should just go in right now to make eat easy, leaving helpless guard to refuse and ask them to return tomorrow. He also agreed in a fake manner, making EP guards silently complain about why Key Patriarch would give such power to this crazy guy. Lee Key got asked in confusion why they didn't take key opportunity to meet now, but Kim Ezek Enlai sneered unreplied that he needed to retrieve an item after winning today 8 exam, so Yeet would be better to worry about eat tomorrow. He reasoned that Riley had already promised to take care of his beloved grandchild for this trivial Tate. Upon hearing P-phrase beloved grandchild, Kim Ezek immediately barked at Lee Key get to shut up. He cheerfully wondered just how easy this exam would be. Lee Get also excitedly chimed in that if Riley really had a hand in ED, even little kids would easily pass. Atmosphere around a arena suddenly became unusually quiet. Priest began to speak, welcoming key apprentice candidates and all Lee guests present to watch Key Sao and color exam. As soon as he heard him announce that final task was to personally destroy a men XTT, Kim Ezek's expression changed instantly. While people around him were overjoyed, he could enlie sigh in frustration, knowing nothing could ever be as easy as a piece of cake. Kim Ezek 8 group was gossiping excitedly that exam was too easy, saying that then to Isaac 8 under Wii table dealings quit T family, everything was going smoothly, and that if anyone failed to pass, they might as well suffocate themselves, quit a pillow and die. Joshua Suri laughed quit delight, pointing ahead in excitement, completely ignoring NXT they had to defeat. Displayed before their eyes were skeletons summoned to service to gate practice for Waiki exam. Looking at Lee pathetic-looking skeletons, a crowd scoffed, saying they were nothing but useless piles of bones. However, key skeletons were noisily, "Look, at Tate our kin, Du've finally come to xi us. Where have Du been, abandoning us for so long?" They danced frantically quit joy, leaving observing get frozen in disbelief, exclaiming that this was truly a tragic case of fratricide. As for Kim Ezek, he just stood there quit a pensive and deeply troubled expression. He angrily cursed that bastard Riley in his mind, while lucky old man was still cheerfully and happily wishing his beloved grandchild Isaac get luck. In the eyes of EP world, skeletons were merely symbols of weakness and stupidity, and even hearing their name was discouraging. They were at Lee absolute bottom of Lee hierarchy, ignored by everyone and often treated as cheap toys in Key Demon world. People usually summon them just for entertainment, to be slaughtered, or to serve as training targets in festivals and classes for young children. Next was Kim Ezek 8 Chain of Memories, and if these guys got hit by Bone Strike, they would surely be sent straight to Lee Underworld. Once they led a life, they would reset to absolute zero, simultaneously reviving at exactly 1. Isaac, VE1, died again. This ID already E43, 7, 370. He suppressed his anger and cursed silently. Those wretched priests, how dare they use spirit cleansing Medii on poor souls under a noble demon kin limey. Noisy skeletons chattered amongst themselves. Where are we lot? A TH trend? But what 80 important ID that is Majesty ID here too. At this moment, Kim Ezek 8 entire Tim was gleefully chattering about Isaac. Use Bone Strike. Sending them to hell will be quick and easy. ET a beginner 8 spell, so feel free to use ET. Meanwhile, Isaac thou bitterly, I've died a million times because of that damn spell already. Now do retelling me to use ET on these kids. Are you crazy? Kim Ezek seethed and cursed inwardly. Damn neat. Skeletons joyfully rushed towards him, exclaiming, Innate His Majesty. Du've come to exi us. Du came because of us. We re so happy. Just then, Joshua Suri flinched and shouted his name, Azek. Lay skeletons swarmed around King, groping him like perverts, leaving him speechless. Why have Du been gone so long? Du've finally shown your face. He could unlie sigh to himself. I know Du value me, but Du re tu he vi. Witnessing unpleasance, he frowned and wondered, are they rushing Isaac? Another person glanced at Vid and sneered, are they trying to crush him to death? Joshua Suri stammered and, he Tate's Tren, they look so happy to see him. Under the admiring gazes of his henchmen, Kim Ezek was plotting, I am screwed. If my identity ID revealed, ETEM, I need to drain some mana so they lose their ability to fight. Just then, Priest loudly declared, he official Tate. He calculated that returning like Himana cores later wouldn't be an issue. Even though he was trying his best to explain that they absolutely shouldn't touch their cores, Lee priests insisted on using Bone Strike to crush their bones, making Isaac furious but unable to do anything against those bastards. Lob, commander of EB Low Knights Tim, put his fun trust in Isaac and encouraged him. Come on, Isaac. Everything ID ready. Do you absolutely must win first prize? Looking at that face, Isaac just wanted to curse. Damn Joshua family. Sooner or later, I'll wipe do all. Two people standing nearby were eagerly analyzing. I did heat really that easy, just using Bone Strike. This must be easiest Tate on planet. Exactly. Normally it ain't already too powerful against the undead. They should have made us extract mana cores to increase the key difficulty. Even children would pass this way. Hearing those words, Isaac thought furiously, they truly are sons of bitches. This idea even more disastrous. He indignantly got up and roared. In his mind, Isaac was determined not to use that damn Bone Strike spell. I'll just use normal holy attack Madiche. Even if I overdo it a bit and make likey undead dissipate, eat 8 still better than sending them to hell. Skeletons were still innocently excited. Oh, His Majesty ID looking at us. Look, Your Majesty. What should we do next? Just seeing your face ID enough to make us content. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees and sobbed. His forehead soaked with sweat. He whispered that he couldn't do 8, which completely shocked I group. What? Joshua Suri annoyedly pressed him. Even children can do eat, why can't he do? Kim Ezek could only reply helplessly. No, I truly give up. P. Skeletons quickly approached him and inquired. What ain't wrong, Your Majesty? Have do you run or of mana? They gleefully suggested. How about we take du to ID Reginon and 8 Furnace to recover your mana? I am not a skeleton. Isaac vehemently. I am a flesh and blood human. If I am thrown into a fire, heat will hurt lie hell. Lee priest standing nearby froze for a few seconds, thinking they had misheard. Did he just say maiden, not skeleton, but a real human? Suddenly, someone blurted all. Does that mean he sees them as people? This made D-boy frown uncomfortably. Huh. Lie long-haired man below pondered. Skeletons were people once. 2. Can't that child bring himself to strike down beings who were once his own kind? Lee blonde man speculated. Perhaps he wants to see people who have turned into monsters. Everyone marveled at Kim Ezek 8 benevolence, causing him to blush from a key praise. Truly, noble ideals of a protector of humanity against demons. Suddenly, from Leek stands, Lee crowd unanimously applauded. He truly ID key son of E holy Quissy, his heart ID so noble. This made Joshua Suri sigh and rub his temples. They've all gone mad. There ain't no way that guy would think of something so noble. Lee boy hastily stepped forward and commanded, Get o of likey way. Isaac, if do one T strike, I will. Before Joshua Suri could finish his sentence, quite a swift movement, Kim Isaac, as fast as lightning, delivered a punch to Leaky Boy 8 face and shouted, Stop! He rolled his eyes, calculating. If someone else uses E-Bone Scepter, these guys are definitely done foe. I can let that terrible thing happen. Suddenly, Kim Isaac began to chant, and a Lu orb appeared. Other contestants rushed forward, leaving him no choice but to crouch and perform Lee Bone Scepter. Limadich Lai blinded the entire arena. I have to Phenon Tren eat so he doesn't harm Lee P. others. While audience above watched coot wide eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, ID that really E-Bone Scepter. I've never seen such a spectacular move. Knave skeletons pointed and chattered. What ID that sparkly thing? I done know, but it looks beautiful. Suddenly, Kim Isaac unexpectedly summoned more. A Waklich. He quickly commanded Balik, hide them all in key darkness. Execute order immediately. He quickly surrounded by skeletons, who were blankly unaware of what was happening. Below P stands, people were strangely stunned. Huh, what in leaguey world ID going on? Hearing their chatter made Kim Ezek a little scared, and he started to sweat profusely. Those skeletons. Seeing empty arena quit no skeletons left, E-crowd murmured in amazement. They've all disappeared. Did Isaac wipe them all in one move? All these soldiers of B. Lu Brigade cheered loudly. Amazing. Quit this LV, they rehailing Kim Ezek as at least comparable to a bishop. He truly has equalities of a Xen. Hoss boy couldn't lie bitterly curse under his breath. Do rotten priests, I swear I'll make every single one of do disappear. Eli Joshua speculated. Isaac Red Faction ID plotting to kidnap Isaac. He ain't certain that Isaac will be used to summon an evil god in a sacrifice ritual. He pondered, I would be satisfied if Lee Boy could just summon a mid-tier god. Gold Joshua spoke up. If father knew which god Isaac had been chosen by, he'd probably faint, and that would be Yuki least of ET. Hearing this, Eli Joshua muttered, even more terrifying than an evil god. He asserted firmly, causing Riley Joshua, who was nearby, to be stunned. There ain't no comparison whatsoever. He clutched his head and blamed himself. Damn me, what rotten god ID about to descend? He hesitated and asked, could it be a disaster El Veek 1? Eli Joshua replied with a hint of sadness. That ATY bringing Isaac back and disciplining him ID we tap priority. I've sent people to find him, and we should have news soon. Just then, a servant entered and reported, "Master, I have just returned from my sin quit young Master Isaac." His words struck all three people in EP room like lightning. Young Master Isaac I deep on his way to Ikea Holy C8 prison. Eli Joshua said through gritted teeth, making Riley Joshua tremble. Why ID he going there? That Ately territory of Red Skulls. He shouldn't he have been anywhere near there. Servant stammered, reporting that I Cardinal had given Neepy pass to D young master, enraging him to Lee Point where his Madich was about to explode. What a damn scoundrel. Eli Joshua spoke, causing go well Joshua and Riley Joshua to turn pale. Do you intend to try and lure my grandson quit those dirty coins? And Na quickly reassured his father. Eli Joshua glared at Leon Sebek quit a ravenous look. Do you think I don't know these tricks? We re gonna I Holy C8 prison immediately. In a different turn of events, Kimisak was sitting in extreme dejection. Inside prison grounds, Kimisak walked Kuta dazed, he vi tread. This was Wyke Holy C8 dungeon. He lamented how shameful it was to use such a low-grade Madii Che. Lai Spectre of Observer comforted him, but in Mikian, hadn't he everything turned all right? He'd asked if he had brought Likey reward from Likey Tate. He pouted and replied that he had traded everything fo eat, so of course, he brought eat. Facing like Spec, Kimisak showed eat a string. To him, eat was a precious item that could remove lock energy and free people. He reassured himself that he'd also helped him hide his lingering Madiich. P. Spectre agreed. So do you intend to hide your mana before entering La P prison? Kimisak looked around and quietly asked I Spectre, there ain't no one in this area, right? Eat immediately replied, no signs of life detected. He snapped his fingers decisively and commanded, all right, appear now. A group of skeletons immediately appeared and cried joyfully, oh, master, we thought we would never see you again. We missed you so much. Kimisak coldly ordered, stunning them, Lich, take them ham now. Skeletons looked dumbfounded and begged to stay. Master, did we do something wrong? We'll do whatever do say. Peakly don't T abandon us. Don't T do need us anymore. He blurted out. If do stay here, D'll be annihilated. Do you fools? Do you think I want to do this? Kimisak instructed Liglich to escort and Skellum safely. Eat quickly replied, yet, master. After finishing everything, he sighed quit relief and told himself, all right, let 8 go in now. Suddenly, a tiny skeleton rushed all and clung tightly to Kimisak. He was surprised by this meanie skeleton and asked when Eid had gotten in. He cheerfully replied, I don't want to be apart from you anymore. Spectre of Leapy Observer clutched its head and groaned, oh my god, it's ma id so weak I can't sense it at all. Laif gate guards arrived to announce it was time for meeting, making Kimisak curse inwardly, why are they here as fast as Lee Wind? He quickly hid Miney skeleton inside himself. These skeletons are precious assets, so don't get caught, he whispered, telling 8 to hold on tight and absolutely not peek out. The guard opened door respectfully and invited Kimisak inside. He suddenly recalled an event from 50 years ago, when Leapy Holy Kingdom captured LVK9 demon. That was Wee Lich and Lee Past, who had infiltrated Lai Holy Kingdom alone solely to reclaim he body of Lai P skeleton demon kin. Lee priests used that body as a hostage, forcing Waiki demon to kneel and obey in order to protect their master 8 remains. Lay Spectre of Lee Observer exclaimed in SC, according to historical. Late capture of a pure-blooded ancient demon shocked entire continent. Kimisak muttered, so that 8 he truth, Lee blood loc ID about to perish. E continued to observe and hesitantly said, but, it shocked him to Waiki core when he realized how his tour was actually going. Do you call this a meeting? Do you bastards, complained cheerfully, noting that there wasn't even a trace of him. Even if a telescope were brought out to ST, there wouldn't be a single sign of that guy. He prison guard lifted his chin arrogantly, if Dio know what 8 get fo Dio, be grateful that we've relaxed leaky rules enough to let Dio see this much. He replied coot a cold voice. Yeah, now get ore of my sight, leaving other man to silently curse like obnoxious brat. Prison guard said sternly, in that case, we are forced to conduct a body ST, your behavior ID highly suspicious, so we expect your fun cooperation. He was about to reach O and grab like hem of Kim Ezek 8 undershirt when LE boy spoke up irritably, hey, Dio. He glared coot eyes as sharp as knives to deter him, if do dare touch me, do one T be able to keep that pathetic life of yours. That bone-chilling threat turned wide 2 guards' faces pale as they retreated a few steps. Both of them shuddered inwardly, what was quit this terrifying oorah? Damn it, they couldn't even budge their legs. Kim Ezek criticized them. Duvi got some nerve doubting a member of Lai Joshua family, touching me ID tantamount to declaring war on the entire clan. He ranted incessantly, what are you trying to do to a child? Do want me to end my life right here? Don't think I am joking, forcing I guard to beg frantically, P. Lai, sir, don't say such misleading things. At that moment, leak memory of Riley Joshua standing tall quote overwhelming killing intent returned. Did they really think he would just let this slide? Kim Isaac put on a look of annoyance. If do cross Riley, He unt hesitate to start a war. Have Dio forgotten he once bragged to everyone about his grandson learning to walk? One eye prison gate guards then argued, but Likey head of Likey family told us to investigate this brat 8 motives. He pouted and glared at them, leaving them feeling helpless. They decided to just turn a blind eye since Gaiki family head had given him a pass anyway. He hurriedly cleared his throat to Kek's face and let Ada Kiwei, I understand. P. Lee, follow me this way. Kim Ezek silently scoffed, thinking that if they had done this from Lai P beginning, he wouldn't have wasted so much breath. Cake prison corridors, and only a few flickering torches cast a gloomy, wavering lie. Lee gatekeeper quickly brought him to Lee location and gestured queued his chin, your destination ID key right in front of Diu. He explained in a low voice, behind that reinforced door ID special seal reserved specifically for that Menix T. The guard also gave a professional warning. I am telling Diu now, its evil energy can top a weak person 8 heart, but Kim Izek arrogantly crossed his arms and commanded, shut up and oh buddy et. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed throughout surrounding space. A thick wave of malevolence radiated from crumbling bloodloke, making everyone tremble quoth. That man XT glared at them and then let all a frenzied roar. This lefty gatekeeper feeling perplexed. Why had 8 become so agitated when 8 had been as quiet as a mouse until now? Leaky battered blood loke seemed to have caught a scent of something, causing him to scream even more violently. He frantically advised Kim Izek, do see Iki power of Lee Devil now. If do were scared, then hurry up and go back am. As for him, he appeared extremely excited while observing 8, thinking, this guy deep still quite energetic, isn't he? Witnessing Kim's mysterious smile, why 2 guards began to feel that something was very wrong. This kid ID grinning widely in front of that terrifying flow of demonic energy, has he let his mind? Kim Izek observed Likey's situation and thought to himself that this guy probably thought he had been caught by a key priest, while key god of key observer clicked his tongue, saying that this guy had truly let his mind. Isaac used telepathy to whisper that they hadn't been captured but rather kicked in here, making Lee Bloodloke want to go crazy quite humiliation. Lee prison guard saw this and said in horror, this kid ID becoming more and more deranged, while Kim Izek raised an eyebrow and calmly replied, do misunderstood, I didn't mean 8 that way. Lee Key God of Lee Key Observer made a casual remark that drove EP Bloodloke so mad he wanted to break his chains. He intended to bite his tongue to commit suicide but ultimately bowed his head in patience. Lee Bloodloke screamed at Gee, how dare they force my master to humble himself lie that. Lee Bloodloke continued to ramble, leaving eye guards bewildered and unable to understand a single question. Why ID he flying into a rage? Observer replied, I meant they are all key ones who need to bow their heads. Seeing this, a guard shouted, call for reinforcements. He I did not allowed to die before Eat execution. Kim as it glanced around, calculating in his head, Eat was a once in 1,000 years opportunity, but Lee key guards were still right beside him, so he needed a more favorable timing. Lee Blood roared loudly, trying to struggle free from iron chains. Isaac thought to himself, he teed all V, key popate power has been activated, he'll die before I can see him, or maybe I should use Madich to cause a disturbance. He suddenly paused because if he used Madich now, his identity would be revealed immediately. Right then, Miney Kalu spoke up, Master, let me give Diu a hand. Kim Izek was overjoyed, truly my well-behaved sweetheart. He ordered, Diu re small, so just squeeze through wee bars and give him Lee Stone, ET will help him cut through those chains. Observer leisurely comment, quite eat accumulating so little mana lie that no one will detect Eat. Izek silently prayed, I am counting on Diu, Kalu, and muttered, I truly admire this. Azek praised Ki Sanguine clan as being truly impressive, causing I2 guards to freeze. A prisoner praising Lai guards just didn't sound right. He observer pressed, are do crazy? And Azek simply replied not at all. He shifted into acting mode. I am so excited. Ki Sanguine clan ID he best. Taking advantage of that moment, Miney Kalu sneaked away to bring Lai P Stone to Ki Blood Loke. Isaac put on an innocent, knave face. Earlier, when I saw that fierce demon, I was so scared I almost peed my pants. And yet do guys were still so calm. Ain't it really great? Lee Guard questioned, but do were laughing earlier. He was startled and explained, well, I was so scared that I subconsciously laughed Eat a P. Isaac 8 next words gave E-Guards goosebumps. I didn't expect Ki Sanguine clan to have talents like Do. If Do joined my side, Do would certainly be high-ranking commanders. P2 soldiers watched his performance quite wariness, wondering what nonsense this kid was babbling about. Isaac lowered his voice. Actually, this ID a national secret. He whispered into their ears, I came here on family orders, leaving I2 men stunned. Huh, what was that? He guard asked again, family orders. Isaac sighed, this ID an internal matter, I am taking IP Tate to select I heir. He made up a story. My sen was to wound a high noble and then slip away. Keyguard exclaimed, that ain't so tough. And Isaac nodded, yeah, he'd ain't deadly dangerous. E2 prison guards whispered to each other, This was so's Tren Eat was Lie choosing Eat next cardinal, and they couldn't understand which madmen would assign such a bizarre task. While Ki two men were preoccupied quit their gossip, Mini Kalo had already slipped into E blood Loke Axio and smoothly handed her V Woody Stone. It made sense given their family was fun of holy maidens, but giving it to a child was truly a cruel joke. Lee girl vanished before Lee soldiers could notice, not that they were particularly quick anyway. Kim Ezek suddenly asked if he should gin E Azure clan, leaving I two guards staring at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. He excitedly asked if this was a recruitment offer, then abruptly switched his attitude, acting as if Lee Mi-san were beyond him, which prompted a worried guard to ask about his well-being. Lee two men hurried to drag Kim Ezek away while grumbling that if they had known this devil was so dangerous, they wouldn't have agreed to EP meeting in Leaky first place, suggesting they should just escort him safely. Lupi crumbling blood Loke whispered a quips of than to him. Eat watched him fayfly his part and then called, "Ah, your majesty." Just as they stepped all of Lai prison, Ligard urged him on, saying they were almost there and to hold on a bit longer to be safe. Kim Ezek tremulously offered his then repeatedly, when suddenly Sepith Nizer blocked their path from a distance and barked, "Stop right there." He smirked disdainfully and said that if he wanted to leave, he would have to pass his inspection first. Sepith Nizer ordered him to Hamdig pass immediately. Kim Ezek, now standing calmly and upright, asked if it was E1 given to him by Lee Scarlet Cardinal. He gave a harsh laugh and pointed, saying that ETGPC was meant to measure 1/8 devotion and asking if he really thought EAT was handed off for free to just anyone. Ignoring Sepinizer at rambling, Kim Ezekiel smiled quietly, weaker Lee faith, a darker wee color, and he wondered what EAT would look like this time as Eek observing get peaked Owen whispered, "Can EAT change color?" As if suddenly realizing something, EAT let a cry of SPC. Hook observing gut made a blunt remark that left him stunned. ET8 as B Li C as ink, master. Sepith Nizer stepped closer and demanded deep, but Kim Ezek stammered in refusal, "I unt give hate to do." He mocked him, asking if he was afraid EAT would turn bright red, to which he replied irritably, "What did do mean red? EAT 8T pitch, just lie my master 8 heart." Kim Ezek hid bleakly behind his back and said decisively, "Get lot, there ain't no way do retaking mine." Sepith Nizer quickly "So do we got something to hide, haven't T do? Do you replanning to steal EAT and then blame me for losing ET, Aaron T do?" Caught in his tracks, he turned pale and stammered, "What nonsense are you talking about?" While Kim Ezek, seizing upper hand, pointed his finger and scolded him. "Do you intend to steal EAT and then demand compensation from my family, Don T do?" At this, priests accompanying Sepith Nizer also spoke up in SC, Do you think we are some band of scoundrels?" He made a bold declaration that made Sepith Nizer tremble quit rage. "This I deep your land, these are your people. Don lie need to xt guillotine to turn me into a sinner instantly. How could I possibly trust you?" The other man roared in a fury, "Do bastard, how dare do insult my family?" Sepith Nizer clenched his fist and slammed EAT down, shouting, "Fi, I don't need that CPC anymore." He swung his arms and unleashed a barrage of blows right in front of Kim Ezek. Powerful punch to ground sent stones flying, forcing Kim Ezek to come to a halt. Sepith Nizer laughed hysterically and said, "Because I have something far more powerful than that." He observing it shrieked, "Master, watch a foe that thing." Suddenly, a massive statue appeared. A colossal statue loomed right behind him. It was a key statue of judgment. Kim Ezek silently analyzed his shit, thinking that Lipi's statue of judgment was truly a grotesque object, designed to expose devils in human skin or those living unholy lives. He wondered to himself if E-Man was crazy, daring to use such a thing against an Asian nobleman like him. Sepith Nizer explained excitedly that if one has a sincere heart, the goddess will shed tears of repentance, but she will glare in fury at any heretic foo their blasphemy. Kim Ezek worriedly thought to himself that if things went to P-track, he would be done foe. Just then, 2 prison guards standing in leaky distance called awe, encouraging him not to be afraid. They told him to rely on his own character and faith, assuring him there would be no problem, urging him to clear his name and make his accuser pay foe looking down on him, while Kim Ezek inwardly panicked, thinking that if Lipi's statue opened its eyes when he stepped up, he was finished. Sepith Nizer pointed his finger arrogantly, saying that if he still considered himself a candidate of Keith and Sack family, he should step up. Kim Ezek calmly replied, asking why he should follow his orders. Man threatened him, saying if he wanted to be removed from like family, he should just stand there, forcing Kim Ezek to weigh pros and cons. Being disowned by family was truly a nuisance. Kim Ezek raised a hand to seek top him, telling him to stop spouting nonsense and asking if he really thought his family was a bunch of puppets who would let him act so recklessly. Sepith Nizer grabbed him firmly and shouted at him to stop quit like ridiculous excuses. Kim Ezek stared at him in astonishment, looking thoroughly annoyed. His feet were dragged all the way to YP's statue before he could utter a quipsive of protest. Before long, Kim Ezek found himself facing Lee Bizarre Divine statue. Seeing Kim Ezek confusion, P-Man sneered, telling him not to tremble, as Eat would on-lie take a second. Suddenly, a wave of power radiating from like statue made it difficult for him to speak, as he realized his body was frozen and he could not lift his feet. Witnessing this, Seepthnizer was visibly excited, demanding that a P-goddess glare directly at Lee Sinner. Just as he was feeling triumphant, statue began to bleed, thinking that this would be enough to get rid of Isaac and his entire family. Bright red tears of blood began to ran down Lee's statue-ate face. Lee group of priests exclaimed in terror that Lee goddess statue was weeping blood, which left Seepthnizer gaping in sea, wondering if Enlai a cardinal could do such a thing. He was extremely bewildered, finding it absurd that someone like him, who clearly lacked any faith, could cause such a thing. Even Kim Isaac was completely confused, wondering what Ike hell was going on and why a statue was crying blood. Leak Observer Get frowned and reminded him to stay calm. Observer Get watched closely and suddenly realized something. Key Observer Get spoke up, noting that Eat seemed to be measuring Lipe skeleton 8 faith levels. Eat concluded quite certainty that Lee Demon King deserved to be worshipped too, and since Glop's skeleton 8 absolute faith in him had been recorded, Kim Isaac inwardly praised his loyal subordinate. Key's priest accompanying Seepthnizer buzzed quite conversation, telling him he had taken too big a risk by using Lipe's statue of judgment without being certain, and that if the Apthensak family found off, he was finished. He asked Kim Isaac quit a strained smile where he got such guts and what he planned to do now. Kim Isaac calmly replied that patience would yield results, and Nikki Joshua family would hear Eat news soon enough. He pointed at Lipe's statue and said, Do you catch my drift? The Observer Get noticed Lee's statue 8 gaze beginning to shift strangely and shouted hurriedly, Back away quickly. Kim Isaac clutched his chest, relieved to have escaped ordeal, wondering why 8 had glared at him lie that, while Lipe Observer Get grumbled that he should have gone first and let Lipe skeleton step last. Right at that moment, Seepthnizer suddenly spoke up. He was truly a bad omen. He pointed right at Kim Isaac 8 face and declared, Everyone here has witnessed Eat. Lee Boy widened his eyes and insisted, Everyone, like goddess statue just opened its eyes. Lee Young Master got irritated and snapped, He definitely opened its eyes. I saw Eat clearly quit my own 2 eyes. And Emily Kim Isaac breathed a sigh of relief, his mind drifting, as he saw Lee get say quite amusement that Eat seemed in lie he got to witness this sight. Lie whispers of Lee priests made his words saw lie an excuse, but wait up, he statue actually shed tears of blood. How could he make this look cun now? Seepthnizer still ins, I swear Lee's statue just opened its eyes, to which he priest calmly replied, Do you think your family has fallen so low that even Lee's statue has to change its verdict for Dio? Sensing trouble, he immediately started gossiping quickly, while those priests continued to question, Are you implying that IP statue of judgment suddenly did a complete 180? Keymore Seepthnizer argued, Lee more furious he became. If Lee verdict changed lie this, then all heresy trials would be completely pointless. Key Young Master had better keep his mouth shut, leaving Lee Boy to grit his teeth in silent fury. Eat was truly worst luck ever. Seepthnizer screamed at Kim Isaac, I really saw Eat. Do you go cheat again? To which he calmly replied, Why should I do that? Just so do can twist truth. Afterward, Isaac sarcastically remarked that Lee too were just jealous because they would never reach this LV2 in their entire lives, then patted Lee little skeleton 8 head and praised, Get job, kid. Finally, he spat a contemptuous remark at Seepthnizer, Do you useless, incompetent fool. His fist trembling, Gleek Boy spat, Do you bastard, get up there right now while I am still being nice. Seepth was about to swing his arm when a large hand suddenly blocked him. Ely Joshua gripped his hand tightly and said, I figured there would be a gets to watch, and indeed, I was right. He glared and scolded, causing Seepthnizer to turn pale. Are you all of your mind, you little brat? Ly Joshua awkwardly and, Father, if you hit him, everything will turn into a complete mess. Assessing Autish, he gently advised, Let 8 just go back and file a complaint later, while Kim Isaac turned and called all, Uncle. He put on a pitiful, whimpering face and said, Nezer just hit me, Uncle. Ly flew into an even greater rage than Ely had earlier, his scream nearly scaring like Boy or of his wits. We must get rid of that bastard immediately. He crossed his arms and said irritably, Et looks lie I need to have a quiz cardinal. Ly spoke up, and I will go draft complaint right away. Joshua Suri frantically grabbed his hand and pleaded, Stop up T, Uncle, he ain't about to drop dead of V there. Ly cast a contemptuous look, he ain't just putting on an act. Getting hit just a little and making such a fuss, I don't know why kids these days are so weak. Joshua Suri could unlike glare at Kim Isaac, who was leisurely watching drama unfold from a distance. Do you bastard, what did you come here for? Do obviously knew fun while they would pull these ridiculous stunts. He urged, Let it go. Staying here any longer will bring big trouble, but he casually asked back, Why? Are you afraid of a heresy trial? Joshua Suri frowned and nodded. Yeah, exactly, but eat ain't not lie I've been caught. Kim Isaac calmly replied. Now they re-dragging that statue ought to make me step on Eat. Hearing this, Other two felt their blood boil even more. What did that kid do? Key boy asked, trembling. ID he about to be burned alive. Other guy replied indifferently, are you tired of living? Ely Joshua suppressed his burning anger, readying his stance to snap his fingers and send leak other guy to his fine not resting place, thinking, don't even think about escaping my hands. Immediately, like he priests rushed Arvus in a panic to stop him. Calm down, Ray Lai. Interrogation ended well. Honestly, Isaac passed a Tate in an extremely impressive manner. Those guys quickly explained to everyone present, we've never seen such a beautiful streak of bloody tears. Hearing this, Ray Lai Joshua frowned and whispered, bloody tears. From afar, Leon Sepeth calmly spoke up. I came here because I heard a rumor that someone was causing trouble in Lai detention area. He frowned at his opponent and said sarcastically, I didn't expect a head of Ethan Sack family to lower himself to come to this place. LeJoshua furiously pointed directly at his opponent 8-face and scolded, Du bastard, Du showed up at a perfect time. We and Lai needed to let my nephew meet that demon. So why did Du dare challenge his faith? He calmly shot back, meeting the subordinate of Lighty Skeleton Demon Kin ID suspicious enough, and besides, this was a request from a member of Lee Keith and Sack family itself. Leon Sepeth flashed a cunning smile. I think such a Tate ID perfectly reasonable. Hearing this, Lee Joshua shouted, your third child even brought a Loki statue of judgment to Tate Isaac. His words shocked him, while Sepeth, standing nearby, froze in fear. What? Joshua asked suspicious. Are you trying to spark a war? On the contrary, Leon Sepeth just clicked his tongue indifferently. Gut loke, how was I to know that kid would drag Lipi statue off for such antics? He shrugged in response. Well, I apologize, okay. I assured you I will compensate Du handsomely Foki damages. Leon Sepeth asked again. Can Du return Leap pass to me now? Joshua gripped Lakusi tightly and growled, without Du reminding me, I wouldn't want to keep this thing for another second. He walked toward Isaac while glaring at Leon Sepeth. He'd ridiculous that Du gave this to Isaac. Seeing this, latter hastily defended himself. But your nephew was key one who asked fo eat. Lee Joshua cursed to himself. What bastards. No matter how mischievous Lee Boy was, there was no need to bring all peace statue of judgment. However, his face gradually relaxed, and he smiled with deep satisfaction as he praised silently, who would have thought kid would make Lee P statue shed bloody tears. Remained convinced that Idika miracle and Enlai cardinals can achieve. I am so refo doubting your faith. He approached him and said gently, Isaac, give me Kusi. Holding Wakikisi in his hand, Eli Joshua guessed, if there really were bloody tears, then this thing must. He froze as he watched KPC slowly turn pitch BC. Oh, no. In Eli Joshua 8 head, alarm bells rang violent. This BTC ID even filthier than sewer water. His image of Isaac being hung on a burning stake flashed through his mind, causing him to cry oh in panic, Grandpa. Leon Sepeth suddenly spoke up, causing Eli Joshua to jump. Did you find it yet? Before even hearing Lykean of his sentence, he quickly threw KPC far away, then peek Lai, take et. Before ETPC could even touch Leon Sepeth 8 hand, he shattered into dust. He shrieked in panic, what on earth did Du just do? That was an artifact gifted by Lepi very first Pope. Facing Leon Sepeth was Eli Joshua 8 grim face, as he hissed to every quips, there I'd eat nothing to give Du scoundrel. At least Sepeth residents, news of Isaac passing like statue 8 trial caused a wave of controversy, his faith was unshaken, and Lugada's statue even shed bloody tears. Adi Sepeth Mansion, headquarters of Crimson Faith. Leon Sepeth clutched his head in agony and exclaimed, it seems almost certain that he ID leading list of Sen candidates. Sepeth the younger stayed silent, enduring Wa scathing. Moreover, he even demanded a retrial while world already knew results well. Neon Sepeth crossed. Do want our clan to be turned into a laughingstock by Lakey public. He unleashed a torrent of abusive lecturing upon B child. Du should have headed this family instead of your incompetent brothers, yet Du ruined even a trivial matter. Like title of deputy head of Chromic Seal ID truly wasted on Du, Neon Sepeth. Sepeth Lai younger could unlie swallow his anger and listen to leaky old man 8 nagging. Don T do understand that N lie by ascending to Rog of Pope can do keep that miserable life of yours. P more he spoke, P more agitated he became. If do want this clan to rule world, do must become a sen and ascend to papacy. Understand. Neon Sepeth shouted as he saw Leaky Boy about to speak. He rubbed his temples and grumbled, what a hassle, now P-Faith TPC has completely vanished into thin air. He clicked his tongue in resignation as Iki old man declared, there truly I'd eat no better way. Neon Sepeth continued, Leaky upcoming ritual ID again an opportunity. Once why divine messengers is, those quick guilty consciences will immediately reveal their true colors. He ordered Key Day's child, Dante cause any more trouble from now until then. Key Boy bowed his head, his heart fun of suspicion. House Tren, he had clearly witnessed quut his own eyes. Sepeth the younger stood up abruptly and asked, Father, ID ritual attendance list finalized? Neon Sepeth replied ins, why sudden interest? He frowned and replied, participants are mainly from B Lucille squad, Azek Rooser I also on eat. Since Du ranked first in musical seal Tate, D'll likely receive a special exemption. Just then, Sepet Neezer spoke up, no need, father. Just put my name on Isaac 8's servant list. Boy declared firmly, I will accompany Isaac as his servant. After all, rules allow for bringing attendance. Old Sepet flew into a rage, are you crazy? Why hair of I Chromic Seal clan doing such lowly work, that 8 faux p commoners? Sepet Neezer remained firm. I have to do this. Walk boy 8 face hardened quit murderous intent as he gritted each quiz, if their ID no evidence, I'll just have to hunt them down myself. Leon Sepet quickly stopped him. No way. Sepet Neezer argued, father, as humiliating as ETID, I have to. He calmly replied, that position has already been quickly taken. Leon Sepet concluded, Kina will be Isaac 8 attendant. At that moment, a cowboy could Enlai exclaim bitterly, damn eat. Kina Barak IDE going to serve Isaac. Suddenly realizing something, Sepet Neezer gasped, Ki what? He screamed in disbelief, Kina Barak ID Isaac 8 servant. At Joshua clan at luxurious mansion. Eli Joshua muttered anxious. He carries a haunting, pitch BLC color, causing Gowl Joshua to ask tentatively, ID that why do smashed eat to pieces, father? Riley Joshua added, but Leapy World ID buzzing quote rumors that leaky statue wept tears of blood. He replied, I made Isaac retake another faith tet faux fear of errors. Eli Joshua reasoned, Isaac had previously clashed quote, that ain't probably why statue cried lie that. He explained calmly, this teat device was stolen from Lee Chromic Seals, so its accuracy ID beyond question. He agreed, well, it must be accurate then. Benjamin Josh, sitting nearby, laughed to himself, so our patriarch ID actually a thief. Gowl Joshua sighed, at least we don't have to worry about an evil god choosing him, Foe himself ID already an evil god. Benjamin Joshua said in horror, then isn't he that a catastrophe? Besides, those quit high scores on Lee 5 color Tate will summon deities during B ritual. Riley Joshua nodded in agreement. Cardinal Sack must be counting down moments. Eli Joshua hesitated. Doesn't stop there. He recalled lie letter from Ian Ballard. I am lazy, so Iki musical seal Tate will be judged by if he gotta initiate summon. Eli Joshua cursed, that bastard musical cardinal has also lent a hand in pushing us into a corner. Eli Joshua hurried it. Gowl, tell Suri to go serve as Sack Lee 8 attendant right now. He firmly declared, absolutely do not allow that Isaac to recover. On Likey Day of Life Festival at Lee Bustling Arena, Leapy Moment Fopi ritual sacrifice to Lee gods had arrived, right in light heart of that fervent atmosphere. Suddenly, a man roared loudly, are your ears deaf? Oh, something that do can hear a quooks I am saying. Joshua Suri at that moment could lie silently endure wee earful, thinking, what kind of rubbish have you been muttering all this time? Kina Barrett calmly replied that he was his servant. Sepethnizer furiously, I am Lee Aran boy here, do scoundrel. My name I deek already in I key ledger. Meanwhile, a young boy standing in corner muttered prayers, oh heavens, P. Leak see these crazy people foamy. In the other corner, Kim Isaac was secretly plotting, just give them a get beating until their heads are bruised, NET'll all be seer v. Young man secretly thought, sycophantic holy people are about to arrive, and life I deek already chaotic enough. Lee Shadow of a Stalker suddenly interjected, those flatterers will appear a little later. He suddenly remembered that sacrifices were usually escorted by God's minions, but this time, Lee Prize was a great demon, so those sycophants would surely take action themselves. Weak incessant cursing and arguing utterly annoyed Kim Isaac. Deary Wyke servant. No, I am. Keyboy growled. Damn eat. Do want to get beaten before do shut your mouths. Joshua sorry, flustered, tried to calm things down. Come on. Today ID an auspicious day, so calm down. Young man nonchalantly retorted. An auspicious day? Huh. Oh, I suppose so. But inwardly, he was calculating, because today IDP when my soldiers will be set free. Seeing Kim Isaac 8 response, Lee young boy could unlie sigh, key elders were not wrong. Our family will surely be ruined this time when people see his true face. Turns all why rumors were true. He ID'd indeed an evil god. Kim Isaac glanced at Joshua Suri suspiciously and asked, what ain't wrong coot do and those two? Who would ever compete to be my Iran boy? The young boy could enlie stammer foe an excuse, because priests often have to humble themselves to help others, even Quiddy's smallest task. Kim Isaac listened, then scoffed, what utter nonsense. Sepethnizer reluctant, my me san ID tied to Isaac. In skeet, I am forced to fake lie B role of his servant. Kina Barrett, not to be outdone, argued back, Isaac promised that if I stay CKLU to him, I'll receive proper training. Lee 2 squabbling made him, standing far away, yell, do you people, stop this verbal sparring right now. I wouldn't bother hiring either of Dio, he said, leaving both of them looking dumbfounded and surprised. What? Kim Isaac pointed directly at Joshua Suri and rattled. This one will be EP draft horse, that one will be EP errand runner, and Isaac will fee tyrannical leader. He'd ate exactly like those slice-of-life comedy shows that imitate Korean reality TV. Young boy 8 jaw dropped in surprise at this. And do can be UP coat hanger. 16-year-old Suri. Now an unwilling coat stand. Thaw, how unlucky. Why I'd eat my fate so miserable. Like clear weather was truly picturesque at Arena. Lee crowd below stands was bustling quit lively chatter. I am really looking forward to this year at 8 festival. Rumor has it that Ixen will appear among these youngsters. Seeing them would be even more exciting than watching Lee Great Demon 8 execution. Lee contestants' faces appeared one by one amidst whispers. Leaky youngsters are about to enter White Arena, everyone. Key Priest, smiling cheerfully, reported to Heathcliff Hewlett. This time, we finally going to meet Sir Kina. Eat key first time this humble priest will see him in the key flesh. Hearing other side boast, people on this side were annoyed and immediately retorted sarcastically, do really think he ain't guaranteed to be Ixen? That ain't truly laughable. Clerics fiercely argued back, haven't you heard be prophecy? Leaky Newiskin must surely belong to we Crimson Clan. What kind of prophecy ID that? It sounds lay utter nonsense. Argument utterly exasperated Leon Sepp, His Majesty, and Ely Joshua. Do even know how precious Sir Kina ate holy Meki ID? In this era, who doesn't he have a Maki on them anyway? Suddenly, a loud shout made the entire crowd fall silent for a moment. Why Council of Clerics has arrived? Everyone. Behind a large gate was powerful appearance of Kim Izek. Kina Barrett 8 eyes bulged all in SPC while he still clutched his fan tightly. As Fosapeth, he looked utterly miserable, having been forced to fight Libi role of a pack horse. Kim Ezek 8 appearance, quite his dazzling aura, made everyone present freeze for a few seconds. Joshua Suri was extremely anxious because that bastard would definitely summon most ferocious evil god, even though he himself was already an evil god. Trio above stood frozen, wide-eyed and unmouthed in disbelief at scene unfolding before their eyes. Whispers erupted like a disturbed bee, leaving them speechless, as crowd wondered in confusion why key members of Isaac 8 family were riding horses, and why Lo Kina was present there. Seraphine laughed hysterically as if she had struck gold. Ely Joshua 8 face darkened as he told her to stop laughing, but she was gasping faux air from laughing too much, while he himself couldn't possibly make sense of what was happening. Seraphine excitedly asked if this scenario had been staged beforehand, because she never expected Neezer and Kina to go to such great lengths. Raybert warily replied, asking if she really thought that was Waiki case. While observing B's situation, she asked softly, do you seem completely Don T. Do, Cardinal of Yellow, Cardinal of White, Seraphine. He shrugged on and replied that he had heard rumors she was quite strict with that boy. He clearly remembered Kina Barrett 8 words about being a servant being an important stepping stone to Lee papacy, and was determined not to let Isaac snatch this opportunity away. He could resign himself to eat and tell himself that as long as what she said was true, everything would still be fine. Hyre Barrett leisurely analyzed that Isaac was capable enough to choose high-ranking gods. In Kina 8 presence there was also beneficial to their Jigren plan. Seraphine kept baiting him, asking what he was plotting to be so quiet, but he calmly replied that his Enli goal was to elevate Kina to we papal throne. Hyre Barrett was pondering like he fact that Isaac would not summon a god today when he was interrupted by Leon Sepeth Kuda knowing look. He smiled sinisterly, reminding them that Isaac was not on Lee list foe like second phase of Lee summoning, as if like he two of them had completely forgotten about ED. Leon Sepeth added fuel to Lee fire by announcing that he had taken like he liberty of adding his name to Waiki list, leaving both of them dumbfounded in SC. He laughed with delight, saying he was looking forward to seeing which god Isaac would summon. Leak other two could curse silently in their minds that Iki old man was absolutely ore of his mind. Leak priest solemnly declared that Leak ceremony had officially begun. A sudden burst of fiery energy erupted, cracking Lee floor of arena. A majestic figure slowly emerged. Lee figures in Belisi cloaks also revealed themselves one by one. They revealed themselves with an overwhelming killing intent, making Lee audience below cheer in excitement at leaky appearance of High Demon. Live presence of that individual scared Lie crowd all of their wits. Terrible pressure emanating from him made Isaac 8 group stagger violently. Other contestants wondered in see if that was a High Demon, and why he was still so absurdly powerful despite being chained. Joshua Surizema speculated just how powerful that subordinate of Lipi skeleton demon Kin was, while Sepeth Neezer was also terrified by such insane power. He was even sealed and bound more tightly than when he was in prison. Bloodloke Sen brazenly released his terrifying power. Gripping rope tightly, Kim Izek silently called Oss a tenate name. Biting his lip, why young man told himself he would see that person no matter what. Zack glanced at his battered subordinate and screamed inwardly, how could those wicked priests have tortured my man to such a state? Young man gritted his teeth in frustration. Those lunatics even dared to leave torture tools in his body. It was absolutely outrageous. Izak looked as grim as a reaper about to execute his prey. Just do wait, I swear I will have my revenge. Like crowd above buzzcoot debate, moment Isak Saki demon. His expression shifted, and his fighting spirit surged before Lee high-ranking demon truly a member of Keith and Sak clan. Leon narrowed his eyes in reflection, surprised that P-Boy harbored such deep resent. If his mind were truly broken, he should have been delighted to see Iki Demon. Isaac took a deep breath to calm himself, knowing he needed to keep a kun head. Actually, things turning out this way wasn't so bad. I just need to find a way to untie him, and that will be that. I've already planted charms through those old shamans. Like ceremony begins, the chains will fall automatically. Zack chuckled to himself, glad he had let Key Manly. This way, no one would even think to suspect him. He waited impatiently. Things were looking and it seemed everything was about to fall into place. Isaac turned to urge the other man to hurry up, making him curse resentfully under his breath. That little brat. Sepsnitzer replied, we've already arrived, so why are you still stubbornly sitting up there refusing to get down? Zack raised an eyebrow challengingly. Oh, since when does Lee Kill Horse dare to talk back to its master? Oh, have you grown tired of being a servant? Then Isaac spoke not, if I am such an eyesore, then get of my sight at once. Leak other man could enly swallow his pride and obey, thinking, just do wait until I catch do slipping. His hair was yanked painfully as questions were fired at him. Do plan on staying silent forever? Sepsnitzer muttered a curse, damn do. Lee Priest cleared his throat and announced, my appointed hour has arrived, let us begin like ceremony to send him to we after life. Key priests simultaneously waved their Medici staves to activate Cleese. Isaac calculated that magical mechanism was running. Now he just had to wait locking ring to snap Mina that battered body. He hurriedly sent a message to his subordinate to get all quickly, while outwardly uttering words of pity that were completely fake. Loyal subordinate said something that made Isaac freeze. Even if my body ID torn to pieces, I will have no regrets. He hurriedly bowed in deep respect. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Isaac roared in a fit of rage. What on earth are you rambling about, you pea-brained idiot? Subordinate calmly, seeing do make those descendants kneel and tremble. My heart ID now completely satisfied. He yelled at him to pick lie, lock and run, since he and Lai had one life, but Liman replied emotionally, oh my god, your majesty has finally restored your former glory. Lai soldier wept quit joy. Just leaky fact that you intended to size someone as lowly as me IDP enough to make me grateful foe we rest of my life. Young master growled in anger, ID there's something wrong quit your head. Why are you talking such nonsense? This left Sepsnitzer caught in the crossfire, complaining painfully, I didn't say a single quiss. Why are you yelling at me, do bastard? To convey his embarrassment, Isaac turned to Key Spirit observing him and asked telepathically, why ID he acting so strangely? Negate shook its head awkwardly and replied, I have no idea. Maybe that ain't just why. Wak observer vaguely realized that a sect trend charm was residing right on Sep's 8 chest. Kim Ezek suddenly woke up to start, thinking, what kind of bizarre seal ID this? Eat must have been placed on me right after I left that area. He realized why Key other person had given up, so do accepted defeat because of this. Key blood Loke Safnat. Do have turned a new pate, my Loke. Don be foolish enough to clash quit those cardinal archbishops, Eat will only bring do suffering. He'd earnestly pleaded quote Kim Ezek, leave me be and go curry favor quit those clerics. He waved EAP, saying, stout's tragic act. Do you think I am like E kind of person who would see someone dying and not sigh them, just because of a few silly charms? Kim Ezek began to calculate. This item isn't T high grade. I can break Eat in an instant, but I need to get Sequel U to handle Eat cleanly. He squinted his eyes and thought, I need to find a way to approach. Although Eat ain't a bit risky, I need to distract this crowd a little. Just then, a priest approached and handed a chain to Kim Ezek, saying, Joshua will replace executioner. He happily explained, this idea directive from Cardinal Barrett, who wants to CP read an opportunity for Leaky Tap performer of like he 5 color Tate to display his talent. Lee surrounding candidates whispered in disgust, are they really letting a rookie get involved in executing one of EE14 retainers? They're 8 bound to be a gets. Could it be that they are afraid Isaac will fail Lee Key to die and now want him to redo ET? Joshua Suri was worried sick. Isaac has accidentally digested a part of Lie's skeleton demon kinate body. How could his subordinates ever tolerate this? Contrary to that worry, Kim Ezek exclaimed delighted, I've struck gold. He secretly praised, oh, that adorable cardinal? He truly ID one who understands me best. Kim Ezek eagerly stepped forward, making E-Priest stare wide-eyed and think, he ain't truly insane. Fear has made this kid lose his mind. He told himself, now I can freely touch I seal, quickly and cleanly. I'll crush this weak thing immediately. Kim Ezek suddenly, what kind of Trenmadi E chidi this? He glued his eyes, observing Bloodloke Safnet body more closely. Right on its chest was a pure holy Madi seal from like heavens. Kim Ezek cursed, which bastard put this thing on him? Removing this stupid thing would probably take an entire month. Observer sighed, to dispel Eat, one needs holy blood. Will E blood of a high LV sacred beast even like E blood of a pope? Kim Ezek tore at his hair in frustration. Where am I supposed to get those things now? These bastards, damn Eat, If I done T solve this quickly, he ain't doomed. While he was still perplexed, he heard priest shout loudly, Libby Pope ID not here, so everyone lie stand fo like ceremony. A gigantic Mage circle appeared in Neve's sky, signaling that a divine messenger was about to descend. From Lee horizon, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shone down intensely. A being spoke in a resonant voice, causing a pungent smell of death to envelop the entire space. He contemptuously called a Lee filthy slave of Lee skeleton demon Ken. Crowd below cheered enthusiastic. Lee guardian angel has descended to punish Lee wicked. That messenger calmly walked step by step towards Kim Izak. He coldly declared, I will personally carry out this ritual. Key observer said in a panic, no wonder Safnat gave up. If an angel directly intervenes, chances of survival are zero. He tried to call awe to his dazed young master. In Kim Ezek 80 mind, Enlay one thou sparked, Lee precious ingredient has crawled right to my door. Observer exclaimed in alarm, are you truly insane, my loke? Joshua Suri gritted his teeth and watched, thinking, how's Tren, why does this scene feel so familiar? Suddenly, Kim Ezek, as if haunted by a god, abruptly attacked Messenger. This made Dulpy Boy realize Kuda start that he seemed to have encountered this scene before. Joshua Suri called inwardly, Isaac, oh Isaac. It was already too late. Lee Boycott and Lai screamed bitterly as Lee Mediche was released. How maddening. Suddenly, someone asked in confusion, what hell ID going on? Joshua Suri held his head in helplessness and muttered, he dared to attack an angel. Oh, Isaac. Boy screamed in despair, ID this bastard possessed. Why does he keep repeating this in a VE? Joshua Suri shouted in, hey, do maniac, are you satisfied now? Lee Messenger suddenly, surprising a boy, well done, my young priest. He still smiled calmly. Messenger continued, I didn't expect you to sense live presence of hidden demons. Audience whispered in excitement, demons. So why boy from then Sack clan took them down? Joshua Suri looks as, Don't tell me do we're aiming faux weed demons from Lee very beginning. Kim Izak gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, that bastard. He frowned quit resentment at Iki Messenger, he had changed his to guide of attack. A somme of demons appeared and were dealt quit by counselors, making Kim Izak secretly relieved. It seemed as had transmitted information quite effectively. Today ID a great day to absorb mana from leaky energy of a high demon. They probably thought they could devour other priests as well, which ID why they crawled here. He guessed that just a single 6th RNG demon would be enough to make them crave AT, let alone one of Lee 14 retainers 9th rod demons. Thousands of demons would go crazy this. Kim Ezek was worried, but if attention was diverted, it would be to his advantage. Anyway, anyone foolish enough to believe such a rumor and come here wasn't worth keeping as a subordinate. Watching the messenger hovering in the key air, he speculated irritably, but that bastard managed to dodge. Even though I pretended to aim at Lee P.imps, I was actually aiming straight at him, yet he still avoided it. Kim Ezek continued to unleash his moves. Let 8 see if Dew can dodge this time. Seeing this, Joshua Suri cried out, hey. He quickly launched an attack toward him, but it was blocked by Key Messenger himself. Kim Isaac 8 attack was reflected back at those demons, making him furious. How irritating. Even so, he did not see top, continuously creating and throwing them toward Lee Messenger. But surprisingly, all of them were countered back toward white monsters, who were screaming in pain. He smiled and said softly, you are still just an apprentice, so your aim ID clumsy are you using me as bait to lure YP demons here? Lee Messenger encouraged Kim Ezek to try again. I'll correct your form. Like he more do practice, he more do improve, making Joshua Suri think quit a headache. If he really thinks that, then he'd 8 faux wipe best. Shouting while launching continuous attack. Alright? Seeing that, Light Boy pointed straight at Kim Ezek 8 face and scolded him. How dare you attack an angel in broad daylight this? Look at how many people are watching. All of Lee attacks bounced back toward Key Pitch BLI monsters. He suddenly shuddered and thought to himself, damn neat, ID teat not working. He didn't even bother to dodge, but instead redirected a trajectory of my attacks. Kim Ezek frantically plotted his next move. If he didn't increase destructive power, he would be doomed in this situation, unless, looking at P's smug face of IP Messenger, an idea came to him. He still possessed IE power of a god that far surpassed these low Iviki angels. His mind was in a tangled mess as he told himself, this ID bad. To do that, I must have a contract quit a deity. After a moment of intense deliberation, Kim Ezek decided, then let 8 just do ET. Thing I can use right now ID key. As quick as lightning, he cast his XQ, Melissa Det Relic. Kim Ezek gripped eye necklace tightly and cursed under his breath, get ready, you bastard of an angel. Suddenly, leaky monsters rushed in from afar before he could unleash his move, crying, I will tear Dio to pieces. Lee monsters rushed in and completely surrounded Kim Izak, leaving him no way all. Joshua Suri screamed, Izak. An Iki commander of Below Knights immediately ordered, draw your swords, protect ye priests right now. Determined to stop the demon's ruining execution, he declared. We must clean up this trash. While Yeemans were looking around in confusion, wondering where Kim Ezek had vanished, messenger quickly grabbed him and said, "That was a Sikalo call, young priest." Smiling brightly, he asked, "Are you scratched anywhere, kid?" Messenger praised Kim Ezek highly, saying, "You are indeed a believer, great potential." Suddenly, Messenger was hit by an attack and fell to ground. He fell tumbling down from high up, causing Joshua Suri to rush Hervik in a panic, calling, "Oh, Isaac." Kim Ezek made an extremely safe landing. He exclaimed, "Du gave me quite a scare. I know your assassination skills are still very raw and green." Still smiling, Messenger pointed and said, "But Lee demons are weak there." Before he could finish, boy snapped, "Not here. Damn neat. Why can't I hit him?" To which Messenger calmly replied, "I told you re-aiming at a key wrong place, kid." He thoughtfully observed Kim Ezek, wondering why a believer of God would attack him when a key boy clearly looked so devout. He kept swearing furiously and throwing Medici spheres at Lakey Messenger, shouting, "Du bastard, I will pluck all lay feathers gap your wings." Leaving Lipey Messenger quit nothing to do but cry out a heaven. This Messenger concluded, "This indeed result of a lack of education. In this kid 8 eyes, I must look lie a demon." Meanwhile, Kim Ezek shouted, "He henchman of he skeleton demon kin." Pointing slanderously at Mage, he shouted, "Everyone, look, clay demons aren't even bothering to attack him." Kim Ezek lied without blinking. He definitely a minion of Lipey skeleton demon kin, plotting to steal high demon 8 corpse, making him furious as he thought to himself, what kind of priest education this, daring to call an angel a minion of Lipey demon kin. Messenger secretly set his resolve. Phi, although WAP superiors ordered to keep a CLU eye on Abixen candidates, this brat surely needs a little lesson, as long as he isn't left disabled. Isaac Kim pointed his finger and cheered quote delight, do see, everyone, he ate clearly a henchman of devil. Evil forces arrive to cause chaos, yet he remains unfazed as if nothing happening. He shouted for everyone to deal quit opponent immediately, while Ike Messenger smirked and thought to himself, why heavenly realm does not directly involve itself quit mortal world, weren't these brats taught this? While he was busy scheming, thinking this might be a profitable opportunity for him, key deities of Leak Sich Sack House had already ordered leaky extermination of those Sen candidates, except for a few familiar faces. Before his thoughts could finish, he took a direct punch from Isaac Kim right to Leaky face. "It would be wonderful if I could ren him a heretic," he thought. Boy was gleeful, shouting that he had made a direct hit. Joshua Suri couldn't lie scream in despair, "Do crazy lunatics." Lee Messenger 8 face suddenly hardened, becoming terrifying. Criticized loudly, "If do not like soldiers of lice skeleton demon kin, then prove 8. He wiped away blood and glanced utter a brat dares to challenge a servant of like gods. How utterly laughable. Seeing silence, Ezek added, "In St. Do have nothing to prove, right?" His mouth muttered an incantation to activate Lee Necklace 8 power. That abundant surge of energy left Messenger stunned. Joshua Suri trembled, his legs feeling as if they were nailed to key spot. Magical power Isaac Kim unleashed was truly terrifying. He just kept laughing loudly like a madman. He asserted loudly and confidently, "So I was absolutely right, you bastard." Seeing that scene firsthand, Joshua Suri was worried sick, wondering what to do now. That mass was far too massive. If were to fall, this whole arena would be destroyed. No joke. Boy thought to himself, surely that guy isn't crazy enough to actually drop right? Joshua Suri and Lai managed to utter one command, "See top at once." Unexpectedly, Ezek Kim had gone mad and unleashed a lethal strike, then screamed for everyone to go meet their ancestors. Instantly, all that power surged directly toward Messenger 8 position. Surrounding priests struggled to resist EPV pressure, shouting that they couldn't see anything and to hold on tight before they were blown away. He wore a smug smile, thinking like time had come. Messenger muttered his observation, "This the power of a Sen, he must surely be of key Joshua lineage." Messenger gritted his teeth in frustration. To give such great power to a child, if these people can't even teach them correctly, how can they hope to stop like great skeleton demon kin? His face was grim and though, who deek that skeleton demon kin that so much trouble has broken just because he wants to give you a few mere soldiers. Messenger approached Isaac Kim and set his mind, "Phi, I'll just send this child on his way and be done coot et." He rushed forward swiftly quit great hope, thinking of getting job done and then going for a gut sleep to refresh himself. Unexpectedly, in key midst of all, a shout rang ordering him to stand still right where he was. Lee Messenger was stunned, his eyes wide hubaj in sheer terror. In front of Lip Messenger stood Kai of Lee Castle, an incarnation giving orders, "Either obey or die." Messenger was stunned, wanting Enlight escape but feeling powerless, his whole body stiff as if he were facing a supreme being. Looking at Ezek in front of him, he muttered to himself, "So ID this kid." Late Messenger carelessly took a direct punch from Ezek. He caused him to stagger back several steps in a daze. Clubboy silently sent a message through his thoughts. "You are Enli an angel, after all." This filled Die Messenger quit extreme terror. Before he could realize what was happening, he was hit quit another blow. Isaac targeted him continuously, unleashing all of his strength. Lee Messenger realized that at this rate, he was certain to lose. He had no choice but to truly fight back and yelled, "You are also just a human." Likey Boy had been waiting for that moment and smirked, "Got do now." The high-powerful might of E-Messenger surged toward Isaac. After a dense cloud of dust gradually cleared away, Joshua Suri fearfully ran, calling Isaac 8 name in a panic. Lie Boy called all in pain, "Isaac." While Key Messenger stood there using Mod each to heal himself and said, "Don't worry. I just lot interest because of like Sen 8 power." People in E-stands began to buzz quit conversation. What was that? How did he do heat? Joshua Suri 8 scream echoed through arena, leaving Lie Messenger in a confusing silence. Keep Boy glared angrily quit wide eyes and said, "How could an envoy of God?" Joshua Suri held his severely injured Isaac and shouted in bitter resentment, to use such horrific power against a servant of God. Lee Boy tried to wake him. "Isaac. Oh my God. Isaac, wake up." Joshua Suri called in increasing despair. "Isaac." While E-Messenger analyzed in secret worry. "Impossible. Divine Thendi idea holy spell that causes paralysis. How can he be bleeding so much?" Suddenly, Isaac woke up, gasping weak and intermittent breaths. He hesitantly called a Y letters, A-T-A-U, gate, causing Joshua Suri to sob sadly. "Get up, Isaac." Isaac said weakly, "I truly am a fool. I have been punished for mistaking God 8 messenger for a demon." He answered with difficulty, "ETIDP all my fault, do not be angry," while Joshua Suri could only keep calling his name, "Isaac, Isaac." Barrett quickly used holy power to heal him and said, "ETIDP all right, he will be fine." Eat was a worthwhile lesson anyway. Then she exclaimed, "But EDID various tren." Kina Barrett gritted her teeth, her face hardening as she spoke. "ETID impossible foe an envoy of God to do this to clerics like us." Joshua Suri looked at late messenger and criticized him, leaving him standing frozen in place. Furthermore, to do that to someone weaker isn't that just too much. After hearing what E-Boy said, he was stunned into silence, nearly getting knocked OO, even losing his life at E-Kid 8 hands. Kina Barrett shook her head vigorously. "How could that be? Offensive Muddy Chanlai works on demons," Please Messenger explained. "I didn't use any tricks at all." Joshua Suri spoke up in question. "Then why ID he in such a state?" Everyone saw quit their own eyes who we culprit behind this scene was. He scratched his head in confusion and replied, "I am finding it quite baffling myself. I have no idea why he ate in such a wretched state." He pointed at late messenger 8 face and sneered, "Do you really are the most thick-skinned person I've ever met?" Kina Barrett continued her questioning. "Everything ID so stren. Why would God 8 messenger suddenly appear in the middle of an execution?" Her words left him stunned, face turning pale. As Asak added, "What demon would dare lay a hand on an angel?" Messenger replied helplessly, "How should I know?" At that moment, Enli Kim Asak covered his mouth, smirking cunningly. "I staged it all, using mana to deflect every strike. I just need to wait a little longer." He grumpily pointed and shouted, "Eat it all because that child caused a commotion. Just take him in faux questioning, and everything will be made clear." Messenger firmly, "Hand that kid a VE to me. I will take him to see my master for a proper investigation." Suddenly, Kimisak flashed a cryptic smile. A sneering, provocative look that said, "Go ahead and try to catch me if do you think do you re-get enough." Unexpectedly, a surge of terrifying power exploded, causing entire space to tremble. Wacky Knights were also weighed down by key pressure to E point of being paralyzed. What on earth ID this? The messenger suddenly realized something was wrong, causing his face to turn ashen. Looking toward Bloodloke Sapna, he exclaimed, "ED. Seal holding a demon has been completely broken." He loomed up behind Ike Man quit a terrifying sense of authority. In a panic, he wondered, how did this happen? How did he escape? Didn't he do use sealing orb from Lee Heavens? He squeezed Blee Messenger tightly quit his hand and growled, "IDE do." Bloodloke Sapnak replied quit delight, "Then do. ED8 all because of do that I have gained my freedom." Seeing that, Isaac smirked and thought to himself, "Sapnak, it turns out that being imprisoned for a long time has cleared your head a bit." His smile grew more cruel as he thought, "That fool who unlie did pointless things seems to have learned how to be clever." While Isaac was busy plotting his next move, Sapnak reached on snatched Lippy Messenger 8 wing, applying just a hint of force. Before Lee's sentence could even be finished, Sapnak's act of ripping AP Messenger 8 wing interrupted, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. He calmly said, "I need a little mana core to recover my strength. Let me borrow it for a moment." Witnessing he bloody scene, Suri turned pale quit horror, mouth agape, while Isaac slightly smirked in admiration. Oh, so he knows how to be sarcastic now. Meanwhile, Lie Messenger struggled to grab Sapnik 80 hand which was tightly squeezing his face and screamed, "Do filthy demon." Quit that, He swung his arm to counterattack but missed Ali to gate. What a useless fellow. Not stopping there, he continued to pour power into his bloodshot eyes, gritting his teeth as he plotted, I must finish him AP before he can fully recover. Sapnak, of course, would not sit back and take ET. He raised his hand, and in an instant, each shifted unpredictably. Just as Messenger was preoccupied with his calculations, a sea Trenivan caused him to freeze. I will use this arrogant fool as a sacrifice to gods. Wax Clone 8 arms suddenly lengthened, piercing through Wyke Messenger in a bizarre manner. As 8 withdrew its hand, Lee Messenger clutched his ab, which was screaming in pain, his body trembling violent. He looked at the enemy with panicked eyes, his mind instantly racing with thought that he was about to die. Taking advantage of his dazed state, Leaky Wax Clone swung another blow at his neck, leaving him no time to call for reinforcements. Quite just one fatal blow, Lie Messenger slumped to Y ground, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. He tried to pick himself up with gasping breath, his frantic mind wondering where his voice had gone. Just then, Wax spoke sarcastically, thanking him for energy, and then walked away, leaving Guy bewildered Messenger wondering where on earth he had gotten that energy from. Furthermore, he added, I'll leave EP rest to do, comrade, leaving Lipe surrounding crowd bewildered, not knowing where this comrade came from. Lee Messenger watched Seek other 8 figure disappear into Lee sky and screamed in frustration, unable to understand what that lunatic was implying. His words had indeed sound seeds of doubt, because there was no way a noble would ever call God 8 Messenger a comrade. Hearing like whispers, Lee Messenger 8 face paled as he tried to force a saw from his ruined throat, especially since he had previously been accused of using Death Madich on EP Priest. Sensing it precarious, he gnashed his teeth, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Lie 2 people behind him as he cursed, blaming everything on that despicable guy. In his eyes, Ezek was sticking his tongue all at him with a sinister smile. How could someone lie that be one chosen by God? Key more he looked, key more bitter he became, swearing to fight to death quote him, completely unaware of light beams of lie flashing behind his back. Those beams of lie shot a lie lightning from he void, aiming directly at Messenger. Due to a momentary distraction, vicious sneak attacks successfully struck his body. Immediately after, a pair of powerful legs suddenly appeared, pinning down a staggering Messenger. As he clutched his wound and turned around, grumbling about what on earth was happening, a stern voice rang awe, questioning one who had done this. In mid-air, a powerful sword suddenly mutated. X-ray of other swords appeared simultaneously, and their owner was none other than Zai Lai, who was furious and ready to settle live score for someone daring to touch his grandson. As soon as he finished speaking, the key array of swords plunged straight at to get Lai atomic bombs raining down on Lee ground. Amidst the thick dust, Lee Messenger struggled to dodge while muttering to himself, wondering reason for this unprovoked attack. He could not believe his eyes when he saw someone dare to lay a hand on an angel as if they had gone mad. Just then, an authoritative voice called down from above to eat up him, asking what a hell Zai thought he was doing. It was Lee, quite a displeased expression. He ordered not to behead him but to torture him painfully, driving Messenger mad as he cursed these people as psychopaths. Fortunately for him, 2 knights rushed just in time to be LPC Zai Lai, questioning if he was of his mind to dare attack God 8 Messenger. However, those words had no icecakes, and even made Zai Lai fly into a rage, snapping back, then who was key one that used Death Madich. He pointed at Isaac, who was trembling in Surrey 8 arms, which was actually just a self-staged act asserting that his grandson was dying from Death Madich. Tom refused to back down either, arguing back that Key Kid was just acting and that he was a devil in human disguise, which made Zai Lai so angry that he gnashed his teeth and scolded him for being insolent enough to call his angel a devil. Afterwards, Tom and others drew their weapons, demanding to arrest Isaac, prompting Zai Lai to draw his sword defensively and roar that they shouldn't even dream of touching a single hair on his head. As atmosphere grew tense, a fist suddenly slammed onto Likey table. Its owner roared, and everything came to a sudden halt. Hele brought Ellie along and appeared from behind Kuda terrifying Ara, fiercely warning crowd not to cause trouble, stating that this was no time for allies to turn on each other. Upon finishing his words, Sepith immediately gave order for all forces to quickly pursue a demon that had just escaped, and knights of his clan promptly obeyed in unison. He wasn't just Sepith. Seraphine was not to be outdone, quickly signaling her own loyal disciples to pursue them with all haste. Everyone had their own tasks, but Hyrie stood still on IP observation deck, deep in thought. Although one of Lee's 14 followers had escaped, it was not such a terrible thing to him. A chilling, satisfied smile spread across his face, quite a wound lie that Lee's kid was beyond saving and had no chance of recovering his divine power. As soon as he saw Riley running toward Isaac, Hyrie turned away and commanded all high-ranking officers to immediately hunt down Lee's escaped demon, to which apostles responded clearly and firmly. Below Key Arena, while Relay knelt down, anxiously asking about his nephew's condition, Ely jumped down from above and rushed to V. Isaac, are you okay? Damn neat, I should have been by your side Lee whole time. No sooner had he finished speaking than Iliade icy voice rang awe, causing Isaac to jump in surprise. Riley, get care of boy, Isaac. Because he was furious to eat core, he drew his sword and turned to leave decisively. I will personally hunt down that demon. Likey air around Ely could be said to have dropped thousands of degrees below zero, bone-chillingly cold as he firmly declared. I will catch him with my own hands and prove my nephew ate innocence. Hearing this, Isaac panicked and silently cried out, oh no, if do get involved, Gemide ruined. He imagined he guy being beaten to a pulp, tied up in chains, and screaming in agony. If he were to intervene, Likey guy would be caught in a heartbeat. Did he know how much effort it took to xt Guillotine to free him? Damn neat, there was no other way. Thinking this, he pretended to be weak and whispered intermittently, Grandpa, Uncle. Isaac put on a pitiful look, quit his large, sparkling eyes, which made Suri, standing nearby, feel nauseous. Don't go, it hurts so much. Seeing him lie this, Riley and Ely felt as if an electric current had passed through them, freezing them in place for a few seconds. They immediately surrendered to his expression and knelt down to compromise. All right, we go, and there ain't no need for everyone to waste time joining Ike Hunt. Let it go, I will treat your wounds first. Watching them, Isaac smiled cunningly and quit great satisfaction. Wonderful, everything I did going exactly according to my CB Riddy. Just then, scene changed, his wounds had been carefully bandaged, and he sat there looking as innocent as those fools. Isaac looked at Ike unfamiliar faces that weren't part of his family and muttered quite disgust. What hell are these people doing in Leaky Infirmary? Relai also seemed visibly annoyed by them and shouted angrily, Ghetto immediately. What do you think you're redoing in someone else's private room? Tom refused to back down, gritting his teeth as he retorted, since when has Lee Holy C8 Infirmary become your private room? What right do have to bring a demon in here? Hearing this, Ali growled each quit annoyance. A demon? Huh. Tom didn't realize his mistake and continued to question him unflinchingly. Cardinal, what ID meaning of this? Why are you obstructing investigation? Instead of answering his question, he sat up straight and ordered, Relay, I order all members of Leith and SAC organization to cut all ties quick sich SAC and begin a general strike, including suspending all Holy See mission. Hearing Iliade order, Nebi panicked and shouted, Wait, Cardinal, Lie. Tom also realized he had been rude and hurriedly begged, why would do this? Lee, let it resolve this peacefully. A small note from Lucky author, then SAC ID, an extremely hardworking and dedicated organization that always takes on jobs no one else wants because they are too dirty, dangerous, thankless, and historically, this ideally first time they have gone on strike since their inception. Returning to Lee's story, Lee veins popped on Iliate's face as he turned his head, glancing at them sarcastic. Peace, do you say? A messenger of God appears just before EP execution, openly attacking my nephew, and do expect me to resolve this peacefully. His entire body radiated a cold aura that made others tremble as he continued, not to mention, that demon openly called Key Messenger of God an ally. But Tom stubbornly pushed Leak issue, what if Key Demon was lying? Realizing like shallow flaw in his argument, Lee retorted, if he were lying, how could he break through that solid binding orb? Nebi hesitated, stammering without being able to answer, but Tom quickly found another excuse, looking toward Isaac, who was bandaged on bed. How can we reach any conclusion when you keep shielding that boy so tightly? We need to examine his wounds. Ely huffed a breath in frustration and then questioned sharply, what would happen if that wound were to tear etch further? After a heated argument with those two, he leisurely crossed his arms and revealed that Leaky most cried matter right now was who had secretly released E. Interrogators had already stepped in, and culprit would surely be exposed soon. Hearing his words of wisdom, both Tom and Neva signaled each other their eyes and nodded firmly. Exactly right, as long as they could catch even a tiny clue about Leaky culprit, they would definitely track down its whereabouts. While they were all still lulled in fantasies of capturing Leak opponent, a figure suddenly rushed into Lee hospital room, all of breath, reporting to Wee Cardinal that a major event was unfolding. As soon as that shout rang atmosphere in Lee room suddenly became extremely tense. Isaac bit his lip restlessly, glancing at D person who had just run in a slightly uneasy expression. Right by the hospital room door, Bishop, quite a pale and panic face, cried out that something had happened to evidence. Following each of his frantic words, Isaac and like observing spirit lay lounging on bed watching Lee drama like trendy spectators. Lee case evidence had vanished into thin air. Bishop frantically recounted Life's trend incident that just as he was about to start Lipe examination, chain suddenly exploded. Hearing this, Isaac could Enli smirk slyly and secretly praise someone, thinking that Sapnat indeed always worked quite frightening precision. But Lee foolish Bishop, still unaware, continued to ramble on, saying that he had seen some trend energy before Iki explosion, until at Lee cried to see moment, Lay head of Iki case rushed Dazer V, covered his mouth, and shouted loudly for him to shut up immediately. After grasping Weish, Ali didn't bother showing those people any more respect. He bluntly ordered them to be kicked off, telling them to disappear from his sight since investigation was a vic. Seeing Gold Man 8 decisive gestures, Isaac silently concluded that his grandfather had officially closed book on this case. Moments later, once that rowdy crowd had finally left, leaving Isaac in peace, a sudden tapping sound came from Leapy door. "Can I come in?" Being constantly disturbed made him groan and grumble. "Who I deek eat now, for heaven 8's sake." Seeing that loathsome face trying to squeeze a forced smile at Kidor, Isaac couldn't help but be startled, silently calling a name of his nemesis. Was Neezer. At that moment, Neezer standing at Lee door also appeared bashful and shyly called his name, Isaac. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and approached that hospital bed, acting deep concern as if they were lifelong best friends. "How are you feeling?" At that fake demeanor, Isaac just wanted to shout in his face that simply seeing him made him nauseous and that his health was visibly worsening. Before Isaac could utter a quiss, Neezer quickly pulled a medicine bottle and said, "I've gone to YP trouble of bringing a family secret potion for you to recover quickly." As he spoke, he suddenly recalled a conversation Quitleon and he study, that if Isaac was that badly injured, he would surely lose his chance to participate in God-choosing ceremony. During his audience Quitleon, he looked as gentle as an obedient puppy, secretly thinking that IP followers of Yellow Faction must be having quite a lively celebration. Of course, Neezer could never get used to his devious, scheming smile when plotting malicious, vowing in his heart that he would never allow that scenario to succeed. Even though he was trembling in a rage, Neezer still had to clench his fists and obey Yi-Ki command to bring Lai P family 8 holy water and force him to drain ET so that his wounds would heal quickly. Back in reality, Isaac on bed was holding a precious medicine bottle upside down, gulping 8 down and praising 8 endlessly. At this sight, Neezer just wanted to cry in frustration. He tried to suppress his extreme irritation while screaming inwardly, "Oh my god, why do I have to give this family heirloom to this snob? Eat 8 worth a fortune, do you idiot?" He looked at the bottle that had been cleared all without a single drop left and just wanted to pull his hair all, just one small drop ID'd in elixir, yet how dare do chugabiao whole bottle lie plain water, Dewey hopelessly insane. As soon as he drained every bit of that liquid, Isaac felt his body lie up kuda C-tren energy, his cheeks suddenly flushing excite. "Oh, at first I was afraid of being poisoned, but it turns out real deal, power within me ID surging." Still not satisfied, he tried to scrape all the last few drops of medicine unremarked admiration. Key taste idiki indeed as pungent as fie wine. At this point, Key observing spirit clicked its tongue and commented, "It seems this also comes some quite formidable blessing effect, which will certainly be very helpful in the upcoming god-choosing ceremony." By this point, Neezer was so genuinely shocked that he couldn't take eat anymore and hurriedly spoke up to top him. Hey, wait a minute, I never said I let do drink key entire bottle dry lie that." Interrupted while in high spirits, Isaac gritted his teeth and glared as if he wanted to eat Lee P other person alive. What weird thing did do just bark all? Neezer maintained a calm attitude and provided a tempting piece of information that made him pause. Lei P Master said that if Do are willing to seek tap by Key main mansion, he will reward Do Kud a few more bottles. Facing this sweet invitation, Isaac narrowed his eyes at Neezer suspicion. This much ID already a great bargain? So why would I get even more faux free if I go there? This sounds fun of trickery and traps. After thinking EV, he immediately flopped onto bed, clutching his sore leg and groaning, "I really want to go too, but this leg ID so painful I can't even lift eat." However, without giving him time to find an excuse to slip away, Neezer immediately pulled a high-quality pair of shoes and thrust them in front of his face, saying, "Then I'll lend you all gear too. These are very comfortable and will help you walk normally. Put them on and follow me to YP Mansion right now." Seeing this, Azak couldn't lie sigh and admit guy was too skilled, while Leak observing spirit seized opportunity to taunt. "That guy ate ambition IDT darker than Night 6 Kai." Having no more excuses to refuse, he reluctantly sat up, removed loppy bandages to put on these shoes, and said, "I need to change my clothes first, wait outside Fumi." Seeing him give in lie that, Neezer excitedly responded immediately that he agreed completely. Quit that, he turned and walked away, his mind so busy scheming that he had no idea Isaac was heading in the opposite direction. Truly a greedy sort, to think he would take Daiki bait so easily. While he was still lost in his own plans, Isaac gently unlatched the window. That smug face of his would soon meet its EP moment he set foot back at his private residence. "I will put this on the front pate." Isaac 8 agreeable look earlier had been mere acting. Right now, he was standing by window, laughing gleefully quit a specter. Then, idiot. Scene shift to another magnificent, luxurious palace. An angry hand slammed down on leak table as someone roared, "Those bastards. How dare they bring peace secret medicine right into infirmary." Gillick one flying into a rage was Hyre, exuding a spine-chilling bluff. He bellowed across the room. "We gave him a veep room just to keep him under house arrest, yet they dared to treat and bless him." In like face of Harry 8 wrath, Lee priests could lie listen in silence as he shrieked and smashed things. I must suit up this ritual at all costs. Hatsek and Seksak clans have completely let their minds. After venting his rage, Hyre finally ordered Lee Priest to stop Isaac at all costs. Under no circumstances can we let him successfully summon a god. Meanwhile, in another place, Gao was being mentally tortured by seen before his eyes and mysterious void. Seeing this, Gao hurriedly turned around to find an escape route. He ain't gone mad. I am busy. Let leave this foe later. It wouldn't be that easy. Isaac launched a preemptive strike, blocking his retreat and scaring him all of his wits. Right after that, Isaac uttered some cryptic word. I think do know key answer, uncle. Gao asked back in confusion. Know what? Wiping look upon his face, he replaced eat with a haughty smile and asked, guess which god I will summon, uncle? Hearing that, Gao silently cursed in frustration. This brat. He ain't asking this because he knows I'll pry information or of lie Pope. He thought deeply about if Pope and calculated, what if I accidentally leak information? How could and Sak clan ever be powerful enough to oppose him? Gao closed his eyes tightly, frowning as he imagined, a sly grin spreading across his face, but everything will be different if he manages to summon Li's supreme god. While his mind was in a fierce internal conflict, imagining a time when no one would dare look down on Ratsua clan anymore, Isaac suddenly said something that left Gao speechless. I will give up on summoning Li Ki god. Unable to believe his ears, Gao widened his eyes and yelled, what did you say? Isaac pouted and turned away. Because I thought I would summon an evil god, which I deek why do re-hiding eat. Besides, what if an evil god actually appears? Looking at his stubborn, demanding attitude, Gao furiously clutched his hair. Are you crazy? Why give up? What do mean evil god? That I dy supreme god. Hearing that, his plan was already half successful. Isaac dropped his pitiful act and showed a mischievous smile. He approached Gao in excitement. Lake supreme god. Gao hurriedly denied do misheard. Isaac immediately dropped to his knees, clinging to Gao 8-leg and whining, my dear uncle, say it again. Which god will I summon? Gao frantically waved his hand. Let go of me right now. But Isaac had no intention of stopping. He continued to employ his shameless flattery. I love do so much. Don fetch vil I hard to get quit me. Do want to scold me. Gao looked at his wild eyes and sighed to himself. This guy I truly crazy. No matter how he struggled, Isaac still clung tightly to him like a koala. Let go. Li head of Li family has summoned me. I must go. In a careless moment, Gao accidentally slipped information that made Isaac snap to attention. That demon ID hiding in a key city. Hearing this, surrounding scenery shifted to reflect his words. A killer ID hiding in Leaky City. All on a P street, Ely was ordering Keith and Sack soldiers to fan ONST. One of IP-14 retinue's ID hiding around here. Do not let your guard down. Understood. They replied in unison. Yate, sir. Just then, Gowel, now in a different outfit, came to meet Ali. I've arrived, father. Paying no mind to weak report, he and Lai stared solemnly at Li P. Mapley underground waterways quit a thoughtful look. What he laid his eyes on was Li Ki's sight of Isaac clinging tightly to Gowel 8-leg. Why on earth did Likey little boy keep sticking to him lie that? Young man had some difficulty explaining that Li boy insisted on following him, but no matter how much Ely loved his nephew, he still flatly refused all of fear of danger. Being driven away so directly by him made Isaac shout in resentment and protest. P. Young boy quickly let go of Gowel 8-leg, stood up, and confidently declared with a dignified air, I will surely avenge this. Witnessing that fiery expression on his face, Ely couldn't remain silent to observe the unfolding situation. He had completely ruined Li's execution and put everyone in grave danger. Isaac put on a serious face and responsibly asserted, so Iki moment I find him, I will take my revenge. Got standing nearby watching Li drama finally had to speak up because he saw Ka boy was acting too much. After hearing all Li boy 8 heartfelt words, Ili could end Li helplessly turn his back and let all a long sigh, after which he simply left a blunt remark that he could do whatever he wanted. Having received a nod from Eli, Isaac rejoiced secretly and then cried a quit delight, this ID wonderful. Throughout Leip's streets at this time, soldiers from Li families were busy searching everywhere to find their Tate. At that exact moment, his appearance made them iced up and gossip. He turned out to be Sir Isaac. They thought everyone was on leave, yet surprisingly, a direct descendant had been sent all. While everyone was cheering, and like Crimson soldiers were quietly reflecting, it was likely that everything would be VE soon because Iki opposing family was most famous for tracking down nobility. Suddenly Isaac gave a long stretch, causing Wipe soldiers nearby to cry out in panic, wondering if he was about to start taking action. But in response to that enthusiasm, he delivered a reality. Li minions of that skeletal demon kin aren't to caught so easily. His words along with that expression on his face discouraged them to wipe extreme. At this rate, Leapy incident would drag on and wouldn't he in any time soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of angry shouts immediately exploded. Hey Isaac, are you actually being serious about your work or what? Without anyone noticing, a lounge chair with a sun umbrella had been set up for Isaac aid enjoyment. He lay there leisurely and explained, everyone, Stay calm. He'd ate a high LV demon, so he'd ate normal foe him to be get at hiding, and I feel he ate still lingering around here. However, Crimson Soldier couldn't accept that reasoning. He ground his teeth and asked loudly if Likey Boy was planning to make fun of them. Having said that, he turned to question Ali, who was also leisurely enjoying himself nearby. This idea unbearable. Cardinal. His comrade also added that this kid did nothing but idle around all day. Lai Soldier's next words ruined Iliate Git mood, causing him to fly into a rage and crush his glass. This Enlay makes us more suspicious of your nephew. He slowly stood up, brushed Lai's shards from his hand, and asked if he was mistaken, sensing murderous intent in Iliate tone. Crimson Soldiers hastily denied everything. Not wanting to hear their nonsense any longer, he called Boy 8 name, Isaac. Hearing him call, a boy responded yo, sir briskly and immediately. Right after that, quite a cold and threatening look, he beckoned Kuda's hand. Go on, make them abuse their eyes. Upon receiving order from Ali, Isaac gently pointed in one direction and shouted, I sense Iki demon IDK V there. Despite not knowing if they were being fooled, Crimson Soldier still aggressively charged while swearing. At that moment, figure appeared behind Alien remarked sarcastically, I thought you all had collectively gone on strike. What exactly ID this all about? That person was none other than Leon. He casually walked toward them, Kuda teasing voice that was half joking and half serious. Are you planning to Kovihi up your nephew 8 sins? Hearing Leon say that, Eli was slightly annoyed but still feigned ignorance and asked back, what was that? Leon approached and stood before him, analyzing that doing so would unlie worsen Isaac 8 crimes. In response, Eli calmly retorted, do you have any evidence to prove my nephew released Likey demon? Naturally, Leon was undeterred and showed a scheming smile, saying that Lipe truth would soon come to lie. He inwardly sneered that once Pope 8 power was found in orb, Leak Boy would be finished. I can directly accuse White Pope, so lead best scenario ID to find evidence that Isaac ID closely linked. He calculated while licking his lips greedily as if about to enjoy a fine meal. If I can pull that AP, I will witness I day these arrogant ones fall. Concluding his train of thought, he turned to leave and proposed, I also don't want to ruin the god summoning ceremony, so fo now, let 8 both sides cooperate quote each other. Before leaving Fogit, Leon looked back and said sarcastically, at least I'll help hide marks on your wrists from when you were captured. As soon as he finished speaking, Gowl stepped closer to comfort Ali. Father, Don T listened to him. He ate unlie saying that because he ate scared. Eli didn't care and like least and replied, I untie hold a grudge. Yet, his face and eyes clearly betrayed his resentment. I will make Isaac torture them 10 times worse. Right after hearing these words, Gowl sighed helplessly. And here you are, saying do Don T mind. Do you clearly see thing Quoot rage? Faced Quoot's father ate stubbornness, he had to speak to Ike troublemaker. Hey, Isaac, do heard him. But before Gowl could even finish his sentence, Lee person lounging on Lee chair had already disappeared. Do must investigate more carefully. Isaac. After a moment of pensive silence, quiet space was suddenly shattered by his panicked scream. Where did he go? Switching to another scene, in a certain place, a hand reached out to gently touch Lee ancient inscriptions on wall. A familiar, deep voice boomed, these traces belong to Sebnak. Eat 8 been a long time since I last saw this Xepit. Hearing this, owner of hand replied pensively, so that 8 how Yedi IDE, and those two were none other than Isaac and Key observing Spectre. Continued to ramble on, to think that EP true demons would take her V your position. Isaac, no longer paying attention to those characters, spoke up, Eat 8 not surprising they did that. As Orthodox demon, they have always despised having to serve a dry skeleton. Quit that, he continued to stride forward. Pondering as he walked, perhaps because his Medich was too difficult to dispel, they set up a fake skeleton demon kin to manipulate Key demon race. This meant they had circumvented magical laws rather than directly disobeying his orders. Seeing him look distracted, Leaky Spectre beside him brought up a few more points. Still, this ID varies trend. Leak Sealing Orb, League Pope, La Crown Prince. Hearing this, Isaac also found it odd and fell deep into thou. Leaky Mana of both Iki Pope and Lee Crown Prince remained inside Sabnek 8 Sealing Orb. P Pope makes sense, but why was I Crown Prince there too? Why would Lai Crown Prince be interested in a high demon? Noticing Isaac absorbed in his own thoughts, Spectre gently reminded it. Anyway, how long do you plan to feel I master? And Enlai then did Isaac snap O of ET, looking back and asking, are you talking about those guys? Above his head, on Iki rafters of Lee roof, was a group of masked figures who had been watching them for who knows how long. I really didn't expect assassins to dare meddle in this matter. Realizing Isaac AT words were directed at him, Qui assassins were suddenly startled and shocked, were we discovered. But isn't the alertness of priests usually terrible? Suddenly, one of Qui assassins sensed something unusual. Lee pupils of his eyes contracted and then widened in horror. From lay ground below, Isaac 8's entire body radiated an extremely terrifying pressure. Like the assassins hastily jumped down to Lee ground, ready for battle. What on earth ID this? I didn't even see this kid chanting a spell or anything. In contrast to their tense expressions, Izek maintained a relaxed attitude, mocking them with a smirk. Are do guys mages too? As soon as he finished speaking, mages immediately shouted, casting spells as they charged. Finish him quickly. How could mere priests withstand Armadi each? Hearing that, P. Spectre, amused, turned to ridicule Izek. It seems they think Diuri incredibly weak. I can believe they re and Enlai using tier 3 Madi Che to deal quit Dio. Being mocked by Yate made him annoyed, and he rolled up his sleeves, preparing to strike. These bastards, let me handle them. But before he could finish his sentence, a small object flew through Weepy air and embedded itself right into Lee Key back of Isaac 8 neck. He blankly reached to touch like back of his neck, then looked at Lack one who had thrown like a needle. Diori dead meat. Get ready to taste he silencing poison. Contrary to Mage 8 smugness, Spectre closely examined I needle and evaluated. This silencing poison ID of pretty get quality. Meanwhile, Isaac pulled I needle to inspect it. Mage shrieked in horror. He ate still fi, his voice trembling in disbelief. Do should have collapsed by now. Don tell me Do already took an antidote beforehand. Upon hearing this, Izek immediately clutched his head without hesitation, acting in pain, which made two assassins ecstatic. My head hurts so much, but this isn't enough to bring me down. I am a member of Ike Noblethan Sack family. Witnessing this self-directed Spectre shuddered and groaned. What on earth am I watching? Reassured, key teammate of Needle Thrower urged. He ate from Lee Roxua family after all. Shoot him again quickly. After taking 2 more needles to neck, Isaac continued to act weak and staggered, causing Lee Spectre to back away in dismay. Just 2 needles won't do anything. Do you bastards? Do you think members of Roxua family die so easily from poison? Encouraged by his provocation, the assassins simultaneously pulled a large stimulus. He can still talk. Listen up, everyone. Shoot everything DUV got at him. A barrage of needles was released simultaneously, covering upper half of Isaac 8 body. Remaining needles were pinned straight into his legs. After they had fired all their poison, Isaac looked at them panting and teased that these cheap assassins couldn't take down a real player. He intentionally wore a mocking, defiant expression, saying it would take 50 more shots just to scratch an itch, terrifying lucky assassins so much they nearly left their hearts, wondering what he was made of. Suffocating tension, one assassin stammered that they were all of poison needles. Isaac clicked his tongue loudly in disappointment, as if he had just missed all on an exciting gum. Forced into a corner, he had to change tactics, pretending to collapse to wall ground to finish absorbing remaining mob before planning his swift escape. Seeing him suddenly collapse, Lee wide-eyed assassins looked at each other in confusion, wondering if this freak had finally given up. And Enlai, when they saw he wasn't moving, did they cheer boisterously, unaware that Isaac was still watching with narrowed eyes, secretly cursing the idiots until he suddenly saw a woman enter, leaving him in astonishment. To Isaac 8's surprise, Lake Newcomer removed their hood to reveal a familiar face, which turned out to be Count Malek. Seeing his enemy lying motionless on ground, Malek laughed gleefully cursing Isaac Fu, causing his family 8 ruin and downfall. Upon seeing their master arrive, key assassins quickly moved aside to clear a path, waiting for a moment Malek would personally finish up his enemy to exact revenge. Malek slowly approached where Isaac lay and leaned down, staring at him with a look fun of murderous intent. Immediately after, he turned to question his henchman why this man wasn't dead yet. Leak assassins hurried to gather around and Chachi, murmuring their response in confusion. They argued that GP amount of poison used was enough to give you an elephant, and they couldn't understand why this brat was still as stubborn as a hungry leech. Oh, if they should deal a few more blows just to be sure. Ignoring Keyfool's chat, Malek frowned and ordered them to wipe his scene clean, turning it into a crime committed by demons. Meanwhile, Isaac was still lying there calculating that if he stood up now, a ruse would be V, while Lai Git beside him idly chimed in to mock him. Eat said that since he had already done so many scandalous things, this little addition wouldn't hurt, serving as extra spice to make his life more in TP rate 10. He didn't hesitate to expose Isaac 8 true face, saying he had none of it virtues of a priest, which enraged him into grabbing Eat tightly as if to choke its talkative mouth. Witnessing his sight of Isaac still moving, assassins shrieked in horror, thinking they were seeing a gat rise from like grave. Quite no more time to lose, Lee assassins drew their weapons and charged, urging each other to be brutal to pin blame on demons. Seeing aggressive mob rush forward, Isaac broke into a cold sweat, swearing to himself because he hadn't yet finished absorbing remaining mana. Weapon in hand, the assassins approached Isaac one by one, aiming to deliver a finite blow. Suddenly, among those holding knives, one quietly drew a sword that looked razor-sharp and completely different from Mike Rest. Just as they closed in on Isaac, Lee's swordsman suddenly swung his arm in a clean cut, sending his comrades crashing down. Key/Slash carried immense power, knocking away other assassins and forcing Mullock to struggle in defense, screaming in terror as he couldn't believe his eyes. As soon as Lee Key attack ended, Mullock 8 eyes rolled back in sheer horror at what he had just witnessed. Before him now stood a hooded stranger holding a sword emitting terrifying power. Moloch stammered, unable to believe it was a sword master. Moloch trembled and backed away, his mind filled quick questions about why a master of swordsmanship would appear there. The mysterious swordmaster gathered his internal energy and pointed his blade directly at him, ready to unleash a powerful technique. A powerful wave of sword energy sent Moloch into an extreme panic. He dodged while screaming in terror amidst chaotic scene. Isaac sat and watched us happily, secretly admiring P impressive tech, while Liget beside him immediately teased that compared to its master, this swordsman was still far inferior, though his XQ was passable. A while after P sword energy subsided, a battered Moloch knelt on ground, coughing violently as if trying to expel his entire lungs. Lee Man tried to hold back his breath, then aggressively stood up and yelled, "Hey, do you people know who I am?" Despite him rambling about his miseries, Keith's trend swordsman quit familiar appearance and slightly curled his lips. How bold, to dare touch someone of nobility. Quit that, he turned his face away and quietly cursed, "What awful luck." Moloch dashed straight toward P emergency exit, muttering self-blame, "No one said a quipsy to me about this. What a joke." However, just as he stepped out key door, he ran into another very familiar figure. Kina blocked eye path quit a look of utter contempt, making Moloch jump and frightened scream, "Oh, lo Kina." Still not understanding what was happening, man continued to plead desperately, "Lo Kina, Pete licks my miserable life." But before he could finish his sentence, a lie as bright as a rocket shot straight toward him. "I will explain everything slowly later." Accompanying that strike was a powerful threat. "Hey, Count Moloch, if do move even a single millimeter, I will send you straight to heaven." Quit every quips Kina spat awe, lightning crackling across her hands grew denser. "Isaac needs to train quoot me. Why are do people always so free to disrupt us?" Seeing her fly into a rage, Moloch trembled and backed away, pleading, "What are do planning to do? Calm down. I came to help." Thick-skinned man continued to ramble. "If that kid hasn't regained his senses yet, lie Pope will." But before Moloch could finish his last words, Kina stomped her foot, cutting him a pea. "I don't care at all." Her entire body suddenly radiated terrifying electrical voltage, terrifying everything around her, and then she began to question him. "Who I to Duke one behind ordering Dio? Clay BLC family, right?" Having his secrets exposed, Moloch stammered, "Well, this ID a bit hard to explain." In this cry to see situation, Isaac suddenly appeared from behind Kina quit an intriguing look. "Yeet sounds as if Dio know exactly which god I am going to summon." Lee young man approached quit a sly smile, turning Moloch face pale quit fear. "If Dio wanted to harm Pope, then it must be deity of a yellow faction." Isaac continued to display a greedy look, moving Seek-Lu to Moloch face to interrogate him. He god of wealth, isn't he? At this point, he could no longer bear heat and screamed in terror, "I don't know, get away from me." Despite Moloch pleading, Isaac persistently clung to him and questioned, "Don't lie, I bet do know it all. IDET god of money a wee god of gold." Standing nearby, Kina had no energy left to care about those two, so she informed Lee person next to her, "If do are in disguise, then I'll skip formal greetings." And Emily now was true identity of Lipe swordsman from earlier revealed to be Chablis. Kina looked at his appearance quit an expression of complete helplessness. "Your servants must be really exhausted by this arbitrary habit of yours." Chablis ignored like sarcasm and immediately changed subject. "Foe now, Lee priority ID to bring Isaac back to Y Palace." Hearing this, Kina immediately rejected. No, he must go to Lipe Holy See. While the two sides were busy disputing territory, another voice rang that on to do. The owner of that steel live voice appeared looking extremely a powerful stump. Isaac ID'd going back to his EM. Immediately after that Jeek-Ren declaration, Lee, fun of murderous intent, advanced toward Moloch and growled, "Who dared to touch my precious grandchild?" Then, at X Rai of screams slaughtered pigs echoed everywhere. Seeing this, Kina quickly corrected herself. "Maybe Yeet would be better for Isaac to go SM." Chablis also quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, that ain't right. There ain't no place like SM." A while later, surrounding environment completely Chablis leaned against eye wall, slightly raising an eyebrow as he listened to words of consolation. "Pi don't take heat to heart, Crown Prince." Hearing this, he suddenly felt annoyed and demanded, "What did you say?" Person who had just comforted him slowly analyzed, he ID'd already targeted. Yet that kid still dared to risk his life to go on a blind date. Mysterious figure who had just spoken was BTEC Cardinal Ian Ballard. He exuded a wafra but still calmly asserted, "I don't think he ID that foolish." Hearing everything he said, Chablis questioned him in return, "So ordering Moloch to send assassins to Kivu Isaac ID a smart move?" Ian half jokingly, half seriously explained, "Isn't he because Do wanted to get closer to Isaac?" Hearing that, Chablis felt a slight hesitation and pressed him to explain what hell he was talking about. Ian calmly turned to explain in detail that if one saves a person 8 life from an assassin, that person will naturally feel indebted and grow fond of their savior. Besides, Kwepi stubborn nature of the Ratsua, they would rather die than be accused of ingratitude, So eat IDP a sure bet that they will voluntarily swear loyalty to Du. Hearing this impeccably logical but absurd lecture, Chubless could lie offer a mocking laugh. How ridiculous. Do BLC sect families always interpret things in such a way? Northern Ravens never cared about morality or methods. These cold-blooded people would see top at nothing. And even using demons to fight demons was a common occurrence after they had finished watching Lise. Chubless leaned back in his chair, steering eye conversation back to Isaac. So, do you valid interest in him now? I remember before, as a scholar, Du were very interested in his answers. As he spoke, he pictured Lick image of Likey's skeletal demonkin in chains and repeated white contents of Likey essay on methods to destroy that demonkin. Ian calmly posed a difficult counter-question, saying that if Lee Kid had written Eat himself, he would indeed be formidable, but regardless, Eat would be best foe him to stop keeping an eye on him. This piece of advice, laced with hidden concern, caused Chubless to fall into deep thought. The upcoming interrogation would begin right after BLC sect examination. On a large table lay a thick stack of papers. Ian placed his hand lightly on them and replied nonchalantly, unless he finds a way to prove his innocence, that ID. Finishing his sentence, he lifted his hand, and Lee paper curled up automatically as if by mud dicha. Then he added, otherwise, the entire white sect family will certainly be wiped out. Scene shifts to Kiratsua mansion in a capital under pouring rain. A roar of resentment echoed through Bu Li Inn. How could this possibly make any sense? Reali, quite a murderous look on his face, was clearly extremely annoyed by an unpleasant event. Even if Ezek had summoned an evil god, what right did those people have to kidnap him? Not to mention that knowing he lacked faith and still doing so was going too far. He was currently holding a closed-door meeting in EP study Kwa Ili in Surrey to discuss each incident that had just occurred. Riley's attitude was now one of extreme anger. He could not believe that Cardinal H. Zach would dare to go this far. After listening to his grumbling foe a while, Eli, who had been looking pale, finally spoke up about tomorrow's divine summoning ceremony. Then, a statement was made that left Relai and Gawil wide-eyed quit see. Isaac would not be attending. E2 immediately raised a clamor of protest. What? How can that be? He must be present. Ely looked much calmer after synthesizing several pieces of information and stated firmly, everything happens for a reason. Facing a point that struck straight to Y heart, Riley nodded in agreement. That ain't right. Lee composure of E2 left Gawil clutching his head and cursing under his breath. Damn neat. Finally unable to contain himself, he slammed his hand on a key table and retorted sharply, no, he must attend at any cost. Gawil at sudden opposition left Lee extremely confused. Are you crazy? Didn't you say yourself earlier that Isaac needed protection? Oh, do want a whole world to see him summon an evil god? Hearing this, Gawil shouted back that Eat was not an evil god. After many attempts to hide Eat, he finally revealed a shocking secret. Eat was Lee's supreme god. Isaac would be summoning like supreme god. Quit that, Gawil looked directly at Ellie and Relai, asserting firmly that regardless of 1-8 faith, like most important thing was for him to attend like ceremony. After running all of things to say, Gawil clutched his forehead and sighed miserably. Damn Eat, I shouldn't have said that, but well, ain't a relief to get Eat pee my chest. At this moment, Relay was Lee first to re-afe, disbelieving his own ears, and ask, Supreme God. Gawil didn't hesitate to answer, that ain't right, but Ely then asked a ridiculous question, who? Which drove him into a frenzy, shouting at him, who else could Eat be but Isaac? Then, Gawil began to recount in detail what he had witnessed to EP other two, during the investiture ceremony. He had been personally chosen by Lee's supreme god, so he must be present at Loki's summoning ceremony. Ely kept an expression of complete disbelief and waved him away dismissively. If do re-drunk, go to sleep, talking nonsense. He didn't pay slightest attention to his words. Gawil shouted indignantly that he was telling IP truth. His next sentence caused Daiki hand holding Iliate teacup to pause mid-air. I saw everything quit my own eyes at T. Barrett Mansion. He continued to ramble on about his suspicions. Do understand why they want to adopt Isaac. When they were rejected, they tried to get rid of him. Now they are blocking him from attending like ceremony. Do still not see key plot behind Key Barrett's behavior. Yet this time Eat was Relai 8 turn not to believe Gawil, and he sighed exhaustedly. Brother, even a novelist wouldn't dare to make something lie that up. If Dewey not feeling well, go rest. Hearing this, he felt a lump in his throat and could unlie silently curse. Realizing he could convince these two, Gawil helplessly walked away. Believe ye it or not, but we finally have a chance to retaliate against them, and yet do want to throw him away now. Quite a determined look, he announced that he would personally take Isaac away from this place. Hearing those words, Riley watched his back quite a bewildered expression, wondering if this guy was serious. After a long silence, Ely asked again if what he said was we truth, constantly grilled. Gao replied quite deep disfaction. Etidb truth. When key third affirmation rang all, his hand suddenly trembled violently beside a teacup, as if Lalmighty had truly manifested. Ely suddenly waved his hand, splashing tea everywhere, and Kut a solemn expression, declared bluntly that he was precisely a weirdo. Faced Kut such an arrogant insult, Gowl again furiously tore at his hair, crying loudly in shame, wondering why his father could make such a reckless conclusion. He had no idea Old Man was hatching another scheme. Isaac was now in a tight spot. Getting involved divine beings was extremely risky, but at least the group had escaped intense interrogation. Ely muttered to himself while imagining Isaac ate Nave's smile. Faith was now merely ephemeral. He was backed by a powerful being who surpassed other gods, and no one dared to defy that will. At that very moment, a soldier burst through Lee door from outside, panting as he reported Lee news. "Sir, there ain't big trouble." Eli suddenly froze after hearing bad news. His mind went blank and his face was dumbfounded. Ike Red Church 8 Heresy Inspection Tim had begun to crack down on Isaac. Before long, the day of judgment arrived, and the atmosphere rapidly shifted to a bustling scene in Leek Arena Square. Below Key Central XTG, a seasoned priest was loudly announcing to Lee junior priests that second phase of solemn ceremony would begin immediately. While he was rambling about rules, stating that divine selection event would take place publicly so there should be no mistakes, Suri was trembling uncontrollably, biting his nails and silently praying. "I am really done for this time," he thou, secretly glancing at interrogation Tim behind him, sweat pouring down his face. Those iron-faced men seemed to be everywhere. His anxiety reached its peak, causing Suri to bite his nails until they bled, while in his heart, he continuously screamed his name. "Isaac, what on earth did you do to make those red-robed people hound you lie this?" Rewinding time a few days earlier, in Key dimly lit, Key cellar, relentless cold interrogation, confess quickly, "Are you working as a minion for P old skeleton king?" In that lofty place, Lee's supervisors were forcefully interrogating Ice to extract, as his name was in a Demon 8 secret letter. Light Chain Man, however, nonchalantly "Are you dreaming?" Key officials persistently presented sharp evidence, claiming that although Demon King had bowed his head and confessed, seeds of rebellion still remained. Upon hearing those baseless words, Isaac suddenly flew into a rage and yelled, cutting them up, "What did you mean?" Kneeling and begging for mercy. He slammed Likey table and stood up, mercilessly cursing, "You deceivers. There ain't absolutely no such line in that secret letter." When his anger subsided and words had been spoken, Isaac suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. So, it was you all along. ET was all just an act set up by those two old foxes to lure him into a trap. So, you can actually read that secret language. There ain't no escaping this time. Interrogator made a provocative throat-slitting gesture, as if announcing an ominous and "see do later, kid," official examination. Recalling that nave moment, Suri couldn't lie sighed dejectedly. How could do fall foe such a childish trap? But when he saw his friend 8 perpetually grinning and chatting face next to him, he could unlie look up at Lix's sky and lament his fate deep sighs. Do know why they waited until now to act. They want to publicly shame you before everyone when they see you've been chosen by an evil god. A disaster scenario immediately appeared in Suriat imagination. Venizer would surely be noticed by god of justice and directly sent to an early demise, after which his entire clan would be branded as heretics. He felt utterly helpless and wondered what Isaac was dreaming about, while Key Man his head in Lee clouds and lithaw of money, to Ike extent that his eyes clearly showed shiny ginnan in coin circles. While Isaac was dreaming of mountains of gold and silver and immense wealth, a cunning-eyed individual was secretly observing him from behind. He smirked triumphantly and, fun of confidence, muttered, "Enjoy yourself while do still can't. I don't know how do escaped EXO, but I will utterly humiliate you in public." That other person was also fantasizing about a bright future, just as Suri had described. Once called by a divine being, I will immediately summon him. A heretic Lidu will surely be struck by lightning and disintegrated. In Lai stands, crowd also began to murmur and gossip about unpleasant rumors. Has Thansak clan truly degenerated? I heard truth will be fully exposed today. Witnessing that bustling scene, Neezer was extremely pleased and praised. Excellent. This trick thousands of times more effective than ordinary searches. Just then, announcer 8 loudspeaker cut everyone 8 train of thought. Key divine selection ritual ID about to begin. Peakly focus and channel your energy into Iki orb. As soon as command whistle blew, Suri squeezed orb tightly in her palm, trying to dry swallow her bitter saliva while silently praying to the noble god of purity. He gritted his teeth, trying to send a prayer to his ancestors, but like he took Tate's laughter of person next to him kept ringing awe, giving him goosebumps. If that guy happens to be chosen by Leaky evil god, we are all doomed. Unable to keep her calm, Suri glanced at Azek, who was greedily muttering about League god of wealth, screaming in her heart, begging Iki gods not to let this guy summon an evil god. As soon as those words were spoken, a surging wave of power poured in, causing like orb in Isaac AT hand to suddenly glow a brilliant Ginon Lai. Leak Lai emanated from Lai very object in Isaac AT hand. He held his breath, watching the color gradually manifest, turning awe to be Li prestigious Gian god. He began to wee legal rim about a plump old man sitting in Li key middle of an immense treasure gold and money. Come to me, Ginmon god, Pili manifest yourself. Images inside the orb gradually grew sharp. In Isaac 8, anticipation reached its peak. There he was, his life-changing fortune. Gone and God, appear. His eyes sparkled. Quid anticipation fo a moment a coup god of wealth would manifest, but everything suddenly became incredibly bizarre. Completely contrary to Isaac 8 hopes of changing his life, like crest that appeared had nothing to do with gold and silver, but was instead some bizarre shape. Seeing that object, Isaac 8 face turned pale as he gasped in ecstasy, while Leaf and Tim beside him smirked quid amusement and knowing intent. Unwilling to accept harsh reality, Isaac collapsed to pea ground, clutching Eek-orb and weeping bitterly. No way, this must be just a nightmare. Seeing P other in utter agony, Neezer became even more excited, convinced that Lee evil god had definitely chosen him. Looking at Lee's brightly glowing orb in Lee other 8 hand, he triumphantly declared, I will unmask this guy in front of Likey public. But to everyone 8's surprise, Ezek suddenly summoned all his strength and threw Eek-orb far away. No. Witnessing this chaotic scene, both Neezer and Suri went pale as ghosts. Key-orb soared high like a shooting star, and Suri was so angry she screamed in fury, what my hell ID this madman doing? In contrast to his despair, Neezer excitedly chased after Lee direction of Key-orb. Fool, do you think throwing Yate away will let you escape me? Thinking of triumphant prospect, he calculated that this was actually better. While I am at eat, I will expose your true face in front of everyone. Quit the thaw, Neezer ordered investigators to quickly recover evidence. A moment later, some person approached dazed Isaac and called his fun name, Isaac Joshua. That person was an investigator, and they were just as impatient as Neezer. Stand still, we need to keep Leek-orb to verify which god has chosen you. They continued to ramble about horrific consequences, completely oblivious to frustrated twitch at Lee corner of Isaac 8 mouth. What if he really IDP an evil god? Dio will be imprisoned immediately. Before officers could even finish, Isaac threw himself onto ground, thrashing around. No, let me try again. This turn was a glitch. While Isaac was still lying on ground throwing a tantrum and demanding a do EV, an investigator ran up to report that they had found Leaky Orb. Neezer quickly snatched it and barked, give heat to me right now. He was extremely excited, believing his dream of glory was within reach, and screamed, your gemen's here, Azek. Without even looking, Neezer quickly held up Leak Orb and declared, behold ye God who chose you. The officers looked inside and suddenly stammered in horror. What on earth ID this? They stared at Lee PC Tren Mickey inside Key Orb and then turned to Wyke person eagerly waiting to punish like other, stammering, this ID crest of Leaky Supreme God. Enli then did Neezer look closely inside. His face instantly turned pale, his expression twisting into an ugly grimace because it was indeed like crest of Supreme God. Hearing Lay's shocking news, Lai crowd began to buzz quote rumors, this ID unprecedented. Weren't there rumors that Iki clan of purity had been corrupted? If this ID true, there ain't no way they could be corrupted. Even Arai, sitting in Lee stands, could barely stand upon seeing P result, as he turned out, rumors were true. Sori regained her composure and approached Usak like someone about to faint to ask, did Du throw Key sphere away even though Du knew Du were chosen by Supreme God? Usak put on an expression as if he wanted to crawl straight into a coffin to hide. What use ID being greedy faux benefits to me? Hearing this, Sori could unlie sigh helplessly. Oh gods, Peelig see this fool. Just as Isak was driven into a corner, an excited voice suddenly rang catching his attention. So it was Lee P God of Fortune. Immediately, a Wasi figure loomed behind P girl who was jumping faux joy after drawing Key God of Fortune. Sensing a bad omen, she turned around and her heart nearly stopped. What on earth was this? Azak now looked like a robber quite key face of an assassin. Handy TVT right now, do you bitch. As if he had let his mind, he screamed threats at her. Trade quit me right now. Trade eat quickly before I make do history. Without caring about lead other person a gender, Azak grabbed her hair, yanked her back, and demanded like item. Give a to me right now. On like other end, she was extremely bitter and frustrated enough to go mad, cursing in her head, what kind of bastard ID this? In Lee P blink of an eye, P scene shifted to a magnificent meeting room filled Kuti cardinals and Keen. Seraphine was first to speak, wearing a knowing smile on behalf of Eli, who was suppressing a laugh beside her, saying that everything would be resolved smoothly. Seeing him holding Aiden until his face turned red, she smiled gently and teased, it seems IT Cardinal ID in high spirits, isn't he? Hella also noticed this and quickly praised Lee. Lee Duke must be very proud of Lee news about his nephew. After all, Key Boy was chosen by Supreme God. Receiving Lee praise, he confidently replied, of course. While Lee was still basking in pride, Leon, sitting opposite, glanced at Hooray, who was trying to suppress his anger. Perhaps this ID prosperous era of our empire. As soon as those words left his mouth, Hurry immediately spoke up defiantly. That inlay matters if Leaky Kid can actually summon Leaky God. Anyone can be chosen, but successfully summoning and sign a contract ID what actually matters. Eli no longer held back and bluntly retorted, do say anyone can be chosen? Yet I haven't seen anyone in your family manage to pull E to P. After Y sharp retort, We two began to exchange fiery glares. Hela quickly stepped in to make peace, saying, just being chosen ID a blessing in itself. I myself am very happy about this get news, so I hope everyone can get along. However, Hooray was still wallowing in his annoyance. He had intended to use Kina 8 God to expand his influence, but unexpected circumstances had ruined. He resentfully lamented that he had done his best to back Leapy Girl because she was favored by Aki, God of Fortune. But before E Supreme God, all his calculations came to nothing. After a moment of frustration, finally comforted himself, he'd 8 Phi. That kid was chosen for some minor talent, but he doesn't have likely capability to summon a god anyway. Beneath eye bangs that obscured his eyes, he smirked with a scheming smile. We must prevent him from signing a contract at all costs. Regardless of her 8 malicious plans, back at I Mansion, Isaac was still busy praying to Gi, God of Fortune, even if 8 meant burying like Supreme God alive quit his own hands. On his study desk cluttered quit books, Ki Fentem lounged in deep despair, crying, "Oh, let me start my life EVE." Suri brought some water and approached, asking curiously, "Do you usually hate studying? So why are you suddenly so diligent today?" Isaac held his head in agony and said, "I have no choice but to study." Frantically flipping through book, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Why Idiki there not a single line guiding how to cancel a God 8 selection? Seeing this, Suri was speechless, thinking to herself, this guy has really let his mind. She walked RV, set a glass of water on table, and said, "I done to understand why do detest this honor so much. Isn't this something worth celebrating?" Isaac crumpled YB Pete and glared at her as if he wanted to eat her alive. Do want to know work reason. Sweating bullets, Suri took 2 steps back and replied, "Never mind, don't say anything." Scratching her head, she grumbled, "Since do have already received a gift from Lee Supreme God, do are considered officially chosen." Sack replied flatly, "I threw 8 away." Suri cried Owen, "Why on earth did do throw 8 away? Quit that gift, why would do worry about likey summoning?" Still coldly refused, "I done need." Suri really couldn't understand his thinking. "I respect your decision, but no matter how much do you hate ET, having a high-ranking god by your side IDP still better." Zack indifferently asked, "Why ID that?" Suri explained, "Because ye all read book clan ID plotting to summon their god to capture Dio." He looked uneasy. "Once gods take your faith, Dio'll definitely get what 8 coming to Dio. Unless the Supreme God intervenes to protect Dio, your life ID forfeit." Isaac 8 eyes suddenly lit up. "Then just give me Azure God Dio we're planning to summon, and that should be enough to be LPC like attack, right? Besides, that God of Lie must be great at finding shiny things like gold." Suri indignantly retorted that God of Lie had no such desires. Ignoring Suri, Isaac sank into thought. "ID there really no high-ranking god who will listen." Ubika, having just awakened, replied, Do think eat 8 that easy. Do better prepare an escape plan while do still can." A week passed, and Lipe ritual to summon Likey gods officially took place at Ek Royal Altar. Whispers broke everywhere. Will we truly witness Lee Supreme God? Don be delusional. Being chosen and successfully summoning are 2 completely different things. What makes that kid think he can call upon him? At that moment, Neezer appeared, standing quick crossed arms and listening to crowd 8 gossip. Haven't Tidu heard rumors about Isaac Joshua 8 faith? If Lee Crimson God ID summoned, Isaac be executed immediately. He smirked contemptuously. "I done care what tricks do used before, but take eat now. Lipe Crimson God will send do on your way." Neezer smugly pointed his finger at Isaac 8 face. "Isaac, today ID your N." Isaac thou indifferently, again quit these cliché lines. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from right behind Isaac. "Neezer ID absolutely right." He advised Isaac to be sensible and withdraw, as an ordinary human body couldn't withstand the pressure of summoning. Isaac just found 8 annoying. He wondered why so many idle people were coming to cause trouble today. Immediately after, he ray 8 words left Neezer stunned. "I myself will help do summon Lee Supreme God." He set a condition, but once be summoning ID complete, do must hand that god a V to Iki Yellow Clan. Riley immediately stepped in front of Isaac. No matter what offer do make, he'd useless. He Ray didn't get angry but simply said softly, I see." He offered a more tempting option. "How about I switch to Waiki God of Wealth Fo Diu?" Isaac, who loved money, nodded instantly. "Deal." But before he could finish his sentence, Riley covered his mouth. Watching him struggle, he began to calculate silently in his head. That offer wasn't bad at all. Lee God of Wealth was also a high-ranking deity, more than capable of blocking an attack from Lee Crimson God. Riley gritted his teeth, locked in an intense mental struggle. Without their spot, Isaac would truly lose his life trying to summon EP Supreme God. Finally, he made up his mind, let his beloved nephew die. He could never accept that. Just before he could place his handprint on Riley, Isaac sneezed. He let go of IE hand covering Isaac 8 mouth and said, "Do whatever do want." So, he grinned at Ray. "Key deal I deep sealed." Ray nodded. A very wise move indeed. Right then, Someone ran looking extremely panicked. He frantically announced, "Something big has happened. Leak order of summoning rituals has been swapped." Neezer had been moved ahead of Isaac. Ray frowned in annoyance. "What?" Smile on Isaac's 8 lips also suddenly froze. At that moment, Eli stepped forward, radiating intense. "It seems that Crimson Bastard has bribed that cardinal." Eli exclaimed in slight surprise. "Father." Quit a cold, expressionless face. Eli declared, "Let me handle this myself." Immediately after, whispers rose again. Neezer ID going to summon before Isaac. This action was no different from a public declaration of intent to kill Isaac. Eli then stepped in front of Ian, who was standing by altar. Audience recognized him as Azure Cardinal. Was he planning to confront Crimson Cardinal? He set down a box. Someone sighed warily. Indeed, Crimson and Azure factions are always fire and water. A cleach echoed, an chest lid sprang beam, sending the entire hall into a buzz of discussion about how solemn Azure family would handle this situation. Everyone was utterly shocked by Mr. Li's extremely blunt move. He pulled a money and demanded to change positions. Relay and Suri could only gape in astonishment, wondering why their master was playing quid and in any hand that. Ian froze, staring at Ali, while crowd was speechless. How could dignified Azure Cardinal openly offer a bribe? Surely no one would dare accept it. Gazing at gleaming pile of gold, Ian maintained an emotionless face behind his BLIC mask and then uttered, "It seems this amount of money worth considering." The entire audience gasped in bewilderment once again. Just at that cry TC moment, Isaac jumped in to protest, "No way, Grandpa." He rushed to Eli 8's side. "Grandpa, our Rothschild family cannot behave so tactlessly." "Grandpa, no. Master just dropped that idea." Rothschild family fan below were moved to tears. "He truly a different kind of saintly candidate." The other person smiled contentedly. "That boy certainly has makings of a future pope." Yet Isaac 8 next sentence made the entire hall freeze. "If do you have so much money, why not just give 8 to me first and get ETVE quat?" At that moment of extreme tension, Rain stepped forward mock, "I never thought Azure sect would stoop to such shady dealings." He raised an eyebrow, provoking, "Could it be that Lee Master intends to personally cast aside our family 8 doctrine into Lee trash?" Eli lowered his head. Azure faith has always existed to protect small and weak." He tightly gripped gold bar in his hand and declared clearly, "And we are protecting Wabi weakest child of our family, so we are acting according to righteous principles, aren't we?" Isaac, standing nearby, thought to himself, "This interpretation actually sounds quite logical." Ian spoke up, "Your perspective on this indeed admirable, but," he sneered, "our side has already received gifts from Crimson faction ages ago." Eli gritted his teeth, "Do you bastard? Do know what catastrophe will befall us if that Crimson brat successfully summons a deity?" Ryan seized delicate opportunity, "So even do doubt Asik Rothshua, O esteemed Azure Cardinal." He stroked his chin theatrically. "P lies top, what ain't been decided cannot be changed." Ian nodded. "Exactly. Once Eat 8 settled, there ain't no going back." Then he finalized, "Well then, let both do just summon at Leaky same time to speed things up." Ryan indignantly cried out, "Sir, how dare do go back on your quick lie that, after having pocketed all that money?" Caught red-handed, Ian coldly retorted, "Then worry about finding a way to summon faster." Keep Leaky Cardinal 8 pressure radiated lie a heavy murderous hurrah, his voice cold as stone. "Are you afraid of her now?" Ryan couldn't lie grit his teeth and swallow his anger, feeling utterly indignant. "Damn neat," he thought, arguing now pointless anyway, ultimate decision still rests quid Cardinal. He clenched his fists until his body trembled. "Fie," he said, "but we will remember this incident for a long time." Then he turned on his heel and left, not forgetting to utter a threat. "Leisure and BLIC factions just wait, deal regret this." Quet issue of a key order settled, Isaac hesitantly spoke up, "Grandpa." Eli placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, even if do can summon anything, at 8 perfectly fine." His eyes were full of compassion. "Even if those bastards do manage to summon a deity, we will still protect do to Lee very end." After hearing that, Isaac 8 eyes welled up quote emotion. "Grandpa." He gently pointed behind him. "That ain't not what I meant, sir." Eli smiled. Looking in B direction he pointed, "Oh, any 8 not." Isaac pointed at a gee pile of boxes in the corner of the room, those spare bribe gifts. He was so greedy he was drooling, telling his uncle to give them all to him. Eli felt elated looking at his gluttonous nephew. When he heard Blee Boy asking for more, he was willing to give him everything. For some reason, 2 large lumps appeared on Isaac 8 head later, and B surrounding crowd began to whisper, wondering what trouble he had just caused. Surin jumped up and down in worry as they walked, saying that Neezer was preparing to summon Lot God of Law, while Isaac held his gift box tightly and said that was even better. He nonchalantly bragged that he was planning to gin forces quit a yellow faction to sabotage a key ritual, leaving Shuren frozen for a few seconds. Isaac explained that their gifts definitely contained magical trap. He planned to pretend to collapse and pin Lai P blame on them. leaving Shuren confused as to why he would accept them despite knowing about Lee traps. Isaac 8's expression turned serious as he thought to himself that if that high-ranking god appeared, they would surely recognize his soul. Lee's initial plan was to feign illness and slip away before anyone could summon a high-ranking god. Although he still had Ike Trump's CPC of calling upon Key Supreme God to quell chaos, he wasn't sure if that deity would cooperate. Isaac gave an enigmatic smile. If Nezer managed to summon Lee God of Law, Loki's situation would become much more integrated. He licked his lips calculatingly. If he was that particular god, there was nothing to worry about, and this would be a gone opportunity to ensure Woki Red faction never bothered him again. As for Nezer, he harbored his own ambitions, believing that as long as he could summon him, Isaac would be finished. Both of them stepped onto Wii altar to begin Lee's summoning ritual. Moderator 8 Voirango clearly, and a ritual officially began. Nezer acted first, raising his hands high and confidently declaring that he would go first. A surge of brilliant red energy billowed from each palms of his hands. Eat flared up like a fierce fire right in each center of his summoning platform. Nezer laughed contentedly as he heard like audience gasp in awe, recognizing Liu authority of Li God of Law. He laughed triumphantly, thinking he already had Li victory secured in his hands. In contrast, Isaac energy radiated gently. He placed his hand RV his heart and closed his eyes in a respectful prayer. As soon as he opened his eyes, Leaky mysterious energy began to move as well. A brilliant pillar of Gin and Lai soared high into Eb Lu Sakai, leaving everyone stunned. Lai crowd was in a daze of disbelief, wondering if Isaac had truly managed to summon a supreme god. Nezer, standing nearby, also turned pale. He tried to reassure himself that summoning was an Lai P first step, and signing a contract was E ultimate result. Thinking there was still a chance, Nezer clasped his hands and prayed to his god. Looking at Eve's Medici circle spinning overhead, he loudly accused Isaac of being a lawbreaker and pleaded quod God to punish thy scoundrel. Divine pressure enveloped thy altar as a majestic voice boomed, asking which child dared to impersonate a sen. Seeing the entity about to appear, Lee Key Gate clinging to Isaac trembled and cried out that Eat was about to be obliterated, but he remained calm and said everything would be fine. Waitik had urged him to sign thy contract quickly before Yeet was too late. A priest from Look Red faction worriedly asked if Isaac had truly summoned Lee's supreme god, but another person reassured him that Nezer would surely be faster. He fixed his gaze on Nezer at Lee altar, just waiting for Ike Ladder to sign like contract so everything would be complete. Just then, summoning pieces aligned, and a majestic, formidable red-haired god before crowd 8 eyes. Lee God of Law looked down and asked in a deep voice, did that person mistakenly contain soul of he skeleton demon kin? Nezer bowed respectfully. He ID a heretic. P lie punish him. P God declared, there ain't no need for a trial. He glanced at Isaac, who was grinning, and delivered his judgment. That kid doesn't have an ounce of faith in his heart. God 8 words made everyone standing there tremble. Moreover, a terrible scent of evil energy from that old demon kin also emanated from him. He affirmed resolutely, he has been using that power already. Hearing that, Nezer 8 face went completely pale. What ID happening? Lee God raised his hand with a look of disappointment. I can believe such an impure being dares to set foot in this holy land. His hand pointed directly at Isaac below. You will pay for your sins immediately. Below, Riley frantically knelt. This ID bad. Isaac 8 lack of faith has been completely exposed. He tried to find a way to handle like the emergency situation. Just knock Lee Kiddo and disconnect him from like he got. And ET will be a V. But his nascent intention was immediately blocked as chain-clad figures rushed forward to see Teep rely. Did do forget Pope 8 decree. Ren warned. No one IDP allowed to approach him with each circle except Fo E summoner. He laughed gleefully. Everything happens for a reason. If Key Kid ID executed, he'd 8 definitely because he deserves that outcome. Hearing these words, Riley was furious but could Enlai stand by helplessly and watch. At Licky's same time, on B altar, he got 8 hand came closer and closer. Fen team screamed, damn ET, I chose Gi wrong master. This time, I am dead for sure. Merely frowned slightly, I told Du already, calm down, big bro. Looking at terrifying stream of energy bearing down on his head. Fen Tum trembled uncontrollably. How can I be calm? Isaac raised his hand, a bee lulai gathering in his palm. Trust me, you fool. A red lightning bolt struck Isaac 8 position, and thick smoke and dust obscured everyone 8 VXN. Relai below key altar cried awe in despair. Isaac. When lay dust dissipated, before everyone 8 eyes was Diki majestic god of law, still standing tall. His face showed a trace of astonishment, mixed with a hint of unbelievable bewilderment. Because Isaac was still standing there, completely unharmed. What? He blocked that attack. Without waiting for God to collect himself, young man smiled meaningfully. Isaac raised his hand, his eyes gradually turning fiery red. Now, fun ends here. His body was enveloped by a stream of Aki energy, which began to spread throughout Lig altar. Below key altar, audience seemed poisoned. Their faces darkened, and they quickly covered their noses and mouths. Eedi lak mana. Ren got goosebumps, Eat really IDE mana. His teammates panicked. That kid ID'd using forbidden my each. Shouts erupted from all direction, so he swallowed a part of Demon Kin. Ethan Sack family uses Demon Kin 8 Medici. He truly ID a heretic. That ID not worth worrying about. Isaac managed to stay calm, but he could not, quit such a large stature, how could he just stand there and watch him sacrifice himself? An earth-shattering explosion roared, and billowing red smoke covered live entire schoolyard. Ren smiled triumphantly. Eat was all V now, there was no way to deny AT. Leapy skeleton demon Kenby Lisi Medici had been exposed, and that kid was certain to face a death sentence. They are plotting something. I must also coordinate quit God to take action. Ren was elated. As soon as he saw him move, light person beside him nodded that ate right, just wait for him to attack. He shouted as a signal to God of Law. Strike now, this IDE exact moment to act. Relay observed red faction members frantically signaling to attack and attack. Atmosphere was incredibly chaotic. Although still trembling, he gradually regained his composure. Why hadn't that God attacked yet? Oh, was there an issue? Kook's summoning ritual. However, at this very moment, God of Law on Neki altar was drenched in a cold sweat. He furrowed his brows, unable to believe his eyes. What on earth was happening? As foe Isaac, he was still smiling brightly. It was definitely that look in his eyes. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely, quit a devious expression. I will serve you well. Long time no see, brother. God of Law froze for 5 seconds, his eyes bulging as he stared at Isaac in utter SPC. His spirit began to waver, and his face turned pale because he could not accept this scenario. Suddenly, he noticed some trend clues. This was truly far-fetched. Without anyone noticing, a blood-colored barrier had appeared around Isaac, a sturdy shield. Down below, Ren also realized Isaac could a barrier lie this? How could that brat be punished? To verify his suspicion, a glowing Madich circle appeared. Isaac looked up with a disdainful expression. Do bastard, after all these years, your nature hasn't improved one bit. Instantly, God of Law 8 hand reached straight through that Medici circle. Finally, he stepped fully into Isaac 8 barrier. Key boy wasn't surprised at all. Do you still have to get your hands dirty yourself, as always? God of Law didn't bother to speak, but simply reached forward to perform a soul interrogation spell. Leak results left him rooted to P-spot, completely stunned. Isaac was also startled when he saw his skeleton demon kin soul being pulled off. What Ike hell ID this? But he quickly regained his composure and smirked. Phalaim, old friend, God of Law. Seeing a demon kin 8 soul, God became flustered and repeatedly performed soul interrogation. Isaac, annoyed, snapped. Stop that repeated interrogation nonsense. God of Law stared in terror. He was supposed to be trapped inside a BC-8 body. Oh, had luck seal been broken long ago. He suddenly realized something that made his face turn deathly pale. God of Law turned away and muttered to reassure himself. It must just be a clone. He probably used a subordinate to host his essence. Isaac sighed. This old guy has really gone crazy. He turned to Isaac with a look of boredom and uttered bitter words. I will return this child-8 body to its true owner soon. A clattering saw echoed as he pulled a few bottles of solution, then confidently challenged, Do you not skilled enough to send me away? Isaac looked like a madman laughing gleefully. A noble god do wants to pick a fight a high god. Don't do see these medicines in my hand. Upon seeing vials, God of Law seemed to hesitate. High god has chosen him? Skeleton demon kin. What on earth ID happening? He stepped back a few paces and muttered, This ID beyond my keen trend. I must report to my superiors. Isaac laughed loudly. Superiors, He began to use psychological tactics to lure his opponent. Well, IMP skeleton demon kin. RNTI. God of Law replied reluctantly. What? Isaac continued. So seal was a complete failure. Wasn't He stammered. Well, he delivered a fatal blow. Wasn't that seal created by your son? God of Law froze, unable to deny it yet. Seeing his opponent cornered, Isaac waved him, then just go ahead and report it. God of Law 8 face turned as beaky see his suit. Isaac added fuel to Lee fire, and are do sure do on and be punished. Watch do might lose your position. Isaac pressed his hand against a barrier with a sinister smile. Hey, ET would be quite in TP rate 10 if your superiors heard about this, wouldn't ET? Somehow he had caught a poor god 8 weakness, a crimson god hungry for promotion. If this got off, he could forget about rising up, and might even be eliminated. He was furious but helpless, weakly asking, Forget that, what do really want? Isaac replied with a laugh, It ain't nothing major. Meanwhile, those outside were growing anxious because barrier blocked also. What ain't happening? I can hear a thing. Inside Lee barrier, Isaac coldly laid his demand. Sign a contract me. God of Law nodded repeatedly. Alright, fine. I'll sign it. Suddenly, he froze as he realized a shocking, unbelievable truth. He stared wide-eyed at geeky grinning Isaac in front of him. Wait, what? Lie God of Law examined Isaac from head to toe, a demon kin signing a contract coup to God. No, now he'd ate a priest. Damn neat, ID he a demon kin a priest. To confirm his suspicions, he grabbed Isaac 8's shoulder and asked, "What ID your real name?" He answered, "Isaac." He pressed, "Your fun name." He answered honestly, "Isaac Roswa." Key God of Law realized bitterly that he had been trapped. My God, how could he be from one of key 5 great families? Isaac smiled craftily and tried, "Do you re-finished? Do you kanti kivu me? And do you don t dare report eat? Signing a contract quit me ID your best option." Ignoring waiting, and two continued their calm exchange, Key God of Law asked, "What are you really plotting?" Isaac replied, "I just want to lay a normal life." He didn't believe it. "Do you think I lay believe that?" He sighed, "I've been cursed enough, I finally have this normal body." Isaac asked while making a threat, Do you think I'll easily give up this opportunity?" Then he suddenly changed his tone, "Oh, don't worry, if I lacked faith, I couldn't sign a contract anyway. I am quite grateful to everyone." Isaac laughed aloud, "I am incredibly grateful. Thanks to your mistakes, I obtained this body. Think of Edie as your way of honoring me. Can we sign a B contract now?" Seeing this loathsome attitude, Lee Key God of Law just wanted to keyview him right then and there. Isaac continued to persuade him, "Do you can to do without me now? Do no mortals are weak against gods, or would do you rather I go around preaching everywhere that I am Lighty skeleton demon Ken?" He asserted, "I want peace in this body." A specter appeared and mocked him. "Do you truly are a master of lies?" Isaac whispered, "I am not lying." He outlined a plan known only to himself and Leaky Spectre. "I'll lie a low-key life, watch I gods, and take back what I've a lot. I'll reach I peak smoothly." Isaac concluded quite a chilling remark, "And after achieving everything, I will wipe them all." He looked at the Key God of Law. "To do that, I need informant from Leaky Divine Realm." Spectre asked, "And High God?" Isaac replied, "I'll use him to threaten all Leak other gods." Meanwhile, Lee God of Law thought to himself, "A demon kin always longs for a mortal body. ID that why he treasures this one so much." He clenched his fists and resolutely refused Isaac. "That ain't impossible. A Crimson God can only sign a contract quit a member of Lee Crimson family." See top dreaming. Key smile on his face vanished instantly. "What?" Isaac at rapid change of attitude made God of Punishment wary. He had better consider eat carefully. He threatened that Key other new fun well consequences if he let his temper, a statement that turned Lecky other 8 faces pale as a banana leaf. Isaac pointed at provocatively, Do want me to blow things up again just to spite you?" Lee God of Punishment gritted his teeth in annoyance. This bastard was planning to use suicide to threaten him again. Any key trauma of Lee previous time was still giving him a headache. Looking at Leek arrogant young man in front of him, he told himself to temporarily indulge him to get EVE quit, but why on earth was he to retreat? Block God of Punishment approached to probe if he intended to lie in peace, and Isaac raised his hand and replied to a smile that, of course, he did. Since he had come this far, he had to go all Lee Key way. He bit his lip and signed Lie Key Covenant quit him. Right at that moment, continuous crackling sound suddenly echoed throughout. Lee glowing red barrier shattered into pieces like fragile crystal. Rain cheered joyfully because EGOT had appeared, and someone chimed in, saying that he had dispelled Dai P Bone Ken At Wakmana to make it easy for them to capture him. B-Clan Knights immediately rushed in to capture Lie Heretic, taking Ek order and acting without delay. A knight shouted loudly, telling Wyke Heretic to stop right there. However, they were stunned to see that Yisak was not running away at all, but was instead dancing jubilantly on altar. He spun around, bowed slightly, and waved mischievously at Lee Crowd. While Knights were still dazed, Isak had already shown Ak back of his hand, which bore a bright red covenant marquee. Then he cast a mischievous and provocative glance, implying that he had stolen their god, so let 8 see what they could do about E.T. In key blink of an eye, whispers and murmurs erupted everywhere like a disturbed beehive. Leaky red god just signed a covenant kuda Lu priest. Wasn't Isak planning to summon Lai High God? Ren was now so terrified that he was drenched in sweat. He dared to form a covenant, quit their side 8 god instead of Lai High God. Was this kid planning to monopolize both god? Leaky whispering grew louder by key minute. Someone suggested that he would drain all like power before using Nike Red God as a hostage to threaten them. Aniki old man angrily pointed his finger and scolded Isaac for being insane. Hearing those words, P corners of his mouth curled up in amusement, saying that it wasn't a bad idea either. Lee entire hall fell into chaos when Leaky Red God chose a Lu believer. If Lee God were to punish heretics, choosing Isaac proved his faith was completely stealth. Like gossip made Sep's kneeser shake with anger. Did that not imply that Aki Red God valued a Lu child even more than Aki Orthodox successor? Lee Crowd still whispered endlessly about whether Isaac was truly a heretic, because if so, Key God would have punished him already. Just look at how much Lyrid's sect had declined. Isaac spread his arms wide, enjoying like attention. At that very moment, Sep's Leon could not contain his anger and spat all bitterly. His face darkened as he growled, asking if he intended to steal their Faction 8 god. Leon cast a cold glance to Lee's side, asserting that there must have been some mistake here. He spoke grimly, saying that they would surely cancel Lee Covenant, but Lee Joshua replied stiffly, asking why on earth they should do that. Lee corners of his mouth curled into a triumphant smirk. Wasn't he conditioned to become the key pope to harmonize E5 major faiths? Now, his grandson had been chosen by their god. Leon gritted his teeth so hard his jaw muscles twitched repeatedly, and thick blue veins bulged on his forehead. He truly was a bastard. A priest behind could not help but voice his indignation, asking how one could be so blatant as to steal another House 8 god. Ren nodded in agreement, adding that it was true. How could anyone from Lee Ki Joshua family be shameless enough to take a god from Lee P. Sep's lineage? Lee Joshua merely glanced at them and ignored them, saying, "Let 8 go. House head, we have no reason to waste our breath arguing with these people," and kept insisting that the whole thing was absurd and demanded 8 be returned, but he coldly cut him off, stating that everything that happens in this world has its own origin. Lee Joshua sneered, "Isn't he that exactly what Du once taught me?" Scene shifts to the Joshua mansion, where Joshua Surya deafening shouting echoed throughout the room. What on earth have Du done? He criticized him, asking if he could see Lee murderous looks he others were giving him, noting that they were already set-handed and yet he was all making enemies everywhere. Kim Isaac remained nonchalant, making Joshua Surya choke with anger. "Du," he said, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation, a look of extreme annoyance, thinking, this bastard ID truly hateful. Kim Isaac recalled that night inside a completely sealed secret chamber, where streams of brilliant light intertwined beneath countless layers of solid protective Mage. White God of Law sighed and warned, "Be careful, if Lee superiors find out about this, it will be very troublesome," but he just shoved his hands into his pockets and replied dismissively, I know. He added a warning, "Don't to get complacent, this body ID crafted with extreme sophistication, but key price to pay ID key sate lifespan." O God of Law 8 voy turned somber and serious, that ID also we reason why we must seek read a whole X-ray of different Sen candidates. He paused for a beat and asked, "If do wish, I can transfer Du to another vessel. What do you think of Lee body of a child from Lee Red clan?" Law God of Law suggested that it would be better if he were willing to enter into a contract quote him. Hearing this, Kim Isaac suddenly realized, so that 88. He slowly pointed a finger at himself, thinking, it turns out this container ID even more powerful than I ever imagined. Kim Isaac flashed a cunning smile, "If it weren't a top-tier item, Du wouldn't have gone to key trouble of coaxing me to switch bodies." Corners of his eyes twitched repeatedly. He truly was nothing more than a cunning fox. God of Law cleared his throat to regain his composure, but Kim Isaac interrupted, "Enough, no matter how strong this body ID, it will wither quickly. I suppose the other candidates are just disposable, aren't they?" Suddenly, a surge of magical light erupted in his palm, and he said, "Since I deceived Du before, consider this compensation. I will give Du some sincere advice." God of Law emphasized every quoof, never placed too much trust in that Joshua family. Back in reality, Kim Isaac still couldn't understand what Lee's intention behind those words was. While he was deep in thought, Joshua Surya was furious to the point of exploding, shouting, "Hey, are Du even listening? Du couldn't handle Luki, upper god, due to a lack of mana, so Du made a contract quit Red God, didn't he Du?" Kim Isaac lazily rubbed his neck and replied, "He ate not. What do you think?" At that very moment, a powerful voice rang all from Lie door. "Finally, I've found Du." Hare Barrett walked in a rare, radiant smile. "I would lie to offer my sincere congratulations to priests who tied fu first place quit my kina in holy assessment." He laughed heartily, "Even though I don't lie that Du tied, since Du both belong to blue color, I will begrudgingly accept it." He grimaced, feeling goosebump. Could anyone really believe that this guy was actually laughing? Hare Barrett didn't forget to intimidate him. "Do surely still remember our agreement. Don Du." He sweetened a deal. "I will pay much more than initially offered. Hand view like upper god to us." Joshua Surya was stunned, thinking to himself, there ID no way Isaac would agree to this nonsense. Yet Kim Isaac stood up leisurely and asked, "Are Du really offering more?" His eyes lit up. "All right, ETA a deal." Upon hearing those absurd words, he roared in anger, "ID something wrong quote your heads, oh have Du all let your minds." Meanwhile, Kim Isaac calmly rubbed his palms together and said, "I will negotiate quit Du, but Lee finances must be clear right from like start." He crooked his finger toward Harry Barrett. They had said they would present a god of wealth, but why were they silent now? We thought of that accursed figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached into his inner pocket. Every individual had a specific limit on a key NMB key of contracts they could establish quit gods. Harry Barrett placed a small box on table, noting that while Pope had privilege of forming multiple contracts, it was as difficult as reaching heaven's foe an ordinary person. He swiftly opened box and said, "That ID key why I am giving Du this restoration stone, From now on, Du will no longer need to deal quit cumbersome contracts. Kim Ezek let out a cry of pure excitement, his jaw dropping in specie. Isn't this precious pillar stone of Ike imperial family? Quite an amount of divine mana that far exceeded that of most temples. Was he really generously giving Isaac something that could bless an entire nation? He hurriedly reached out to snatch Akim's stone. Kim Ezek tucked Bipe gift into his pocket as fast as lightning. Now, all I have to do ID heal leaky high god, and I am done. Hyre Barrett paused, wondering if this man was truly that indifferent toward key deity. Like observing Phantom, couldn't he help but ask, do really intend to hand V while the high god? He dismissed it, not necessarily. I am just curious to know what she desires. I don't trust gods easily. Across from him, the men bowed slightly. Ey Gimstone ID in your hands now. So, get to work. Before keywords were even finished, like scene before him left Hyre Barrett stunned and speechless. Han V High God immediately. No one knew when she had appeared, but Lai High God was now standing silently and tall behind Kim Ezek. She slowly extended her hand, and a surge of brilliant Gion divine power erupted, shining so intensely that his surrounding space seemed to tremble. Lai High God 8 hand was placed gently on by back of his hand, and instantly, a radiant beams of Lai began to intertwine, forming an intricate divine crest. Suddenly, Joshua Suri let out a terrified cry. What on earth ID that? He shouted in alarm. Isn't he that Laiki Maki of Lai High God 8 Covenant? P priests in P room were also beyond shocked. One confirmed firmly, that 8 definitely 8, while Laiki man beside him was still confused. Wait, doesn't he that mean he already has 2 contracts? His face turned deathly pale, not a drop of blood remaining. What kind of toot tea joke was this? Kim Isaac was in a state of utter panic. What lape hell ID this? Why did she just unilaterally form a contract quit me? In contrast to everyone else, a confusion. Joshua Suri looked at him with admiration. So Do planned this from leak start. Do were going to secretly sign a contract quite high god, weren't he Do? Do really are a devious backstabber. Kim Ezek 8 hand tightened into a frustrated fist. Ain't not what do you think, Do bastard. P priest quit Hyre Barrett were about to explode quit rage, all sharing P same thou. They took EP gifts first and then signed quit P high god. How shameless can they be? These B Lou bastards planned to deceive both we red ones and us from Lee start. As their fury mounted, shouts rose that they wouldn't let this stand, but Isaac suddenly threw himself onto floor, throwing a tantrum. I want have eat. Cancel this contract for me right now. Priests, who were seething quit anger, collectively froze for 5 seconds. What? Kim Isaac continued his tantrum on night floor. Cardinal, tell me how to undo this whole mess. Henry assured him, I understand how do feel. Well then, give me your hand. Harry Barrett's gaze turned sharp and dangerously cold. I will nullify contract for you right now. Harry Barrett lightly patted back of Kim Isaac 80 hand. One cannot forcibly cancel a contract quit a deity. Everything unlie ends when do yourself let go of that desire. He was absolutely determined. He had to eliminate this thing immediately. And closed his eyes, again an energy surging as he gathered his power, focusing all his strength on breaking leg link. Harry Barrett said in a low voice, and so, your damn covenant bond has officially broken. And kept diligently repeating LXT, determined to wipe away every trace of key old covenant. Seeing Kim Isaac distracted, Harry Barrett shouted, "Setup losing focus. Quickly put all your strength into breaking covenant." He irritably replied, I am doing my absolute best here. He continued his unfinished work, light burning heat from his hand making Kim Ezek grimace. I done need any high god, get lud and leave me alone. Why god of wealth IDP my true love, C-top blocking my path, do annoying high gods. He closed his eyes tightly, desperately murmuring in his mind, hurry up and disappear from my sight, I beg you to untie me, then that should be key and eat. To his surprise, Ray Barrett suddenly grabbed Kim Ezek 8 wrist tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Are you kidding me? Lee Sima CID still right there on your hand. He stared in SC, that can be. A key phantom of EP observer advised him to see top because this was harmless. Kim Isaac smiled bitterly. Even so, I still prefer leaky god of wealth, plus he just feels wrong somehow. Feeling toyed quit, his face darkened. If eat was a mistake, then throw P stone of Veek here quickly. I am going crazy. Behind him, Joshua Sori nodded slightly in agreement. Though yeet was a pity, he should do that. In a tight spot, a great idea suddenly occurred to him, and Kim Isaac shouted awe, Yellow Cardinal. After that, he ran for his life, slipping away after cheating them. Kim Isaac 8 voice still echoing from afar. I will always remember what you all have done for me. He stood frozen, his face twitching. What did that kid just spout? Our hard work. Person next to him was also bewildered. Wasn't he ordered to return Lee Stone? OID he really planning to steal eat? Just then, he leaped straight over a window without a single moment of hesitation. They frantically reported, that guy has escaped, respected Low Cardinal. Scene changed to Academy 8 banquet hall, where lively laughter and chatter echoed in every corner. Everyone was eating and chatting. Have you heard? Isaac has 2 covenants. IDT true that he contracted quit 2 gods at leaky same time. Everyone turned their gaze toward Kina Barris and continued whispering. Even though Kina contracted quit twins, 18 Lai counts as 1, whereas Isaac went and got 2 gods of different elements, not to mention one of them Idik a high god. Right then, an authoritative voice rang off from Lee door. Silence, P. Lai. Their ID an important announcement. Key priest unrolled Ipe scroll and read aloud, after careful, Lee top score of Lee evaluation exam ID Isaac Ratsua. As soon as E words were spoken, Lee entire hall gasped in C, quite many gaping in disbelief. He ordered, Isaac Joshua, quickly go I key Cardinal 8 room to receive your well-deserved reward. V joyfully shook Joshua Sori 8 shoulder. This 5-color exam will definitely etch our names in history. He sat there dazed. ID this a dream or reality? Excitedly asked, where ID Kizek? Joshua Suri had to avoid his friend 8 gaze. I have no idea. Veet said excitedly. That guy has disappeared again. If he knew he would definitely be thrilled. After clearing his throat, Priest continued, and quit that, Lai 5-color exam has successfully come to an end. He looked around Laiki Hall and announced, Du will soon step into Lee world equipped Kut knowledge Du gained here. A graduation ceremony will take place along Quitney year celebration. See Du again in 3 months. Seeing a group of people entering Leek Great Hall, Lee Priest did not forget to remind them, Du should take this opportunity to get relationships quit your seniors before graduating. General Manager of E's second-class priests and his 2 companions appeared, their arrogant gazes sweeping V students below. Veet shuddered slightly, just looking at their faces. Du can tell we about to be disciplined. The person next to him also agreed. I heard this welcoming ceremony ID key going to be brutal. Atmosphere became lively again. Isn't he that be senior of E's second-class priests? Why ID he appearing here? He must definitely have his eye on Isaac. Joshua Suri breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Isaac wasn't here. Leaving a bad impression on Isaac Sr. would be a huge trouble. He thought to himself that he must remind Isaac not to do stupid things, but contrary to his expectations, Kim Isaac kicked Iki door Ubi at that exact moment and rushed straight in. A crowd of people followed CLO behind Quit Furious Momentum, determined to catch him by all means. They screamed, demanding be stoned back. He stood still, watching the IP chaotic scene in front of him. So that child ID Isaac, and ID this famous Joshua. Lai chief manager of Kilol V priest sneered, how disgraceful. Just lie rumors, he behaves like a mad dog. But before he could even finish his sentence, Lee boy dashed to V Lee wind. Kim Isaac delivered a painful kick straight to his face. Immediately, he used acceleration Holy Medici and leaped into Lee air to escape. Someone screamed in panic, calling Foley Sr. He shouted in helplessness, what a lunatic. Kim Isaac replied, panting as he ran, I am busy as hell, get all of my way. He sat flat next to chief manager of Lowell VE priests, anxiously asking if his senior brother was okay. Person standing nearby angrily pointed and shouted, that kid has really gone mad. He still tried to maintain a dignified look, saying, don't be angry, we need to teach him a lesson. Before chief manager could finish saying, I will handle this, fresh flowers and water were splashed straight into his face. He shouted while throwing things randomly at Lee crowd, damn it. How much longer do plan to chase me? One guy angrily asked, what on earth ID that kid throwing? Shouts echoed through Whitehall, hey V there, give eat back. Like shouting scene left Joshua Suri frozen in C. This time, we redoomed. He was so angry that he stomped his feet on Likey's spot. What on earth possessed him? Lai guy next to him chimed in, that bastard apprentice. How dare he use E's senior 8 face as a stepping stone? Keyman threatened, does he think he can get away quit this? He added, everyone thinks he ID a Sen candidate, so now he has lot all manners. Lee E hand of EP chief manager of Lowell V priests clenched into a fist. Don say that. He ID Quinen Lai 10 years old, that kind of behavior ID normal. Crushing flower branch in his hand, he said, as seniors, ETID our duty to teach him. Hearing this, everyone around had likey same thought, we are doomed. Lee chief manager of Lowell V priests slowly stood up. Phone now. Leek apprentices will accompany royal family. They will receive their Mai Sen from Lipi Queen. He continued, before long, they will receive a Mai Sen related to Lipi skeleton demon kin. Their graduation grades will include those results, so current rankings are not everything. A look of delight appeared on chief manager 8 face. Do think that kid can get high marks without our help. Once he gets a low score, he will come to his senses. He said coldly, he became a men XT because everyone condoned him. As seniors, ETID our duty to guide him. As soon as those words were uttered, he covered his pale face. Oh my god, they are really targeting me. Before chief manager could finish saying, he needs to taste defeat, another kick landed straight on his face. Kim Isaac glanced back. What ID that guy muttering about? He hurriedly chased from behind. Hey VB there. Other person irritably said, why do keep helping Isaac? Are on his side? He clicked his tongue and suddenly leaped down. To hell quit eat. Let 8 just get this, v quat. Everything happened so quickly that he was frozen in SC, his eyes rolling back in terror. Joshua Sori was also too panicked to speak, his hands clutching his messy hair, while Kina Barrett couldn't he believe her eyes, standing rooted to wee spot. Kim Ezek turned his head, smiled brightly, and waved, "See do on graduation day." At Joshuate Mansion, Sapnat stood tall and solemn, swearing to faithfully serve his master 8 body and soul quit arts that would make priests scream in terror. Joshua was so shocked by this that he fell backward, while Ashley rushed to V to catch her poor master. She lowered her head, reassuring them that they had nothing to worry about, as this was merely a new destiny. Before anyone could re-off, Kina Barrett impatiently spoke up, "Marry me." She grabbed Kim Ezek by P's shoulders and shook him wildly, demanding marriage, which left him frozen from Leek's sheer surprise of this sudden proposal. Heat was truly a romantic mess. Joshua Suri gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his seething rage, thinking, why would Dew say something so sensitive in front of everyone? At that moment, Kim Ezek pointed his finger and shouted, "I know perfectly well Dew Ria Eunuch. How could this possibly happen?" He stood frozen as if struck by lightning, as the explosive secret about Rayleigh was now officially exposed. Cutting to another scene, as soon as he saw Poimadi Che formation under his feet, he felt goosebumps all his body and cold sweat pouring down like rain. Damn neat, isn't he this the summoning circle of Lippy skeleton demon kin? Who would dare to pull such a stunt? Hearing Chablis 8 Voy calling, Kim Ezek became even more flustered, his stomach churning in anxiety. His pupils contracted and his face showed visible astonishment. He whirled around, deathly pale, calling all, "Your Highness." While Chablis raised an eyebrow in confusion, wondering why he was there. A terrifying secret had just been unearthed from the very summoning circle of years past. Outside Bly Garden, my daytime weather was incredibly pleasant, quite warm rays of sunlight dancing across a high blue sky. In quiet space, a shout suddenly rang all, "Hey, do brat." Kim Ezek crossed his arms, asking irritably, "Do you be one who set this up, Aaron T. Do?" While Gigood of the observer standing nearby wore an enigmatic smile. Sapnat knelt on ground, choosing to silently take hit without daring to utter a quoops. Lee God of Key Observer pointed at him, confirming that ain't right, while Lucky Master was busy seizing divine law. He also swiped by precious pillar stone from the Huang family and slipped away, not caring whether priests lived or died. Lee scene of like past flashed back. Inside a closed room, P-sharp sounds of clashing echoed repeatedly. Lee face of like long-haired priest had lost all its color by now. Another priest, seeing holy knights thrown aside lie dry leaves, shrieked in fear, "Help! A terrorist ID targeting Pope 8 core ranks." Returning to reality, Kim Ezek looked down at kneeling man and exposed him, saying, "Even though Diu tried to disguise it as a holy incident, one look ID enough to see your true nature." Sapnat lowered his head further and whispered, "I sincerely apologize to my master." He insisted that he could not stand by and watch those wretched clerics scheme to harm his master. Kim Ezek sighed, placed his hands on his hips, and replied, "I had already guessed their plot, too." Suddenly, Sapnat uttered a sentence that made him startle and his eyes wide. "Tate all right?" He placed his hand Vykeel hole in his chest, considering this as fine in service as a slave. Kim Ezek narrowed his eyes, examining wound and thinking to himself, this guy was struck down by a cardinal, ate a fatal blow that cannot be saved. Sapnat bowed his head, rummaging something on his person, and said, "My dear master, etidp shameful that do have to see me in this tattered state." A moment later, he held a green ma di stone and said, "I wish to offer one last gift to XP rate my true feelings," to which Kim Ezek frowned and asked, "A memory Madich stone." Sapnat solemnly held Madich stone high, explaining that he contained all the secrets of the empire he had painstakingly collected of decades, which would surely help him on his path. He expressed his sincere heart, saying, "To be able to repay your kindness in this way makes me feel truly satisfied." Kim Ezek 8 eyes widened, listening in silence as Sapnat continued, "Since I cannot escape this place, I choose to end my own life." He began to instruct, "If do call cleric suvi, Diu will gain credit for eliminating one of key 14 retainers," but Kim Ezek immediately interrupted, "Hold on a second." Lee Boy raised his hand, which bore a glowing red ma di chamak, and called loudly, "Hey, God of penal law, P. Lee respond right now. What are Diu so busy quit that Diu being so slow?" I God of penal law appeared Kuta frown and grumbled, "What nonsense I eat this time." Kim Ezek smirked slightly and threatened him, "Hurry up, or I might accidentally spill Leet's beans that Leet failed sealing was all your fault." Then, he bluntly commanded, "Quickly change this kid 8 nature. Such a trivial thing should be easy as Pyfo Diu, right?" God of penal law stared at Sapnak in astonishment and stammered, "Oh, what did Diu say?" Kim Ezek 8 eyes suddenly turned deep red, and he wore a smile that held a hint of danger, reiterating, "I told Diu to turn that DEM by into a human, Diu fool." Leaky god of penal law couldn't he believe he'd and pressed further, turn him into a human. Are you all of your mind? Kim Ezek didn't he bother to answer, and Enlai sternly demanded, I know fo sure do can do eat, so just get to work. While pointing his finger, he slowly listed, can the EP god of penal law bend leaky laws of nature as long as 8 helps do you deliver punishment? For instance, turning a hard diamond body into a soft one, or paralyzing legs so a criminal can escape. God of penal law hesitantly replied, well, that I de true, but Kim Ezek eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, if do you turn a DMB, who knows nothing of pain, into a human, wouldn't he then suffer most agonizing punishments? To be transformed into a weak mortal just to experience why punishment known as pain. Sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Lee god of penal law thought to himself that although Eat was well within his power, this individual was Key Skeleton Demon Kinate closest butler and a very silent assassin. He secretly analyzed that countless servants of Lie gods had perished under his scythe, too many to count. He was originally a very difficult demon to deal with, and he had only managed to handle him by luck because he was a DMBI. Why god of penal law narrowed his eyes, reaching a firm conclusion in his mind. Yet now do re-asking me to turn him into a human. Absolutely not. I cannot aid one of Key 14 followers in escaping so easily. He spoke firmly in refusal. No way, I am absolutely not getting involved in this. Ezek rested his chin on his hand and curled his lip, asking back, so, do you want to experience being thrown into a Auk dungeon yourself? Key god of penal law held his ground and retorted sharply, you'll die right alongside me, do smooth talker. Do you think I am that easy to manipulate? Ezek tilted his head and asked nonchalantly, really? He turned around and waved his hand as he walked away, saying, oh well, I guess I'll have to go have a little chat quit Iki Pope. Hearing he mentioned title, why god of penal law jumped in fright. Lee what? Ezek tilted his head, his face suddenly brightening with excitement as he said joyfully, come on, let 8 go to Y grave together to make Y fun worthwhile. God of penal law screamed in warning, doing that ID truly seeking your own death. Ezek spread his arms and sighed, if I can even exceed a Seekalo subordinate, then living in this world ID key just a waste anyway. Beaded quoot sweat, God of penal law cursed internally, this madman ID truly type to follow through quit his words, there really ID nothing scarier than an insane person. He thought anxiously that his own life would be as good as gone. Finally, he could call Isaac back helplessly as he walked forward. Alright, geez, I get it. Like god of penal law said reluctantly, Fi, so all I need to do IDE turn him into a human, right? Isaac turned back to look at him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, wouldn't he things have been much smoother if Do had cooperated from leaked start? Lucky god of penal law returned to Ike position of Ike tattoo on Isaac 8 hand and instructed, touch him, I will enact you divine technique. Beside them, Tem observer muttered irritably, get grief, how excessive. Where does this filthy divine power even come from? Isaac wore a bright smile as he slowly placed one of his hands on Sapnek 8's shoulder. From his arm, a powerful surge of Mahdi erupted as god of penal law shouted loudly, divine punishment, humanization. Magical swirled, gradually enveloping Sapnek's entire body as a voice rang awe. From this moment forth, Do shall experience pain as a human, exactly as Do wished. Sapnek 8 body began to signs of melting. Quit you god of penal law 8 powerful chanting echoing nearby. An EP conditioned to maintain this human form ID. Sapnek 8 entire being had turned into a faint walk shadow, and Lee's surrounding magical Ra became more powerful than ever before. Fun of anticipation, Isa calculated excellent. If this continues, I can shake those meddling cardinals. Soon I'll have a highly efficient personal butler to do my bidding. Just as Lightboy was imagining having a reliable assistant by his side, Fentimem observer floating behind him suddenly cried out in surprise, wait a second. As magical flows gradually dissipated into thin air, long, vibrant red hair slowly appeared. Fun of expectation, Izek called awe, Sapnak, Diu. However, when he saw a key face of Lee person standing opposite him clearly, he shouted in SC, wait, dearie actually a girl. Sapnak bowed her head, carefully examining her limbs before respectfully replying with a bit of hesitation. It seems that way, my loke. Izek frowned and muttered to himself, I really didn't see this one coming. Clearly, everything from Li Pbu to E Voy was that of a man. He crossed his arms and approached, asking if she felt anything amiss. Sapna nodded and replied that possessing keen senses was truly an indescribable experience. Izek thoroughly warned her not to reveal his true identity, especially in front of his grandfather and the Joshua faction, who were eager to eliminate Key Skeleton Demon Kin. Sapna clenched her fists and promised, yet, Cardinal then sack 8 power I'd no less than that of Ike Pope. Isaac was about to add that they needed to be extremely careful, but before he could finish, sorry Joshua leaped off from behind a bush, shouting his name. He strode Vik menacingly, asking where Ezek had been hiding all this time. Ezek calmly replied, well, I was busy guarding E-Pillar, so I had to flee for my life. Surya agitatedly, heavens, that terrorist incident has turned everything upside down. Isaac repeated quick, terrorist. Surya Joshua quickly, from like yellow-robed pastor soldiers to those who just flipped sides, everyone has been attacked. They are heavily pursuing P. Colt, unaware that perpetrator was standing right beside him. Surya Joshua wrung his hands, saying that Isaac had been removed from Lee list by second-year group. This time, Lee royal family aid assignment required everyone to pair up, but Isaac was forced to work alone. Along quit a ban on announcing Mimi Cian. Isaac crossed his arms and replied indifferently, then do and I can just Tim up, in Tate done. Surya Joshua turned his face away and refused, I already have a Tim, so yeet wouldn't he be convenient. He warned again that this my session couldn't be done alone, because Eat was a hunt foe AP skeleton demon Ken 8 spy. Isaac furrowed his brow and repeated, demon Ken 8 spy, huh. Efan Tem observer clung to his back, thinking, this Ideek truly a bizarre mess. Surya Joshua continued, I heard someone Ideek performing a summoning ritual phobie skeleton demon kin right in the middle of Licky Royal Palace. Isaac glanced behind him and asked, summoning anyone else would be fine, but why do such a foolish thing? Sapna just closed her eyes and shook her head at him. Surya Joshua frantically, our faction has found someone who resembles a culprit, but all KLVE6 groups were wiped off, and even KLV7 Royal Knights suffered a crushing defeat. Hearing that, Isaac cursed aloud, are those fools of their minds, pushing first-year apprentices into certain death lie that? Surya Joshua shyly made a suggestion, because Eat a tough my CN, 2 people are needed. If Diu willing to beg, I might consider Eat. Isaac waved him, no need, even without Diu, I already have someone to Tim up quote. P moment Surya Joshua opened his eyes and saw Sapna standing behind Isaac. He shrieked, oh my goodness, Diu startled me. His face flushed red as he stared at her and asked, who ID this beauty accompanying Dio? Isaac glared a warning, do you want to die? Then he replied, oh, I just rescued her from some demons. Sapna listened inside. Surya Joshua, demons. Isaac fabricated, while I was chasing 14 retainers, I saw her get caught up. She was probably just attacked casually by that guy. He sighed, feigning annoyance. After I saved her, she just kept following me, insisting on repaying my... Surya Joshua scoffed, since when did your personality involve saving people? He thought to himself, Lee beauty ID indeed lovely, but a girl quit an unclear background constantly following him lie this feels a bit suspicious. Could she know about Lee T. Joshua family and want to approach him to kidnap and extort them? Sapna took a few steps forward and sincerely assured him, P. Lie don't T worry. I am here to be my master 8 servant. Surya Joshua stammered, repeating last 2 words, Master. Then he blocked Isaac 8 path and interrogated her, where are you from? Tell me Lee truth. Sapna suddenly remembered, oh, she exclaimed, I was so rude. I am not a servant. Lee collar of her tep slipped slightly from her shoulder, and quote sparkling eyes, she declared, I am my master 8 slave. Surya Joshua 8 face turned pale, and his mouth fell obey as he stammered, 8 slave. Sapna continued as if giving a speech, I pledge to serve my master as a slave day and night. Surya Joshua quickly pulled up Lee collar of her top. Isaac, do shameless scoundrel. Do Rhea priest, for goodness sake, what kind of depraved act are you committing? Isaac stood behind, looking at Sapna with exasperation, not understanding what she was rambling about anymore. Surya Joshua furiously tied her collar tightly. Don T. do dare dream. Isaac ID from a direct lineage, and he ain't about to have a fiancé. T'll be big trouble if do you Don T get all of my sight. Sapna replied, I wouldn't T dare dream of that position. I merely wish to comfort your soul. By this point, Surya Joshua was completely petrified by what he had just heard. Sapna softly pleaded, because my master 8 image ID itched deeply into my mind, I cannot leave do even if I wanted to. P. Lie allow me to stay. Surya Joshua trembled, turning to look at like person standing behind him, sobbing. Isaac, puzzled, wondered, what ate wrong quit this guy now? Tears welled up in Surya Joshua's 8 eyes, and his voice was choked coot sobs. His shouts echoed through Y Garden, Grandpa, this guy D mimicking depraved bad habits again. Like same time, in another location, Eli Joshua, who was working, suddenly flinched. Why am I suddenly getting goosebumps? He wondered. Brilliant Monen sunlight pierced through white glass, casting an irresistible radiance of Eve roof of E Joshua mansion. Inside a room, Salai Joshua's face suddenly darkened. Losing his usual he shouted in a fit of rage. He grabbed the other person by a key collar and shook them like a machine, muttering about how they were too young to be falling in love. Truly, children these days are 100 years ahead of their time. Isaac stood there wondering what kind of seizure this uncle was having. Salai Joshua trembled, clutching his forehead one hand and sighing in exasperation, adding that getting involved Kuda's slave was just too much. What kind of scandalous relationship was this? Ashley, standing nearby, chimed in indignantly, asking how young Master Isaac could possibly get entangled in such a private affair. Isaac scolded himself, thinking, how unlucky, what crazy assumptions ID this uncle making. I am truly done foe. Seilai Joshua continued to scream his opposition to bringing someone of unknown origin into Lee family, vehemently rejecting this illicit. Izek stood by and could Lai Sai, realizing this old man was just too difficult to reason quat. He gently removed Dai's hand from his shoulder and replied, Do you have misunderstood everything? Uncle. Seilai Joshua asked, What did you say? Isaac gestured quit his hands to begin his explanation. Internship has ended. After graduation, I will constantly be fighting far from him, and I will inevitably have to step into dangerous situations for missions o training. He pointed to Lee person standing behind him. Because I find her capable enough to protect my life, I want to recruit her as my bodyguard. Sapnak closed her eyes, placed one hand on her chest, and bowed while introducing her fake identity. Just call me Sap, but neither Seilai Joshua nor Ashley believed equips of ET. They remained convinced that, ultimately, she was still his Gifi Ren. Sapnak looked up and stated seriously, You two do not need to worry, I will serve my master devotedly, from his body to YP depths of his soul. Hearing that bold declaration, both Seilai Joshua and Ashley froze on the spot, muttering key suggestive words they had just heard. Sapnak kept her eyes closed and continued to see her skills. I am absolutely confident in my service. I intend to soothe my master 8 soul day and night, not realizing that leaky eyes of E2 men were already red quote murderous intent. Sapnak 8 voy echoed throughout Wig room as she promised to serve quote magical arts that those backward clergymen couldn't even dream of. Seilai Joshua could bear eat no longer and gasped, letting a sharp cry as Ashley rushed ear vif to speed him. Isaac stood to Lee's side, helplessly covering his face and sighing, silently praying for her to tone down this absurd way of speaking. Finally, he played his trump CC. This ID too much. ETIDT not as do you think. If do Don T allow her to be my bodyguard, I swear I will run away from Eshnem. Seilai Joshua firmly stood his ground. I will never allow a person of questionable background to be your attendant. And no sooner had he finished speaking than someone else quit shiny BLC leather shoes appeared in leaky room. A calm voice suddenly rang all, interrupt a heated argument between Isaac and Seilai Joshua. Why wouldn't heat be allowed? Benjamin Joshua strolled closer and remarked, If he can even recruit Lee hair of an enemy, then one he chooses as his bodyguard must certainly have extraordinary abilities. He smiled and reached out to ruffle Isaac 8 hair. Do Isaac. Do you look quite decent? Much cuter than I imagined. Isaac stared blankly at Lee stranger, wondering who this cheerful-looking guy was to be spouting such Sutren words upon their first meeting. Ashley rushed to introduce him. Young Master Isaac must have never met him before. This ID Mr. Benjamin, walk one who holds all financial power in our family. Isaac 8 eyes suddenly lit up quote admiration, thinking to himself that this was white god of wealth holding like he purse strings of Waikiki Joshua family. He immediately bowed 90 degrees quit enthusiasm. EDIDK an honor to meet du fo first time, uncle. I am truly so refo my own shortcomings, which why it took me so long to visit du. Isaac 8 face beamed as he began to pour o'er his heartfelt words. I hope for your guidance in SP it. Meeting du today makes me feel very honored and happy. Benjamin Joshua laughed and shook his hand. Well, since Duva returned, let 8 hate actual capabilities, while Seilai Joshua stood nearby Kuda face as gloomy as a funeral procession. Finally, Benjamin announced an important piece of news. Let 8 go. Family head ID summoning everyone to an audience. Isaac asked in surprise, Grandfather. At Leaky same time? At Sepith Mansion, in a large office. Sepith Neezer was bowing his head, listening to a person opposite him scolding, Father ID truly disappointed in you. Sepith Leon sat in his chair, holding a thigh in his hand and shaking his head in disappointment. It seems you have forgotten what lipe dignity of he divine law IDP. Sepith Neezer hurriedly denied it. That ain't not eat, Father. Sepith Leon placed Wi-Fi on like a table and questioned him directly. If not, then why was that brat Isaac able to seize guide God that you summoned quit your own hands to make a contract? Sepith Neezer punched his chest in frustration and recounted, I could not bear to give up. Moment that God disappeared, that wretch appeared and made a contract quote her immediately. He muttered suspiciously as if he were Ian Lai choice in leaky world. Seps Leon frowned and quietly clasped his hands under his chin. He narrowed his eyes and calculated, if Li P God of Law had made such a C-trend move, it was surely due to a soul issue. Could that brat really be a reincarnated Zen? Seps Leon began to consider, if that 8 case, we should find a way to form an alliance instead of opposing like Joshua family, though his face really irritates me. Isn't he priority right now? He stood up abruptly and concluded, without Li God of Law, all plans are ruined. Even Li Treasure B Pope craves intensely idego of reach. We definitely cannot let Lai Joshua's take heat. Seps Nizer 8 face suddenly turned pale when he heard Seps Leon say those words. He vaped his chest firmly, asserting that he would find a way to force him to hand a VE that god. Seps Len replied coldly, then hurry up because I eldest son, who truly holds the God of Law, Idik about to return. Beads of sweat poured down Seps Nizer 8 face, his whole body froze stiff like a wooden log. He tremblingly clenched his fists and cursed inwardly, damn neat, if that annoying genius shows his face back here, Both I and Isaac are finished at his hands. Sepslian glared and outlined a strategy. How about trying to get Lu to Isaac before eldest son returns? He placed his hand on Sep's Nizerate's shoulder and instructed, Lot God of Law Idiki inherently very attached to your clansman brother. If 8 knows 80 has been Lot, T will never forgive us. Sepslian leaned to V and sternly reminded him, Do must retrieve Eat at all costs, pretend to be friends quid Isaac and find a way to extract information. Seps Nizer faced his father and replied, Get Lu. If do order Eat, I will obey. He gritted his teeth and swore, even if he had to become a lowly errand boy for him, he do at. His mind envisioned being tormented by Isaac, bringing tears to his eyes. Eat was truly rotten luck. Elsewhere, a growl made people jump. Do brat, at such a young age, where did Do learn these bad habits? Did Riley teach Do this? Isaac nonchalantly glanced at his grandfather. That ate my guardian, grandpa, then added, after completing internship, Don't I have I right to recruit a third-class personal attendant? If so, et8n lie right I pick up one I lie best. Lee Joshua was suddenly speechless, unable to counter his grandson's question. He gritted his teeth and muttered irritably, This brat ID he's still wet behind ears. What ID he talking about marriage foe? Isaac didn't hear clearly and asked confusedly, Hup, what did Do say, grandpa? Ely Joshua immediately changed his tone to nitpick something else. Do think Do can just bring anyone back to be a guardian of this family? Safnak stepped forward and asserted bravely, Do not worry, sir, in terms of strength, I am confident I am not inferior to anyone here. Ashley Ed eyes, standing behind, suddenly turned cold. She spoke up, Master, let me tate her strength. Riley Joshua, standing beside, quickly raised his hand to sex top her. That ONT work. Ely Joshua looked at them and judged. Someone Isaac brought personally ID surely no commoner. If she passes my tate, I will officially accept her into YT family. Benjamin, Riley, and Ashley all gaped in astonishment as he declared, and I will grant her LP status of a first-class knight. Benjamin Joshua shouted, What? First-class knight status requires 10 years of service foe even a chance. Ali Joshua replied, Consider this a reward foe bringing honor to Joshua family at key sacrifice ceremony and teaching those Seps people a lesson they want to forget. Benjamin still couldn't he believe it. Isn't it too much to reward a 10-year-old lie that? Eli Joshua replied, At most, I'll just strip Riley of his position and give hay to him instead. Riley Joshua stood as if petrified, weakly calling, Oh, father. Isaac stood near, secretly excited. You ow, Grandpa ID truly considerate. Everything ID going so smoothly, and getting a first-class knight status too. That 8 on EP same LVV as Riley. Awesome. As soon as Eli Joshua finished speaking, before anyone could ask about Lie Tate, both Riley and Ashley competed. Let me handle this. Eli Joshua 8 booted foot stamped hard on Lee ground as he shouted, Silence, all of you. He gritted his teeth and squeezed his fist tightly. I will personally tate her strength. Isaac 8 eyes widened in internal protest. No, that 8 cheating. Lie Spectator 8 Fein M agreed. Your grandfather 8 current LVID comparable to Wabi Pope 8. Isaac waved his hand, trying to negotiate. Grandpa, how about just third class? It would be much more reasonable for Uncle Riley to be like Tester. Ali Joshua 8 eyes flashed quite a bright red lie as he asked in a low voice, If she can even withstand a cardinal, how can she possibly protect my grandson? Both Isaac and Safnak exclaimed in surprise, What? Didn't he take long for Sabnak to turn and reassure Isaac quit a confident look that everything would be fine. No sooner had Lee words been spoken than Eli Joshua appeared like lightning, launching a swift attack from behind. He swung his arm powerfully, unleashing a strike akin to an oncoming storm. Witnessing that heart-stopping scene, Isaac could lie Fred in distress, deeply worried Fosak. Keeping his arm in a defensive stance, Eli let out a fierce roar in the midst of leaky battle. Seeing his opponent still standing there completely unfazed, Eli couldn't help but wonder if he had just missed. Sabnak looked up proud eyes, facing Old Senior without the slightest hint of fear. E2 clashed Lie 2 flashes of Lie he burst of energy blinding onlookers. Rayli widened her eyes in SC, unable to believe Lie Girl had deflected her father 8 attack as easily as pie. Eli attacked relentlessly, wondering to himself where on earth Isaac had picked up such a bizarre guardian. Old man was truly speechless, for such a formidable expert to serve his nephew was an absolute waste of talent. Throughout the entire clash, Sabnak focused solely on, not even bothering to strike back once. Stepping back to observe, Eli had not yet used his fun strength, but even Kudim holding back, that strike was still lethal yet she brushed EDP as easily as dusting a pea dirt. A thought flashed in Lai Key Old Man 8 mind, could she possibly be that person? A shiver ran down his spine, and his face paled at thought of facing a true demon. At that thought, Eli clenched his fists as a brilliant Lu Ra began to radiate around him. Without hesitation, he charged forward an arrow cutting through wind, aiming straight at Sabnak. Rayli screamed in horror, unable to believe her father would resort to purification holy Mediich at this moment. Hearing this, Sabnak paused slightly, She absolutely could not expose her wakma each, lest her master be put in danger. He little get hiding behind a sack trembled and cried fo help, master. At this rate, she ain't going to be blown to pieces. Despite panic of crowd, Sabnak stubbornly defended herself under wiki pressure of elite holy madi. He burst of purification lyre up, swallowing girl 8 slender figure in an instant. Rayleigh frantically asked her father why he was being so ruthless, to which Ely coldly replied that he had to eliminate that demon. Hearing his firm assertion, Benjamin and Rayleigh stood frozen, their faces completely drained of color. Ely waved his hand dismissively, criticizing the youngsters for being too naive to trust such a suspicious figure. While he was still lecturing about need to investigate thoroughly, a powerful fist suddenly struck out of nowhere. Lee clash of power created a thick cloud of red smoke, and Rayleigh screamed her father 8 name in terror amidst chaos. Shivering, like little Get stammered, what on earth just happened? Endlessac smirked, telling himself that everything was already crystal clear by now. As white dust cleared, Lee's sight of Ellie blocking girl AT small fist quit his hand was revealed right before everyone 8 eyes. Sapnucky remained rooted to D's spot, completely unharmed, Quad and Lee Isak knowing that she was now a mere mortal. Nevertheless, La battle showed no signs of cooling down, and I-2 rushed at each other again, determined to fight to YB bitter end. This time, Sapnux didn't dodge but counterattacked directly, while Ely nimbly dodged to Lee's side. Leek old man wouldn't stand still either, looking for a way to fight back, as if determined to purify this poor girl at all costs. Lee girl unleashed a fierce attack, a stream of bright red energy enveloping her small fist. 2 fists collided powerfully, causing a violent explosion of force. A thunderous explosion, followed by shockwaves that spread to every corner of Gore room. Asili struggled to stand firm amidst strong currents of air, shouting that conflict had grown too large for Rayleigh to intervene in this insane battle. 2 temporarily ceased fighting. Ely seemed quite unwilling, finding E's situation extremely. Seeing Sapnek still unfazed and unfazed, he wondered how she could be so safe and unharmed. Benjamin rushed, startled, to confront his father, asking how he could be so heartless as to use sacred purification madich on a clearly ordinary person. He raised his voice to criticize his father, stating that if this had happened in another family, it would have been the genesis of a ruthless, decisive battle. This was a grave taboo, even against a sworn enemy. Benjamin adjusted his glass, then continued with a serious face, Rayleigh I deek right, father, this matter cannot simply be smoothed to v quid an apology. Ali just stood there, scratching his head in confusion, offering no reply. Benjamin, annoyed, asked his father what he planned to do after turning Likey Mansion into ruins, and if he knew how expensive the repair costs would be. Everyone looked around. Light furniture in League living room was strewn about haphazardly as if 8 had just endured a fierce onslaught. He looked straight at Ely and declared bluntly that he would cut a p all his father 8 pocket money fo key next 6 months. Upon hearing this, like old man could unlie stand stunned and bewildered. Afterwards, in another room, someone voy called a suppy neck 8 name could a doubtful tone. The table was piled high quit files, and Benjamin shook his head, saying he hadn't found anything suspicious after a recent investigation. He asked if his father truly wanted to grant her a 1-star certification. Ely picked up a sack at fake documents, looked at them, and affirmed that he had made a promise and must keep his quips. Benjamin adjusted his glasses again, returning to the issue that had troubled him continuously, why his father had used sacred purification Madi Chen whether she was truly of Iki demon race. Ely placed stack of documents on table inside, confessing that he couldn't sense any Akma na from her. He surmised that she was human but possessed something very difficult to put into words. To his son 8 astonished gaze, Ely affirmed that his intuition told him that even divinities, if they looked into her heart, would unlie see an ordinary human. Benjamin found a girl truly terrifying. As one of like greatest cardinals, his father 8 intuition had never been wrong. Could she be a demon targeting sack? He worriedly asked if they should send her away. Ely shook his head, saying they should keep her CQLU and monitor her, as her scheme would eventually be exposed sooner or later. He remarked that Isak bringing this woman back was also an important enigma. Benjamin, confused, repeated Saket name. Ely frowned with a tired expression but then said something positive, that commanding demons wasn't necessarily bad. On the contrary, it was a testament to Saket power. He continued that although they were strong enough to protect Arpsua, there were still many forgotten secrets. Benjamin was startled, thinking to himself if his father was hinting at ancient secret arts. While he was still engrossed in thou, Ali stood up and said it was time to choose a successor at this year 8 gathering of direct bloodlines. He secretly rejoiced that Leapy old man had finally made a decision, while asserting that this would shake the entire empire. Ali merely gave a slight nod of understanding. He looked Ali window pensively. To be honest, I am not sure if like Joshua family I'd ready to choose a successor yet, but if he'd ate that boy, he might be and Lai one who can break Lee family curse. In another room that was far more luxurious and extravagant, Lee T's speech from Lee figure in Lee presiding chair made Suri, standing behind him, nearly collapse in SC. Do still haven't T answered me, so should I ask again just to be sure? Isaac showed no respect for his superior, casually asking how much he would be paid if he captured Li spy of Demon Kin Holiday. That attitude left Shuri speechless with fear. He truly was an incurably crazy man. He glared at Lake Royal Guard standing behind him with murderous intent and cursed inwardly, knowing full well this was an imperial order rather than a service contract, yet he still dared to haggle, evite money in front of EP Impress. To keep his head on his shoulders and XC Joshua family, he whispered to Isaac, "Are do crazy, Don T do know how to read TB room." But Isaac dismissed him irritably. "Why be afraid? Can TDUC they trying to use us up and cast us aside?" Disguised royal knight standing behind Impress nearly had a stroke due to his arrogance. They wanted him to manage on his own despite leaky risk of losing his life, without a single care for his well-being. Isaac frowned, stroked his chin, and asked Ku to smirk, "I thought our royal family would pay fairly. Oh, have I overestimated this place?" He continued to haggle, "I am certain Skeleton Demon Kin 8 spies are hiding in Key Palace, though their identities are unknown. They've defeated LV6 and 7 knights, so this mice and ID considered high risk." Seeing P. Impress still smiling, Isaac added, "Demanding hazard pay when putting 1/8 life on Lake Line ID in line natural. If do expect otherwise, he truly goes against human morality." Once he finished speaking, Key Impress smirked and replied, "So, do our renowned young priest of Lai Joshua family." At that moment, Lau got above Isaac 8 head turned to look at Chubless and remarked, "She AT Impress, but Lee Crown Prince doesn't T look like her at all." Isaac replied, simply because she isn't his biological mother." Gigat looked surprised at Lee noblewoman in front of them. "Do you mean like son of another concubine ideally crown prince? Well, if I were her, I probably want to remove this thorn in my side soon." He chuckled and suggested, "Why don't we flatter P. Impress and help her deal Quitgo crown prince? She seems quite interested in you, master." Isaac smiled back, "Forget E.T., Lee Impress belongs to Pope 8 faction." Hearing this, Gigat spoke up irritably, "Oh, then why hasn't that lot moved to eliminate her yet?" Lee Impress then said, "Kuda smile, there was a slight oversight even though I sent a request to Lipe Holy See. Of course, that compensation ID nothing compared to Lee Danger, so I will ensure you are handsomely rewarded." She inquired if that was enough to satisfy Key Young Priest of Lai Joshua House. Isaac rubbed his hands and laughed loudly. "Oh, I respectfully accept this my senate, your majesty." He suddenly remembered what Sharnak had said. It seemed that ever since he established a contract quit P Supreme God, Lee Impress had shown him special favor. Egot chuckled, "Master, Sharnak information was correct," Isaac said smugly. After all, she has been trapped in waiting for far too long." He glanced at Lee Impress, but she ain't showing this favor a bit too obviously. Seeing her suggestive smile, he thought to himself, "Clearly, she ain't using me as a pawn to dethrone Lobby Crown Prince." Having said that, Lee P. Empress calmly picked up her teacup and took a sip. Get commented, "She ain't hatching her own plot to depose Crown Prince." Isaac nodded. "Naturally, she ain't quick Pope 8 faction, so if Crown Prince takes throne, he'll definitely purge her influence." He looked at Crown Prince Chubless and assessed, if he weren't at ELVE of a sword master, she probably would have made her move a long time ago. Right then, Crown Prince countered, "Dragging an apprentice priest into this quagmire of intrigue ID far too cruel. This isn't something a man of faith should be involved in." P. Impress smiled and gently placed her teacup back on table. She thought to herself that Lee Boy was quite mature, guessing he was just jealous because she had summoned Isaac. Outwardly, she still replied, "Nevertheless, Lee fact remains that Skeleton Demon Kin 8 henchmen are targeting Lee royal family, which I done deniable." La Queen looked straight into Crown Prince 8 eyes. "These enemies are even capable of taking your life, my dear son. That's lovely Knight ID definitely a minion of Likey Skeleton Demon Ken, operating undercover right within palace. We just caught quite a few cursed artifacts and a ton of suspicious healing items around here." Based on that information, Lee Queen firmly asserted that Demon Keen wanted to raise Chapless Palace, key heart of like Holy Land. Hearing this, his mind reeled as if he let his soul. He had no interest in such matters. He only dreamed of hoarding wealth to lie a life of leisure. Queen smiled confidently as a victory was assured, asserting that even Lee Skeleton Demon Kin would never be able to break a key sacred leaky regenate barrier. He was fuming inwardly, silently screaming in protest that he had nothing to do quit eat, claiming he was simply too lazy to get involved quit those troublesome dragons. B got nodded in agreement. Indeed, eliminating all key royal family was most effective strategy to weaken sacred Laukiaginate shield. Negotiation continued, and any queen handed him a dossier listing servants and retainers whose movements in palace had been suspicious. She ordered him to use his abilities to drag those rats into Lee Lai. After all, he was a genius who had forged a contract quite by noble bag god. He demanded a worthy reward for capturing those targeting royal family. Sorry, alarmed, quickly covered his mouth and hastily replied to Key Queen that they would obey her command. As he was dragged away, He didn't forget to grumble that this idiot would get them both utterly deceived. Suri frantically pulled him off like reception room, even as Queen continued to smile, wave, and say she would await get news from them. Once in like hallway, Suri flared up, scolding her reckless companion, whose insolence in front of their superior had made her heart nearly leap o'er of her chest. He retorted with an indifferent attitude, saying, "Who has energy to bother quit such trivial matters now?" Thinking impending windfall, he salivated profusely. That ate like Queen. And only an idiot would miss such a genon opportunity to milk her dry. He quickly wiped away key drool, determined to get Sigi's Lu enough to drain her treasury. Suri, speechless, wondered why Ebag God had chosen such a money-grubbing individual. Just then, a figure appeared and offered a veiled warning not to blindly trust Ipa Queen. Suri started, turning around in astonishment. Eat turned out to be Crown Prince Chablis. He explained that she was merely trying to exploit his frivolous reputation. Suri's eyes widened in surprise as she realized Eat was indeed His Royal Highness, Lee Crown Prince. Chablis sternly advised that this gem could claim lives at any moment, so Eat was best to be cautious. After glancing at them both, he still expressed hope that Lipe spies would soon be caught. Suri, flustered, replied, "Peely, rest assured, Your Highness, we will definitely apprehend them." Suri looked excited to be talking quit Crown Prince, while he sneered, thinking to himself, "I am back, do trash." Night fell, in a secluded corner hidden from Lee Palace 8 view. In deep darkness beside Eva Hador, a voice whispered resolutely that followers of Demon Kin were lingering nearby. This Viha was filled with ominous items like cursed artifacts and a pile of suspicious recovery tools. Suri, hiding in Lee bushes, complained about Ike long wait, but he dismissed Eat, saying, "Just be patient, an culprit will surely come here." He bluntly exposed Suri 8 thoughts by pointing out that key real healing location was elsewhere. In a glance at leak items in Like Veha was enough to understand Ike's true nature of by key problem. Suri wondered why he knew so much about Lee Demon Kin. He quickly pushed her head down to avoid being exposed. Seeing a shadowy figure in a bee-lycy cloak stealthily approach Veho door, Suri clutched her head in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. He raised an eyebrow triumphantly, saying, "I told you they come." He rubbed his chin, analyzed situation. Suri, still bewildered and unable to keep up, kept asking, "Who I DKT?" He looked at Lee's slender, heavily disguised figure and confirmed with certainty that it was Queen, causing Suri to exclaim in utter astonishment. Ezek explained that she was E1 who had hired us to hunt down Lee Key Skeleton Kin 8 spy. She was trying to deny all relations quit him, likely confident that she was cunning enough to outsmart Lee clergy. His eyes lit up at Thai Thou of a P reward. We would definitely capture that minion, as this was again an opportunity to score points quit Ike Emperor Ola Crown Prince, and then freely plunder their pockets. Suri asked warily why he was always thinking of nothing but money. League had suddenly appeared and worried about his safety, saying that if 8 were a real summoning circle, Lie Master 8's soul could easily be sucked away, but Isaac sneered, saying there was no way humans were skilled enough to perform ET. Hearing this, he stood up and quickly walked on, deciding to just follow her foe now, while Suri, confused and terrified, frantically called Orphoim to wait. Right at that moment, something suddenly happened to Isaac 8's body, while Suri was stealthily checking behind to see if anyone was tailing them. Eat was pitch BLC, so they had to be extremely careful. By time he turned his head back to look forward, he could unlie stare in astonishment at EP scene before him. Lee's surroundings were completely deserted, quit no one in sight, leaving in Lai Shuri struggling in Lee E pitch B night, quit no sign of Isaac anywhere. Meanwhile, Isaac had just been teleported directly in each circle located inside Lee's storehouse. As soon as he landed, his face turned pale and he swore, "Damn neat, I am doomed this time. This IDP definitely skeleton kinate summoning circle. To think someone could actually use ET." Suddenly, a voice rang all, exposing his identity, calling him Lee Young Master of Kiratsua family. Key moment he turned around and clearly saw a person who had just spoken. He stood frozen for a few seconds in sheer C. Isaac was dumbfounded when he realized that like man and be like C was none other than His Highness I Crown Prince. Why two of them looked at each other quick gloomy expressions, making atmosphere unbelievably. Isaac 8 mind was in utter chaos because he couldn't understand how Lee Crown Prince had managed to activate Lee's summoning circle, when he had clearly released so many fake versions to misdirect others. Looking closely at each circle, he realized in despair that this was indeed his very own original summoning Madishi. Lee Keegat questioned whether he had taught B skeletons to use 8 in emergencies, but Isaac argued back that they were so stupid there was no way they could memorize such difficult knowledge. Looking at Chablis 8's bewildered face, he speculated, more importantly, could Lee Crown Prince really be a henchman of Lee P Skeleton Kin? Isaac stood up, brushed Didarp his clothes, and spoke to break his silence. "Your Highness, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I mean, cough, are you patrolling this area?" Glancing at Bone and Lee Crown Prince 8 hand, he pretended to be clueless. I understand. You are on patrol. while Kigat was speechless because I Crown Prince was clearly Key one who had performed his summoning ritual. Isaac made an excuse to slip away quickly, saying, "Quote your highness ate permission, I will go finish my unfinished business. I didn't see anything," but Liz suddenly interrupted and asked why he had appeared from the skeleton kin 8 summoning circle while Lee Crown Prince looked dazed and disappointed. Isaac screamed internally. Why on earth would she ask that now? If Lee Crown Prince ID caught red-handed summoning Lipe skeleton Ken, his head stay on his shoulders. Nagit shrugged and analyzed that foe his master, a holy son candidate, to be summoned by EP skeleton Keen 8 Medich made things all too obvious. Those Imperial people were indeed sly foxes. Isaac was still in a panic, wondering how this was possible. Since he had modified Medich a specifically folk demon race, so how could a human use eat? Liget thoughtfully shared that to use Lee Master 8 summoning Medich, one must speak I language of bones, and most importantly, his absolute reverence and loyalty to him. Eat pointed at Chablis and asserted that this guy was definitely a follower of Key Skeleton Kin, and his abilities were nothing to be scoffed at. To Isaac, this was Lee's worst thing in his life. How could Lee, Crown Prince of a holy empire, do such a devilish thing? Chablis demanded in a stern voice that he explain once more why he had been summoned to this place. Isaac scrambled for a casual excuse, saying, "I didn't do anything, I just accidentally fell of a tree." Chablis calmly exposed lie, pointing out there wasn't a single tree around, so he had to make up another story that he must have just crawled off from underground, making Lee Crown Prince snap in irritation for him to come up with a more believable excuse. Isaac let a sigh and asked sarcastically if Lee Crown Prince being a follower of Lee Skeleton Keen made any more sense. After saying that, their eyes met, both equally matched, neither willing to yield. In like musty v how, Eat was unclear who had just spoken, making a suggestion, how about we go somewhere else to talk privately. That night, Lee Sakai was gloomy Kutla clouds obscuring even Iki moonlight struggling to peek through. But in Lai Crown Prince 8 chambers, lights were blazing, and 2 people sat facing each other. Isaac crossed his arms and looked at Lee Crown Prince, chuckling inwardly. Eat was truly a joke, his vitality radiated so brightly it was frightening. In his eyes, Crown Prince Chablis was brimming quit life, fun of such abundant energy, yet claimed to be a hardcore fan of Lipe skeleton demon kin who would believe that. Isaac sighed warily, scratching his head in a negotiating manner. How about just pretend haven't seen anything? Wouldn't that benefit both of us? Eat seemed like Crown Prince 8 brain was a bit slow. He kept repeating the same old question about Isaac 8 appearance, making Isaac annoyed. This fool, ID that an Enli thing do know. He didn't bother to answer immediately but looked around, scrutinizing room. What Lipe hell ID this place, anyway? On a key mantelpiece, a whole collection of skeleton demon king models were neatly arranged as if on parade. On Lai desk, reference books and papers quit Medich circle drawings were strewn about Lai a battlefield. But Lee most shocking thing was Lee painting of he skeleton demon kin riding a majestic horse, proudly displayed in Lee middle of wall. Looking at legroom, which reeked of a fanatic 8 devotion, Isaac was speechless. Where did he dig up all these things? Aren't you turning yourself into an obsessive follower? He cleared his throat, trying to explain, Your Highness, you've just been caught red-handed by a holy sea cleric. He seems haven't realized the gravity of key situation yet. Yet Chablis interrupted, repeating Lee's same old refrain, asking why he had appeared. Isaac let all patient, feeling both helpless and annoyed. Oh, for heaven 8's sake. Just then, Crown Prince Chablis seemed to realize something. He blushed with excitement. Wait a minute. Staring at Isaac, he blurted could 8 be that are we skeleton demon keen in flesh and blood? Chablis' eyes shone brightly like headlights. Could 8 be possible? Before he could finish his sentence, Isaac yelled, No way. He awkwardly explained, I must have been summoned because I once foolishly ate that old skeleton 8 finger. He'd ate just a reaction to why summoning spell, really. Chablis 8 face fell, looking glum. ID that so? Isaac was puzzled. Huh, why ID he so overtly disappointed? He tried to probe, Your Highness, are you really so fascinated by that old skeleton? Chablis replied, This ID my sister 8 room. He stammered an explanation, My sister, P princess, IT madly obsessed with him, so I just summoned him to see if he was worthy of that admiration. Oki observing Fane M glided gently toward giant skeleton. Seeing this, Isaac curled his lips in disdain. He'd ate a terrible liar. No matter how look at Eat, this ID clearly a man 8 room. He warily proposed a deal. How about this? I'll keep your secret, and in return, must completely forget about summoning me. Isaac tried hard to persuade him. Confronting Sanchez Seeds wouldn't benefit either of us, right? He nodded. Yep, indeed. Chablis looked bewildered as if he didn't understand key situation. They bitterly detest those who use wak me, especially and me. This made Isaac freeze for a few seconds. Huh. Isaac pressed him again about Lok Medich. Chablis wondered about Isaac at identity. Aren't a Lok Mage? They both looked at each other in confusion. Oh. Chablis uttered a sentence that made Isaac Eight Face go completely woof. I recall that 10 years ago, Diu used Wakma Deech on a bishop. Isaac nostalgically recalled Dave. 10 years had already flown by in Lee blink of an eye. At one of I's most magnificent and grandest castles. Chablis pushed Wyke wooden door wide abide. He saw Isaac comforting Massa Barrack Eight Face. Likey day he used a rattle to teach that bishop a lesson he would never forget. He was beaten until his face was deformed, spitting a strawberry dam. How could he possibly know I was using Wakmana? He kept his eyes fixed on Isaac without looking away. Isaac observed every feature of his opponent. This B. Lu Hrigian bloodline was indeed like nemesis of the demon race and those fair-haired people. Isaac felt slightly uneasy as Whitey Emperor at eyes and Lucky Phantom of Ike Observer whispered in his ear, Idiki that not leak power do once yearned fu, master. Isaac sighed regretfully. That ain't right. If I had possessed those eyes, that Medici ritual years ago would not have ended in such a pathetic failure. Snapping all of his thoughts, Isaac asked, Do you sensed my walk energy in Mana core? Chablis honestly No, truthfully, I see nothing at all from Dio. He thought to himself that perhaps because Isaac was Xen, he hit it too well. Isaac then questioned Then how do know I use Lakmana? Chablis set a condition, I will tell Dio if Dio admit Dio are leaky skeleton demon kin, to which Isaac listlessly replied immediately, No then, I am heading M. Chablis remained calmly seated and replied in a serious tone, Li reason I know ID key than to al key are gene and blood flowing in my veins, which helps me understand the language of monsters o words left unsaid, a sentence that made Isaac freeze for a few seconds. He continued to reveal further, Fu instance, key babbling and cooing of infants. Hearing that, Isaac Eight Face dark, babbling. What babbling? Eat was lie a bolt from E.B. Lu Fo him? Dun T tell me this guy has understood all his slang since time he was still in his cradle. Chablis continued, even if I didn't understand everything, I knew back then Dio absolutely hated P. Old Bishop. Actually, to my father and me, Dio were lie a saving lie. He gently stroked his hair. Surely Dio are clear on the meaning of these two hair colors, blessed platinum hair and cursed BLC hair. Isaac fell silent, not daring to move. Chablis' 8 tragic past came flooding back, everyone sneered and called him impure, and they relentlessly insulted my mother until they drove her to a dead end. He revealed that EP Old Bishop also had a hand in ET, leaving Isaac utterly shocked. Was why Queen 8 death related to White Church? E. Phantom of a key observer was truly nosy as well, as he wanted to LV them all. Young Isaac was truly aggressive. That animal dared to plot against me. Does he have a death wish? He was ready to threaten Massa Barrett, ghetto of my sight. If bastards lie do frame me as a demon, how can I get Sequel you to Ike Emperor? If so, how can I seize the royal treasury? That Emperor ID my minion, do understand. Chablis reminisced, I once thought you were possessed by a demon o simply insane, but a demon could never possess e body of a sin-blessed coot divine grace. He uttered harsh words, even the gods make mistakes, this time God was wrong. Thinking that makes me feel more at ease when a platinum-haired person representing God turns their back on Sanchez Sades. Chablis continued to pour o'er his heart, Foki first time, I feel lie fault ID not mine, et date as if God ID comforting me. Then he flashed a smile, therefore, I lie that very much. Chablis still wanted to be sure one more time. Are do really not skeleton demon kin? Isaac asked back, do want me to be skeleton demon kin, your highness? Isaac replied, not at all. He felt a bit wiser, thinking that after living foe so many years, surely no one would try to trick him. Chablis suddenly blurted out something that almost made Isaac Eight hearts stop. If Dio truly are Lee Loke of Bones, I vow to offer this entire kingdom to Dio. Isaac pointed to his chest with a trembling voice and said, who knows, maybe I really am that Loke. Fie, I am Lee Demon Kin then. Boy stared blankly. Did Dio just admit Dio real Loke of Bones? Isaac grew annoyed, saying, I was just joking. Why are Dio so obsessed with ye Loke of Bones, even offering up your entire kingdom? Charlie's soap, that old demon 8 goal really ID whole kingdom, isn't he eat? He unlie hears what he wants to hear. Exasperated, Isaac decided to slip away. Let 8 just pretend I never heard anything today. If my family finds out about this, it'll be a huge headache. Now, if Dio will excuse me, Glee boy, still knave and clueless, said, tonight there ID no moon, leak ideal time for a summoning. P. Lie, take care of yourself. Isaac was speechless and didn't bother arguing. I've already told Dio I am not like a Loke of Bones. Did Dio hear me? The boy strolled away leisurely. Knee shadow of E observer drifted after him and asked, Dio seem rather cheerful. Don T. Do. Lee boy replied, naturally, how could I not be? Isaac felt ecstatic. He never expected IP Crown Prince to be such a die-hard fan of I. Loke of Bones. Thinking back, that old demon was actually quite cun. So eat 8 and N lie natural foamy to be revered lie this. Shadow remained silent, helpless. A plan formed in his mind. He just needed to help crown Prince Ascendi throne. He couldn't tease his face, but he could pretend it was locate teaching. Lai Shadow was skeptical. I am not so sure. Lai crown Prince ID very sharp. 8 hinted, furthermore, being summoned carries many risks. Isaac countered, not at all, it actually has its benefits. Lai Shadow was stunned. He was confident in his knowledge, because ID clear how closely Eek's innate body and soul are intertwined. A soul-splitting spell cannot affect them. Isaac laughed gleefully. Like innate body ID too deeply attached to Wahi's soul, so ye can be helped. P Shadow persisted in warning him. I am afraid Yate will seep into your mind when your manai erupts. My master. He remained vigilant, but being summoned so suddenly ID too troublesome. I suppose I must reinforce key summoning ritual myself to be safe. Suddenly, a voice called off from behind. Hey, where are you going? Suri Joshua and Kina Barris ran after Isaac in a panic. Do you scared Lee life all of me? I thought Du had been kidnapped by those minions. Isaac thought to himself, well, I was actually almost kidnapped. He asked blankly, what ate wrong? Did Du find me just to say that? He shouted, just faux that. Kina Barris hurriedly, making Suri Joshua turn pale, because Du swallowed likey soul of loke of bones. Du RP core catalyst foe summoning him. If Du are in danger, everything will fall into chaos. He added, that ain't right. And Sen has warned us that this palace ID not safe at all. Suri Joshua held a leaky object in her hand. Et was like holy relic of Iki god of lie. She said frantically, he said he was besieged by Iki lokes of bones. Although we don't understand what ate happening, we must catch those cultists to assist I god of lie. Isaac was skeptical. Ki god of lie ID suddenly sending omens in ID trapped. A terrifying tremor suddenly struck. Suri Joshua was shocked. This energy flow. Kina Barris gasped, are they summoning demon tribe? She was even more terrified. Can TB, are they really planning to summon Lee Loke of Bones? Isaac 8 heart seemed to see top, this ID not get. Immediately, a giant, bony hand appeared above light ground. A massive skeletal frame slowly emerged from pitch Biluxy Lake. A terrifying, dense murderous aura radiated from it. That giant skeleton had finally been successfully summoned. Everyone was terrified by his appearance of newly summoned skeletal demon kin. Some mocked whatever fool dared to bring themselves here, while others wondered in panic why demons dared to run rampant in Lai Holy Kingdom. Isaac suddenly realized that Iki thing in front of him was no demon kind at all. He thought to himself that it was just a giant skeleton that looked rather imposing. A pile of mutated bones of unusual size. Leaky observing Phantom broke into a cold sweat upon realizing that a demonkin summoning circle required advanced knowledge of holy arts, while Isaac grumbled, knowing like mastermind must be a cleric. Lee priests were terrified of this giant. Summoning Madich to attack was shocking, and they wondered who its Gate actually was. Suddenly, Lee giant skeleton startled and called awe to his majesty Key Emperor. 3 figures in B-Lycee cloaks on top of Like Castle were intently watching every movement of Likey skeleton. League leader quickly ordered East summoned beasts to cast a spell and in Lee Key Emperor ate life. Lie creature blankly asked back who its master was. ID that du, master. Lee Mage froze because Edie's skeleton had never called anyone master before. Suddenly, giant skeleton seemed to notice something's trend. It immediately bolted straight ahead, leaving other 3 frozen in utter confusion. Hey, where do you think du re-running to? Lee's skeleton ran up to Isaac and knelt down, expressing choked emotion that he had finally been resurrected after a long 100 years. He was so terrified that his face turned pale, and he screamed at Eat to get Lot immediately. Suri Joshua looked around and screamed, thinking she was about to be attacked by Kemenix T. Isaac quietly planned to purify Yade and send Eat back to where Eat came from, just lie last time, to get ETRV quit. His hands froze as he felt that something was amiss. Suri Joshua looked at her hands and wondered why Madich had become so useless. Isaac was also in a tight spot, unable to channel even a shred of divine power. Like surrounding area was shrouded in an eerie purple glow, and Iki observing Phantom reported that suppression Madich was neutralizing all divine power in Iki area. Wide 2 eye sockets of eye skeleton suddenly lit up like car headlights. Heat straightened up, radiating terrifying power of Hyalusuke and Tren Madich from one manipulating 8 behind a P scenes. Lee skeleton struggled to resist Ein Tren, quietly praying for a peaceful day. Isaac Zayden decided to risk everything and unleash a technique, even though he knew outcome would be highly unpredictable. A brilliant Phi lot of lie accompanied by a terrifying force instantly exploded. Force struck directly down, engulfing Lee's skeleton in a thick cloud of dust. That lie directly affected Eat. Then, that's Tren's source of lie also gradually vanished into Iki void. Priest stood motionless lie pillars. Fan team watched Ki scene quote delight. Oh look, Ki 2 skeleton kings have vanished. Could this be a teleportation XQ? At that very moment, a glowing sword suddenly appeared. Chablis slowly approached. So that was what happened. He showed extreme SC. Foe turned a walk. A real goal of E2 skeleton kings was to LVE this whole kingdom. Isaac sighed helplessly. I told Du 8 wasn't me. Other priests revered Chablis as a savior, Lipe Crown Prince was the one who reached out to protect them. He tried to appear majestic, despite Isaac looking at him with a speechlessly confused expression. Kina Barrick subtly hinted that his method of handling things was too half-hearted. Why not destroy Mage core directly to get ET in VE quit? Chablis innocently asked back if he wasn't forbidden to destroy ET, causing Isaac to cross-examine him irritably, while he nonchalantly replied that ET was originally a subordinate of E2 Skeleton Kings, but Isaac remained adamant in his denial. Afterward, he decided to leave, saying he would chase Lee's summoners while Kina stayed to guard Lee P. Skeleton, but Kina crossed her arms in protest, thinking Yate would be better to handle Eat herself. Isaac screamed, forbidding her from touching his things. If she dared go near them, she could forget about being taught any knowledge fu wee rest of her life, leaving her frozen in confusion. He began to lose his temper. How dare do seen Trunlai's skeleton and then blame Eat on I Crown Prince. I will never forgive anyone who does that. Chablis looked at him with admiration, while Kina still doubted whether Isaac was truly on a key Prince 8 side. Isaac gnashed his teeth in anger as he dashed P. How dare they summon and seen Tren my subordinates? Those bastards must have a death wish. P. Scene shifted to a remote forest. Likey men and BLIC ran for their lives in panic. Damn neat, what on earth happened? We struggled so much just to summon that men XT. Leader who summoned a giant skeleton was incredibly frustrated. That annoying Crown Prince dared to teleport key summon elsewhere, and although he knew Region blood was strong, he hadn't expected Eat to be this powerful. Another man chimed in, noting that Key Miss XT hadn't obeyed them at all, even though Key Summoning Matrix should have had complete seat on Tron or VT in principle. She wondered if anyone possessed power beyond Summoning Matrix, while man didn't believe Eat because YD Matrix was personally created by a subordinate of IE2 Skeleton Kings. No matter what Key Summoner said, Eat didn't matter. They were determined to track down Lipe Skeleton and continue their scheme. While he rambled on about framing EP Crown Prince and dragging Ratsua into mud, his face suddenly turned deathly pale. Zack appeared a looming phantom right behind them. What kind of GM are you scheming? Lee Giant Skeleton Summer spun around looking for his comrades. What Lipe hell? Those people have vanished completely. Same time, he was no longer in his former position. In Lipe blink of an eye, he took a painful blow right to Li's face. As he fell to wipey ground, Isaac leisurely approached, asking why they were bothering to look for them. His subordinates had already kindly rounded them all up. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did this guy dare to pierce through 7th tier protection mod each? OID he using some weapon from Like Inquisitors. Lee Key Fog Summoner was about to use a trick, but that weapon unt trouble me. After all, he IDP just a lowly priest. Isaac pulled a rattle still stained quit strawberry dam. He backed away in fear. Lina Sanaja. His demonic face was revealed. Now ETIDE just key two of us. Do bastard, don't think do can escape because I am about to carry a little robbery. While walking, Isaac shook, thinking he had to do this secretly behind his grandfather ate back he might lose his inheritance, while the other guy wondered what this madman was rambling about. He flashed a radiant smile. According to doctrine, one shouldn't attack ordinary people, so I will have to settle this quietly. He was shocked to see this man did not bother hiding his identity at all. Isaac poked him rattle and said, before I send you to your maker, I have a few questions. If do don't answer properly, it will be very painful. Lee T Fog Summoner broke into a cold sweat and stuttered, asking what he was trying to do. He told himself to stay calm, as high priests are weak in Medici. He just needed to distract him and cast a spell. Gathering his courage, he told Isaac Rothschild that if he defeated him, Bone Kings would reward him handsomely. He gave a cryptic smile. Isaac ate murderous intent at this moment terrified everyone. Who did you say was going to give Likey reward? He cowered in terror. Medici, ID this truly a priest. Quite just a lie snap of lie fingers. P Flames consumed the Fog Summoner. Arg. Despite being battered by leak attack, he still tried to hold on, thinking he had to endure ET, that things would be fine if he just concentrated his mana to suppress ET. Isaac pressed him. Get, if do don T want to turn into dust, spill ET, who ID pulling your strings. He stubbornly insisted there was no one. Isaac threw a lie punch, and like keen fate sin Medici took I fakey immediately. Like other guy quickly confessed that they wanted to frame my crown prince faux treason. He struck him a few times while asking, what about dragging whole Rothschild family through wee mud? He answered immediately that their position had been overturned since a leveling of Liwe's platform, so Isaac could no longer be Ixen. Lai Keyfog Summoner added that if Keyfog killed he Emperor, Isaac would be blamed for failing to see tap like a bone kin. Isaac patted his cheek and asked further, so who gave you guys key order? After losing a few teeth, he finally spat eat a guy named Ranzi ordered us. God Observer said gleefully, that must be a pure-blooded demon then. He scolded him. Look at that, did that Ranzi guy instigate you to use someone else ate precious fog? While B Summoner secretly wondered what was so precious about that fog. Finally, he confessed Lee core truth, I don't know anything else, and Enly that he came quit Iki singing angel, It was then that Isaac finally stopped. Quite his face swollen from Lee blows, he recounted that Ranzi had lent him Madich ton to fiend on trend like he fog and that he was a subordinate of like he singing angel. Libgat observer whispered that it was indeed a pure-blooded demon. Isaac slowly said, "Wait a minute." His expression suddenly changed singing angel. Isaac rested his chin on his hand in deep thou, singing angel. He seemed to vaguely guess that it looked like one of Ike true demons was following IP person known as EE singing angel. The observer spoke again, saying it was quite likely that I singing angel had collaborated with someone in Iki imperial family. He theorized an assassination plot against E emperor. Isaac mused, high possibility United E impress. He stared intently at E fog summoner, wondering why key name singing angel sounded so familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. Taking advantage of Isaac it lapse in alertness, he lunged forward quit a lethal strike. Do brat, die, do annoying little pest. Giant skeleton summoner held a purple wind quit imposing authority in his palm. Isaac smiled. Some things never change, as life saying goes. Suddenly, a colossal dry bone foot emerged from behind him. The Lee giant skeleton materialized and crushed all obstacles in its path. Oh my. He cheerfully inquired why it wasn't he quit Kim Suri. An little dog-like creature replied that it came here because it was afraid its master would get hurt. Abruptly, Lee giant skeleton knelt on ground, groaning in agony. Isaac face showed concern. What happened to him? He cried mournfully, unable to believe its almighty master had transformed into a furry creature. Giant skeleton bowed down to him. It was truly an endless tragedy. It sobbed, demanding to tear apart one who did this, and Isaac, furious, vowed to wring her neck. Something alerted both of them. I can feel a wacky energy enveloping this place. He placed his hand on Lee Ki giant 8 head. We can get caught here. That touch was a miracle, transforming attributes and bestowing. Isaac imbued quit an astonishingly powerful energy. In P blink of an eye, giant skeleton transformed into a cute, tiny doll. Walk observer 8 fem scoff. Do you hit her well? Since she ate a high-ranking demon, getting rid of her was a bit tricky. Immediately after, Isaac threw P skeleton far away quit all his might. Master. He collapsed in pain. Having just reunited, they had to part ways again. He brushed his hand and said that getting caught would ruin everything, ignoring like observer 8 phantomate bewilderment. Eat worriedly asked if throwing her into Wyke Holy Lake was okay. Lee skeleton had cried all its tears but Enlai received indifference. I've already changed her attributes, so don't worry. Suri and priests finally appeared. Isaac, are do all right. Bloodloke, hiding behind a bush, quickly stood up and gave a thumbs up. Do you seem to be doing all right? Everyone rushed her to Isaac, praising him. Well done, catching a spy lie this deep a great achievement. He uttered a sentence that made everyone panic. I heard this criminal mention Lucky Angel. Does anyone know who he ID? They buzzed quote discussion. Kiki Angel. ID that great villain. ID he targeting Holy Kingdom. Isaac was curious about Lee dangerly. Sorry, pale, explained. Do Dante know that 80D skeletal kinate false contract? Isaac 8 face what IP heck? Did I ever sign a contract quote someone lie that? P observer 8 fam chuckled mockingly. Key fraudsters are running rampant these days, aren't they? Lie priest, seeing key summoner lying on a key ground, wondered, he doesn't look well at all. How did do seen tren him? Isaac deflected, saying his artifact lot keen tren, so he fell ill on his own. Chesilat appeared from somewhere. Do truly didn't disappoint me at all. Isaac was startled and looked around. What crevice did this guy crawl all of? He warmly said, Do you've worked hard? Let 8 return to palace quit young master Joshua. Chalice looked at Isaac quit pride. Soon me royal family would bestow upon him most generous rewards. At most magnificent and splendid palace. P next Monang, royal banquet hall appeared quit an overwhelmingly gorgeous and glamorous splendor. Isaac was engrossed in feasting. In whispering crowd, people murmured that he was one who captured cultist, and like Joshua family had achieved yet another illustrious feat. Suri Joshua grinned. P. Lee get rid of that bloody bell, will do. He took a breath and replied, this item. He'd ate exactly what Leaky Emperor asked me to bring. Isaac readjusted, saying if they wanted to know how he caught that guy, they just had to ask. He quickly preempted, do just need to listen to my verbal explanation. There ain't no need for physical evidence. He was worried sick. How did do smuggle this into Leaky Palace? Rules forbid bringing weapons in here. Isaac reply, what do mean? La Bill ID always tucked safely in my underwear. Then, a voice rang that ID truly gratifying. Heathcliff Chablis approached and I am very glad do made fun use of P gift I bestowed upon Dio. Suri Joshua quickly stood up to bow. Even though Waiki Emperor had just been brought down, his demeanor was still this elegant, which was truly worthy of respect. Chlifs expressed his appreciation. Not in lie did do cherish gift from 10 years ago, but do also used it to capture my would-be assassin. Chablis, standing behind, was also looking extremely pleased quit himself. Suddenly, another authoritative voice rang. Indeed, Worthy of Li, one who signed a contract quite greatest god. Ki Empress stepped forward. I asked Du to do that, but I never expected Du would actually catch he spy. She flashed a smile so fake it was stiff. Isaac laughed inwardly quickly. She must be furious because her plan to frame Li P Crown Prince had gone up in smoke. As soon as Ki Angel was revealed to be Ki real culprit, she could unlie stew in bitterness. P Impress spoke. I believe young master must be expecting a reward. As Leaky Impress, may I personally reward this admirable young priest? I must have a reward to sue my gratitude to Diu. Chablis was dead silent, but his heart was raging quit anxiety. At this moment, Isaac also quickly expressed his thoughts. I feel extremely honored. He dropped a line that silenced her. However, Crown Prince has already promised to personally reward me. Isaac politely, receiving anything more would be too luxurious for a servant of Li gods, so Li allow me to accept and lie your kind sentiments. Press said suggestively. Li priest of Li god seems quite seekaloo to Li Crown Prince. Will do be alright, he replied Kuta Kurt Yacht. He acted as if he had Heathcliff Chablis backing him up. I quite lay Crown Prince because he ide rival of Li skeleton demon kin. Moving to outer courtyard. Suri was still anxious. Du just made an enemy of Ike Impress. Are you sure deal'll be alright? Isaac didn't care at all. Hey, do want me to side quit Iki Popo what? Li Tu continued to chate. Than to your words, His Highness the Crown Prince was moved to tears. He replied, well, so. Before Isaac could even finish his sentence, another guy jumped in and interrupted. Finally found Du shameless bastard. Several bodyguards rushed in from of nowhere to pick a fight. Handwig local deity right now. Du insolent brat. In exasperation, hub, Du guys are still rehashing IP same old story. Don't do have anything else to do? P others roared, Du brat. We stayed up countless nights just to track Du down. They threatened to make a move. Forget ET, we have to get ET back today no matter what. Don't forget we are in the Royal Imperial Garden. Holy Medici ID nullified here. Go ahead and try to use ET, we'll report your insolence to the royal family. Observer softly exclaimed. Not in lie that, but we royal family has also issued a decree prohibiting like use of Holy Medici within this compound. Lou others shouted, hand ETV, Du scoundrel. Isaac flatly refused. Dream on. He smiled triumphantly. I've already donated this item to leak royal family. Du fools. Touching royal property IDP an act of treason. They were skeptical. Don T joke. Why would be royal family accept a divine artifact from Li Popate faction? Just as they finished speaking, Chablis walked V. Indeed, Isaac was not wrong. He calmly stated, I have decided to send this gift to Emperor 8 Palace. Everyone bowed when they saw him. Your Highness, P Crown Prince. Chablis approached. How dare do covet I treasures of Ike Imperial Palace? Do you truly don't know key immensity of heaven and earth? The guards turned pale quit fear. Oh dear. Isaac chuckled as if he had struck gold. See, I told Du he would place Ike local deity in Crown Prince 8 garden. He crossed his arms smugly. That 8 right, I believe we agreed to place heat there. Blue guards were dumbed it, but Du just said 8 was Fui Emperor 8 Palace. How infuriating. Isaac was delighted to see Chablis on his side. If Du still try to snatch ET, I will consider 8 theft of my property. Do you re 1 and seen on Tren? Understand. See top tailing me and accept your defeat. These idiots, they re so angry their eyes are practically popping out. Suri Joshua approached and asked, what happened? Your Highness. Why are you soaking wet? Chablis replied while wiping himself dry. I just took a sadie dip in Leaky Lake. He was skeptical, took a dip in Leaky Lake. Isaac left, but his mind was elsewhere. It seems I've forgotten something important. Scene change. Joshua and Suri were now trudging along, tailing Kim Ezek. He asked curiously, weren't Du planning to stay put in Light Capital, KV Ma? Why sudden change of plans? Are Du really going back to Ike Mansion? He whistled and replied, Eid 18 New Year. He'd take time to visit TM. Observer sneered, I'd eat because of rumors about Leggy imprisoned Sen. Kim Ezek remained silent. His mind filled quilt turmoil. That matter keeps bothering me. I need to discuss this quit divine law enforcers. Just then, Joshua Suri added another sentence that almost made him fall V. If that 80 case, I probably don't need to give DUY letter from Lee Matriarch anymore, right? He continued, Matriarch Melissa wants to see Dio. Hearing this, Kim Ezek face turned pale. Damn neat. I guess I be going back there after all. At lighty same time, at Barrett Mansion, a roar echoed throughout Leeby room. Du saying Du can bring like a local deity here. Subordinate trembled and replied, Nate, sir. He tate because Crown Prince interfered. Heh. Ray Barrett gritted his teeth. Lee Crown Prince? Het. Ray slumped onto a chair in anger, thinking to himself, Leek royal family dares to interfere in Lee clergy ed affairs. That ain't truly V line. Suddenly, a scolding voice rang off. How dare that damned Crown Prince? He turned to look, kinda. Heh. Ray breathed a sigh of relief. Gat. Blame he entire wrath on a royal family. Luck path for her to become pope will be wider. Before he could compose himself, Kina slammed a table quit a bang and shouted, "Are you trying to seduce Isaac?" She trembled quit anger, her mind spinning. Does that person think we done tea have a nursery? And Isaac Rosua would really collaborate quid I crown prince just foo some insignificant gardens? Hesitantly asked, "Oh does Iki crown prince want to see Pat Isaac Rosua to become pope?" Hyre rubbed his temples and shook his head. Someone who hates Iki clergy as much as he does would never do that. He analyzed, Chablis ide one who wants to depose pope. He must be plotting something sinister. Hyre propped his chin on his hand, contemplating, he ide youngest swordsman in history and possesses purest bloodline to date. He frowned in contemplation. I heard whispers that he just poured money into a failed project, and I wonder what scheme this old fox id keys cooking up this time. Hyre Barrett slowly sat down, his expression as calm as if there had never been a parting. Pope intended to withdraw a divine power of supreme god right during light graduation ceremony, and he wondered if those people would easily let go of such a choice morsel. He gave a cold snort. Fui divine being was no longer protected by any divine power. Hyre Barrett continued, without divine power to back them up, they are nothing more than toothless tigers. Their influence will collapse lie dominoes, and lay followers will surely scatter. So Pope holding EP supreme power will undoubtedly have to bow in hand of that great god. He lazily glanced to side. Key divine being would surely agree to this deal. So Kina, instead of tailing them, you should seize the opportunity right now. Hyre Barrett continued to ramble on without noticing Y's suspicious absence. He turned around intending to guide P-Girl in her divine power training, and then lied to realize Ike's chair beside him was empty. Where had Kina gone? A subordinate awkwardly scratched his head, his fingers twisting together as he mumbled, I heard young lady headed to like Joshua residence to give New Year greetings ages ago, sir. At the same time, at a Joshua mansion, brilliant sunlight cast shadows across vast and luxurious ground. Immersing himself in the bustling atmosphere so different from usual, Kim Isaac stood leaning against the window, quietly watching scene below. He asked curiously, what ain't going on that ain't so lively? An eager observer replied, can do see? Guests are pouring in, that ain't what? Kim Isaac looked at leapy bustling crowd below and couldn't help but frown. Eat was in lie just IB time phone New Year greetings, wasn't eat a bit too early? Riley Joshua, standing nearby, was also fun of suspicion, feeling that something was a P. Ashley nodded in agreement. Eat really IDC trend nothing but noble ladies and beautiful young misses. Eat looks lay nothing less than a disguised matchmaking session. Upon hearing keywords matchmaking session, Joshua Suri was so terrified that a cold sweat broke all of him. He collapsed to lee ground, weeping without tears. Damn neat. I've tried every way to avoid this calamity, yet in knee and I still fell into AP fire pit, seeing that intense reaction. Kim Isaac felt that ESA was starting to get, why so tense? Joshua Suri, are you about to get a wife? He pretended to sigh. Are Suri Idik already 16? Definitely of marriageable. Joshua Suri screamed in resent. Eat ate not what do you think, do you idiot? He explained, even though why Joshua family ID famous fu being what cradle of saints, daughters in lie house are as precious as gold, which ID key why they reforcing me to go on find a girl, even from outside family. Eat spoke up. This ID actually a gut deal, although he ate a bit useless, his appearance and talent are top tier. Kim Isaac fell silent, thinking, do they view him as a mobile baby-making machine? He hurriedly ran view to help Joshua Suri up. Eat ate okay, this ID just a formality, I've already flatly refused them. Just then, he suddenly remembered something. By way, uncle, why are you still so happily single? He scratched his neck and looked away. Well, he'd ate because I've been busy hunting my skeleton demon kin. Gowl Joshua took a sip of tea and taunted, what hunting be demon kin? He sneered. Dewey just a useless guy who can carry on a key family line, which I diki why Dewey so hopelessly single. Riley Joshua shot, brother. Lee corners of Gowl Joshua 8 mouth curled up mockingly. Lie kid should know Lee truth, right Isaac? Your uncle Idiki suffering from Lee key aftereffects of a demon kin 8 curse, which Idik why he can get married. Kim Isaac covered his mouth in SC. Uncle, are you really impotent? He hurriedly tried to explain. Don T. misunderstand. Hey now, your uncle, functionally speaking. Everything ID still perfectly fine. Riley Joshua frantically justified himself. Eat 8 just that the demon kin 8 curse kills life. Isaac, are you listening? I told you eat 8 not what do you rethinking. Watching lie guests come and go in a bustle. Ashley was a bit surprised. Heat really ID unusually crowded. He nodded. If this were truly a matchmaking session Suri, how could Lee others in Lee Key Mansion be so quiet? Suddenly, an angry shout erupted from Lee door. Do traitor. He turned around, startled. What? Kina Barrett stormed in aggressively. Lee guy who promised to train me dared to sneak a pee to a matchmaking session, didn't he? Kim Isaac grimaced. What nonsense are you talking about? This ID Kim Suri 8 matchmaking session. She shot back defiantly. Do re one talking nonsense. I've already verified everything thoroughly. Kina Barrett ate next words for his Kim Isak. This crowd of people all claimed to be his fiancée, wanting to marry P. young master of Joshua family, who had just signed a contract to quote most powerful god. Hearing this, Joshua Suri suddenly found life extraordinary, and he tried so hard to hold back his laughter that he began to shake. Before long, he collapsed, laughing so hysterically that he covered his face. Joshua Suri ate face flushed red from laughing. Indeed, this wasn't his blind date, but leaky other eight. He thought to himself gleefully, splendid, let me choose a perfect wife fo dio. Instantly, Kimisak swung his wooden staff, his eyes sharp as if wanting to eat him alive. Was this madman tired of living? Joshua Suri turned pale and hastily backed away. Hey, calm down. A moment later, he was kneeling on AP ground, Kuda's swollen bump on his head, stammering, while Isak stood his arms crossed, ordering him to repeat after him. Thus, Joshua Suri had to mutter, I will never make fun of my family 8 pain again. Kim Isak pointed straight at E-man behind him, who allowed Du to bring Key Pope 8 grandson in here. Do wanna die. He widened his eyes. I didn't bring him here. Kina Barrett suddenly touched his shoulder. Azak. Kim Isak grimaced. What now? She looked at him earnestly. Pila marry into Lee Barrett family, and we will be family. Gaiki observer teased. Did Du just get confessed to? Annoyed, he snapped. Shut up. In key meeting room, la large presence of elders made like atmosphere so suffocating that it was hard to breathe. An old man grumbled in objection. A blind date fu Isak. No way it ain't going to be him. Gowl also fiercely rejected ID. Marriage at a time like this. Absolutely never. Joshua Suri looked at Kim Isak, wondering if this kid had become so clu to Lai family that even his father had to step in to protect him. AX wry of thoughts ran through his head. Everyone was worried sick, but then EP man bellowed that it would be a family disgrace, especially since Esikate's bizarre personality would ruin other family 8 household. Hearing that, Joshua Suri was no longer touched. They were indeed worrying needlessly. Riley Joshua leaned against Ike wall, his tone resentful. Izak ID still so young, discussing marriage now ID far too early. He looked a likey window. There were so many guests, and some of them were complete strangers. Surely someone had pulled all strings to invite them. Riley Joshua's gaze suddenly turned icy cold. He knew fun well who we mastermind was. Riley Joshua turned and walked away. To leaky men of Lee Joshua family, marriage meant banishment. Someone surely wanted to get rid of Isaac. Gal Joshua called after him, but he ignored it. He ran at breakneck speed down Lai hallway, his mind fixed on the only person capable of orchestrating this. Riley stopped in front of Lai room, kicked a door and burst in, shouting while panting heavily, Brother, are you planning to sell Isak to another family? By then, Kim Isak had already loomed behind him unnoticed. Lai man sitting in luck room looked up and asked calmly, what IDP making do so noisy, Riley? Every eye in the room turned toward key door at once. A few of them could not hide the annoyance written all their faces. Leisurely crossing his leg, he said, I and Lai invited them because everyone said they wanted to get to know our kid. Right then, the Glyphy observer suddenly realized, Master, ate that bastard, isn't TT. It fixed its eyes on Iki man sitting in front of them, leaky murderer who had always been trying to harm him. Entire room suddenly froze, key air thick quit a terrifying silence lie a calm lake waiting for a major storm. After several long minutes, Riley Joshua could no longer hold his temper and exploded. He could not accept an arranged marriage for a child not even 16. While Noel calmly stood up, saying age did not matter as Lee Child was Kipi most outstanding genius of Lee Joshua family and had already signed a contract quite most powerful deity. He added that since Child had shouldered life 8 burdens early on, he and Lai wanted to find a worthy partner. OID eat because do yourself are barren that do v become jealous. He snapped upon hearing other party question his previous words. Just then, Benjamin Joshua strode into room and interrupted firmly, Noel, do you are crossing eek line. Noel let a weary sigh, oh. So this talentless second son who has no chance of succeeding as head of Key family has managed to crawl here too. Hearing Guy mockery, he shouted in fury while Benjamin ate anger reached a boiling point. Riley had to hurriedly intervene amidst Ike house. Second brother, Peely calm down. Kim Isaac stood silently in thought. Even if Lakey clan was on verge of collapse, outward glamour had to be maintained. One and Lai needed to look at how Pope 8 lineage disrupted Leaky Saintess 8 family to understand its value. Wide corners of his lips quirked up. Seat of Leaky family head will ultimately belong to me. Do have any idea how much grandfather pampers me? Not to mention, I am like most sensible one in Lai P family. Key observing Phantom broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, have do really gone mad? Kim Isaac reasoned that it would be better for we clan to fall into hands of YP skeleton demon Ken, even as an enemy, than to give hate to a shameless scoundrel like him. He asked skeptically, ID that really better? At that exact moment, his gaze swept a V and then stopped completely on boy. Do must be Isaac, right? Noel eagerly approached. I am very glad to see you. This ID key first time we've met, isn't it? He replied in a deep voice. ETID can honor to meet Dio. However, as soon as EP words were spoken, Nolate gaze changed complete, becoming sharp and calculating. But do Don T look like my eldest brother at all? He took a step forward and left a malicious question hanging. I wonder if do actually carry blood of Lee Joshua family. Upon hearing that, both of them ground their teeth in anger. Quit key same thou. Was he really treating a child like an outsider, in trampling on an orphan ate pain to boot? Kim Isaac replied quid innocent eyes, are do Uncle Noel, I've heard a lot about you. Noel gave a fake smile, a cheeky brat indeed, to which Isaac continued, I heard do once hid in Lee Barrett Villa and got a saw thrashing from grandfather. Are do okay now, uncle? Kim Isaac looked away and added, it seems your mouth ID still working at fun capacity. Hearing that, Suri Eight's stomach churned quit fear. Her face turned pale as she silently called all Isaac 8 name. Like others there were equally panicked. Teenage boy frowned, thinking, what on earth ID this kid saying? While I girl beside him gaped in Aspasian worry, watch your mouth when talking to your uncle. His face immediately dark, irritation clear on his features. What did do just say? Lee boy didn't he hold back at all. Your tongue IDP as sharp as ever, isn't he? I just wonder if do haven't he been beaten enough yet, do piece of trash. Noel was completely stunned, staring wide-eyed at Lee Key boy in front of him. He said coldly, Suri Joshua, and she replied kuda start, uncle. Noel vented his rage on Suri, shouting fiercely at her. What have do been doing that do didn't he raise him properly? What ID wrong quit this kid? She stammered, well, thing IDE. Look other man thou gleefully to himself, this youngest kid ID doomed. He told himself that Suri was finished too. Once one fell onto Key Trainer 8 blacklist, they were beyond help. Seeking to Tajasitching, Riley hurriedly spoke up to defend her. I was Leaky one who raised Isaac, so Suri has nothing to do quit this. He interrupted angrily. Do you were we Key one who raised him? Noel curled his lip in a bitter sneer. What right does a lowly person who spends all day searching for wiki skeleton demon kinlai vermin have? Kim Isaac exclaimed in surprise. A lowly person. He stepped closer and pointed at his face. How dare do trouble Suri and my uncle, do you bastard? Kim Isaac continued. If you've been humiliated by your own nephew because of your loose mouth, do should start feeling ashamed of yourself. He looked at his young nephew in SC, his heart tightening. Isaac, P. Lie. He was so furious that he let Keen Tran, immediately unleashing his signature move without any hesitation. He truly was someone who didn't know Lee Key fear of death, as survival alarm rang deafeningly. He realized he had run into a real obstacle. He still stood quit, his arms crossed, acting nonchalant. Teat was Lee first time since Iki Pope 8 era that he had seen that item on a mere mortal, while Lee Key Observer 8 Soul subtly reminded him that there was still another guy on a key other side. He was utterly surprised, unable to believe that like Ross family had two such individuals. Eat was truly nothing more than a hobbit of trouble. Observer wondered again, wasn't he that mech supposed to appear NN Lie when there was a direct threat to its master 8 life? Taking this opportunity, he should eliminate them to be rid of I Key trouble. Kim Isaac shook his head resolutely. That wouldn't he do, as this obstacle was tied to karma, so he needed a legitimate excuse to handle Eat. If he acted recklessly, like Mox would just jump to someone else. He thought to himself that he should prepare everything thoroughly starting now. Noel smirked disdain. An outsider actually dared to such an insolent attitude, not knowing his place. He sneered, do you really want to wage war against me? An arrogant thought arose in Noel 8 mind. I am the brightest star of this family. Then to me, those foolish siblings of mine have made Eat this far. I am P. Saintus 8 teacher and have even mastered 9th circle divine Medii Chi. In that instant, a surge of pitch BLCic energy suddenly enveloped his hand. Ambitious thoughts flowed through Noel 8 mind. Quit this secret art, I will soon sit on B Cardinal AT throne. As Ak energy clung tightly to his hand, he thought this fellow must have never been taught proper manners to be so insolent. Kimana around Noel suddenly erupted violently, as brilliant streams of holy light radiated from his body, creating terrifying pressure. This guy was no ordinary person that commoners could mess quit. He immediately threw a punch at his opponent without a second thought. Kim Isaac remained as unbothered as ever. So, ID this an apology. He swung his hand, delivering a thunderous slap that instantly knocked other man 8 hand back. Noel stood frozen in place, his pupils contracting repeatedly and his hand trembling violently in fear. He spoke mockingly, this clown's ID truly an eyesore. Glowing red chains suddenly appeared in Kim Isaac 8 hands. So, do are we one responsible for educating a Ross descendant? P chains lunged forward like lightning, wrapping tightly around him and leaving him no room to evade. Noel was squeezed so tightly that he gasped for air, his entire body stiff and unable to move. A few seconds later, an earth-shattering explosion resounded as a blinding lot of lie erupted right beneath his feet. Riley Joshua was shocked, his face turning pale, and he screamed Isaac 8 name. Livey man beside him also cried all in panic, Uncle. He still held his head high, quit an arrogant look. Does a pathetic defeated loser lie do actually dare to lecture others? Right then, all of key thick cloud of dust, Noel loomed. Isn't that a divine form of punishment? He sneered, that idea originally a deity extremely difficult to fiend tran, yet do handily quit such astonishing mastery. Kim Ezek brushed his hands and turned to leave. Since my uncle, who I deek en lie gut at talking, has fallen, this nephew will take his leave now. Having been openly looked down upon, Noel 8 face darkened in an instant. Light fire of rage flared up again, burning his heart. Maybe I should just send him on his way right here. Immediately, he began to mutter a few incredibly bizarre-sounding incantations. Hearing those all-too-familiar tones, he instinctively sensed a whiff of danger. A surge of Locke's spiritual energy swirled and gathered right before his eyes, making Kim Ezek widen his eyes in surprise. Oh boy. He thought to himself, ID this guy planning to use Locke Ma Diich again, wanting to use Lai Curse of Demon Kin Holo to torture me. And at the same time, Noel continued to chant Dillik, his face beginning to distort in a terrifyingly dangerous way. The corners of his mouth curled up sarcastically, and his eyes gradually became filled with excitement, as if he had found a new toy. Kim Ezek spun around skillfully, thinking to himself that maybe he should feel I quit him fo a bit. Then, he immediately unleashed his curse reflection move. In an instant, Lee incoming surge of spiritual energy suddenly reversed direction, turning back to attack him instead. Noel 8 chest was immediately seized by an invisible hand, making it hard for him to breathe. Looking at his opponent in agonizing state, Kim Ezek flashed a radiant smile as if savoring pain man was enduring. Wiping a streak of blood from Lee P corner of his mouth, he exclaimed in SC, impossible. How can he use that Ma Diich? Kim Ezek leisurely raised his hand, his composed posture ready to face any further attacks. Noel 8 expression grew more unsightly by second, his teeth grinding together audibly. Lee's spiritual energy around his body suddenly erupted violent. I have to take Lai P truth of this foe myself. At that exact moment, a hand suddenly shot off from behind his sack. Without a moment 8 hesitation, Likey Man delivered a thunderous blow to Y Guy 8 head. Noel didn't even have time to re-see before he collapsed to Ike ground Lia log. This sudden turn of events left everyone in Lee room frozen for several seconds. Lai cloak on Eye Man shifted slightly, revealing a familiar face underneath. Rayleigh Joshua 8 eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in espsy at Lee's sight of him. He cried aloudly, Brother Kalia. Kalia's exquisite appearance left Kim Ezek stunned. He marveled to himself that he looked just like a male version of Melissa. A Galaki observer whispered, if he'd ate Kalia, then he'd ate definitely the third son and outstanding genius among like 7 Joshua children. Kim Ezek enthusiastically waved Kuda fake, friendly smile. But he was already calculating since IB man had just saved him, he then him to gain favor first, then slowly get Sikelu to squeeze at every bit of his value. He spoke slowly, do stinking demon Kent. Kalia frowned deep, his gaze sharp as a dagger as if trying to peer into his soul. Do you there? Do you reek of light demon kin? He gripped eye weapon in his hand tightly, radiating murder. Then he charged toward Kim Ezek. I will finish do a P right now. Panicked, he hurriedly leaned back, luckily dodging Lai attack by a hair 8 breadth. Kim Ezek tumbled several times in Lee air, his mouth constantly letting off pathetic cries of distress. He'd asked worriedly, ID master still alive? He sat up clutching his head and grimacing, damn it, I was almost a goner. Kalia's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous hurrah still surging. I didn't expect you to dodge that, you truly are a demon Ken. Kim Ezek muttered, this guy has let his mind. Just then, Rayleigh Joshua rushed forward and hugged him tightly, frantically trying to stop him. See Tuppy, third brother, that 80 sack. Lee Ki son of our eldest brother Lee Ki child you've been waiting for all this time? Brother Kalia. Upon receiving this news, Kalia froze for a few seconds all of sheer surprise. He asked again incredulously whether Eat was really Ezek, and upon confirming Eat, he breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that Rayleigh handled Eat brilliantly, which was exactly what he expected from his godson. Kalia muttered to himself that Eat was Tren, since that soul clearly carried I's signature scent of that skeleton demon kin. He could in Enlai explain helplessly that he had already told him. Ezek himself had absorbed the body of that skeleton demon kin. Rayleigh grumbled, bringing up he past, do remember yet? I insisted that Eat wasn't a skeleton demon kin. He fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, ah, Eat, I remember. Lee observer 8 gut let a soft sigh of relief, at last, had temporarily subsided. However, very next second, Kali aggressively rushed forward Kuda's sword, saying they just needed to slice Oba his stomach to verify if Eat was indeed that demon kin. He raised his sword high and said, my dear nephew, let me slice you by in your stomach to Chieki bone of that demon, causing Lai boy to turn pale and cling to his older brother, crying, third brother, cutting me Obun will kivu me. But Kalia remained determined, saying, Et fi, I'll just do back up afterward. Witnessing this scene, white gold-robed physician 8 face turned pale as he thought that man was a certified lunatic. Before he could even finish his sentence, he spat a mouthful of fresh blood, Well, let it just say that leaky elderly often have an astonishing ability to recover. Riley couldn't lie helplessly pat his brother 8's shoulder, saying, "Third brother, try to breathe, Don T overdo eat." Benjamin sighed, asserting that eat was consequence of overusing holy power, all because of Lipey's stupid antics that fellow Noel had pulled. He gasped faux breath and said he would take this person to Waikiki treatment room to rest. Looking at Lee's tragic scene before him, he gradually realized that rumors about that person not having much longer to lie were completely well-founded. As the story goes, Eat was a curse from the fake skeleton demon Kin, and anyone afflicted by Eat would find Eat hard to lie past 35. Hearing this, Kim Isaac understood even better why Noel was so arrogant. He probably thought he was and lie healthy one, which was why he acted so recklessly. Lee observer 8 Get smiled quit amusement, knowing there would be a Gets to watch soon. Eat curiously asked its master if he really wanted to lift I curse Fu Ik Joshua family. He and Lai nodded slightly to confirm. Thinking of that bright future, Kim Ezek couldn't help but chuckle triumphantly, as we path to Ki papal seat would be much wider. Key observer At got smirked and asked mockingly if he really wanted to sit proudly on that filthy papal throne. Right after that, he walked her V and sincerely apologized to Ezek Foki's somewhat tense reception from his younger siblings just now. Benjamin Joshua grasped Kim Ezek 80 hand quick goodwill, also expressing surprise that he could blow even Noel away in Fiend Tren holy power so skillfully. He continued that their father had not been mistaken when he chose him to lead Lee Joshua family in Lee future. Noel screamed in protest, asking how a kid like him could be I Key genius to carry Key family, but before he could finish, Benjamin snapped at him to shut up. He angrily scolded him, asking if he didn't feel humiliated starting trouble quote a kid and lie to be utterly defeated. Noel was left speechless and unable to argue back, yet he still muttered that the IE boy must have used Wakima Diche to harm him since he had absorbed Ike demon Ken. Hearing this, he could end lie freeze in place for a few seconds. He pointed his finger and shouted, Do you all think I coughed up blood for no reason? I've heard many bad things about him, but I didn't expect him to be ruthless enough to try to keyview his own biological uncle. How could a priest-8 curse be so vicious? Before Iki other could even finish his sentence, Kimizik innocently nodded in admission. Oh, so I did that, he casually explained. Since skeleton demon can ID targeting Joshua family, I had already activated a holy reflection spell. It seems do walked right into Lee trap yourself. Kim Ezek laughed hardly quit delight. To think victim coughing up blood would be do, uncle. Hey uncle, did do just try to cast a curse on me? Benjamin Joshua turned around in SC, asking if 8 was true that Noel had deliberately used that despicable curse on boy. Keycat grimaced, could this old man really be playing Medici? He scoffed inwardly, I am not some dried up skeleton, who ate and lie lived a few years and can be fooled so easily. Kid, man repeated gleefully, kid. Noel trembled quote rake, a wicked scheme flashed in his mind. That ain't right, I have to take him off first, then I'll have a legitimate reason to deal quit Lee old man. This key law of karma foe those who fear death more than life. Buggy time wasn't ripe yet, so he swallowed his anger and let Eat pass. Noel let a cold hoof and turned to leave. No matter how much do scumbags disrupt things, Lee position of future patriarch will still be mine. Kim is excited in frustration. Giving up already? How utterly boring. Before disappearing, he glanced back and casually tossed a remark. Remember this, lucky day I become patriarch, all of you will be kicked all of here. He folded his arms and looked down quote contempt, pathetic. Just then, Riley Joshua returned outside. If Lee's eldest brother were still here, that guy wouldn't dare act so arrogant, Benjamin thou. But Lee's situation was indeed tricky because Noel was currently most promising candidate for patriarch. He then voiced his concern. Eat 8 not certain. In case involving Key eldest brother 8 family might have been orchestrated by Noel too. He gaped in astonishment. What? He continued. In Lee death of eldest brother 8 firstborn. Pope 8 side ID also fun of ambiguity. Hearing this, Lee get of he observer froze at overwhelming amount of information. P firstborn. He blinked repeatedly. T 8 true, their traces are everywhere. He got angry. Lee more he thou about Eat. Lee more he realized this family was a complete mess. Lee next Moneng. Leak atmosphere in Lee meeting room was eerily silent. Ely Joshua frowned uncomfortably and spoke, What ain't going on here? He looked around at everyone and asked curiously, Why atmosphere so tense? Ely Joshua 8 gaze stopped at Noel. How did his arm and up lie that? Meeting enemy sitting opposite him, Noel gritted his teeth in hatred. On Lee contrary, Kimizek smiled bright. Et been a while since Ike family gathered. Likey atmosphere ID wonder. Isn't he? Joshua Suri bowed his head, his mouth twitching. Wonderful. What ain't wonderful about Eat? Do we're just fighting like crazy outside. An elder stroked his silver beard, his face bewildered. I heard Isaac broke Noel 8 arm. What in Lee Key world ID going on? Relay Joshua quickly. That was because of Dew. But before he could finish, Elder exclaimed in specie. Broken arm. Yet, immediately after, Ely Joshua acted as if nothing had happened. ETH just an arm. What a key big deal. Weak elders looked at each other, stunned. What? A grumpy elder said, just an arm. This idea about Likey family ate order and hierarchy. He replied coldly, enough. I called everyone here because a decision has been made. Eli Joshua looked around. I have chosen me successor. Hearing this, an elder excitedly stood up. Finally, this day has come. Noel couldn't hide his joy either. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. He glanced at his father. This old man had been delaying 8 excuses that no one was worthy. Thinking that, Noel ate lips curved into a smug smile. Even though he ate a prominent figure, it seems he ate past his B-rim. She sat in thoughtful contemplation. In this situation, why successor could only be Riley O'Noel. Kalia, although exceptionally, was too frail. Elder glanced to Wyke's side. Kalia was currently hunched to the table, groaning incessantly from pain that afflicted her. Her gaze shifted to Riley Joshua. But Riley was already a holy knight, sworn to avenge his friend and hunt down Likey Lich Kin. Therefore, he would be at a disadvantage compared to Noel. While he was indeed skilled, the difference between a priest and a holy knight was vast. She lowered her head in thou. Riley has been living as a holy knight for 10 years now. Can he skillfully wield the secret arts of a cardinal? He grinned and said his father should have done this sooner. Father, ET8 precisely because Du kept lingering on the succession issue that those lackeys were emboldened to cause trouble. Even if ET8 a bit late, Duve made an extremely precise move. An elder frowned, quit worry. I and Lee fear that power will fall into leaky hands of Pope 8T faction. Lee person beside him sighed and said that Isaac was actually perfect candidate, if unlie he had been born a few years earlier. Noel spoke up with a confident demeanor. Father, don't worry about anything. I commit to re-establishing discipline in the most thorough way possible. He continued by thanking his father for wise decision, but was immediately cut at by a curt remark that left him stunned. Joshua's face showed clear dissatisfaction. I never said I would give that seat to Diu. Noel froze as if struck by lightning, unable to believe his ears, and everyone present in the room was also in a state of extreme confusion. He stood up angrily and slammed the table. So, father, do you mean to give hate to Riley then? Noel roared about giving eat to someone who couldn't even maintain his lineage, calling it ridiculous. Leek old man barked back coldly not to go too far, while Lie elder nearby muttered to just bear yeet. Right then, an angry voice rang off from behind, ID this bastard crazy. Noel stood still for a few seconds to compose himself, his eyes scanning OP room frantically to see who had dared to insult him to his face. Lie that. Kim Ezek grimaced and asked why he kept badmouthing his uncle at every opportunity and calling him impotent, calling him a bastard. He intervened in confusion. Isaac, calm down. Boy shouted angrily. Do dare despise my uncle just because he can do that? Do think he wants to be Lie that? These words were Lie a dagger stabbed straight into Riley ate hidden pain. His face contorted, and unable to truly cry, he said, Dear nephew, et not what do you think, I am still quite capable. Anyway, then do for your kindness. Kim has still emphasized, so what if he ID impotent? IDT to crime. Isaac shouted loudly, do you think he ID Lie that because he wants to be? Noel quickly spoke up to stop him, do overreacting now. Ellie also spoke up to soothe like teenager. Isaac, come on now. Eli ordered him to sit down, and he obediently sat upright in his chair, replying, sir. An elder suggested that if wasn't Noel, the successor must be Zalai, right? Zalai pointed at himself in confusion. Why me? Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement that was indeed a stellar choice. Zalai would surely be happy to take position of family head. However, Eli rejected he'd not Zalai. From today, rule limiting succession rights to direct previous generation ID officially abolished. In other words, my grandchildren also have lake right to become leaky family head, which caused the entire council to scream in unison. What? Noel tried to stay calm and replied, well, of course inheritance rights still prioritize our generation first, right, father? Eli coldly replied, no. Noel asked again in confusion, huh? Then after passing eat to us, whose turn will eat be? Eli vehemently denied it. I already said no. Alright, let me explain it to make it easier to understand. This means that Isaac ID fully qualified to become Lee P family head right now. Isaac felt extremely dead, his cheerful face unable to hide his pride. Indeed, his grandfather aid action was absolutely spot on. Signing a contract could a high god ID indeed beneficial, Lee got remarked, but Isaac replied that his grandfather was mastermind, making EP get sigh inwardly because this kid was truly a madman who loved to cause trouble. Sweating profusely, Noel argued that Lee boy was Enli 11 years old, so how could he be far better than his predecessors? Eli calmly asserted that he could do eat. In Lee past, there was also a cardinal who was Enli 16 years old. Noel was still not convinced, arguing that previous generation had all passed away before was Lee's successor at 8 turn. Eli smiled faintly and said he and Lee paved a few way for most deserving. Whoever reaches E9th ELVP secret technique in ID blessed by EP gods first will take a VP as head of Lai family. It sounds fair, but isn't that rule too harsh? Clenching his fists, Noel asked if a wet behind ears kid could possibly be qualified enough to reach LV9. Ely ignored his sonate intention to hold on to his position for another 20 years, asserting that if Lee 11-year-old Saintess could do it, Isaac would be no less capable. If I am not mistaken, Isaac will definitely reach Lee each realm before reaching adulthood. Ali let out a thoughtful sigh and said he could still hold on for another 5 years. He fell silent for a moment, and Lee's story 8 setting gradually shifted to a majestic castle. Iliad declaration caused a stir throughout Lee Castle. Everyone understood he was about to cede Ivy throne to Ezek, whereas the next generation descendants of other families would already be nearly 20 by now. Perhaps he wanted to give Ivy kids a fair chance to prove their mettle. If they failed, power would return to previous generation. Eat turned to those 5 years were for him to both supervise and transfer Y's secret technique. Standing nearby, Benjamin also awkwardly eavesdropped in comment, but no, Lake Oldman had already finalized his decision to let Isaac succeed him. This news made the Popate faction restless, although there was no law forbidding women from taking power, but this path seemed to be fun of thorns ahead. Nevertheless, he still placed high hopes on Isaac. Ite would be a real waste for such an outstanding talent to be ruined. Meanwhile, Isaac was still wearing an enigmatic smile, making him hard to read. It turned out that Lee prerequisite to become Y head of Key family was Y recognition of Lee Key sacred deity. Hearing this left Isaac completely in Lee. Lai Gate warned that in that case he was doomed, so Isaac asked why he was in such a tight spot. Eat replied that he was just playing dumb. Light's sacred deity and Lee favored those quit pure faith while he was fun of flaws. Isaac defensively asked where he went wrong, and Ebiget explained that he had to lie strictly according to EP doctrines, which his grandfather had already calculated. Isaac Potadun did not care about Leapy doctrines. Looking at that devil-may-care attitude, Laika couldn't remain silent. Isaac added that Kim Suri had already signed a contract, so now he just needed to force him to surrender Y's secret technique. A unique position of family head would surely be his. Lee got sarcastically asked if Life God of Lai had Lee eyes to choose him. Isaac replied that if they did not want Life family to go down key drain, they would be forced to recognize him. Lahi could unlie shake its head because this was indeed a case of forcing someone at hand. Right at that moment, Isaac scanned the area looking for his to guide and cheered that he had found Kim Suri. God of Lai IDT easygoing, so asking foe a little favor shouldn't hurt. Besides, they owe me a lot. Quit that, Isaac ran a V to greet Kim Suri. Suddenly, a voice spoke from right behind him, startling Isaac. Do you need recognition of his sacred deity to become key family head? Right. Are you Isaac, like one who ID being diligently taught by Suri? Isaac was bewildered, wondering to himself where this guy had popped off from. Gitsape smilingly remarked that Lai boy had grown so fast that he almost didn't recognize him. Sorry. He was slightly flustered and stammered a quick yacht to get ETV quat. Gitsape added that he probably had no idea how delighted he was when their grandfather divided the inheritance. Zach shrewdly observed Suri's expression and thought to himself, look at that pathetic face YD Kim Suri reacting that way. Yigat appeared and revealed everything. Gisip Ross, lucky twin brother of Saintess Leah, was well known for his handsome looks, thick wallet, and notorious womanized. Despite holding a noble title, he looked down on his own clan. Isaac silently judged this pretentious man wearing, while Igi continued to drone on about how he disregarded honor and spent money recklessly. In his seat, he was a flawed version of Isaac Ross. Oh, in other words, a wealthy man quit too many vices. After hearing this, Isaac snapped back, asking if he wanted to die. Gissape patted Suri on Lee's shoulder again and urged him to summon Lee Key God of Lai to see what he looked like. Suri pretended to be bewildered and asked what nonsense he was rambling about. Gixay persistently reminded Boy about needing divine recognition to succeed, while Lai got sneered upon hearing this, saying this guy even resorted to underhanded tricks to advance his art like just lie him. Suri retorted that their grandfather told them to lead by a key family doctrine, and he mockingly remarked that if he carried bleepy blood of Pope, he should know his place and fulfill his duty. To summon them, do you have to practice lie a monk foe a whole month and eat poorly lie a beggar? Oh, do you could use a quicker way. Why be so stubborn? Just seek all your eyes and call them. Also your brother here can have a chate. Suri coolly replied, why don't do go and summon your god yourself? Gitsape sneered, saying that Suri had finally learned to talk back. Do as I say if you don't want to resist. C-Top pretending to be part of like Joshua family quit that brown hair. Isaac folded his arms menacingly. Seeing this, Suri shouted at him not to pull all that rattle. Gixap asked in confusion, what rattle? Isaac was pulling a weapon from his person, muttering that he was past key age of playing coot rattles and probably shouldn't he use 8 anymore. Gisape continued to threaten, telling Suri to stop babbling and summon Lee spirits while he was still speaking nicely. Terrified, Suri said that using Awk rattle was actually fi. At that moment, Isaac landed a punch squarely on his mouth. Truly, he was kind of person unacknowledged by Pope, forced to resort to tricks until leaky very end. That blow sent Gitsape flying quite a distance. Was Isaac 8 Yaksha-shaped rattle weapon. He lowered his voice to threaten Lee's scoundrel who was picking a fight him. Suri stood frozen in disbelief. Isaac, stay calm no matter what. Gitsape screamed that he had already secured Leaky right to summon Lee P God of Lie. Isaac shouted at EQ Jumper that he was die rightful hair how dare do compete foe what I've set my eyes on. Suri gently advised, I unt call them foe do anyway. Isaac continued to scold him foe being someone who disregarded family teachings and dared to use dirty tricks in front of him. Suri added that he wasn't any different from him. Gitsape clutched his head and groaned, not knowing where this madman had come from. Oh, what kind of scheme he was pulling. Upon touching his forehead, Gitsape was shocked to see a trace of blood. I did this blue blood of Likey Saintess. I have never been scratched by such ordinary attacks before, yet this man dared to make me bleed. Quit that crude weapon. Isaac frantically charged forward and delivered a few more blows, terrifying him. History has proven that no matter where or when, physical force remains the optimal choice. Gitsape was speechless, trying to stop him, saying, hey, wait a second. Isaac kept pressing, asking, how about we start Lee P warm up right now? Gitsape, Kim Gitsape. He retreated in a panic. Isaac, don't do know who I am. I am your brother. Isaac didn't yield at all, retorting, so what if do you re my brother? Why Ross family belongs to me, do bastard shut your mouth.